There, the word, has a special meaning. The people present understood instantly. Suddenly, their hearts trembled together. If that's the case, the good mood in the coming week will probably be gone. No, not a week, maybe a month. With the heat of time, it might have just weakened in a month. Zitsizi, 10 minutes later. A hole was drilled into the tempered glass tube. There are no gaps, no screws. There's only a small interface, and they can only drill holes violently. Then, a needle was inserted and about 5 milliliters of liquid was inhaled. The entire operation was done in a closed biochemical container because we really didn't know what the characteristics of the solution were. Volatility, flammability, toxicity, all knew nothing. It must be treated as something very dangerous, but not likely to be harmful to people. Otherwise, there should be a safety warning in the manual. Leave the glass tube behind. The solution in the syringe turned colorless. The first tube was given to the ingredients tester, and the second tube was put under a microscope, and people gathered around to watch it. Their hearts dropped completely when they saw it. Sure enough, I'm from there. A man in a white coat smiled bitterly. Are you sure? Absolutely right. So, we still can't prepare it. It's possible. The boss was speechless. It's possible. What's the difference between impossible and impossible? From where it comes from, even if the ingredients are analyzed, it won't make much sense because the cost will be sky high. This cake will have no chance with their company? How did Tang Qing contact him? Forehead. He suddenly remembered. Tang Qing's second uncle has a very good relationship with him. The solution business has nothing to do with Tang Kai. Myanmar Bank Group has an absolute monopoly, but in other aspects, Tang Kai is still taken care of. It is estimated that this is how the two parties successfully matched up. Right? That's for sure. Let me tell you, Tang Qing's company can't be so powerful. It's just a photovoltaic power generation company. It created a holographic image all at once. It turns out there was help from there. This idea, it arises in the hearts of all those who have dismantled time. Immediately afterwards, another idea came to mind. You can buy it. So can I. They did not think that Tang Qing had the preparation technology. The Myanmar Bank Group was not an ordinary company. Their solution technology was never authorized to be produced by outsiders. It was all made by their own company, even if it is a joint venture with governments of various countries. It is also absolute control. Tang Qing? Cut. The face cannot be so great. Immediately, many people called Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company offered to buy, but they were greeted with "I don't know," clearly telling them that the company did not have this product. What? No. Yes. How could this be? Isn't it the technology over there? I'm not sure anymore. Fight, keep fighting. Ooh, Myanya Pharmaceutical Group. 5 minutes later. It's not their product either. Evening. A piece of news spreads. Technology. It is indeed related to there, but it is not these two, but a company they are not familiar with, Myanmar Optical Equipment Manufacturing Group. This made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they guessed it right, although unfamiliar. But the word Myanya is very popular, and with it, there is nothing simple. It is just that it was not very famous before. It seems that it was put this technology under the banner of this company. They caught wind of it. Pity. Another basin of cold water came down. In the holographic projection equipment industry, we only supply microcrystalline technology. What? Contract agreement. This almost choked many people to death. With the exclusive supply agreement, Tang Qing wanted to monopolize this market. I don't know, what is the liquidated damages in this contract? We are very interested. Poaching. This is a common business method. However, when they heard the amount of liquidated damages, they all jumped up. What? $10 billion. Damn it. 10 billion. Still dollars. Tang Qing has set the threshold very high. Thinking about it, such a high threshold must have come at a price. For example, the pricing of core devices will definitely make people open their mouths. I am very sorry to inform you that this default price is set according to the legal upper limit of our country and is also in line with the contract law and the contract spirit of modern business. We will faithfully fulfill it. It's no use having money. They have no intention of breaking the contract. The sharp-eared media quickly grasped the news. Time's core components are exposed. Microcrystalline technology absolutely owns the technology. Solution changes the world again. Another strong company emerges from Myanmar. Time's biggest profit maker is actually Myanmar company. One after another, pushing the heat of time up again. Finished reading. Public opinion exploded. It's a solution again. Is this thing omnipotent? From the current point of view, yes. Actually, this is an illusion. There are only a few forms of matter itself. It's just that people have gone a little further on the path of solutions. I want to say that there is another strong company in the Burmese and Asian companies. Why didn't Tang Qing say it at the time? He said cooperative research and development, not exclusive, but he didn't explain the partner. Let me see. It's really true. What a blessing. It's not luck, but good connections. I estimate that this is part of the reason why Qingyuan Technology was listed on the Burmese stock market, and the relationship with his second uncle, it is what it is today. It makes sense. No wonder. It seems that the stock price of microcrystalline technology will be unpredictable tomorrow. It is not unpredictable. It will definitely rise. The core technology is not fully mastered. Is this good news? Exclusive supply is the biggest good news. For microcrystalline technology. For Tang Qing. Many people are still confident. No, it's more confidence. Before, there is only the legend Tang Qing, and now he has joined another legend, the Myanmar Bank Group. It is foreseeable that its solution products will definitely make money in the future. Still a one-man business. I was afraid that Tang Qing's technology would be cracked. Many people still dare not let go and support. Look, they all rolled up their sleeves. Tomorrow, U.S. stocks open. Fight again. That night, the official website of microcrystalline technology has ushered in a wave of orders. Many of the first batch of users have tried it and found it good. They are ready to expand the installation scope and try more scenario applications. The living room is decorated. It would be nice to install one in the bedroom. Installed at the gate. It is also suitable to install one on the side door. The office is installed. A dynamic projection advertisement outside the company would also be a good idea. Bought myself. I also bought a set for my family far away. Everyone has their own ideas. The orders were aggregated one by one. In just one day, the total number of new orders exceeded 600 million US dollars. However, because the production has not kept up, orders were placed this month and delivery could not begin until September. Some people think so. This may be just the beginning. It's night in Western countries. China. It was just dawn. Wake up. All major mainstream media have published today's hot news. The first batch of time equipment has been delivered and has received rave reviews. The core technology of time is revealed. Where does it come from? Yesterday, U.S. stocks fell slightly, but microcrystal technology bucked the trend and rose, with a single-day increase of 50%. The miracle continues. Tang Qing's net worth increased by 200 billion yuan. Time, just like its advertising slogan, lives up to expectations. The cost of time starts from the bottom up. The Chinese media praise Time's listing in the United States. Those who make money from foreigners are heroes. In other words, after learning the truth, they felt relieved. Haha. Several core parts of time. It is also the largest part of the cost and seems to be all made in China. The solution comes from Myanmar, a country that has risen inexplicably. The directional transmission and sound collection come from Xinjiang Sound Equipment. Let's talk about system integration. Yes, the design is in the United States, but the assembly and production seem to be in China. Let's do the math. Microcrystalline technology's time profit is only 10%, which seems to be less than that. According to Seattle's policies, in terms of taxes, microcrystalline technology really can't pay much. A discerning person takes another look. Be good. Most of the profit. In fact, he was left outside the mainland of Country M by Tang Qing. This result. Holy crap, 200 billion a night. Please add the word worth increased. Otherwise, it will easily cause ambiguity. It turns out that the cost structure of time is like this. Let me tell you, why would Tang Qing rush to Country M? It turns out there's such a type of insurance. Well done. In this way, a lot of taxes can be avoided legally. Chill. Don't be too ostentatious. Keep a low profile. Don't show off on foreign websites. Let's just watch the show. Agree. Support Tang Qing. Be low-key and do things with a high profile. As long as the core technology is in the hands of Mian Yao. That's right. I still have a good impression of Mian Yao. They have been doing things of world significance, improving the environment, and developing cheap drugs. Even if they are opponents, I can't hate them. Me too. This is true of all countries in the world, except for hegemonic countries, of course. They don't see others being good. It feels like time is the same as era, both integrated innovation, not complete autonomy. Complete autonomy? It's easy for you to say, for example, mobile phones, let alone Tang Qing. Even if the country comes, can you completely catch up with the technology of various companies around the world in a short period of time? Impossible. Use your brain before you speak. The chef has first-class cooking skills. You have to ask him to grow his own crops and produce his own fertilizer. Isn't that nonsense? When you say this, do you feel guilty? Why is this metaphor so offensive? I suddenly understood that Tang Qing listed Qingyuan technology on the Burmese stock market just for this purpose. The other party must have used this as a condition, otherwise it would be an exclusive supplier. That makes sense. 70% is likely to be the case. I think 100%. It turns out that Tang Qing was coerced. Discussing. The atmosphere of public opinion gradually changed to one of sympathy. Have a look. Tang Qing went public on the Burmese stock market, not because he was unpatriotic, but because he wanted to gain greater benefits and endure the humiliation. 3 people become tigers. This most likely inference was quickly accepted by the entire public opinion circle. That's right. That must be it. Tang Qing played a better chess game. Qingyuan technology was listed on the Myanmar stock market and gained local support. Its subsequent market value did not disappoint. In the end, it also obtained the exclusive right to supply that solution. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It was a huge profit. As expected of Tang Qing, he really knows how to do business. For their imagination. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing almost believed it when he saw it. However, if logically speaking, these things are connected together, this explanation is the most reasonable and close to logic, so you may just think so. Fine. Come to the classroom. When preparing for the exam, the invigilator asked with a smile, "Classmate Tang, how does it feel when you wake up and your net worth is increased by tens of billions of dollars?" This makes money faster than printing money. Hear the words. Tang Qing held his chin and thought for a second. Very good. 3 words. Is a true portrayal of his mood at the moment. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Chill Mummings Advertising Agency. Inside the office. He read all the news about Tang Qing, focusing on time. As an advertising company, if we don't pay attention now, we will probably be eliminated by this new market in the future. Advertising revolution. This is Chiu Wuming's prediction of time. Then, on Tang Qing's first day of exams, he went to watch and asked a few questions when he left. The answers satisfied him, and his idea was supported by Tang Qing. After returning, act now. A new department was formed, Holographic Advertising Department. After deploying capable graphic designers and recruiting more than a dozen programmers, we finally put the framework up. Time is like a mobile phone, a new terminal platform. Advertise, just one of them. On this platform, they can write specific programs and run them just like writing mobile apps. It can be said that it will create a new category of programmers. Just saw this opportunity. He just took action. On top of basic application scenarios, create more scenes. For example, for access control light curtains, microcrystal technology only provides basic styles, and they can customize various light curtain backgrounds and company logo displays according to customer needs. Another example, add a flat display to the light curtain. When a visitor approaches or rings the doorbell, the owner can even directly project his or her flat portrait onto the light screen to have a conversation with the visitor in many ways. Every scene, let go and think. It was like a flood of thoughts. And these, microcrystalline technology, is not provided. It only provides equipment and an operating system for them to write whatever they want on it. Xiao Bumming is certain that this holographic programming can support hundreds of companies around the world. Maybe the future will be as prosperous as the mobile phone industry. Certainly, the premise is that the price comes down. Beijing, Hating District, a new building. At this time, the entire building has just been demolished. The site has been cleaned up quickly. The sales department has only been in operation for a month. A large area nearby is owned by this building. Developer, Jinghua Real Estate. 10:30, so people are walking. Suddenly, they saw people around them stop and look in one direction. They couldn't help but look over. After seeing this, they couldn't move their eyes away. I'll go, can holograms still play like this? In front of you, the originally empty construction site. A dozen buildings were erected in vain. To be precise, it is a projection of more than a dozen buildings. It looks like a one-to-one model. It is not just standing there statically, but is dynamic like building blocks, building up one layer at a time. After covering it, from top to bottom, sold out. Thank you for your support. Many people want to go in and find out more. They all stopped. Depend on, you're showing off after it's sold out? Aren't you kidding me? But most people have no idea of stepping in. Jinghua Real Estate only develops high-end properties. In a vivid word, only the most expensive ones are sold. Therefore, if you don't really have money, you can't afford it. When did it appear? Someone asked. Less than 3 minutes. It's so sudden. That was yesterday. There was no news of the holographic image at all. But look, when I woke up, it was very lively in Europe and America, and the heat here is about to start. After that, I took a short video, sent a WeChat message. It's interesting, we haven't started construction yet, but we can actually see the projection. It's just too expensive. How much? For home use, with a certain resolution, starting at 100,000 yuan. That much? Yes, it will definitely be expensive when it first comes out, but it should become cheaper in a few years. I hope so. The equipment in this building is very fast. Of course, it has Tang Qing shares in it, so it can't be fast, but Tang Qing is only a small shareholder. Otherwise, I believe he would not sell the house so expensively. It's just like a robbery. Look, the CCTV reporters are here. It's true. The reporter came naturally and quickly set up the equipment. Facing the projection and the location of the building, the reporter tidied his hair and began to introduce, but it was not a live broadcast, but the material. If it's quick, you could be on the news channel in 20 minutes. 5 minutes later, the material recording is completed. The sales manager hurried up and received instructions from his boss. Of course, he had to treat it with caution. This property was sold out, but other properties were not completely sold out. After all, they were not selling ordinary residences. You also have to advertise. Close to the water terrace. They're the first real estate company in Beijing to use holographic images for operations. Not one. Faster. Other real estate companies also need to learn it after a week. Please. After greetings, the manager took the reporter to the sales department lobby. Once inside, I saw a sand table. On the sand table was a projection of the buildings of this community. The reporter felt that it was a bit fussy about this. The projection was of a single color. The real sand table was much clearer than this. It's okay to project the building outside, but it's also used inside. A bit overused? Seeing the reporter's expression, the manager smiled inwardly. At first, he thought so too. The physical sand table can be fully displayed here, and there are not many bonus points if it is replaced by a projection. But, after the trial, his mind changed. Hello, please allow me to introduce this project. A tall girl wearing gloves came over. Although it feels awkward, but the camera was still focused on the sand table. The next moment, the girl spread her hands. There was a lot of text information suspended above the projection sand table, and the girl began to introduce, our project is located, total area, building area, greening. Then, he raised his hand. Move slightly towards the reporter. The entire projection has also moved to the reporter's eyes, within easy reach. Suddenly, it seems to have some meaning. What size apartment do you want? The girl asked the reporter. The biggest. The reporter said casually. Okay. After the girl finished speaking, she fanned her hand lightly, and the entire sand table projection began to rotate. It did not rotate all the time, but continued to slow down like a pulley with resistance. A touch in the air. The sand table is the same as the hand this time. Hand stop. The sand table stops. Then, the girl's hands crossed and spread apart as if looking at an enlarged picture on a mobile phone. The entire projection began to grow in proportion. The reporter could see clearly that this was a townhouse behind the community. The girl puts her hands on the villa. Just a little bit. The next moment, the entire villa was immediately marked, and the blue lines turned into blue, red, and yellow. The girl smiled and said, "This is the largest apartment in our community, a loft city villa. Which floor do you prefer?" "Top." "Okay," she said. The girl zoomed in again, and the reporter could see the inside of the house from all angles. The furniture was humanely arranged inside, and Chinese characters were added, making it look much more high-end than the one on paper. "Sharp," the reporter sighed. "If it is just a panoramic sand table, it is indeed a bit boring to use." But paired with this kind of sci-fi operation, the experience was completely different, and she couldn't help but recall the clips in Iron Man in her mind. If so, this would be really useful to many design workers. This is especially true for product displays. Absolutely. She stretched out her hand to learn how to operate it, but the projection didn't move at all. Only when you wear special gloves can the device be recognized. The salesperson smiled and raised her hands. She had also practiced with these gloves. It took 10 minutes to master it. It's amazing speed. The main reason is that the design is simplified. "How did you achieve this?" the reporter asked in surprise. "Is it based on behavioral recognition? Do you want to be so awesome? Look, there are buttons on it." The salesman brought the gloves over and saw 2 buttons on each index finger of both hands, for in total, which his thumbs could just touch. Each button has a specific function when pressed individually. The functions of pressing at the same time will be different. For example, to zoom in and out, you need to press the inner buttons with both thumbs at the same time. These gloves have distance sensors. If the distance is far, like this, it will get the instruction to zoom in. Press the inner right hand alone to rotate and cooperate with the left. You can rotate 360 degrees without dead ends. Lift or individually enlarge an apartment. This is going back to the previous step. The salesperson explained carefully. The reporter also got interested, put on gloves, and started operating with enthusiasm. In just 5 minutes, she could basically learn the operation method and found that it was not difficult. Does this glove come with it? No, this is a value-added accessory. Are all your stores like this? Yes, it will be implemented today. The manager quickly said that this was not a request from Tang Qing, but a request from Chai Ren and other young masters to use actions to support and promote Tang Qing's time. Ask some questions. The reporter came in again. It was just her preliminary understanding. It was not considered a formal shooting. She had to record a supplement. 20 minutes later, the reporter left satisfied. He felt very emotional that the control technology of holographic projection has matured to this point. It was really difficult for Tang Qing not to think about it. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy microcrystalline technologies shares. Otherwise, she would want to place a big bet. Half an hour later, as soon as the news is broadcast, it caused a huge sensation. At the time conference, Tang Qing only used the scene to demonstrate the gesture operation without much words. Many people even felt that the behavior recognition technology was not yet mature. It can't be like that in Iron Man. But now, people achieved it directly, and the method only required wearing a pair of gloves. I really want to try it. 100 experience stores around the world are opening simultaneously today. I won't go. Why? It's just to see people when I go, so it won't be my turn. That makes sense. As expected. Just open the door. All experience stores in Huaxia were full. Crowds of people. There are not many people who wanted to buy. Most of them came to watch the fun. But at the end, I suddenly discovered a speechless fact. They turned into a lively place. Hey, brothers outside the door, stop taking pictures. Are you still laughing? If you can't squeeze out, I must. A real estate company. Buy 10 sets and bring them back. The boss said, some companies are like benchmarks. Jinghua Real Estate. The top 3 real estate companies in China currently have countless peers watching their every move. Now that there's such big news and such a novel display method, of course they have to keep up. Otherwise, people have, and I don't, will be looked down upon. Just a few million yuan. It's only a dozen houses worth investing in. Boss, if you buy it now, it won't be delivered until September. His subordinate reminded him. So long. There are too many global orders. Look at their official website. From yesterday to now, the new orders have exceeded 6 billion yuan. In a few days, it will exceed 10 billion yuan. The subordinate pushed the computer over. This is the Chinese version. The order growth curve provided above, the number, makes the boss speechless. A few days. 10 billion. So crazy. High technology makes money faster than real estate. As expected of Tang Qing, he is so good at making money. I heard that Tang Qing's net worth jumped by 200 billion overnight. Damn, just with this increase, Tang Qing can become the richest man in China. Get some sleep. A rich man came out. This era, it's really full of opportunities and surprises. We'll buy it at a higher price. The boss decided. Let me ask, as far as he knows, at the previous press conference, Tang Qing focused on promoting the application of time in tourism, advertising, life, and other fields. Individual buyers are not short of money, and it is almost impossible to change hands. Therefore, he set his sights on advertising agencies. Bulk purchases. These are the only companies that have done this at the beginning of the year. Half an hour later, boss, they don't want to sell it, his subordinates reported. Why? They want to use it themselves. They said that they have signed an advertising contract with a customer, and there is no extra equipment. They're also looking for it everywhere and have ordered some more from microcrystal technology. The boss does not believe in evil. Not even one. No, it seems. I can only think of another way. Place 20 orders first, and at the same time, see if there are any second-hand ones on the market. Yes. A minute later, the order is placed. It is expected to be delivered around September 10th. Then, they went online to check out second-hand purchases, but when they saw it, they were heartbroken. As expected, this item is not a small item worth a few thousand yuan, but is priced in units of tens of thousands, with an average unit price of more than 100,000 yuan. 100,000. The price of a small car. The first consumers can be bought, or not short of money, or really like it, or buy it and dismantle it. The last one is the own needs, such as major companies. These 4 kinds, which is the original intention. I don't even plan to be a second-hand dealer. Scalpers like to sell things, but they don't dare to sell new things that are not discounted and are too expensive. Therefore, there is no second-hand market in time now. Want to buy in bulk? The difficulty is not that great. Beijing. A courtyard. Mr. Liu, I don't know if you intend to sell your time. We are willing to increase the price by 20%. No, we are very sincere. There was someone who just said that the price will be increased by 30%. I like this thing, and I am not sure of money. It will be useless if you double the price. That's it. After saying that, the man hung up the phone with disdain. I bought it specifically for my father. Not far, in the middle of the yard. His father was playing chess and chatting with old friends in Shanghai. Sell? Sell skewers. He was a little angry. He was angry that the installation company did not protect the customer's information and allowed these people to get his phone number. He did not believe that the phone number was leaked from microchip technology, because this number is not reserved on microchip technology, the one left, only when notifying the delivery time. The staff of microcrystalline technology called. Good. Information protection is well done. A design company. Boss, I must buy a few sets. It's a bit expensive. The boss hesitated. Hundreds of thousands. The amount is not small, but the use seems to be small. Boss, times are advancing, just like mobile phones. In the past, holding a mobile phone was a symbol of status. If you don't hold a smartphone now, many people will look at you differently. Time is this kind of product. Think about it. Our design is displayed to customers in the flat era, which is no problem, but in the future holographic era, we will still be limited to 2 dimensions, which means we are out of touch with the times. The designer talked about the benefits earnestly. Core, it's the style. If others use it but you don't, you are falling behind. However, this can only be displayed and cannot be regarded as design. The boss grasped the key point. Who says it can't be done? Maybe soon, gesture control will be solved, and all that's left is a set of design-based holographic applications. The designer said with certainty that the holographic era does not represent projection. It is a series of changes in production and life. We'll wait until the application comes out. This will have to wait until when? He doesn't know. This is because microcrystal technology has not yet announced a standard programming language for holographic image algorithms. Without this, outsiders would not be able to develop other functions of holographic images. The entire related industry. Everyone has realized this. Watching eagerly. Evening. I was bombarded with holographic news for a day. Getting ready to rest. News network was broadcast, and they didn't take it seriously when they saw the news with holographic images. Tang Qing's company seemed to have been on news network more than one hand, which was not surprising. Only, the news at night seems different. At the beginning of the year, Microcrystal Technology in Myanmar signed a holographic imaging equipment purchase agreement totaling 20 billion yuan. This afternoon, it was all delivered to Myanmar at once. It is reported that these equipment are mainly used by Myanmar's major transportation, scientific research, government, and other departments. Myanmar said that if the use effect is good, there will be continued additional orders. See this. Countless people open their mouths. What? Did you buy 20 billion worth of equipment? Or, at the beginning of the year? It's been a few months, but there's no news at all. Student Tang, are you too low-key? General company. Not to mention getting such a big order. Even if it is intention. Some people can make a big splash, boost the stock price, and increase their reputation. But look at Tang Qing's operation. I made a big cross. We didn't know until the delivery was completed that it didn't follow the normal routine at all. It was too sudden. 20 billion. This is no shield, but real RMB. 20 billion? God, how much is that? A lot. A ton. My eyes. It's very good at keeping a secret. Too low-key. Forget it that Tang Qing keeps a low profile. Why is there no news in Myanmar? It's just unreasonable. What's unreasonable is that it's reasonable when it exists, and the world has to know when someone buys something. Although the expenditure is well documented, this money is not in the government expenditure budget at the beginning of the year. It's not a budget. Anyway, this is not included in the annual budget. Otherwise, there will be no news at all. The people there may have deliberately kept a low profile, which led to today's situation. Look, it will definitely be mentioned in the mid-year report. Is this compliant? People make laws. Do you think it is compliant? That's right. Laws are made by others. Compliance? As long as people think it works, this is an addition to the project. What are they buying so much for? Will they use it all? I did a simple calculation and talking about equipment, and it is high-end. They can buy more than 50,000 sets, maybe 100,000 sets. That said, I also find it strange. Yes, will it be used? Didn't they say education, scientific research, medical care, transportation, government, etc.? I suddenly remembered something. I heard a friend say a few days ago that there is pulling of wires everywhere this year. Pull of wires? Data cables, wires. Last month I went to Myanmar. When I was crossing the border, I saw a lot of empty holders in the hall. I thought they were for more surveillance. Now that I think about it, they look like holographic image holders. After finishing speaking, also included is a picture. That's it. Yes, it's equipped with holographic projection equipment. It's true. Then, more and more people are sharing pictures. Xiamen City, Naypyidaw, Yangon, Coastal Road in Darren Province, Airport, Train Station, Border Checkpoint, even next to the highway. They accidentally photographed a large number of empty mounting brackets, surprisingly. This is a big game. It's all on the side of the highway. What are they going to do? I remembered that in the scene at the press conference, there was a highway, which can be used for traffic instructions. No, it's not just traffic instructions. It seems to be used for many things, such as advertising. Advertisement. Is this going to be advertised nationwide? You are stupid. You said it was for example. Maybe they have other uses. Across the country, it shows that they are courageous. I guess this is also an agreement with Tang Qing, supported by large orders. At the same time, it is also a kind of publicity for Myanmar to enhance the country's image, just like 4G. What does it have to do with 4G? As soon as 4G came out, Myanmar announced its nationwide popularization. It can be said that it is the first country to use 4G as the standard to carry out a major speed increase of the national network, and it is also the first major customer of 4G commercial use. Speaking of this, many people remembered, it is still being piloted in China. Comprehensive 4G construction had already begun here. It turns out, this path is correct, and this little guinea pig should be admired. Investigating the reason, everyone understands that there are interests in Myanmar, Jihua Technology, and Myanmar Bank Group Holdings. This time, Timecore equipment is provided by it. Another big wave of support came. So rich. Tens of billions spent. That is, Oasis has collected hundreds of billions of deposits. And when all is completed, sales can exceed 1 trillion, a mere 20 billion, which is probably only a small part of the tax paid by Oasis this year. Trillions. A scary number. On sales, just one product, Oasis Solution, is firmly at the top of the top 500 companies in China, surpassing Huaxia Petroleum. The two products sell the same solution, but their styles are completely different. The former is a high-tech product. The latter were dug from the ground. Oasis Solution belongs to the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. If we calculate this, if this company were placed in China, its annual revenue should be the sum of Huaxia Petroleum and Huaxia Petrochemical. Horrible. But, talking about profit, it is estimated that it can only be stepped on by China Tobacco. Beijing. After reading the news, Chiron also smiled. This is Tang Qing. It was really hidden deep enough. Before, he was worried about the lack of stamina of holographic projection because it was too expensive, and he was also a little worried about competition issues, but now, big news suddenly came out. Exclusive supply. 20 billion. The support there is not small. At this moment, he also feels that there is more than 90% possibility of Qingyuan Technologies listing in Myanmar as an exchange of interests. Well, it was also difficult for Tang Qing. Chiron thought so. Why? Because he made up a picture in his mind. Recent. The war in the smartphone market suddenly broke out, and all manufacturers were involved. He believes that there are 5 parties that are most competitive. First, ERV. This company has mastered the smartphone processor architecture, chip design capabilities, and the mobile terminal operating system with the largest market share in the world, Sirius. This Big Mac. Chiron is not surprised by what he can do. Second, Jihua Technology. This company, which is a partnership between the Myanmar Bank Group and Huawei, also possesses strong technology and is also a major provider of 4G equipment in the world. It has strong leverage. Collapse? This is a company that can fight to the death. Third, Era. The first mover advantage allows it to have many fans around the world. Coupled with excellent quality and service, it still has a number of supporters even if there is no significant price reduction. Now, it can be regarded as an unclear life because Tang Qing's skills are not good. Fourth, Samsung. He did not dare to doubt the strength of this company. Although it was facing a split recently, its electronics-related core assets would definitely be retained and should not be underestimated. Fifth, the island nation Sony. Among them, Tang Qing is the weakest saver. Only products. There is no technology. If you want to survive this fight, you have to be careful. If you do not do well, the pioneer will become a martyr and be written into the textbooks. The former glory will be reduced to nothing and be used as a negative teaching material. Eye of Heaven. The prosperous Tang Dynasty. Zhongyu Tui. WeChat Xiaoxiao. Wanqing Mining. Hummingbird Store. These companies are currently not very profitable, and Chiron suddenly understands Tang Qing's suffering. In order to make up for its shortcomings, Qingyuan Technology is the only company that can provide a large amount of cash flow. All the profits over the past few years have been invested in the Smart Space Park. This is a proper struggle for survival. It's not easy for Xiao Tang. Now, at home, Tang Qing also watched the news happily. It's so easy to make money. This night, many people can't sleep because half past blackjack, U.S. stocks open, affected by the huge order of 20 billion and the intention of follow-up orders. If you don't pursue such huge good news, when will you pursue it? Sure enough, it rose 6% as soon as the market opened. Just 10 minutes. The increase reached 10. Based on Microcrystal Technology's market capitalization, this represents nearly $4 billion in new capital. Not much. Don't forget, the United States can use leverage. The real capital was only between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. Precisely because of the leverage, in the next half hour, the single-day increase was rushed to 20% and the stock price was $145 US. Market capitalization, $174 billion. Exine City, Street, even though it was already 11 o'clock at night, but still lively. Have a meal, entertainment, leisure. This has become the only city in the world that is lively 24 hours a day, and it has become a local tourist attraction. Many people come here specifically to see the night view. Set a stall here. I'm sure you can make a lot of money. You try it. Don't dare. The person who suggested it shrank his head. He didn't encounter any roadside stalls along the way. It's not like no one had thought about it. I think advertising here is more effective than Times Square in New York. There are more tourists there, which doesn't mean they have the spending power. It's different here. The quality is high. Indeed. By the way here, he said. The man stopped and looked into the distance. What's over here? My companion asked casually while looking at his cell phone. Monster. What? When he looked up, he couldn't take his eyes away. OMG. What a big one. Godzilla. He will never mistake it. This Godzilla form has appeared in many Godzilla movies. It is a holographic projection as tall as a building. Walking upright towards them. Roar! Godzilla roared toward the sky. The sound spread almost throughout half of the city, and everyone below was excited. Godzilla, Godzilla. This! I heard that the new movie is about to be released. This should be a promotion. It's really big. It's over 100 feet. It must be. We have just reached the height of its claws. It's so exciting. Quick, take a picture of me. The crowd burst into cheers. This effect, really shocking. If it were true, they could only run away, but this was a projection. No one was afraid, but found it very cute. At this time, Godzilla looked up to the sky and roared, then slapped a paw towards the building next to him. Boom, crash, sizzle. Countless glasses and building debris fell down, and the visual effect was overwhelming. The timid screamed in fright, but more people screamed with excitement. Can you still play like this? It's so fun. Quick, did you just take the photo? Of course. The smashed ruins did not disappear immediately, but were scattered on the ground. Many people looked at the doomsday scene so close, their hearts beat faster, and they hurried up to take a photo for fear that they would disappear in the next second. Tap step. Godzilla moved forward step by step, trampled in the crowd. The screams continued. Walked about 10 steps. Roar. Godzilla looked up to the sky and roared again, and at the same time, the blue light on Godzilla's back was even brighter. Then, a blue beam of light erupted from the mouth of Godzilla, passed through dozens of buildings, and went directly to the hotel on the edge of the city, startling many people who were still eating on the rooftop. The roof of a hotel. Eating. A beam of light about 5 meters in diameter flashed past. No, not flashing by, but staying still moving. A white couple enjoying dinner were so stunned that they almost screamed. Inside the restaurant. Diners are no exception. What is that? Coming from a city. It seems to have penetrated many buildings. Could it be that it was attacked? No way. A group of people came to the window. Near the city. In the city's silhouette. Finally, I saw Godzilla emitting this light beam. Like the people at the scene, they all excitedly took out their mobile phones and took pictures wildly. As Godzilla moved, the whole city seemed to be shocked. Quick, go take a look. It's so late. It's not too late. Don't sleep. Get up and watch Godzilla. What nonsense are you talking about? Open the curtains. Damn, monsters are attacking the city? Run, run, sister. This is a holographic projection. Go and have a look. But we just arrived downstairs in the hotel. I was informed by the waiter. In a moment, it will come over and let you see it up close. The top floor of the hotel is the best place to watch it. This is an advertisement, and it's a very long ad. In addition to destroying the city, Godzilla will also circle around the city. Although the waiter did not know how much Xianfang paid for this, it must be a staggering number. Here back. They had no choice but to go back. 2. Go now. There are so many people in the city that it is difficult to move. In just 5 minutes, the top floor restaurants of hotels around Xinan City were full because the surrounding hotels could be seen through the buildings of different heights. This is the world's premiere. It must be. They bought so much equipment here, 20 billion Asian dollars. I thought it would be more. Now it seems that they always have somewhere to use it. Let's say this time, at least 1,000 sets of equipment will be needed. Not necessarily. Yes, there are thousands of sets in the city alone. If projections are also needed around the city, as mentioned just now, I estimate that the number of holographic projection equipment installed in the city will be no less than 3,000. What a luxury. They will make it back soon. How much are you willing to spend on such an advertisement? 1 million. Even if the unit is dollars, it is impossible to win this deal. For the value of this advertisement, I think the film company paid at least $3 million US, which is still a conservative estimate. So much. Publicity is about returns, and the value of this news is only a lot more. People who are thoughtful understand. Tomorrow. No. Now. The entire Western countries are probably shocked by this news. The value contained in it. 3 million is definitely an underestimate because 3 million may not be able to buy such a big news topic. USA. As expected, I was shocked by the Godzilla attack in Xinan City, and it was broadcast live. Just when everyone thought that Godzilla was just walking around and showing off, something unexpected happened. Far away. Horizon. Another monster appears. A fight broke out. At that scene, many people at the scene almost shouted at the top of their lungs. Wow, it's so exciting. Godzilla, come on. Attack with light and pierce it. Bite off its claws. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely warm. If it were a movie theater, one would have to worry about the impact, but in such a lively place, many people seemed to be at home, waving their arms and shouting for Godzilla, and they seem to have some understanding. This movie, Godzilla doesn't seem to be an absolute bad guy. That being the case, just shout. Huh. Godzilla bit his opponent's neck. Boom. It flew 2 kilometers, knocked down numerous buildings, and rolled down not far from the hotel. Yeah, the giant beast got up, screaming at the running Godzilla. Tap, tap, tap. Rush forward. That's all. The 2 parties went back and forth and struggled with each other, with fists hitting the flesh and mouth hitting the bones. They fought in a full circle around Xinan City, allowing people in the hotels along the way to see it clearly. At last, they fought back into the city, but the ground was raised. Then, in front of hundreds of thousands of eyes and millions of viewers watching live, Godzilla uses his ultimate move to defeat his opponent. Roar! Another handsome roar to the sky. It disappears. It became a slogan. Godzilla will be released simultaneously worldwide on July 20th. Written in multiple languages. Rotated display on 3 sides. The font size is huge. It could be seen clearly from more than 10 kilometers away. It lasted for 20 seconds before the projection completely disappeared. The entire fight lasted for 3 minutes. The previous 7 minutes were Godzilla's sauntering. Advertisement ends. But the heat has just begun. I really want to watch it again. Me too. Call and ask. It's useless to ask. This is an advertisement, and the money is calculated by the second. Unless the publisher buys the next time, it is impossible. I am curious. The publisher should have bought it more than once. As he said, the news came. There will be another show tomorrow night. Really, it's true what Warner said. What time? Earlier than today, after dark, at 20 o'clock sharp. Great. You can watch it again. It would be great if all future advertisements were this interesting. Don't worry, if the effect is good, many companies will follow suit. However, I estimate that there will never be a place as suitable for this in Xinan City, and it will be difficult to achieve scale in other places. Times Square, right? No. Why? Many people may take the advertising company to court. It's not like you don't know that the people over there are in trouble and protest all the time. The people in Xinan City are floating population and don't have much to do. That's right. Just when everyone thought they had to go to bed, the city seems to be. Is it lit? No. The exterior walls of all buildings are lit up. What is that? Waiting to see clearly. Many people were speechless. Advertising space investment. That's right. A light blue light curtain is projected on all the exterior walls of various buildings in Xinan City, with words written in multiple languages. Especially on the side facing the surrounding hotels, a circle of light curtains is formed. These light curtains are lower than the building. There are only about 6 floors. Promotional words for investment were scrolling across the screen, circling the entire city. Countless people stared wide-eyed. Can we still play like this? This thought appeared in their minds for the 3rd time tonight. First, Godzilla appears. Second time, the two sides started fighting. The 3rd time, it was this citywide investment promotion that was caught off guard. Awesome. How much does this cost? I estimate that these advertising spaces alone can recoup the cost of the projection equipment in the city in a year, and maybe more than that. These people are really good at doing business. Advertisers' phone calls are buzzing. Haha, look forward to it. Seeing this. As everyone knows, tonight's program should be canceled. Wash and sleep. USA. Warner Brothers looking at the coverage of Godzilla in the news. The president smiled from ear to ear. When they came to visit them, they hesitated for a long time before deciding to shoot this showcase. There aren't many competitors, but the starting price is not low. The bidding started at $3 million, but ended up costing $6.5 million. So expensive. After seeing the simulation results, his confidence increased. For this reason, he also asked the company to increase its holdings in microcrystal technology. Now it seems that it is really too wise. Money spent on this. I have already made money back in the stock market. Look, you can make more. Next, when the movie is released, the total box office should be much higher than expected based on this strong popularity. We also need to buy advertising space. I don't know how much the last advertising space that will be displayed over the entire city will cost. Those last 20 seconds. It feels very good to the president. Outside world. It's boiling at this point. We must do the same next time our movie is released. Get in touch quickly and ask how much it costs to come here. Place an order with microcrystalline technology, 500, no 1,000. It's 12 o'clock sharp. There are more than $600 million in orders on the official website of microcrystalline technology, and they are still growing. Along with the good news, the stock price of microcrystalline technology is also soaring. Stock investors are going crazy. The same is true for capital. Afternoon. Microchip technology closed at $158.30. Market capitalization, $190 billion. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Dawn is approaching. Reporters from major media outlets are excitedly rushing to write. Yesterday's gloves and building projection, they all thought it was a show, but compared with the big show in Xinan City last night, it became ordinary. Godzilla. City War. Looking at the scenes in the video, they wanted to go there. It's so exciting. There are also those light curtain advertising spaces that surround the entire city. Look, they're so grand. No wonder people buy so many of them. It turns out that they can really be used, and at the same time, you can make a lot of money back. So shrewd. Certainly, there will be no shortage of reports on Tang Qing. After all, the direct beneficiary is Tang Qing. Not to mention the billions of yuan in new orders. Let's talk about the increase in microcrystalline technology's stock price last night. There was another heart-shaking surge. Although it may fall in the future, it was once brilliant. From 102, it rose to $158. Do the math. That's 45.6 billion US dollars, with Tang Qing holding 66% of the shares. It's equivalent to saying, after a short sleep, Tang Qing's net worth has risen to the richest level again. It's so unreasonable. They predict that other people on this year's Huruan list will have to shed tears. Because it's too bullying. According to last year's Huruan China Rich list. That counts. Tang Qing's #1 wealth. It has exceeded the combined wealth of the second to 50th people on last year's list. Not all, but far more than that. To know, at the beginning of the year, when Forbes came out, Tang Qing's net worth was $154 billion, making Tang Wani a nickname that everyone talked about. After that, Qingyuan Technology went public. The issue price is 20 Asian dollars. Jog in small steps. It has risen to nearly 70 Asian dollars now. In addition, microcrystalline technology has risen in recent days, and many reporters couldn't help but cover their mouths. It seems that it was too conservative just now. This is not the sum of the second to 50th places. What a god. It's the second to the 100th. The difference between the two is only a few billion yuan. This money, to many people, it is an astronomical figure, but to Tang Qing, is it a big deal? No. Maybe. When I wake up tomorrow, I will have a breakthrough. TSK. So damn rich. Even if there really are invisible rich people in China, they are definitely not as good as Tang Qing at this moment. Hidden again. It is impossible to hide trillions of assets. There are only so many large enterprises in China, and all the lifeline industries of the economy are in the hands of the state. There are not many high-profit industries left for private enterprises. Therefore, 88 billion. Use snacks. Maybe it can be hidden, but at the level of trillions, no one thinks that China has this level of hidden wealth. After thinking about it, China's mainstream media still didn't publicize how much Tang Qing's net worth had increased. That's a bit cheesy, etc. Get it together. Please report it well again. Early morning. Wake up. The news of the Godzilla City war against the monster shocked everyone who saw it. Yesterday, I projected it on the floor and thought it was pretty good. But now, when I look at it, yesterday's video was completely childish. Have a look. This is the correct use of holographic projection. No, advanced usage. The effect is so cool. Look, the energy concentrating part of Godzilla's back is so real. The tip is so bright that it's dazzling. Brilliant. I wonder if someone will be frightened to death while sleeping. No, don't forget, these projection equipment also have directional sound transmission. Didn't the news say that louder sounds can only be heard outdoors, and they don't cause disturbance to the people? This technology is amazing. That is, the combination of directional sound transmission plus holographic projection is a miracle. I really want to go there. There will be another show in Xinan City tomorrow night, but I can't make it. There is a demand. There is a market. Soon, many Chinese anchors in Xinan City came up with this idea to broadcast the evening's Godzilla Fights Again live. Many people also remembered this time, 20 o'clock sharp, just in time to watch it before going to bed. Xinhua City. Border crossing. Gulme. Wei Song discovered the difference. The guardrails originally used for queuing had been removed, and all had become empty. Holographic light curtain? Even some non-staff isolation barriers have warning words floating above them. He knew what happened in Xinan City last night. He knew about the delivery of 20 billion equipment yesterday. But it had only been a day. Is everything safe here? Too fast. Jiangwan rolled down the window, touched the yellow and blue light curtain fence. Fingers through, but it did not cause the lack of light curtains in other places, which means that there is no blocking shadow area like lights. Think about it. If there was such a big flaw, it would not be so popular. What happened last night? Wei Song wondered. At this time, it's his turn. The car drove to the border inspection office. Brother Song, good morning. The young soldier at the border inspection greeted Wei Song with a smile. Pass often. After going back and forth, we became familiar with each other. Xinhua City is a Chinese city, and most of the border inspection soldiers are Chinese. There are no barriers to communication. As for calling him brother, Wei Song is older than him. On the other hand, Wei Song Yopu. It is not easy to get a store not far from here and on the only way into Xinhua City. This means that you are considered one of your own and recognized by the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Therefore, shouting brother, nothing wrong. Certainly, there should be no less than one item to check. Relationships are relationships. Rules are rules. The main thing is to check whether there is smuggling. Compared with the past, the relationship between passing vehicles and border inspection personnel is less tense. In the past, there were too many behaviors of passing firearms and prohibited items back and forth. But now, China bans guns. Burma is also prohibited. There is no basis for circulation. Also, contrabands are prohibited in China. There is no production here anymore, and we have used fruit wine to destroy it once and for all. The result is that for more than a year, no one has brought that thing across the border between the two countries. Disappeared without a trace. This way, can a relationship be eased? Even if there is smuggling, it is mostly traders trying to evade taxes and is not involved in serious crimes. 1 minute. After checking the ingredients Wei Song brought over, Wei Song stepped on the accelerator. Drive through the border checkpoint. Wow, it's really luxurious. Wei Song opened his eyes again. He saw only about 2 meters of light curtains erected on both sides of the road. He remembered that there were banners hanging with words like Mian Yao welcomes you and some other promotional slogans. All gone today. Replaced with this. The blurb scrolled above. It doesn't just roll, it seems to move with the speed of the car so that people on the car can see clearly. But I didn't follow you all the way. Each slogan was kept for 10 seconds, and after a while, a new slogan was flashed to you. Xiamen City welcomes you. I wish you a pleasant journey. Please pay attention to the distance between vehicles. If you encounter danger in Myanmar, please call the police hotline 123. Warmly celebrate the opening of the main urban area of Xiamen City. We drove 5 kilometers. This forced indoctrination slogan has just ended. Luxury. Also humane. If you really look at it all the way, you will go crazy because many tourists come to see the scenery. If there are such projections all the way, it will definitely be uncomfortable. 5 kilometers. 1 step on the accelerator is very fast. We drove another 6 kilometers. The car arrived in front of their shop 10 days ago, after Xinhua City issued the business license. The hotel officially opened. Just like at the construction site, we only cook lunch and dinner, so every morning I could take a leisurely stroll, sleep in, and go to the vegetable market to buy ingredients if needed in the store. Close to China, eating habits are similar. The prices of fruits, vegetables, and meat are actually about the same. Therefore, they don't need to purchase goods every day. They have specialized suppliers. They just need to go to China to purchase some special ingredients. Otherwise, the boss will not be able to rest on this day. Boss, I'll move it. Good morning, boss lady. The clerks are all recruited from China. The salary is not low, 15% higher than the domestic average. However, considering the location of this store, it is affordable. After it was put into operation in the main urban area of Xinhua City, the tourism industry also became popular and many people from various countries came here for medical treatment. Money doesn't matter. 10 o'clock in the morning. Xiamen City. Every intersection. The traffic lights are working normally, but everyone no longer looks at them because they have new instructions. Light curtains. When the light is red, a red light curtain will appear on the corresponding side, blocking the front of the sidewalk. There is also a countdown on it. When it reaches 0, the light curtain parted. As vehicles pass, the blue light curtains on both sides of the sidewalk turn red, and even the entire zebra crossing is projected with a layer of red, reminding people not to go forward at this time. It's incredible that the color can be stabilized under sunlight. What do you think of the tens of thousands of devices each? At least 400,000 Asian dollars are invested in an intersection. I estimate that this is the only place that can be improved. If other countries waste money like this, it would be strange if voters don't take to the streets to protest. Definitely. Regarding this, everyone accepted it easily. It's clear at a glance. Feel much safer. If every traffic light is installed, the first batch of equipment will probably be used up soon. I really don't know. I will be shocked when I use it. God knows what else this thing can be used for in the future. Live streaming? This is possible. Most people watch live broadcasts. Rich people watch holographic live broadcasts and film and television. Although the color is monotonous, but it does not mean that the ability to present scenes is not good. There are also holographic games, which may also be the next hot spot. As for how far they will reach in the end, it depends on human wisdom. Not far. The advertising and investment office was extremely busy. Purchase, purchase, purchase. The caller only had one request: buy advertising space, buy good time slot, and buy large fonts, because this is where they need the most exposure. Tonight, major media are preparing to broadcast the entire event live. This wave of attention. Gotta rub it. Then, before noon, the contract amount alone exceeds 1 billion Asian dollars, of which tonight's primetime advertising accounts for 350 million, and the rest is long-term advertising, not just for Xiamen City. And other places in Xiamen area. Xiamen Town, highway, airport, railway stations, and so on. This is what Xiamen City likes. The water flows slowly. Night, 1930. Xiamen City. The top floors of surrounding hotels were already full of people. Some came before dark just to find a good seat. However, they found that there were people who had arrived earlier than them. No, it wasn't just people, there were many people. It seems. Heroes think alike. No way. I can only comfort myself this way, because the feeling of standing in the back row is really not as good as the front row. An Australian couple arrived late. There's so many people. You can't squeeze in the front row. What about other hotels? See for yourself. Let's go back to the room, where we can see from the windows. The higher the terrain, the more exciting this scene is. These ads are so beautiful. They look like a city in science fiction. Yeah, it's like being in the future. Huh, Lamborghini has released a new sports car? I have to book one. These words. There are no people around to watch. Local tycoon? There is no shortage of rich people here. Godzilla did not appear, but advertisements were filled in advance in various projection areas, on the ground, on building exteriors, and in the sky. At this moment, they were all advertisements, but they were not annoying. Because it's new. Never seen it before. Or rather, I have only seen it in science fiction movies, and the novelty has not worn off for everyone. It can be expected that in the short term, this city will be the only one that can be used as a city-wide advertisement, and it can be regarded as a scenery. Even if you learn from other cities, there will never be such a perfect city-wide observation deck. To do it, the city must be rebuilt. Not possible. What they see is not an advertisement, but a unique spectacle. Although it was not timely, some media in various countries could not bear it and broadcast a live broadcast in advance. Of course, it is not necessarily true to say that there was no promotion from advertising companies. This is Xiamen City, where Godzilla fought the monster last night. We can see that every good viewing position has been occupied by enthusiastic people. They are all here. Last night, there were only tech screens, but now they have all turned into advertisements. I have to say that this is the happiest advertisement I have ever seen. It has witnessed the advent of the holographic advertising era. Tonight's advertising alone has generated more than 30 million US dollars in revenue for the local area. But we believe that the purchasers of these advertisements will be grateful for today's choice. He said, the camera cleverly gives close-ups of several advertisements. Finish the task. Some media also obtained applications for aerial photography. Wait and see from the sky. Wow, many people exclaimed. View from the sky. The whole city was exceptionally neat, and the scattered buildings were now combined to give them a sense of a future city. What amazed them the most was the light curtain surrounding the city. Round, an extremely regular circular halo. Surrounding the city. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. Countless people sighed in their hearts. The media live broadcast was too short. Webcast. It has become the first choice for many people. Then, at the same time, more than 10 million people worldwide are paying attention. It's just dawn in Western countries. It's just dark in the Eastern countries. Just right. As it got closer to 20 o'clock, the number of people paying attention began to soar. Many people had time, But even more people squeeze the time to watch this Godzilla show. The time is almost up. 1 minute left. Godzilla, come out. Someone pointed to the sky with his right hand and used the summoning spell. 20 o'clock sharp. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Godzilla appeared as promised. But, different from walking around the city last night, it jumped directly from the sky above the city and landed on the top of the tallest building in the city. Then, amid the confused expressions of everyone, danced, grinning, waving his short hands, twist, wagging his tail, co-written with a piece of dynamic music that can be heard throughout the city. It becomes dynamic. WEF? The words. It expresses everyone's feelings. Of course, it is not a derogatory meaning, but a complimentary one. What people like most is excitement, especially the subversion of the image. This terrifying Godzilla suddenly seems a little bit different. Cute? Right? That's the word. Have a look. You're still grinning. Laughing at that. Ah, it's so funny. So cute. Especially that expression, it's so cute. It makes me want to hit it. Era. Yes, this smile has the same virtue as era. Along with countless kind smiles, many people started to dance. However, didn't dance for more than 10 seconds. Boom! The stupid and cute Godzilla was smashed down by the giant beast that fell from the sky yesterday. With such a turn of events, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they burst into loud cheers. Just seasoning. This. It should be the real drama. Boom. Clang. The whole city turned into a battlefield between two monsters. Everyone found out. The fighting scene was different from yesterday. Although they were fighting around the city, their moves had changed, which made many people nod their heads. Very good. This is a serious attitude towards doing things. The opening has changed. The fight changed. Full of sincerity. Go for this. You have to go support it. 10 minutes. The whole city was jubilant. Come on. Hit it. Swing its tail. Ultimate your move and pierce it. These words. He was the one who shouted the most among the crowd. However, at the end, the monster was not defeated like yesterday. Instead, when it was the most intense and Godzilla was about to enlarge his move, the projection ended. That's for sure. Familiar taste. What are you doing? Is the equipment broken? Play it again. Don't kid yourself. This is just for fun. Someone said as they saw the same subtitles as last night. Too treacherous. That's right. Preview. If there is no suspense left, it will definitely be impossible. Although everyone is complaining, everyone understands. At the beginning of tonight, Warner made a little joke with everyone and asked Godzilla to dance. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, it was also unexpected. Godzilla is wonderful. See you next month. After receiving the money. Nature. There is media to help explain. Tonight, we were moved by Xin Fang's sincerity. At the same time, Xian City also allowed us to see what it means to be courageous and to keep up with the times. I look forward to more surprises in the future of holographic imaging applications. The media are still not finished. Just when everyone was getting ready to leave, several exclamations sounded. Oh my God, what is that? Are you going to do it again? It doesn't seem to be Godzilla. The reporter turned his head. The camera was also pointed towards the past unconsciously. I saw. The sky over Xian City changed again. After the Godzilla release text disappeared, a heart-stopping scene appeared on the top of all the buildings at the same time. It was so beautiful, centered from a middlemost skyscraper. The roofs of the surrounding buildings are platforms. Like a flood, streams of blue light sprinkled down like waterfalls, landing on the pools on the roofs of various buildings, splashing countless water splashes and ripples, and spread out in all directions. After a minute, most of the torrent merged into the river surrounding the city. A small portion is sprinkled directly on the street. This scene, everyone was stunned again. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Especially from the top floors of surrounding hotels, you can see countless waterfalls. At this moment, words cannot describe this beauty. They know. Today is really not in vain. I thought that just like yesterday, today would start with a dance. You thought this was the end, but suddenly someone gave you another unexpected surprise. This surprise, really too big. It's so beautiful. Listen to the sound of the waterfall. I heard it. That's it. I have to book more quickly. The roof of each building is a pool, and all the drops are waterfalls. The designer of this scene is definitely a genius. The scene in front of them made many people stunned. Why don't we have a hotel? The surrounding hotels are relatively independent, and the gap is not big, so they can't have such an effect. Same. The camera is aimed. Praise, praise, praise. Reporters from various countries were not stingy and gave countless beautiful words to describe the scene just now. The voices of the reporters on the scene were almost hoarse, and they could only just express their excitement. Did you see it? Another surprise came tonight. The whole city turned into countless waterfalls, as if it was a city built under the waterfalls. I can't describe it in words. It's definitely worth it to come here to see it in person. Inside the city, many people just thought it was over. But the sky lit up. A new projection appears. They all looked up, but they only saw streams of light flying in the sky. It looked good, but they didn't understand what it was trying to express, until a stream of light fell from the sky. Whoosh whoosh, the people walking by the building were startled. Against the wall, a water stream was left behind, splashing water on the ground. 5 centimeters above the ground, they were spreading. Ripples similar to those under a waterfall, which made people confused on the spot. Hua hua hua. The sound of water flowing was loud. Come to your senses. Take a step forward. Step. The light spots around the shoes receded, as if they had really stepped on water. After the ripples spread, the water poured back in. Tap tap. Walking across the pond, less than 10 meters away. It leaves circles of ripples behind. Can you still play like this? This question, again in their minds. Be good. How many uses do holograms have? Some people squatted. Try holding a handful in your hand. I found that there were really some rippling projections gathered in my hand. Although they looked grainy to the naked eye, the visual impact was extremely strong, which meant that there were more than just rigid projections behind them, but dynamic. It can identify behaviors and be so precise. For a while, passers-by had a great time. Many people came after hearing the news. After joining their ranks, there was no crowding because there were thousands of water streams left along the glass in the city, and you could see them after walking 100 or 10 meters. Some are big and some are small. The big ones are hundreds of meters wide. The width is only 1 or 2 meters. Each is different. Because of this, that's what makes people like it so much. Water City this moment. Xian City has a new nickname. At this moment, audiences around the world were also excited. Through live broadcast, the people at the scene were having a lot of fun. Seen from the sky, the entire waterfall in Xian City was so beautiful. They felt like they wanted to fly over immediately, but they just didn't know if this picture was an advertisement. If it's advertising, it won't be easy to see Coco next time. At this time, an official news came. This is the night view of Xian City from now on. Every day, from 18 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning, the content will be adjusted from time to time. Today is the first day online, and there may be new content tomorrow, so stay tuned. As soon as the news came out, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not an advertisement, otherwise it would have been difficult to see them. When they checked out the flight to Myanmar, they found that it was still full. In the end, they had no choice but to put down their mobile phones. By searching data, major airlines are also anxious. Rich, but can't earn it. Various airlines have actually added many flights. Naiha has reached the limit. Can only wait. Never mind. Just wait. One day I can go see it live and have some fun then. Overnight, Xian City has not only become a place for medical treatment, but its status as an international tourist city has gradually become stable in their hearts. At this moment, Xian City already has this influence with the help of holographic images. New content? What is it? After reading the announcement, people were puzzled. Have to wait until tomorrow. Heart itches. Will there be a live broadcast tomorrow? I don't know. No, I won't watch it. Don't worry. There must be such a big thing. Shanghai Stock Exchange. At home, Tang Qing was painting in the living room, and Lin Jiaxue watched the live broadcast of Xian City with great interest. What she watched was not Godzilla, but her man's achievements. She was a little convinced of Xian City. Hologram. It was simply played out. Advertise. Transportation. Travel. Life. She understands this. But I didn't expect that a large number of projection equipment would produce such an effect. This was the first time I had seen such a grand scene, and it was already shocking to the soul. Tang, did they do this themselves? Lin Jiaxue turned to ask Tang Qing. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. Microcrystal technology is engaged in hardware plus system architecture. As for how to write applications in this system, it has nothing to do with us. In addition to basic scenarios, there will be many third-party development companies in the future. Regarding microchip technology, Tang Qing's positioning is very clear. Mainly hardware. Software is supplemented. Let the market do the rest. Considering that the market will start very slowly in the early stage, this big show in Xian City not only supports microcrystalline technology, but also gives some definite directions for the future of the industry. Accelerate the promotion of holographic projection equipment. Otherwise, count on the market to develop naturally. To reach the current situation, it will take only a year or two to give it a try. As for how fast you can run in the end, I will leave it to others. I believe that many people will be inspired by the excitement of these 2 nights. He's going to do it. Just sell equipment. Then sit aside and watch the storm rise and fall. Qingyan City. Manor. Watch the HD live broadcast on the wall. He clenched his fists. Good. Very good. With these 2 big shows, holographic projection will definitely usher in a sales boom again. I'm just a little surprised. Xian City played too much this time, and their support was too strong. But when I think about the core technology coming from Myanmar, relieved again. Indeed, if time sells well, Myanmar will also make money, and the profit should not be low. That little tube of solution, worth tens of thousands. That's why Myanmar dares to be so grand and install it in many public places, including highways. Wei Jun said that time is installed almost all along the Xinyi Expressway, as much as it monitors. If in other countries, not to mention such strong support, even if it is installed, it is impossible to be so tidy on the highway. If one is stolen, it will be a loss of tens of thousands. If it is a little more unscrupulous, millions of dollars of equipment will be lost in one night. Can be found in Myanmar. Tang Kai believed it. There are no such awesome bandits anymore. Courageous. They have all reformed in the mind. I really want to see it. Tang Yinner was at the side, his eyes twinkling. Then go and see. My daughter wanted to see it. Tang Kai made the decision immediately. A casual trip is no longer a problem for him. Yinner has to go to school tomorrow, said his wife. I'm going after school, and Shi-Chi and the others just happen to be invited, so we can go play together for a day. Qin Shi-Chi had just finished taking the exam and had her scores assessed and was waiting for the results to come out so that she could have a free summer vacation. No, it's graduate life. 2 months later, he heard that Qin Shi-Chi had already made a schedule. Okay, let me ask. Without waiting for her mother to speak, Tang Yinner clapped her hands and contacted Qin Shi-Chi happily. As expected, when she heard that she was going to Xian City to see the night view, Qin Shi-Chi naturally agreed. 3 minutes later, she convinced her mother. It's done. Tang Yinner announced the good news. After school tomorrow, we will go straight to the airport. Tang Kai laughed. Others are going to Myanmar. Still have to plan. If you're landing by private plane, you must make a reservation at least 1 week in advance because Xian Airport is very busy. But he goes. At any time. This is a special preferential treatment given by Xian Airport. This preferential treatment is not with a person, but with a plane. Tang Kai did not buy a private plane, so the one registered was Tang Qing's. This privilege, as far as he knows, he is the only foreigner in Myanmar who has it. Not too surprising, because when Ling started his business, he and Wang Sa were the only foreigners who had contact with Ling. Wang Sa was so close to Xian City, and he often came here at the push of pedal. He was the only one who lived in China. Have this privilege. Not unusual. Dad, do you want to call me? Tang Yinner said. Let me ask. Tang Kai wasn't sure if Tang Qing had time. 10 seconds later, the call is connected. Tang Qing told him that he was going to the capital tomorrow. Why are you going to the capital? Tang Kai asked curiously. Invited by CCTV to do a program. What program? Dialogue, that one you participated in last time? Yes. Tang Qing nodded. The last time, it was an interview in the cultural industry. The main reason was that Comet Group's civilization was so dazzling that CCTV planned a program to invite industry leaders to discuss and chat. This time, it's from the technology world. Time has been too bright these days, and microcrystal technology has a market value close to $200 billion US. Although it has not yet broken through and seems to be artificially high, this has shocked the entire Chinese technology community. A technology, create a $1 trillion company with a market capitalization, although registered in the United States. But if the owner is a serious Chinese, then it is considered a Chinese enterprise. Please, let's get some heat. Tang Qing has not appeared on TV for a long time. After calculation, the last time he appeared on TV was their dialogue, and then he also appeared on his own media platform Comet Video. Certainly, when it comes to the number of headlines, they didn't count. Too many. Not every other day, but at least a few days every month. Okay then, let's go. Tang Kai didn't say anything childish like saying no. CCTV, a rare invitation. You still have to give face. By the way, Joshua is fine. She will be with you when the time comes. Tang Qing continued. Lin Joshua was so impressed that he simply refused to let her follow him to the capital and run around with him. Okay, Europe and America, for the excitement brought by Xiamen City. With the opening, all of a sudden, the stock price of microcrystalline technology was displayed. Several surprises this night made the capital that wanted to go short hesitate again and switch to long. Watching the stock price rise, they did not dare to add too much leverage. Afraid of taking over. Anyone with a discerning eye knows this. This time, the skyrocketing growth of microcrystal technology is not very rational. Even with the widespread application of holographic technology and the orders of microcrystal technology rising steadily, there is too much short-term speculative capital in the market. Except chasing the rise, people will also stop profits. In the end, whoever takes the higher position will depend on who has the better move. Get closer to the cliff. Just be more careful. But, as far as the foundation of microcrystalline technology is concerned, it will not fall too much in the end because the technology of time is really good and it is still an exclusive monopoly. According to microcrystalline technology's current sales data, market value is reasonably expected. Their estimates range from $140 to $160 billion. Most of it is due to the time bonus. Otherwise, the original photovoltaic field would be worth $20 billion. No matter how high it is, there's a risk of overestimation. A wave comes. It is when we return to our original shape, especially as the subprime mortgage crisis intensifies, that we must be careful. The next day, early morning, last night's event, major Chinese media have conducted in-depth reports, mainly because it is too topical. Moreover, microcrystal technology also completed an extraordinary jump last night, with its market value crossing the $200 billion mark. On market value, in U.S. stocks, can break into the top 15. Worldwide, that's about 20. Of course, it's limited to listed companies. Many behemoths are relatively low-key, but it is undeniable that even if they are listed, microcrystalline technology will still be within the top 50. At the same time, news also spread that Tang Qing will appear on CCTV's dialogue program over the weekend. For a while, it's hard to get a ticket on site. I will definitely support you over the weekend. I hope you will talk more about the hologram. I feel like what happened in the past few days has made it difficult for me to understand it. Is there any unknown opportunity hidden behind it? I suddenly had a good idea. What? Business secret. After seeing what happened last night, I also have an idea. I really hope it will be Sunday soon. Chinese netizens have shown great kindness to this richest man who is still in school and takes exams every day. Longyu County. Dawn. Mihao got up, washed up, finished his meal, and drove to the construction site in a car. I have been here for half a month and have been working overtime. The progress of the project is much faster than planned, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. artificial, material, mechanical. Most come in. Fortunately, Longyu County has railways in both directions. The railway station has a huge unloading yard, which unloads steel and cement day and night. Otherwise, India's production capacity would simply not be able to keep up with consumption. Border. There's already a long queue at this moment. A large number of heavy trucks loaded with steel and concrete are waiting to cross the border. Take the trolley passage. Mihao pass quickly. Go straight to the project department. Today is a special day. In the main urban area where they won the bid, the multi-functional canal has been dug, the formwork has been erected, and the steel bars have been erected. They are waiting for the supervisor to finish the work and pour concrete. The company's mixing station was installed yesterday. Come to the scene. It's different from the wasteland where I first came. Each company has fenced off its winning bid section, and only the temporary main road can be opened. Because the project is so large, there are many vehicles passing by, and sometimes there are traffic jams. Just get used to it. Come to the project department. Manager Me, is the supervisor here? Mihao asked. There are 10 minutes left, the deputy manager said. Mihao is the project manager. It was also the first time for these supervisors to come here. In order to show respect, Mihao came to meet them so that this would not happen again. Otherwise, Mihao had a lot of work to do with the people on site. 10 minutes later, a car stopped in front of the project department. 5 people got down. There are 2 supervisors from India, 2 supervisors from Myanmar, and 1 from the Myanmar Bank Group office. 3 parties. Enough to ensure fairness. Hello. Mihao came forward with a few of his men, greeted with a smile, and handed over a few cigarettes. 2 Indians took them, and the other 3 said they didn't smoke. Mihao knew they were not being polite. Cigarette. In Myanmar, people are encouraged to quit. 0 order. The people of Myanmar Bank Group are very thorough in their execution. Go directly to the scene. The Chinese man in the office smiled at Mihao. He is representative. Also a translation. Okay. Mihao led the way, and the car came to the beginning of the section they won the bid. This was a ditch nearly 500 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was mainly used for rainwater drainage and viewing, and was surrounded by a landscape belt. Depth 1.5 meters. It is not easy to drown. People. Now, the bottom has been compacted, a layer of steel bars has been laid on top, and the surrounding retaining walls have also been supported with formwork. Just waiting to pour the concrete. That's it, Mihao said. Yeah. The Chinese nodded. The 4 supervisors jumped down and started checking with the drawings, mainly checking the specifications and quantity of the steel bars, as well as the binding conditions. Mihao is still very confident about this. Cutting corners? Doesn't exist. Tang Qing's company cannot afford to lose face like this. 10 minutes later. For people come back. No problem. Thank you. After that, Mihao said to the technician on the side, notify the workers so that they can come and pour. Okay. The technician immediately called the foreman. But this is not the only place we have to go today. In addition to such simple ditches, the foundations of many low-rise houses have also been dug and the molds have been set up. If the mixing station had not been installed yesterday, it would have been poured long ago. He didn't walk more than a few dozen meters. Come to a long strip foundation. This can be regarded as a channel view shop, with 2 floors on both sides. Relatively speaking, the situation here is much more complicated than a straight ditch. I saw people from the office bringing in 2 tripods, placed in 2 directions of the square foundation pit group. Then, 2 Indians returned to the car and reported 2 things. Mihao was a little dazed. What to do? Isn't this a holographic projection device? Just when he was confused, the person in the office turned on the projector. The next moment, Mihao's eyes couldn't help but widen. Is this okay? I saw the outline of the foundation first projected in the air, and then, on top of all the foundations, a few lines of text were projected, which were the cross-sectional information at that location, as well as the specifications and quantity of the steel bars and the spacing of the stirrups. It's equivalent to saying, supervisors no longer need to look at drawings. Go over and take a look. Check it out. It is clear at a glance whether there is any discrepancy. Mihao squatted down. Look at the edge area of the projection. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Due to strict requirements, the inner extension of the formwork is almost perpendicular to the projected edge line, and the difference is a few millimeters in some places, which is allowed in engineering. Not only the foundation steel bars, but also the steel bars of the frame columns are projected. Mihao couldn't help but click his tongue. If this is popularized, not only will the supervisor's work be saved, but they will also be saved, especially when supporting templates. How was this done? Mihao asked strangely. If you project it, how do you position it? Hear the words. The Chinese man smiled. This technology, of course, also relies on positioning pillars. When combined with the digitized city model, these devices can display all the details of the entire project when connected to the local area network. Accurate to 1 millimeter. This technology, this is considered the first of its kind here. Same as Xi'an and City. They are at the forefront of the world in the application of holographic imaging. After listening, Mihao hurriedly asked, "Can we use it like this?" "Yes, but you have to buy the equipment yourself, and you have to install a plug-in, which is free." The Chinese man said, "In this way, the quality of the project can also be saved, so there's no need to hide it." "Great," Mihao said happily. "Today, as an unexpected surprise, there are 2 in the Longyu County office, and I just applied for them to use. If they knew they were still useful, the head office would definitely not be stingy about buying more. After all, this is the product of the boss's nephew. Cost savings? This procurement report was sent to the top, and no one dared to say that it was not needed. No, ask now. Immediately, Mihao took pictures and videos and sent them to his boss. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, he got a reply. The head office still had some in stock, and he would allocate 10 units to them and use them slowly. Well, what about that? Shamelessly asking for votes. With projection equipment, checking is too easy. Half an hour. Finally, I finished reading the area where concrete will be poured today. Why did it take so long? Of course it was because the place was so big, it was 5 blocks in length. You know, in order to provide construction services to a city, 5 supervision companies alone won the bid. A supervision team of more than 200 people serves this purpose. At this time, I saw several tank trucks approaching. Concrete is poured into the initial trench. It's still early. It's getting a little hot. Why don't you go to the project department and eat some fruit? Mihao invited the 5 of them to be in China. On many projects, this means expressing gratitude. There is no way, in the construction industry in China, the supervisor is a person who is not easy to offend. If you're said to be unqualified, the progress may be delayed. Certainly, this is also related to the fact that some construction parties themselves are not standardized. One steel bar is missing. Rushed. The specifications are wrong. Overlap length issue. More or less, you can find some problems, and even if you're fully qualified, you will inevitably get some benefits, because even if there are no problems now, there is no guarantee in the future. It's hard to say anything when you're just cramming. But Mihao didn't mean this. I just want to invite them to sit down. This public relations fee, this is not the case here. The company has been dealing with the Myanmar Bank Group for so long. Mihao also heard that these people are very disciplined and will not take any money that is not their own. The most important thing is, they're so rich. Myanmar stocks open. The possible assets of the office in front of me start at 1 million. No, we have to go to the next place. When the pouring is completed, we will come to check the pouring quality. Mr. Me, you must pay attention to everything according to the drawings, and the pouring quality must be controlled. The Chinese refused with a smile. One listen. The expressions of the 2 Burmese supervisors did not change. Not give a damn about. The salary provided by the company is enough. Life is getting better and better, and work is just to realize value. But the 2 Indian supervisors were a little disappointed. Compared to the other 3, the salary offered by the supervisory company in their country was not very high, because the work was not difficult but rather easy. Take a walk. Have a look. The work is over. Therefore, although the company's tender price was high, it was the company that was laughing, not them. It seems. There are people from Myanmar here, and if you want to make some extra money from these people, you can't do it. You have to go to the area contracted by the Indian company to mess around and see if you can recover some losses from there. On construction quality, what these Chinese people did was almost impeccable. But India, not necessarily so disciplined. We will definitely strictly control the quality. Mihao said, okay. By the way, if the projection equipment arrives, where can I connect to the LAN? Mihao asked again. Office, just bring the equipment and explain why you're here. Thank you. You're welcome. After that, the Chinese left with 4 supervisors. Half an hour later, Mihao personally brought 2 pieces of equipment to the office. Looking at the clean and tidy buildings in front of him, he was a little shocked. The office was built in just one day. Think back to the beginning. He saw hundreds of containers coming, remove countless parts, continuously unfolding and splicing. It took shape in a few seconds. Have a meal, stay, work, parking lot. All the functions that an office should have are available here. He vaguely remembered that this technology was previously used by the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company to manage the temporary sites of Oasis. All are this kind of combined workstations. It was surprisingly quick to build. It is not a matter of building a building overnight. Explain your intention. Register the company. He was taken to a room where the technicians plugged in the power and data cables and finished it in just 2 minutes. By the way, they installed the control on his control panel. Open it, click here, enter the working mode, and it will project the building structure. This structure is not only the steel bars, but also the beams, slabs, and columns, and even the decoration style. Look, he said. The technician showed it to him. Mihao was even more surprised. In addition to projecting steel bars, even the final finished building can be projected. In this way, it can be said that the quality is controlled to the extreme, and any small flaws will be immediately exposed. Fine. They work too. It can also be compared and inspected during construction. Is there any problem? No. Mihao shook his head. It was so clear that he really had no problem. Soon, this thing was applied to the construction site and won unanimous praise from the workers. Seeing the internal structure of the building so clearly and intuitively saved them a lot of trouble. Not a millimeter wrong. The rework rate will also be reduced a lot. It's so convenient. I have a hunch that this technology will have a huge application market in the construction field. You have to say, if it's not used at the next construction site, I feel like we won't be able to do construction anymore. It's not that exaggerated. I'm used to drawing on paper. Why don't you try drawing on the side? Sure. It's approaching noon. This kind of inspection method shocked the hearts of major construction companies. A state-owned construction company. We have to have it too, but we can't buy it. That's right. The direct-operated store is only accepting reservations now, and we have to wait a few months. I didn't expect that this will work. You must buy it. Tang Qing's company is using it. Because they did not expect it, other construction companies did not reserve time, and now, only Mihao's family is using it. Although there is time everywhere in Lanyu County. But that's their government property. Probably won't sell. Go and ask to see if they have more. Okay. 5 minutes later, their manager said there are only 2 at the site. Only 2? Yes. I don't know if there are any more at their company headquarters. Tang Qing is Tang Qing's second uncle. They must have spent a lot of money to support it. There must be inventory. In this way, make an appointment with Mr. Me and sit down together in the evening. Okay. As he said, good news. People from the Myanmar Bank Group office said that they can sell their time at the original price. Each construction company is limited to purchasing 6 units, which can be deducted from the project payment. That's really good news. No cash is required. It also saves them a lot of trouble. 6 units cost at least hundreds of thousands, and the procedures for paying for the project will be much less. They bought 20 billion worth of equipment. I thought it was a lot before, but now I think it's not enough. Yeah, I'll report it to the superiors and see how many units they can buy. Then manager me. Yo, it's good to meet more friends. Although most of the winning bidders this time were large construction companies in China, they did not dare to underestimate Tang Qing's company, which is very energetic here. Eating from the same pot. Build good relationships. That's right. Understood. Noon. After dinner, Tang Qing boarded a plane, flying to the capital. Recording dialogue tomorrow morning. Go first today. Sit with friends. After arriving in the capital, the plane will immediately return to Shanghai to pick up Lin Jiaxue, who has finished her last class of the week, and then drive to Qingyan City to take them to Xinan City to see the waterfall. In this way, just arrange the time. 4 p.m., Autumn Palace. Door. Chai Run and others came specially to pick up Tang Qing. Where's Jiaxue? Chai Run asked. I went to Xinan City with my second uncle and his family to watch the night view projection. Hearing this, Chai Run nodded. The most popular show there these 2 days, Godzilla vs. City Falls last night, were both shocking. The only fly in the ointment is that the product comes from microcrystal technology, but it is famous in Xinan City. But that's fine. In this way, Tang Qing save a lot of things. If in China, there is simply no suitable city to be found. Public opinion on the internet is saying that there is only one Xinan City on Earth, with only one advertising screen around the city and a matching Ring City Hotel observation deck. To this, Chai Renning agreed. Outsiders want to learn, in addition to rebuilding the new city. Otherwise, such a display effect cannot be achieved at all. Chai Ren, I'll take a look when I have time. Zheng Lin and me. Remember to call. Zhai Jihua and Bao Kaiyu agreed one after another. Go out and play. Of course it's crowded and lively. Okay, let's go up first. Zheng Lin said with a smile. Go into the lobby. Welcome to the Summer Palace. A chorus of welcomes, not real people, but projections. The girls are all very beautiful. How is it? Not bad, but not popular. Tang Qing said frankly. Holographic projection is good and can be used as a welcome. It will be fine if a real person is projected in real time. However, if it is recorded, it will make people feel very strange. This is also one of the scenarios where holographic projection is not suitable. Good is good. Not suitable means not suitable, even if it is our own product. Tang Qing also spoke from a neutral perspective. Hear this. Zheng Lin couldn't help but nod. We think so too, so we're just going to keep it popular this week. From now on, Summer Palace's holographic projections will mainly be used for other hotel services. The service industry still needs real people. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. A receptionist who is not a real person has no soul. Go upstairs. Come to the tea house. Tang Qing, you are one step closer to becoming the richest man in the world. Chai Ren clicked his tongue. The market value of microcrystal technology has exceeded $200 billion, and Tang Qing holds 66% of its shares. With this alone, he can firmly become the second richest man in the world. If he had been the first before, he would be the first. Far away, Tang Qing said modestly. The world's richest man? Boring. Because he almost is now. It's a bit far, but it's not hopeless. Zheng Lin thought of the Yarvi man and comforted him. Since he was born in you, he was born in Liang. He felt that Tang Qing must have such thoughts now. Try your best. Yes, be more open-minded. Zhai Jihua said. After a while, the conversation turned to business. On August 11th, during the Olympic Games, Jinghua Real Estate will be listed on the China A-share market. After half a year of hard work, finally, the backdoor listing of Jinghua Real Estate was completed. This way, their worth may have experienced a surge, but they don't care much about it now, because it has already risen several times before, and the people present made a lot of money from the listing of Tang Qing Company. A few $100 million less. 2 to 3 billion more. This is still cash. If it's worth. Chai Ren and Zheng Lin were both much calmer as their prices increased by tens of billions of yuan. Jinghua Real Estate is no different from others. It is an asset-heavy enterprise and does not command such a large premium as high-tech enterprises. But this is good for the company's image. There's also an improvement in financing capabilities, which is great news. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Qing raised his glass. Bao Kaiyu and Tang Qing bumped into each other. You work hard too. You have to take exams every day. I get a headache when I see the test papers. You're a scumbag. Zhai Jihua winked at Bao Kaiyu. You are not yet. Bao Kaiyu expressed his dissatisfaction. When did you pass my test? Zhai Jihua looked proud. The two are classmates. Looking back, it's true, of course, it's not that they are uneducated, it's just the difference between the top 20 and the top 30. If they were a loser, they wouldn't be pulled into business by Chai Ren. What are you doing with so many degrees? It's free. This is the reason. Straight enough. Awesome. Bao Kaiyu gave a thumbs up. Do graduate students also need to earn 5 points? Zhai Jihua asked. No. Tang Qing shook his head. Suddenly he said, 6 is more appropriate. Huh? What? This number is more auspicious. Tang Qing said. Never mind. No more questions. If I continue to ask questions, I feel that my IQ will be suppressed, so let's wait and see. It is really a blessing to have such interesting people as Tang Qing in this era. And what is even more fortunate is that they are friends. Had some tea. Another friend came. Pei Yang. But we haven't seen each other for a while. Pei Yang gave Tang Qing a big hug. The last time they met was after Chai Ren got married. He asked Tang Qing to do something, and then they had a New Year's call during the Chinese New Year. He didn't take any vacations on ordinary days. In the military, it doesn't just come out when you think about it. Aside, both Zhai Jihua and Bao Kaiyu are a little envious of the relationship between Tang Qing and Pei Yang. Look like this. It will never be an ordinary friendship. I just don't know what the reason is, but I'm sure it's not because of money. Although the Pei family is not as rich as the Chai family, it seems that they can't even compare with the two of them now, but this is not a foreign country. In China, for people at their level, the amount of money is secondary. In fact, it is enough. The difference between hundreds of millions and tens of billions is not as big as imagined. Why are you having a day off today? I came back to drink tea with the old man. I heard you were here, so I came over to see you. You have been stealing the show these days. My old man is talking about what you did. Pei Yang looked at Tang Qing with a smile. To Tang Qing. His old man is very optimistic about it. Young, clever, patriotic, calm personality, clean net worth. Although Tang Kai seems to have made mistakes before and also did irregular channels for goods to cross the border in Thailand and Myanmar, this will not affect Tang Qing. Not to mention that no one will pursue this matter in the future. Who to pursue? Wang Sao. 0. Please. Wang Sao's father is now the number 2 man in the Thai military. 0 even reached the top. This matter cannot be blamed on Tang Kai, unless someone in Thailand wants to deal with Tang Kai. But if that is the case, Ling will inevitably be involved, and in this case, Thailand will inevitably bear the consequences. As long as you're not stupid, 0 is still sitting firmly in this position. Tang Kai will be fine and live a very comfortable life. Chatted for a while. Pei Yang asked, in the military, do you think holographic projection has great application prospects? Military. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. If it's a simulation exercise, it still has a certain use. For other things, it's just a matter of improving the style. In the final analysis, the holographic image is virtual, not physical, and the color is still very single at present. Developed to the extreme. In actual combat, it is mostly used for concealment. Certainly, this is the holographic projection itself. If it is matched with hardware, it can still have many military uses. However, he has no plans to get involved in the field of military equipment himself, so don't give people too much hope. Pei Yang was a little disappointed. As the experts have said, the current holographic technology has not yet reached the level of real military use. The color is single and the graininess is strong. Installing this can improve the performance. Style? Tang Qing said it tactfully. Is there any way to localize the solution? Pei Yang asked. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. The others suddenly widened their eyes. Really? However, you can refer to filtering the solution. Tang Qing added. These words. It immediately extinguished the fire in their hearts. If so, it's the same as nothing else. The solution has been cracked by various countries, but it really cannot be prepared cheaply. I heard that the purchase price of the time solution is 6,000 to 7,000. If it is prepared, the cost cannot be hundreds of thousands. I'll go. Even if it is made, it will be useless. The next day, Tang Qing came to CCTV. The leader of the station personally came out to pick him up. CCTV is great, but it still has to give face to predators like Tang Qing. With Tang Qing's achievements, he is not like others at all, and CCTV is needed to expose him and increase his popularity. Go to that stop. Tang Qing is news. Mr. Tang, you've had a hard journey. It's not hard. Please. You're welcome. Simple greetings. Tang Qing was taken to the studio, which was the same place as last time. The audience was almost all present. Knowing that Tang Qing was coming, there was no need to invite outsiders, and the quota was almost taken up internally. Mainly just for fun. It's not about identity. On identity, there are a lot of big guys here today. The second in command at the State Environmental Protection Administration. The second in command in science and technology. A vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. President of Peking University. There are also some high-tech company chairmen and scientific researchers. The lineup is considered high-end. After all, this is CCTV, and there are too many politicians and entrepreneurs from various countries who come to dialogue. Look at this lineup. Tang Qing also smiled. On level, these four people are the same, and they are more comfortable to chat with. Introduced by Taiwan leaders, Tang Qing chatted with several people familiarly, and his superb social skills made several people nod secretly. Tang Qing is indeed as ordinary as the legend, with a humble attitude and appropriate words. Looking at Tang Qing, the president of Peking University sighed inwardly. Such an outstanding student was actually taken advantage of by Fudan University. Tang Qing was just rich, but he was also a top student. No, the eyes of the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences next to him were shining. Everyone, the recording is about to start. Okay, come to the backstage. The audience is already in place, and final adjustments are being made. Mr. Tang, are you interested in taking the postgraduate entrance examination at Peking University? The president of Peking University couldn't bear it. I have promised Fudan University. That's it. His eyes darkened. But, Tang Qing suddenly said. Question mark. The principal raised his head and stared at Tang Qing, but there was room for it. I will take more than one postgraduate examination. If conditions permit, I don't mind taking one from Peking University. As you know, I am only one person and cannot split the two sides. Tang Qing said with a smile. One listen. The principal felt that today was not in vain. What conditions? Tang Qing said it all in his words. He was busy and could not live on campus at Peking University. The principal thought it was not a problem. It would be fine if he was employed, as long as Tang Qing could be named a Peking University graduate student. It wasn't that he was interested in Tang Qing's wealth. Joke. Where is Peking University? The ministry has always allocated a lot of funds, and what he values is Tang Qing's status as a top student. University is a place for learning. Tang Qing is so rich and works so hard. What he values is this spirit. Wealth is only a secondary factor. Peking University also has its own pride. Understood. With Tang Qing's words, the principal was confident, but now was not the time to discuss it in detail. On site, the host has started. Technology changes the world. In the past year, I believe that the audience at the scene and in front of the TV have a deep understanding of this sentence. From technological innovation to technological creation, products have appeared that dazzle us. Among them, revolutionary products continue to appear. Filter solution, transcription stock solution, Oasis. Wait, in addition to these technological creations that are of great significance to human living environment and health, there are also representative high-tech products that integrate innovation, such as era and time. In this context of frequent breakthroughs in international technology, how far China's scientific and technological progress still has to go is a matter of great concern to our whole country. Now, let's invite our special guest today. Wow! Accompanied by warm applause. 5 people came out. Please take a seat. He sat down in a row of seats. The host began to introduce. The person next to me is from the National Environmental Protection Agency. According to the program requirements, after the host's introduction, the guests will also introduce themselves. However, it is not necessarily broadcast, but only provides more editing materials. Truth. Record the show. In fact, the process will be quite boring, with frequent pauses. What is edited on TV is a refined version, and sometimes some sponsored advertisements or short video introductions may be inserted. But just get used to it. At last, introduced to Tang Qing. I believe everyone knows this person. He appears in the news almost every day these days. I turn on my phone every morning and I feel strange if there is no news feed from him. Mr. Tang, welcome to the dialogue program again, Chen Hongwei said with a smile. Tang Qing picked up the phone, smiled. Hello everyone, I am Tang Qing. This is my second time coming to dialogue. I am looking forward to the third and fourth time. I will discuss and show you the results and progress of China's industry development. Thank you. Wow. Like other guests, there was constant applause. Subsequently, the host took over. Start following the script. Questions were raised one by one, and all parties expressed their opinions. They gave a presentation on the gaps in some cutting-edge technologies, as well as the technological breakthroughs that have been completed in China, as well as their thoughts on the future of Chinese scientific research. Speaking of cutting-edge technology, in the past, people mostly mentioned Europe and the United States, but now more and more people are mentioning Myanmar. As for successful experiences, they deliberately avoid them because they don't know how they got it. But there is no lack of recognition in the words. Science and technology. The master is a teacher. A cow is a cow. There's no ambiguity. The most important thing is that Myanmar's technological creations are beneficial to human survival. Fruit wine has eliminated prohibited items and saved tens of millions of families around the world. Demoning vehicle. More than 35 million mines that harmed local residents have been eliminated. Filter the solution. It eliminates harmful gas emissions and solves the problem of air pollution from industrial and civil equipment in various countries around the world. Transcription stock solution. Eliminated cancer and most blood diseases. Oasis. Improving desert soil quality can greatly alleviate the global shortage of cultivated land. Each one has huge social value and significance. Unlike other technologies that are led by Europe and the United States, such as engines, semiconductors, and weapons technology, these things are comparable to other people's products. The quality is several levels lower. A life-changing one. One that changes lives, changes the future, and changes the world. This is a different level. Therefore, even if the technology is not as good as others, Chinese scientific researchers only want to catch up and have no hatred, because they can't hate it. A cancer can be cured with tens of thousands of yuan. Conscience. As for Europe, the United States, and Japan, they are filled with hatred. China has never forgotten the technological blockade against China. This kind of blockade means we won't even sell you products. Look at Myanmar again. Just keep the technology secret. Products are not blocked at all. Want to buy, as long as you have money. Want to crack. If you buy it and dismantle it casually, if you can't figure out the ability problem, it's not because they're specifically targeting you. Therefore, for European and American companies, if there is a chance, they must be pulled down. Produce, study, research, consumption, policy. This is the standard for inviting guests to this dialogue. Each of the 5 people will occupy one, and all the upstream and downstream of the industry chain will be invited. The purpose of this dialogue is to discuss their respective explorations of this system. Technology transformation became the focus of this discussion. R&D, if it cannot be transformed into commercial production in the end and is needed by society, it will be a waste of money and energy. But fortunately, China is lucky and leads the world in the speed of technology commercialization. A comparison, still a little proud. Although cutting-edge technology research is a bit slow, everyone is still optimistic. Follow the steps. Keep moving forward. It is only a matter of time before it surpasses Europe, America, and Japan. Mr. Tang, we all know that your company is best at integrated innovation. Whether it is era or time, we have seen the huge benefits of this approach. Do you think there's a conflict between original scientific research and integrated innovation? It went around in a circle. The host asked Tang Qing again. This question, it sounds a little silly, but this is the inherent routine of talk shows. Give an open topic, and you can do whatever you want. Pick up the phone. Tang Qing said casually, My attitude on this issue is very clear. We must take the path of original scientific research. However, many people only have ideas in the early stage, but no technology. It is also good to take the path of integrated innovation. Survive first, then develop. This is the way for people to exist, and it is also the way for companies to survive. This kind of topic, basically it's all mud. But, compared with ordinary people, the same words spoken from Tang Qing's mouth received more recognition. Because he succeeded. Era. Time. A total market value of more than 200 billion, close to 300 billion US dollars, has been used to provide factual support for every word Tang Qing said. Only by doing this can others believe a person's words. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your answer. It has provided direction for many entrepreneurs. In the early stage of development, there is no capital or technology. It doesn't matter. As long as your vision is far enough and your integration ability is strong enough, you can create miracles. The host continued and started to pour chicken soup. Tang Qing smiled beside him. Chicken soup. Pretty good stuff. When the fuel tank of human soul bottoms out, give it fuel and give people the motivation to keep going. Just like those inspiring songs, don't expect that listening to a song will solve your confusion and confusion. All good. Everyone has to work hard to create. The end of the show. Mr. Tang, I heard there's a call from the outside world that I want you to open the programming language of time as soon as possible so that I can learn from Exine City in Myanmar and create various shocking projection effects. What are microcrystalline technologies' plans for this? These words. In fact, Tang Qing asked him at it. When the premiere of this episode of Dialogue ends, time will be officially open to the public for downloading the projection editor. Versions are available in various countries. The official website of microcrystalline technology will be updated at that time. 3 days after launch, more than 10,000 people have called the company to get the compilation software. There is no compiler. They can only play recorded projections and cannot create various styles at will. Then let's wait and see, was the answer. The host likes it. Linking it to the broadcast time of the program is also a kind of publicity. Thank you all for watching today's dialogue, and thank you to the guests for sharing with us their experiences in technological innovation in the new era, as well as the current status of our country's industry, academia, research and application, as well as policies. We will see you at the same time next week. Wow. In applause. Recording ends. It will be edited today and will be broadcast tomorrow night. Go downstairs. Mr. Tang, can you sit down at noon? The principal asked. Okay. Together. The vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences also said. No problem. You don't mind adding me. How dare you? Let's all go. Okay. In addition to their 5 guests, the deputy director, and the invited entrepreneurs and scientific researchers, they were all simply called and walked to the hotel not far from the CCTV. After a few steps, they stopped taking the car. Gate. A man is sitting on the roadside. Look at the time. It should be coming out soon, but when I saw a group of people coming out, I was stunned and quickly stood up. Hello, Mr. Tang. I didn't expect to meet Tang Qing here. He was originally waiting for his girlfriend. This was a conditioned reflex. After shouting, he regretted it a little. Tang Qing and so many people here must not be simple people. This shout. Everyone looked at him. I couldn't help but feel nervous. Hello. Tang Qing looked at him and smiled and replied. Thank you for your hard work. Come on. Within a few milliseconds, the identity information of this person appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes. At first glance, he saw that this person was still from his own company. Finished. In a stunned expression on the face of the person involved. Walk past him. Thank you for your hard work. What do you mean? How did he know that I was his employee? Where did you tell? Many questions arose in Chu Sheng's mind. Could it be because of Mr. Tang? It should be the case. His actions and tone just now were generally only seen by his subordinates. Tang Qing was quite observant. At this moment, an elegantly dressed girl walked quickly inside. I've been waiting for a long time. No, I just heard from my colleagues that Mr. Tang just went out. Did you see it? Yes, there are a lot of people following. It should be for tea and dinner. The standard this time is a bit high for ministerial levels. It's just a pity that the on-site qualifications are so popular that I didn't get it. The girl looked at the team in the distance. Junior qualifications. It's also difficult to get along at CCTV. Let's go to eat. Okay. Chu Sheng took the girl's hand and got on the bus in front of him. Today, it was his last day of vacation. Chu Sheng flew to the capital specifically and could only stay for 2 days. This sudden long-distance relationship made him a little wary, fearing that he would be taken away in the end. But his mentality is very good. It's going to rain and my mother is going to get married. It's his fate. He can't run away after all, so just let nature take its course. This time, it can also be said to be his opportunity. 10 days ago, the old captain, who was also the deputy general manager of Zhongyu Tui's Central African branch, came to him and brought the news that the company might transfer him elsewhere. I was still a little panicked at the time, because the situation has opened up in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We are as close to the local tribe as one family. The company's position in the local area has steadily increased. Safety. He was very good in all aspects, but everyone would be upset if he was suddenly transferred to another place. Moreover, it was still a North African industrial park in the Gobi Desert. At least there was some green here. There, all that is left is the long stretch of yellow sand. We need people over there. He Liang strongly recommended it, but he also had to seek Chu Sheng's opinion because this recommendation was regarded as a promotion. Chu Sheng would be promoted from the previous security captain to deputy manager of the security department of the North Africa Park. Such a position, considering Chu Sheng's personal problems. I recommend it. If you leave your job soon, He Liang's face will not look good. The result is, he agreed. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. As soon as I read online, I no longer know what a festival is. Chu Sheng figured it out. Chance. How many times can there be in life? The old captain recommended himself. If he didn't grasp it, he would definitely regret it later. Moreover, he was in Africa, working in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and it seemed that there was not much difference between working in the North African Park. At first, he followed the China-African Industrial Park when it was first built and saw step by step that the Wanqing China-African Industrial Park has gone from having no roof to a busy scene with constant traffic and people coming every day. This time it was just another trip to the deserted Gobi. Talk about it. Algeria isn't too bad either, except for the desert. The security situation is much better than that in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. After being promoted, a salary increase is a given. Thinking back to the current salary of my boss, the basic salary of Special Guard, plus various subsidies in the park, the annual salary starts at 250,000 yuan. If you don't spend it indiscriminately, you can save it all for a year. This salary, in 2008, there were really high-paying people. After agreeing, he completed the work handover in 3 days. I said goodbye to friends from nearby tribes and got a week of family leave. Come back to see your parents, meet your comrades, and finally come to the capital to fly to Algeria tomorrow. Be safe. Don't be too tired every day. If I have a long vacation, I will visit you. I haven't been to Algeria yet. There should be no mosquitoes in the desert, right? I don't know, and there's no net there. Be sure to eat on time. We haven't said goodbye yet. The people next to him began to chatter, and Chu Sheng promised, feeling very warm in his heart. There is someone caring about him from afar, and no matter how hard the heart is, it will be melted by this tenderness. Do you need clerks in the North Africa Park? Bai Qing suddenly asked. Chu Sheng looked at the girl beside him. At the beginning of the year, Bai Qing said that she could quit her current job for him, but he has been unable to convince himself to let his girls give up their jobs in big cities and CCTV reporters. At first, he hopes very much, but as things approached, we had a worry. Just tell me if you want me to go. Bai Qing stared at the man beside her. She is a girl who dares to love and hate, and has a straightforward personality. She must complete the things she has set her sights on no matter what. Chu Sheng's appearance is not good, but there's a saying that goes well. If you see things right, nothing will be a problem. And her parents' happy marriage told her, the amount of money doesn't matter. The key is how people are. Looking at the girl with firm eyes, Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, yes. without waiting for another word. Bai Qing smiled. He said forcefully, "As long as you are willing, no buts are allowed." When Chu Sheng stopped persuading, "First ask if your company needs it, if I can get closer to you, and if our relationship is allowed." Impulsive is a bit impulsive, but Bai Qing is also a very independent and considerate person. "I'll ask the leaders of the park as soon as I get there. I don't know who will be in charge yet." Chu Sheng knew that if Bai Qing was willing to go, there would be enough positions there, but he couldn't say enough. Don't forget, Bai Qing is no ordinary person. Fluent in English and French. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is a French-speaking area. Although the official language of Algeria is Arabic, it was a French colony in the past. French is also the common language in the local area, and almost all educated people can speak it. Finding a job is easy. The treatment won't be bad. Yeah. Bai Qing nodded. Chu Sheng added, "But your parents, they are very open-minded." Open-minded? Chu Sheng estimated that Bai Qing wanted to kill first and then show off. This is in line with Bai Qing's character. Being so favored by others, Chu Sheng didn't know what to say. It was really the right time to go to Africa. Otherwise, I wouldn't know Bai Qing. Not far. Hotel. Everyone sat down around a big table and drank fruit wine as tea. Not intoxicating. No harm to the body. Of course, the price is not cheap either. "Mr. Tang, from now on, we can be considered neighbors," said the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. To the neighbors, Tang Qing smiled and raised his glass. The Smart Space Park project is next to the Shanghai Advanced Institute of Advanced Research of the Chinese Academy of Sciences on the left, which mainly studies information technology, space satellites, life sciences, materials, etc. There may be many aspects of cooperation between the two parties in the future, but want to cooperate, still have to wait a few years. This research institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences has just been approved and will take a year or two to be put into use. However, Tang Qing's Smart Space Park, working overtime, will be put into use by the end of this year. "When will the institute be completed?" the principal asked curiously. "It's expected to be 1 or 2 years. After the vice president finished speaking, he glanced at Tang Qing. "However, seeing the progress of the Smart Space Park, we have changed the plan. It may be put into use at the beginning of 2010 at the earliest. There is no comparison. There is no harm. Tang Qing's huge investment project will be completed by the end of the year, but it has stimulated many people. Look at people. Take another look at yourself. No, gotta speed up. I wonder what we are planning to study in this park," the vice president asked again. "It is said that 50 billion is planned to be spent on it. This is not a small amount, and it is close to the 3-year financial allocation of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Such a large amount of money. How many things can be done?" He knew it well. "Study the future," Tang Qing said with a smile. "The future? Is this an answer?" "Future life, future equipment, future technology, as long as I'm interested in it and the society needs it, they may be included in the research. Of course, some are interests and some are careers." So elegant. Everyone gave a thumbs up. Although they said it, they didn't say it, but they felt Tang Qing's emphasis on scientific research. They heard that the electric vehicles owned by Tang Kai Company all had appearances designed by Tang Qing. So talented. Really a bit of a monster. At the same time, there was a burst of envy in my heart. Having money is good. If you're interested and have good projects, you can come to the park to seek cooperation. Tang Qing said that it will be put into use in 6 months, and personnel recruitment and screening have already begun. "We have sufficient funding for scientific research," Tang Qing said seductively. "There is also a stage for capable people to perform." "Mr. Tang, you are not honest, poaching our people in person," a boss said helplessly. Tang Qing's current appeal is too strong, and the influence of the top student is astonishing. "Then go back and dig in private." Tang Qing chuckled. "Huh!" Laughter erupted from the table. Behind the laughter, but they all had their own thoughts. Collaborative research and development is nothing new now. Tang Qing relies on this and has no choice but to obey, except for a few companies with strong competitiveness. Some scientific researchers have also come up with ideas. If possible, Going to work in Tang Qing's company seems to be a good place. Although the park is still under construction, people at Tianjin have already started recruiting talents in the industry and making preliminary contacts. The treatment is very good. Afternoon. News got out that the time compiler was about to be released. For a while, the internet became lively. Is there a fee? Yes. I heard it's 10,000 a year. Really? That's absolutely true. Nonsense, 10,000? What are you making a fuss about? I clearly heard it's 20,000. China charges RMB and foreigners charge US dollars. Don't scare me. I'm kidding. I heard it starts at 50,000 and uses a new programming language. This language was developed by a small foreign company. The licensing fee is very high. The name of the small company is Only a Fool Can Believe It. Damn it, I was deceived. Number, almost believed it. Sure enough, you can't listen to gossip. It's so fun. Nonsense. Netizens are professionals. The joke is over. After pouring in the water, a more normal version came out. Tang Qing recorded dialogue on CCTV this morning and said that after the program is broadcast tomorrow night, the official website will launch free compilation software. This is a bit credible. Really free. There is a high probability that Tang Qing is not short of money. Yes. It doesn't matter if you charge, you get what you pay for. The holographic image will definitely lead to a new market, and the value it creates will be enough to pay this meager usage fee. I heard that I want to start a business. Opportunities wait for no one, so hurry up if you want to do it. 18 o'clock sharp. Xi'an City. Accompanied by a burst of cheers from the top floors of the surrounding hotels, a rushing stream of water rushed from the top of the central building to the surrounding areas. Some jumped directly to the next building, and some formed a large pond behind the building, only then flowed out. It's so beautiful. It's like a fairyland on Earth. Look, the traffic path is different from last night. Last night, someone took out the photos from the night before and compared them. They found that the flow path had changed a lot. After comparing it for a while, there was no choice except the central diffusion area. There seemed to be no heavy flow paths in the following areas. Let's compare today. Another big change. It looks good. Xi'an City has really put its heart into it. I wonder how many types there are. If it's a flow path, based on the number and height of buildings in Xi'an City, we can actually calculate how many different plans there are. If most of them are different, there will be at least 100 or more. If only a few differences count, that's an astronomical number. 100 kinds? So many. That's still an undercount. It's not just an undercount, it's a lot less. Don't forget, this is just a form of waterfall. How do you know that there is no other plan? This is a question with countless answers. I'm really looking forward to the next scene. Such a surprise. It makes the audience feel extremely fresh, yes, and full of sincerity. If it is different every time, it will be interesting. Even if you stay here every day, you will still have a different mood. The roof of a building. Best restaurant with a view. Come out. Qin Shichi put down her chopsticks and leaned against the window. When the plane landed last night, projection is already on. I didn't see Benlu appearing. Her eyes were fixed on this scene, and she kept the picture in her mind. After spending a long time with Tang Qing, she also learned to use her brain to remember pictures. She couldn't even look at pictures after taking them. I simply stopped filming. Qin Shiyu and Tang Yin'er also came over. The rapids flow into the Huanqing River. Look away. Back to the table. Brother's equipment is amazing. Qin Shichi praised. That's right. Tang Yin'er looked proud. Let's take a look at the manor when we get back. Tang Kai said. Great. Qin Shichi clapped her hands and cheered. Isn't this the application technology of Xi'an City? Where does Tang have it? Yuman asked doubtfully. I don't know. Tang Kai shook his head. He added. However, the compiler will be released soon. There must be countless entrepreneurial teams and advertising companies trying to imitate this scenario, and it should appear in large numbers soon. For this trivial matter, he didn't want to bother Tang Qing's company. Yes, Yuman nodded. Not to mention other things. Let's just say that many wealthy people who have purchased equipment will have such a demand. If there is no waterfall at home, it would be good to directly project one. This market is vast, except for the waterfall, mountain, river, tree, animal, As long as it is an item, it can be added to this system. I want to see a leopard. A move of the hand. A projected leopard may come flying in the yard. It can act cute, jump through fire hoops, or walk upright. If behavioral recognition is added, the interaction between the owner and pet will not be difficult. Oh my gosh, Human found that there were too many business opportunities here. It's not certain how big the market is. Can breadth, but there seems to be no boundaries. After dinner, a group of people came to the city. Stamp. Qin Shichi ran quickly across a 10-meter-long waterfall, leaving a series of footprints. Compared with the first day, the duration of the footprints has changed, and even some stamping special effects were added. Step down. Spots of light flew around. The experience improvement it brings is huge. I saw many children were running back and forth in the water, having a great time. This made Human think of a new use, to amuse children and project some interesting things. The effect should be good. I looked at my watch. Tang Qing counted the time. Today, I was on the phone with Tang Qing. Tang Qing revealed to him the news that there would be a new projection test at 20 o'clock today. As for what it was, Tang Qing didn't say anything. He just said it was okay. It's okay. Tang Qing had a lot of expectations for this description. Tang Qing said yes. That should work fine. What are you looking at? Human asked. 1 minute left. Tang Qing's unprovoked words made Human wonder. What 1 minute? Good show. What are you talking about? Human rolled his eyes. We'll know when the time comes. As he said that, Tang Qing slid the left earphone and said, You three, come over here. There will be a good show to watch soon. This is specially prepared for travel. The earphones are clip-on, allowing for short-distance calls. Generally not needed. But in this noisy environment, the people to be called are quite far away, and there are more than one, so it provides a better solution. Currently, the Intercom Plus phone version is available on the official website of Qingyuan Technology. 399 renminbi. Not cheap. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the projection of waterfalls all over the city was fading, and 10 seconds later, they disappeared without a trace. Half a minute early? Tang Qing was stunned for a moment, and then understood that this was to give everyone time to adapt. Otherwise, the sudden change to another scene would be too abrupt. At this moment, the whole city was confused. What's wrong? Power outage? It shouldn't be. There's a green light on the projection equipment, and there is no sudden power outage in the surrounding buildings. These equipments are malfunctioning. It's possible. I don't think so. It's impossible for the entire city's equipment to be broken down at the same time. I tend to think that there is a problem with the core control server. After all, with such a large processing capacity, a sudden downtime is normal. It won't be gone today, right? Maybe. As he said, suddenly. What is this? Are you restarting? I don't know. I saw it. The ground seemed to be filled with water, and the water level continued to rise. It rose 10 centimeters in 1 second, and soon it reached waist level. Seeing the undulating light spots, many people seemed to have thought of something. More people were stunned. Dad, what's the show? Tang Yin'er just heard it clearly through the headphones. Tang Qing was about to say, Whoosh! Suddenly, a blue whale emerged from the ground, accompanied by its unique cry. Underwater world. Someone exclaimed. Depend on. Depend on. Depend on. This is the only word left in many people's minds at the moment. It's not that the equipment is broken. It's not a server crash. Not even maintenance. It was a new projection scene. Seeing this scene, many people clenched their fists in excitement. They were just talking about when they would see the new scene, thinking that the waterfall would last for a few months. After all, same scene. Technical fine-tuning will be much less difficult, and new ones will have to be remodeled. Which material? It's only been 3 days. They had another surprise. Too fast. The blue whale was so big that it was as big as the cliff. After rushing out of the water surface, it was like a flying bullet entering the water. With a bang, it splashed 10 meters high and splashed all over their faces. At this moment, the entire city echoes with the cry of the blue whale. Boom! After falling into the water. Blue whales have not disappeared, because the sea water has already reached the top of the head. They could clearly see the huge blue whale swimming in front of them after falling into the water. A few seconds later, the blue whale rushed out of the water again. The difference was that they could no longer hear the sound of splashing water. Some people know, under the sea, the human ear cannot effectively distinguish sounds. The sound card is broken? No. Then why? Your IQ is stuck. Want to hear the waves breaking under the water? It's impossible. This is done so carefully and thoughtfully. I don't know what to say except that I'm lucky to have come to Exinen City. I really want to live here for a long time. Stop dreaming. There are no commercial housing in Exinen City. Look, the water has stopped rising. For customers in nearby hotels, the water level stayed at 30 meters. They could see many blue whales swimming towards the edge of the city, constantly coming out of the water to breathe, and the sound of waves crashing one after another. They're coming. So cute. As a result, I think a lot of aquariums have lost business. Haha, that's right. It should be said that each has its own advantages. One can show a large scene, and the other is real and influential, but it is definitely not too big. The second best thing Exinen City does is to give two experiences. You can see large waterfalls in the distance and small waterfalls up close. The same is true now. You can watch whales coming out of the water on the top floor of the hotel. It is estimated that the things you can see in the city will be diversified. Let's go to the city. At this time, go find a traffic jam. There should be more tomorrow. Because it's too real. The city was filled with cheers. Street. Dad, is this the good show you said? Tang Yinner's big eyes flashed. In the sky, the blue whale was swimming slowly. In addition to the undulating sea surface, she also saw streaks of scattered light. It looks like a shallow sea in the afternoon. This picture, beautiful. It made many girls scream. Tang Kai nodded. Yes. How did you know? Your brother told me that there is a good show at 20 o'clock sharp. Tang Kai said with a smile. How about it, surprise or not? Surprise. Several girls nodded. This is a big surprise. Why did brother tell you? Tang Yinner asked puzzledly. When it comes to discussing face, his father should know first. It's not that he feels bad. It's just a little strange. I didn't ask intentionally. Tang Kai's answer was witty. Really? The women kept nodding. This was a reasonable explanation. There won't be only blue whales. Tang Yinner raised his head. How? Just when Tang Kai was about to say how it was possible, the scene began to change. Look, dolphins. Following the crowds pointing, they saw hundreds of dolphins flying out of the glass of the building. Accompanied by the unique calls of dolphins, the processed underwater sounds were exactly the same as those played on TV. Think about it, too. If there is no sound at all, it will feel weird. Art comes from life. Also higher than life. Right? That's it. Dolphins swim so fast. Compared to human swimming speed, of course it is faster. I touched it. Don't jump. Be careful not to fall. Wow, what is that? Jellyfish. So big? The diameter of the umbrella body is 10 meters, right? Is there such a big jellyfish in the world? I don't know. This is a projection. The size can be adjusted at will. Even if a jellyfish that is 100 meters tall appears, I won't be bothered. Look, there's so many small jellyfish. Some tourists put their hands under the jellyfish. Gurgling, the umbrella body presses down, and the jellyfish flies upward quickly. Tried a few times. Finally, they believe motion recognition was also added to the scene. Bullpen. Subsequently, shark, school of tuna, swordfish, big sea turtle. Almost all the common things in the sea appear one by one, in the sky, wandering and playing around people. And from time to time, there will be scenes of chasing, when a jellyfish with tentacles tens of meters long appears. The scene was almost uncontrollable. People used their greatest strength to shout out the excitement in their hearts. All over the city. Just see it. All joined the ranks of Amway. Relatives, friends, lovers, and strangers. They shared this scene with others as much as possible, looking at the various fish floating around and the huge floating jellyfish shining with fluorescence in the sky. It's so beautiful, so touching. If they don't find someone to share their burdens with, they all feel like they've seen it all in vain. For a while, those who had not slept and those who had just woken up were once again shocked by the holographic imaging technology. Xian City is also very good at playing. They are looking forward to Godzilla versus waterfalls, underwater worlds, and what else is there in the future. I'm at a loss for words. Me too. +1. It will be the headline tomorrow. And Tang Qing. This night, the name of Xian City once again resounded to the world. It was also this night that gave birth to a new tourism category in Myanmar called Limited Time City Tour. If you don't have a place to stay, it doesn't matter. Just come and take a look. 1 month's worth of tickets have just been released. It was gone within an hour. What to do? Continue to place quotas. No car? No problem. Buy it now. Or rent it. Although it is difficult for foreign tourists to come, Myanmar still has huge consumption power. Due to the shortage of medical resources and accommodation, foreigners who come to Myanmar for medical treatment are scattered in major cities across the country. Therefore, they don't worry about running out of business at all. Only, after a total of more than 200,000 places were allocated, the Special Administrative Region called and told them to stop because this might exceed Xian City's reception limit, which used to be the medical and accommodation limit. Suddenly, there are so many more every day. Even at night, the pressure on the city was great. Parking space, have a meal, transportation, it's all a matter. The major travel companies dare not say no, which makes sense if you think about it. If people are crowded, the quality of tourism will decline. Moreover, there is no complete limit. A total of 30,000 places are given per day. Oh, if you look anywhere else, they're all begging for tourists. Here, but I almost chase people away. Compared with other places, Xian City does have an attractive charm. Young, open, and courageous, if you come once, you will not refuse the second time. The next day, all day long, the popularity of the underwater world has not diminished at all, but has become more and more popular. Especially the giant jellyfish wandering over the city at the end brought great shock to the scene and those who saw the video. Before, saw the waterfall. I thought this was the pinnacle. It wasn't until the underwater world appeared that I realized that this was just the beginning. The waterfall was just an appetizer, and the underwater world was the main meal. According to this logic, many people broke through their thinking and began to imagine. The background of heaven is filled with countless beautiful angels flying around. I like elves. The elves have a good idea. Also, as for elves, we can project a huge tree in the city with a diameter of tens of meters and a height of 500 or 600 meters with delicious fruits on it. It can't be eaten. It's hard to see. Flying snow. It's June now. How much grievance you must have. If the colors can be more diverse. I think the theme of autumn is very good. Countless dead leaves are falling. The ground is golden, a gust of wind, and the sky is filled with yellow leaves. It is simply beautiful. People use their imagination. The underwater world can appear, and they feel that there is nothing that cannot be projected. The more I think about it, the more mysterious it becomes. However, what they don't know is that these suggestions have been recorded. There are so many people helping to think about the future projection content. Of course, Tang Qing is happy and free. You are responsible for thinking, and the waiter is responsible for doing it. Him. Hey, just watch the excitement. Night, 20 o'clock. Lin Jiaxue has returned to Shanghai, while Qin Shiqi and the others are still flying back to Qingyan City. She originally wanted to play with Tang Qing for a few days, but her mother forced her away. Living room, lying in Tang Qing's arms. The two of them watch TV. The conversation is now airing. Just ask. One answer. Tang Qing was able to memorize it, but he was not interested in watching it and could only do small tricks dishonestly. Lin Jiaxue watched it with gusto, especially when Tang Qing appeared on the stage. She did not accompany Tang Qing this time. Gotta watch it on TV. Same. Many viewers across the country are watching tonight. Tang Qing's name has been so popular these days that his ears are almost ringing with noise, but all the time he only hears his voice and listens to his story, but never sees him. I heard it was going to be on the show. Still talking about holographic projection. Calculate the time. Transferred to CCTV 2. Shenzhen Market. A certain private house. A dozen young people were sitting in front of the computer, and the TV on the wall was playing CCTV2's dialogue. They were all from the same school, and they didn't stay up so late just to watch Tang Qing. Instead, wait for the compiler to be released. They are classmates, about to graduate. So I organized a small team and planned to start a business based on this. The first step was to learn to use the time compilation software. I slept well during the day and stayed up all night. See to the end. When the premiere of this episode of Dialogue ends, Time will officially open the projection editor to the public for download. Versions are available in various countries. The official website of microcrystalline technology will be updated at that time. Hearing this, the room burst into cheers. That news is pretty reliable. It's free, so good. Go to the official website quickly. Why hasn't it been refreshed yet? It said the premiere is over, but the subtitles are not finished yet. No, is it stuck at this time? Suddenly, the TV subtitles disappear. Moment. They refresh the compiler download link. Depend on. If you want it to be so precise, you have to send someone to hit enter. Once the premiere is over, it will be uploaded to the server in 1 second. Yes, this also reflects the attitude of Yen Jin of this company. Get off quickly. I'll go, it's 800 trillion. Get off. If only it had been before. They still have to download it alone and have others copy it. But in the 4G era, with this time difference, they could still afford to wait. They had a large bandwidth with the operator, and microchip servers looked good. In less than 10 minutes, almost all downloads were completed. Install. Not a moment later, a microcrystalline technology logo icon appeared on the desktop. Open. Register an account. You can choose a small account to log in directly. No problem. They are all college students and have small accounts in order to accumulate ratings. One-click login. Then, open the tutorial provided by microcrystalline technology and learn and test manually at the same time. In their view, they're on the same starting line with many people at this moment, so they have to work hard to run faster than others. It's easy to use the Chinese version of the software. It's so simple. Yes, one pixel light point and one trajectory program. Nonsense, 1 point and 1 trajectory program, a large projection, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points. To integrate them, the difficulty is less than the frame-by-frame deduction of special effects. Terrible. I seem to have seen the day when I grow old. Don't worry too much. Once you are proficient in it, many programs can be standardized. This may not be Microchip's complete compiler. They should package some collective effects themselves. What should we do? What should we do? They have cold salad. Why should they give it all to us? Just have a good attitude. Only when we have a threshold can our efforts be respected. If others provide everything, and everyone on the roadside can make as good a projection as Exine City, what business can we create? That's right. The roads are made by people. Do it. For a moment, everyone was very motivated. They are constantly absorbing this knowledge. They have a solid foundation and absorb it quickly. At this moment, hundreds of such teams have sprung up around the world, and there may be more tomorrow. New opportunities, new technologies, and new markets are almost empty now. Everyone wants to stand tall in this wave. Ahem. Too arrogant. In fact, as long as the boat does not capsize, it is already a great blessing to have a place in the wind and waves. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Download data flashed before Tang Qing's eyes, not just the number of downloads, which was meaningless. The meaning of the data was the information behind it, who downloaded it and what it was used for. He could see all of this. Relatively speaking, this compiler is extremely primitive. It's a bit like building a house. I'll give you the building standards, and you have to figure out the rest yourself. You can use materials, design, construction, decoration, everything as you please. The reason is not complicated. If it is too simple, making the projection design low entry, stupid, and cheap will not be very good for the brand image. You must know that the unit price of time is comparable to that of an ordinary car. At the same time, he has to respect the fruits of the labor of these people who study hard. There are thresholds. These people will have food to eat. There's a job. Now, time has been designated as a luxury product, and its services are professional and high-priced. Tang Qing used this method to ensure that, anyway, they're making money from slightly rich people, so there's no obstacle. The next day, on Monday, Xi'an City was still an underwater world last night. The heat dropped slightly, but this is only limited to the internet. The real popularity of a place is reflected in the number of people who go and want to go there. Now, no one can refute that the city that everyone in the world most wants to visit is Xi'an City. Undisputed. First, the introduction of limited-time tours. The main road in Xi'an City was almost blocked last night. If the special zone had not had the foresight to ask travel agencies to control the number of people in advance, it would have been the first major congestion in Xi'an City. As soon as the report came out, many cities around the world are jealous, bustled by tourists. How they wish their city could be like this. Want to learn? Can be totaled. I still can't find the courage to create such a big scene, with billions thrown into it. If I just do it half-assedly, it would be a joke. The key is that many cities don't have the budget. Less. Just listen to it. Much more. You still have to go through cumbersome procedures. But there are still some rich cities that dare to follow suit, such as Dubai. Yesterday, Dubai announced that it will spend $500 million to purchase time equipment to create a world-class projection landscape. Microcrystalline Technology said that it has signed an intention to project. Early in the morning, the news landed in the international sections of major Chinese media. The local tycoon has made a move. $50 million is not a big deal. They only have 20 billion yuan. That's right. It's almost the same. Dubai is just one city. The 20 billion yuan is spread all over Myanmar. If we talk about Xi'an City, the time value of the installation will not be much more than $500 million. After this calculation, Dubai is also bleeding. Rich. I don't know if there are other wealthy cities that will take action. It depends on Saudi Arabia. For Dubai's move, no one found it awkward. This guy just likes to make things happen. It wants to be the best in everything and has many of the best in the world, but now its status as an international tourist city is being overshadowed by Xi'an City, and I guess it can't stand it anymore. What have you? I have to have it too, and it has to be better. But netizens are not very optimistic about Dubai. Yes, you have built many of the world's best, but apart from this, there is really nothing to see. The landscape, humanities, and climate are not superior in any aspect. In terms of development potential, they are still more optimistic about Xi'an City. After all, except for the scenery, there's also a closeness. There are too many miracles born in this place, all of which are beneficial to mankind. Prohibited items, thunder, cancer, climate. The impact on the world is far-reaching, benefiting all walks of life. The sense of closeness it brings is something that even Dubai can't match at all costs. If you don't see something new in that place, who would want to stay longer? It's not too hot. But today's financial headlines are not that microcrystalline technology won another $500 million order, but Tang Qing. As of the closing of the morning today, the U.S. stock Microcrystal Technology closed at $178, an increase of more than 100% from a week ago, and the market value reached $211 billion. Yesterday, Qingyuan Technology fell slightly, closing at 72.5 Asian dollars. Based on the equity value of each company owned by Tang Qing, even if the market value of other unlisted companies remains unchanged, Tang Qing's net worth exceeded 2 trillion yuan based on the growth of 3 listed companies alone. The news was not long. The conclusion is astonishing. Actually, many netizens are counting Tang Qing's wealth these days. In private, many people are mentally prepared. But when the authoritative media reported it, the shock still made people unable to calm down for a long time. 2 trillion, darling, it was only 1 trillion at the beginning of this year, and half a year is not even passed yet. You have doubled. I'm in heaven. It's not that it's easy to earn $100 from $100. It is difficult to earn 100 million from 100 million. But if you earn 1 trillion by 1 trillion, you, Tang Qing, act like you are drinking water. I don't see you doing anything. You go to school every day, hold your girlfriend's little hand, and rarely go to the company. Your wealth is as if someone is sending it to your home. I'm hopeless. Tang Qing. Just ask who else. 2 trillions. I have to give me 1,500 yuan from everyone in the country to surpass him. Beyond? Dream. Don't think about it. Just go to sleep. I dare say that in the next 10 years, no one in China will be richer than Tang Qing, even if it shrinks by half, not to mention that their industries have great potential. I'm more optimistic about WeChat. In terms of smartphone terminals, it currently has the largest market share. I don't believe that Penguin can get any advantage on other people's battlefields. WeChat will definitely win. Not necessarily. The number of Penguin users is there. Tang Qing still has Xiao. I think Hummingbird Commercial Reserve is the most powerful. Wait for this giant ship to set sail. Microcrystal technology and Xingyuan technology will have to stand aside. Call me brother. Below it. Take your time. This is Tang Qing's big game. One move can determine the outcome. I don't believe it. Then we'll see. Unfortunately, the threshold is too high, and only people of Tang Qing's level can play. There are some opportunities if you see them, see through them, and understand them. You can only be a spectator. There are also Qingyang sound effects. Wanqing mining is also growing stronger, with Tianyin, Xiao, and cloud computing. I don't know how strong the combined force will be in the future, but I know that it will become increasingly difficult to shake. Terrible. Tang Qing's business empire is too stable. It has software and hardware, but there are no shortcomings. Who can compete with this? People are still making money, studying in school, taking exams, and the company has no problems at all. In this regard, I can see how far-sighted Tang Qing was when he founded Tianyin. Yes, Tianyin is too strong. No one can make trouble in overseeing everything in the company, and it is full of talents. Thousands of top students provide advice, and there's also a consulting group that cooperates with professors from various universities. It is absolutely impeccable. Competing with Tang Qing means competing with tens of thousands of people behind him who play with their brains all day long. Others fight as a team, but this is a legion fight. After being shocked by Tang Qing's wealth, the main topic turned to the eye of heaven. No way. Investigate the increase in wealth. Except for Tang Qing's extraordinary talent, as well as having a rich second uncle. With such a large business empire, I made them feel that it had played its second most useful role. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain that Tang Qing's company was so healthy. Operations, layout, strategy. If everything is done step by step, no mistakes will be made and no company management problems will exist. The pattern of the celestial eye. Once again, it has become a hot topic of discussion regarding third-party human resources, third-party property supervision, and third-party corporate strategic consulting. Many companies are beginning to re-examine this approach. Tang Qing's success. IQ, vision, and luck cannot be copied. So, what about management style? Legion combat. The word. But it stimulated many company CEOs. Generally speaking, many companies are supported by the opinions of a few people or a dozen people. If these people are very capable, it is easy to say, but if they're not very capable, they will be miserable and easily fall into internal friction. How to go out and fight. On the other hand, look at Tang Qing. There are countless think tanks under his hands. Domestic, foreign, expert, and scholar advisory group. Tens of thousands of people are thinking about how to run the company, well, every day. In comparison, they are just like a mob. They are elite soldiers. It would be a nightmare to compete with such a company. Boss, I don't think this can be done. A certain company. As soon as the boss and vice president said it, they were immediately opposed. What? Brother, how can outsiders know about our family's accounts, as well as personnel affairs? If this person is recruited by others, how can we use our own relatives? How can we let others dictate our development? The boss opened his mouth, then close it. Nothing more to say. Management reform. For some people, it's like revolutionizing their lives. If you want to introduce new management forces into the already formed system, you will inevitably encounter opposition from the original forces and even excessive behavior. China's enterprises have accumulated internal problems. Too many. It's hard to get back. There's a natural resistance to this model. Personnel, property, strategy. This is an important power of corporate management. If you deprive others of some of it, it would be weird if you don't jump up. That's why Tang Qing distributed the power when these companies were started. Gradually, everyone adapted. Just get used to it. After all, I have never had power in the first place, so I don't have much energy to fight for it. Don't dare to fight. Tang Qing's Tianyin has no shortage of talents at all. If you fight, it will have no impact on you being transferred to the company in the end. After the impulse, one analysis. Many business owners are like eggplants beaten by frost. That's it. I know my own problems. If I learn this, the company may fall apart. But there are still some companies that follow up and study instead of studying. This is the spirit that many entrepreneurs insist on. One of the reasons why they are successful is that they have reformed their operating models so boldly. They would rather the company be broken up and reorganized. I don't want to be lost to everyone in the end. For a while, Tianyin's consultation phone number was almost blown up. Morning. Food on. As usual, but today there are a lot of classmates waiting for Tang Qing. This morning, he was buzzed by the news of 2 trillion yuan. He got up and insisted on coming over to take a look and get rich. 2 trillion yuan. Converted into US dollars, it has exceeded the total GDP of Greece last year. Rich enough to rival a country. It's suitable to use here. When will Tang Qing come? You new here? Yes, I just finished the college entrance examination at the beginning of the month. I came to Shanghai to have fun. I heard that Tang Qing comes to class every day, so I came to take a look. I'm his die-hard fan. I'm planning to apply for Fudan this year. So, he's a junior, welcome. There should be 3 minutes left. He is very punctual every day. I'm so envious. On March 6th of the year, his wealth, according to Forbes, was only 154 billion US dollars. How long has it passed? Today, June 16th, is exactly 100 days. It has increased by 1 trillion. Do the math. Tang Qing earns 10 billion in 1 day. Holy crap, it's true. 10 billion in 1 day, right? Silly, 10,000 divided by 100. Isn't it 100? Oh my god, 10 billion a day. That's 1 hour? Wait, let me do the math on my phone. 41,700 million in 1 hour. 7 million in 1 minute. 11,500 in 1 second. This calculation makes people speechless. A breath. That's 110,000. Although the net worth is reasonable, the stock price is there, and the market value is also piled up with real money and silver. It is not filled in randomly. Even if it plummets by half, it is still an astonishing number. Breathing is money. 1 second is equal to my family's income for 2 years. It's unfair. What's unfair? They stole it. They earn it cleanly, with IQ, courage, and luck. They have been doing business since high school, and you are busy working on questions. I want to start a business. This is a trap, don't jump around. A person's motivation is destroyed by you like this. Nonsense. Tang Qing's march stopped by the roadside. Come on. Tang Qing heard the warm cheers. He paused for a moment. I won't pay you, don't do this. Lin Jiaxue was so scared that she didn't dare to come out. Tang Qing said loudly, class is about to start, don't be late. Then, the students went to class obediently. These words, it sounds so relatable. Chairman, as of yesterday, the equipment sales plus pre-sales of time have exceeded 11 billion US dollars, and due to the advertising effect of Exine and City and the addition of old customers. Daily new order sales are steadily exceeding 100 million US dollars. We predict that this sales momentum will be maintained until the end of the month. Next month, our goal is 1.5 billion US dollars. In the evening, Tang Qing listened to Zhou Yu's on-site report. The more he talks, Zhou Yu became more and more excited. What a miracle. It's only been half a year. The company's sales exceeded 10 billion US dollars. By the end of the year, the revenue would start at 15 billion US dollars. This was still a conservative estimate. If it exceeded 20 billion US dollars, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. But it is not easy to reach 20 billion. Things are so expensive. According to the consumption perspective of ordinary families, they are unlikely to purchase such equipment that has little practical use. Therefore, the main customers are some higher-income people and commercial users. Let's do the math. This year's 20 billion is a bit of a stretch. Next year, he estimated that with 10 billion US dollars, it would be time to burn incense. The quality of time is very good. As for making money by selling core solution accessories, it is possible, but don't think about it for a few years. Never mind. Don't want to go that far. Now the daily revenue of 100 million is spent first. The company has money, slowly exploring other ways to make money in the future. He believed in Tang Qing. Mr. Tang, many banks have come to us these days and want to ask if we need a loan. Finally, Zhou, you mentioned one thing. Microchip technology reports every day, and banks certainly pay attention to such large customers. Companies with a market capitalization of over $200 billion. Not many in the United States either. One listen. Tang Qing lowered his head and thought for a moment. Loan? Seems like a good idea too. The subprime mortgage crisis is getting worse. After this year, banks around the world will tighten their money supply in the short term. Although I'm not afraid, having money to spend is always a good thing. Since you're asking me for a loan, then take a loan. Okay, loan. The money earned from time will still be used for research and development, not just time. Light energy utilization equipment and materials are still the company's core business and cannot fall behind. As for the loan amount, 3 billion US dollars, I think it is about the same. The money will be used to invest in the company's other reserve projects. Tang Qing made a decision, and at the same time, he also decided on the next product of microcrystalline technology. 10 minutes later, a list compiled by Zhou Yu was placed in front of Tang Qing. Bank of America, Citibank, Wells Fargo Bank, HSBC, ERV Commercial Bank. This long list is all banks that are willing to lend money to microcrystal technology, and the interest rates are extremely low, and the conditions are similar, but there seems to be a strange person mixed in. Tang Qing smiled. ERV Commercial Bank. There are two more words than before. When it was first established, it was just ERV Bank. Later, as more and more small banks merged, after the third reorganization, the word commercial was added in the middle. Just take a look. Tang Qing eliminated it. Loan. Why do you want to borrow your own money? It's just fun to use other people's money. Now, as the consortiumization of ERV comes to an end, ERV Commercial Bank's actions have begun to slow down, and its development in the United States has almost reached its peak. If it wants to expand, it will compete with established consortiums. To this, Tang Qing is not interested for the time being. Just took over. Isn't it uncomfortable to attack other people? ERV's current position is still stable, and it is impossible to dominate the United States for the time being. Therefore, it can only go to other places to develop markets first. Tang Qing has chosen the location. Africa. That's right. It's this poor place. Europe and America, or the European continent and the American continent. The bank's territory has been circled by the old consortium, and Tang Qing is really not interested in the remaining bits and pieces. Therefore, I will leave your territory for you to play with while I move to another place, waiting for ERV Commercial Bank to gain a foothold in Africa. Come on, this is my home court. But this kind of thing needs to be packaged. Among RV's motivations for entering the African banking industry, it sent a message to European and American consortiums. Asian power is deeply affecting African countries. I will take the lead first, and you can give me some help. June 18th noon, 12 o'clock. A new version of WeChat is released. Red envelope? What does it mean? I don't know. Tang Qing wants to send a red envelope? You think so? Also, how fast is this quick binding to a bank card? I don't know. Looking at the content of the update prompt, WeChat users discussed it and clicked on the update. Since its release at the end of December last year, the total number of WeChat updates has not exceeded 5 times. Most people think it's because of poor technology, but those in the know understand. This is because people have perfected various functions very early, so there are not so many to update. Each of these 5 updates has been a major feature update and not a single bug fix. People in the industry can only sigh. Ox. On technology. All the companies under Tang Qing are first class. Tiny, Comet Video, as well as other software, they're not very diligent in updating, but there has never been a large-scale software crash, disconnection, or lag. Data loss and other issues can be said to be the absolute benchmark in the industry. After the update, soon, many people have learned how to use red envelopes. It's interesting. You can give it out in a targeted manner, or in a group, and you can also grab it. I'll give it a try. I grabbed 2 cents, haha. What can I do with this? What are you doing? Just playing? You still expect to get rich? Here comes another one. Oh no, you can't grab it. By the way, is this the only game that comes with grabbing red envelopes? It seems so. Is this also a game? Of course, seeing how happy everyone is grabbing it. The game is all about having fun. I feel that the purpose of WeChat's launch of red envelopes is not that simple, but I can't think of the reason. Once launched, grab the red envelope. It immediately became the only fun for WeChat users. No way. Other messaging software that follows the trend more or less has some games, and no matter how bad it is, there are game links, but WeChat has always been empty, only chatting and posting updates, and it always feels like there is something missing. Thousands of calls. Finally, WeChat launched the Grab Red Envelope game, which is also in line with the trend of the times. Another one. What a big bag. $3.12. Haha. Thank you, boss. I'm so unlucky. 3 times it's less than a dime. Go find a master and have it checked. Why are your hand speeds so good? I don't believe it. Penguin. Headquarters. When the engineers saw the version refresh, their hearts skipped a beat. In every previous refresh, WeChat launched features that were ahead of them, and they were exhausted from following behind. This time, I don't know what the trick is. Hope it's not too scary. Grab red envelopes. What the hell? This is considered a game. Probably forget it. I think it's quite fun. Look, if you play with real money, you'll earn it if you grab it. No. Suddenly, one person stands up. What's wrong? Tang Qing's purpose is not to bind red envelopes, but to quickly bind bank cards. Most people want to have fun, but they have to analyze the deep meaning of any function before binding bank cards. Depend on. Binding only takes half a minute. Then you can transfer money from your bank card in seconds. What do you mean? Look, it only takes a few simple steps to bind a bank card to transfer money to the WeChat payment platform. In the past, you needed authentication tools launched by various banks and plugged into your computer. No need at all now. You can transfer money from the bank in real time and also transfer it to the bank card. See this? Many people gave it a try. Real. It's that fast. What's the point? Some people are confused. The transfer speed is fast, but it has not reached the level of subversion. What's there? The man's eyes flashed. If you don't say anything else, just say that if you buy something in the future, you no longer need to go back to the computer to control the USB shield or something to transfer to the payment platform. The mobile phone can do it immediately. Secondly, it lowers the threshold of use. You should know that many people don't know how to use the shield to shop online or even operate a computer, but this function can reduce the difficulty countless times. This represents a larger user population, and the benefits to this payment platform are obvious. If Alipay also launches this function, the online shopping community will usher in an explosion. Verification tool. Computer. But it represents an era of payment. This era. Now we have finally ushered in a new replacement force, or, in other words, the circulation of funds has accelerated. Red envelope? This is just one application of this power. Grabbing red envelopes is just entertainment. It can also be used for many things. The single upper limit of 200 yuan can solve many problems, such as parents giving pocket money and living expenses to their children far away. No longer need to go to the bank, transfer it to WeChat, send a red envelope, and then transfer it to the bank card on the other side. WeChat now does not charge any fees for transferring to bank cards. I am sure Tang Qing has the cost. Or maybe a distant relative has given birth, a child is 1 month old, a friend is getting married, etc. Well, I suddenly found it very scary. Soon, the industry has discovered the significance of this version update. At the same time, all of them panicked. Tang Qing, is quietly leading the way again. Tang Qing's third-party payment platform connects many of its businesses. Now that it has opened up the bank, it may usher in a significant wave of user growth. Ow! This question, it made them very confused. If the bank launched this service, it was impossible for them not to know about it, but there was really no news. Tang Qing quietly launched the function online, which was surprising, so he asked someone to ask. This question, they were shocked. Turned out to be. At the beginning of last year, after the release of Era, Tang Qing went everywhere to promote free enterprise management software, electricity, communications, energy, and hotels, which they attached great importance to at the time. This includes banks, on fast transfers, and payment security. Tang Qing made a small contribution to a complete set of software and hardware architecture solutions, and found many ministries and professional institutions to improve them. In the end, this channel was opened. It's not just Tang Qing. Others can use it too. In legal terms, at present, formal third-party payment platforms do not require additional financial licenses. You only need to go to the relevant departments to check one thing: the security of the payment platform. After all, money is involved. Penguin. Headquarters. Chairman, we will be qualified in about a week. That's good. Just a week. They can afford to wait. Tang Qing ranked first. Everyone else has to play second fiddle. The person who will benefit the most this time is probably Alibaba, because people's online shopping accounts for 90% of their consumption funds. No matter how other payment platforms increase their user base, Alipay will always laugh the most. Zero handling fee. It's where only if you can make money, but it's normal. Tang Qing is Alibaba's largest shareholder. If Alipay is good, Alibaba will be good. Tang Qing can also be regarded as a beneficiary. Anyway, WeChat is bound to lose money at the moment. What do you think? Mr. Ma, I think Feishan can add a transfer function. The upper limit of Tang Qing's red envelope is 200, but if it is a large amount, such as 10,000, and it can be transferred 50 times, who can bear it? This is a good idea. It can be added. Why is it not on Tang Qing's WeChat? The question came up. The office fell silent. Indeed, they can think of it, but Tang Qing can't think of it? Tang Qing's subordinates couldn't think of it? This is obviously impossible. The only explanation is that it has been thought of, but has not been launched yet. Or there are concerns. Or there is another strategy. Soon, Mr. Ma said, let's assume that Tang Qing had this idea, but didn't push it forward. What's the reason? After clarifying the question, many people's minds started to change. High risk, small demand, wrong timing. They thought about a lot, but they couldn't confirm it. It was because Tang Qing ran too fast and his aura was too strong. They didn't think they thought more carefully than Tang Qing. That's why they were so entangled. In the past, no one could accept it. Now, confront Don. 2 trillion, you can't accept it. They were also helpless. When they encountered a sudden opponent like Tang Qing, they insisted on competing with them for the instant messaging market, and even had 2 of their subordinates join the battle. Tiny, WeChat. Together, they already have the strength to suppress the penguin. Just then, Chairman, Alipay has also launched the function of quick binding of bank cards. Yes, the thing he was worried about still happened. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. It would have been abnormal for Tang Qing not to open a small door for Ali and inform him in advance. Ali was also very sensible and released the news 2 hours later. No rush. A week at the latest. Small problem. Ali. Headquarters. They were most looking forward to the launch of new features and have been preparing for it for a month. Although Tang Qing didn't tell them right after he started working on it, it was extremely early compared to other companies. Once online, because of the simplicity of operation, they found that the background data soared. 100,000, 150,000. Within an hour, it had risen to 200,000. Mayan is very satisfied with this number. It has just been launched. Many people don't buy things, and they won't tie them up immediately. 200,000 an hour, apart from the novelty part, is just proper purchasing power. Contented. If it can break 400,000 today, they are about to have a drink to celebrate. I don't know what the data on WeChat is like, but I think it is similar. The attraction of playing with red envelopes is, to a certain extent, equivalent to shopping for the time being. Turn on your phone. Mayan also started playing. He found out. Quite interesting. Even if you only get a penny, it is sometimes fun. The key is interaction. It is especially fun when there are many people. I have no intention of learning Alipay. It is not based on social interaction, so red envelopes are of little significance. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Fudan. The first class break in the afternoon. The squad leader gave out red envelopes. Here I am. Oh, there are only 10 gone. I reacted quickly. A penny is also money. I accepted it. And another one came, 6 yuan and 6. It turned out to be from Lao Yang. Wow, 200. Lao Yang, you are so conscientious. Banley praised Zhong Liang. Last row. Tang Qing sat. Everyone understands that I didn't join the crowd to grab red envelopes. Who is Tang Qing? One breath costs hundreds of thousands, so spending a second to grab a red envelope won't cost you anything. I guess they were tired of playing. I think whoever grabs the least, how about giving one away? Suddenly someone suggested, why do you get the lowest one? You have bad luck. I think it's better to get the luckiest one to balance the luck. I think that's good too. The lowest one, okay? No. Seeing the students having fun, Tang Qing sighed inwardly. Many good intentions will eventually be misrepresented. It was only more than 2 hours after it went online that this kind of red envelope gambling was born. No, it's still late. According to shower statistics, just 20 minutes after it was launched, there were WeChat groups starting to play this game, some playing it small, some playing it big, and some people even started planning to make money from it. Never mind. This is a problem. Because screening is troublesome, some families like to play this. They are all very rich. Can you block the group for them? If the quota is fixed, even if it is set at 10 yuan, there are still loopholes to exploit. The most critical, if you actively block illegal content, it means you are snooping on user privacy. This body is sexy. It's a big trouble. This is why many people used WeChat and Penguin in the previous life. They felt that the various groups, they were messy, and there were many illegal groups. I just ignored them and wiped them out, which involved privacy. This kind of thing can be done, but it cannot be said. But there are still more mature methods to avoid most problems. Report to the group. When more than 3 people reported, the platform intervened for review. Relatively speaking, it was able to control most of the problems. But for a small number of people who took advantage of loopholes, Tang Qing could only think of other ways. In class, others are rushing to grab it. Ding dong. Tang Qing took out his mobile phone and saw that there was no one idle in his group. Tang Kai received a capped red envelope as soon as he sent it. Others were very active in grabbing it, not for money, but for fun, and the emphasis was on participation. But I guess they got tired of playing it for a few days. 200 upper limit. It's really too little to grab so many dozen or 20 at a time. At this time, Qin Shiqi at Tang Qing. Brother, why is the upper limit of red envelopes only 200? Can you give more? Tang Qing thought for a while. He made a smile and said, 200 is a lot for ordinary people. It can also limit people's lavish spending. There is no upper limit. You can give out 10,000, which can easily become a bet. The upper limit of 200. Tang Qing felt that it made sense to have existed for so many years. That's it. Qin Shiqi sent a cartoon emoticon. 2. Once many people gamble their luck on this, they will definitely get into trouble. 100 is too little, and it is not enough to make even a small share of money. But 200, in many cases, meets the standard of small share of money. Brother, don't you send one? Why? I haven't snatched your red envelope yet. So, Tang Qing sent out 166, 10 red envelopes. Qin Shiqi has quick hands. Be the first to grab. 6 cents and 6 cents. Qin Shiqi opened her mouth. Is this okay? Not to mention 10 or 20. You should at least have more than 1 yuan. But what the hell is 66 cents? Such luck made her afraid to go out today. Huh, Shiqi, you are so lucky. 6 great success. The whole family laughed. This is of course the result of Tang Qing's cheating. Otherwise, according to his red envelope algorithm, If the total number is divided by the number of red envelopes, if it exceeds 5 yuan, there will be no 1 or less. Brother, come again, hit me to death with red envelopes. I'm not afraid. Dreaming, I'm in class. Second uncle. Qin Shichi made a cooing voice. Ding dong. Another 200. In class. Tang Qing tapped the writing. The bank platform circulation speed has been solved, and red envelopes are online. Then we are just a step away from the era of electronic payment. I believe that some people will soon think of using it in the daily consumer market. QR code payment. Already on the road. Evening. Back home. Mr. Tang, is school out? Ma Yun's projection appeared across the desk. As a good friend, she naturally wanted to support its products, not to mention the time is really excellent in this aspect. He is still working overtime, because I receive an appointment email from Tang Qing in the afternoon. Don't know what happened. I just came back. I have something to tell you in advance. Tang Qing said with a smile. Oh, Ma Yun became more energetic. Last time, Tang Qing had the same tone when talking to him about quick payment. What's the matter? This. The words fell. Tang Qing pointed his hand towards the upper right corner. A QR code appeared in the air in the upper left corner of Ma Yun's side. Of course he knew this thing. It stores information in a two-dimensional way and is widely used in many industries. It is not a new thing. You should know something about QR codes, Tang Qing asked. Know a little bit. I'm going to use it for payment. What? A thought suddenly flashed through Ma Yun's mind. Yes, that's it. When he looked at the red envelope today, he had a vague idea, but it didn't take shape. At this moment, it was done. Pay. Right. Just pay. Red envelopes can only give money to people who have added friends. But if there is an open agreement that allows money to be given to non-friends, wouldn't it be used for payment? Don't have too many scenes. Buy groceries, eat, or watch movies. You won't have to change in the future. Pa, he slapped his thigh. Good luck. That's what it feels like. Mr. Tang, this is a great idea. Ma Yun said excitedly. However, after the excitement, I was a little unsure of Tang Qing's attitude. Do you want to do it together? Or do you want to eat alone? It's not bad. Tang Qing smiled. Subsequently, look at Ma Yun. Using the mobile phone camera, you can scan the QR code to realize consumer payment. In the future, each merchant only needs to make his own payment code into a card and stick it in a fixed corner of the store. Customers can use electronic payment after eating, buying, or other consumption scenarios. In the future, most stores across the country will support QR codes, and you will no longer need coins when taking the subway. Hangzhou, Alibaba headquarters. Ma Yun no longer knew what to say. If this is done, TSK. So tempting. He has thought about a similar scenario in which he can travel the world with a mobile phone and no longer need bank cards or cash when going out, but it is too difficult to realize and it is not so concrete, because there were no smartphones before. Now, a mature plan was placed in front of him. It came from Tang Qing's mouth. I plan to work with Alipay on this matter, using a coding method. Code coding means that they cannot identify each other. The reason for using this method is very simple. Exclusive competition. Just like app, final. There are only 5 or 6 that people usually go to. The 2 payment codes already occupy most of the field of view. If they're combined into one, they can identify each other, and there is no benefit. It's easy for latecomers to take a seat next to them. Together, okay. Such a good thing. Of course Ma Yun is willing. Compete. Cooperate. It's all there. Technically, we have completed it and can go online at any time. Ma Yun was stunned. Finished? Can you go online at any time? But we were unprepared. Even if we worked overtime, went crazy to find talents in this area, wrote programs, and added various tests, we wouldn't even think about it for more than a month. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, I'm not in a hurry. It won't be online until at least the beginning of next month. Waiting for Ali, that's one of them. Tang Qing said with a smile. He was Ali's largest shareholder and had no intention of doing it without Ali. Thank you. Ma Yun sighed. The introduction of Tang Qing as a shareholder was truly the right thing to do. Nothing. I'm also a shareholder of Alibaba. In this market, it is almost impossible for anyone to want to be the dominant player. If I have to choose a competitor, I would rather be Alibaba. So, don't be merciful in the future. Do whatever you have to do and grab the market. If a company wants to grow into a world-class company, it must have the combat power to match it. A company is easy to slack off in a harmonious manner. We compete in cooperation. Tang Qing said. Ma Yan was in awe again. Listen, this realm. It always felt like Tang Qing was standing in the sky talking. Fortunately, I had learned this before. On the plane to Davos, Tang Qing said that he felt that some domestic companies did not pay attention to research and development and were content with their laurels. This is how the Smart Space project came about. Give them a heads up. Don't run again. Don't blame me for letting the wolf go. This temper, a real man, not doing well. The desire to live will force you to do well. It's not difficult to understand. When wealth reaches a certain level, it is just a number, which is very boring. Tang Qing is young and high-spirited. It is time for him to do things. He has a strong will to change some status quo that he cannot accept. The younger generation. You are lucky to have such people. Corporate world. We are lucky to have such entrepreneurs. Of course, it is also the misfortune of many companies that are not enterprising and uncompetitive. The emergence of Tianyan can make many outstanding companies stand out. Three-party supervision. Shenku cannot return to the enterprise. New era. New opportunities. Some companies that can keep pace with the times, dare to try, and dare to compete will become the ultimate winners. There is also quick barcode payment. He said, under the QR code payment, a barcode appears. If it is an ordinary merchant, it will be very fast for customers to scan the QR code, but even so, there is still room for improvement in this speed. Moreover, as a service-oriented software, it is a cost to let customers enter numbers. Therefore, my idea is that merchants with fixed storefronts can use their scanning equipment to scan customers' barcodes and pay instantly, improving the customer's consumption experience. Tang Qing gave another plan. Scanning is quick, but as customers, we are increasingly demanding more from the payment process. From scanning merchants. Later, more merchants rated you. And later, face swiping payment has appeared, just to save a second or two and improve the payment experience and efficiency. Hear this. Ma Yan deeply felt Tang Qing's vision. A good idea, but this equipment. I found someone to develop it last year. I already have a mature product and can be mass-produced at any time. Tang Qing smiled and scanned the barcode. The technical difficulty of this thing should not be too low. Don't talk about scanning the code. Paying with your face has already been developed a long time ago. Think about it. It was the year before last. Tang Qing had not paid attention to this ancient technology for a long time. Ma Yan opened her mouth. Have to, as expected of Tang Qing. If he doesn't do it, he can make his opponent dumbfounded because he has prepared his ultimate move before the opponent knows about it, and by the time he sees it, it's already a little too late. In this way, it is almost impossible for third-party payment to come in. Ma Yan thought for a moment. If she scanned the code, the merchant could put in one more, but this kind of hardware device does not need to support other platforms as long as Tang Qing is not willing. No. Tang Qing shook his head. This is an open platform. Open. Yes, if a general store scans the QR code, just 2 stickers will be enough. But if this kind of equipment scans and monopolizes it, it will have no other use than to be the enemy of the whole world. Just say that the major banks are not willing. They also have their own app. Tang Qing said, in China, to exclude the banks is to stir up trouble. Want to have fun? This payment system must have the support of banks. Tang Qing understood very well that China has WeChat and Alipay, which is the result of innovation encouraged by China's upper management, and it is not that Europe and the United States cannot develop them. This difficulty, extremely low, but they are all excluded by their banking system and are not allowed to exist at a legal level. Looking back at China, the bank does not have as much power as foreign banks, but it is orthodox. In the future, third-party payment platforms will definitely be incorporated. There is no doubt that the central bank will not let it go. In other words, innovation is encouraged from above. This suppressed the conflict of interest between the bank and the 2 major payment platforms. I understand. Ma Yan nodded. Initiative. Passive. An opening. A closure. It can lead competition to the ladder without being criticized as a monopoly. It can achieve multiple things with one stone. There is a new goal. Ma Yin had no intention of getting off work and quickly summoned her subordinates to discuss the feasibility of the matter. It was not that Tang Qing's proposal was not feasible, but whether a mature product could be launched next month. That's what worried him. Tang Qing is ready. Ready to go. Ollie was not prepared at all and had to work hard to catch up, although off work. But after learning the news, Alibaba's top executives were excited. Great! QR code, why didn't I think of it? Let me just say, the new version of WeChat can't just be a red envelope and financial channel. It turns out that there's such a deep purpose behind it. The era of electronic payment is really coming. How long has Mr. Tang been planning it? I think it was there when WeChat first came out. That's right. I think Director Tang had this plan last year when he was selling enterprise management software everywhere, especially for major central enterprises that are related to the national economy and people's livelihood. Awesome. We have to catch up quickly. It would be great if Director Tang shared the technology. What a beautiful idea. Do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Need people. Recruiting. This meeting. It was open until 10 o'clock. The next day, the Human Resources Department made a list of only about 50 people and submitted it to Tianyin, asking them to help recruit them as soon as possible. This new department certainly has more than a few dozen people. Only, many technologies are similar. Ali's own talent pool, if mobilized, can solve most of the talent gaps, and there will be no problems with loyalty and ability. If other departments are lacking, they can be recruited again. It's graduation season. The recruitment of this part of the staff does not require help from the clairvoyants. Find the eye of heaven. There is a fee to recruit people, and it is not low, but it is worth the money. Tianyin is now the largest headhunting company in China. No one, in terms of finding the most suitable people as quickly as possible. Eye of heaven is the first choice. Alibaba is busy with QR code payment. However, there is no shortage of smart people in the world. When social tools have the function of quickly transferring funds to banks, some people analyze the possibility of using red envelopes for general merchant payments. Yes, red envelopes can only be sent to people who have added friends. But its attribute of being convenient for giving money to people has been revealed. Not only round numbers, but red envelopes can also be sent to numbers at the cent level. This means that any amount of funds can be used. The upper limit of red envelope is 200. If you can break through, general business activities are competent, but still can't pass the hurdle of adding friends to transfer money. How can I make payments without adding friends? This thought, it appears in the minds of more and more people that they feel like they have found a treasure. If this problem is solved, the impact will be huge, but what method can be used to achieve it? Within the existing WeChat system. Impossible. What about the Alipay system? This is possible because when you buy something, you pay the merchant. If the merchant sends a payment link and clicks to enter the payment interface, can you achieve cashless consumption? What a great idea. I wrote some of this chapter last night and completed it this morning. Forehead. A bunch of good ideas. Send a link? Don't you still have to add friends? If so, what is the difference between it and WeChat? Is there any other way that can bypass sending links to specific people and accurately pay the merchant? Keep thinking. Add friends plus pay with one click? Good, but not perfect. Soon, this project is being discussed among major companies that own payment platforms. Many new startups regard this as a counterattack weapon and hide it for fear of being discovered. Well, Tang Qing side. Destined. These companies are doing useless work. One general succeeds, and 10,000 bones wither. A successful one. There may be dozens of companies falling in its wake, and this is the cruel reality. Morning. Finished the exam. On the way back to the classroom, Tang Qing saw many students walking out of the school in large and small bags. It was mid-June now, and the final exams would start next week, but it was already time for seniors to leave school. There is joy. There is reluctance. There are regrets. There is yearning. With a more mature heart than when we arrived, and with expectations for the future, we headed towards our respective futures. Originally, Usually when they see Tang Qing, they don't dare to say hello, and they only watch from a distance. Today is the last day, and many people are starting to become bolder. No, Tang Qing was blocked by someone before he had gone very far. Two seniors. One was dressed fashionably, the other was more ordinary, and both were pulling a large suitcase. "Hello, are you okay?" Tang Qing said with a smile. "Mr. Tang, in the past few years, I have always seen you in school and never dared to come up to talk to you. Now that you have graduated, if you don't talk, I will probably never have a chance in the future," one of the seniors said. Tang Qing was stunned. "You don't want to confess to me, do you?" But the next second proved that he had thought too much. "You are good. You have given face to our younger generation. You have made many people believe in miracles, the power of youth, and that everything is possible, and you have not used the money to be extravagant. Rich man, she's seen a lot, but rich people with virtue are rare. Power, money, and color. Chinese history has always been an addictive thing. Once you have money, you don't know where to go, but Tang Qing can still calm down, insist on coming to school, and get excellent grades like a demon. Take the 5th degree exam. This is a real degree. It's not a CEO class. Those people are only secretaries and drivers who come to class, let alone take exams. Come on. Also, don't let down Sister Joshua." The senior sister clenched her fist and looked at Tang Qing with clear eyes. "Confession? How is it possible? Who is Tang Qing?" The idol of countless young men and women. For those who have a fiancé, Tang Qing announced the news at the freshman ceremony 3 years ago. Later, Lin Joshua gradually entered their field of vision. "My childhood sweetheart. This is called marriage." Over the years, Tang Qing has remained consistent, making many people believe in love again. "Call. Fine. Not a confession. Thank you for your recognition," Tang Qing said solemnly. "Okay, bye." After that, the senior sister held the box with her left hand and her companion with her right hand. She walked briskly. She didn't say anything extra during the whole process, and she didn't even leave her name behind, because she knew it would be of no use if she kept it. Not a word. There is no need to ask for this vain comfort. Walk more than 10 meters. The girl who had just been silent said excitedly, "Sister Shun, you were so brave just now. I didn't dare to speak. It was the first time I saw Tang Qing so close. He even glanced at me just now." "What? Did you look stupid?" the girl called Sister Shin joked. "A bit. That's because he is your future boss. You look up to him and just jump out." As she said, the girl next to her has been hired as a regular employee by Comic Group. We'll pick up the last. Luggage today. The girl's name is Xiaoru, from a province in central China. Family background is average. The appearance is not outstanding either, but he worked very hard and had excellent grades in school. After the internship period, he received an offer from the Comic Group, but he was very excited. If he worked hard, he might be able to earn more than 10,000 yuan a month in a few years. "Sister Shun, I'll leave first. Please be careful on the way," Xiaoru said. This roommate's best friend's family is on the railway. With a bachelor's degree, she can directly enter the railway system. Envious, relatively speaking, she felt that it would be better for girls to go to government agencies, but her family's conditions did not allow it. Subsequently, each side, welcome to a new life. On campus, after the two senior sisters left, Tang Qing encountered more than a dozen waves. Inside, some are also his employees. In the second half of last year, campus recruitment started one after another, and many Fudan students signed up for his company. It was very popular at the time, and there was a long queue in front of the recruitment desk, trying to get in. Until now, after internship, nearly a third stayed with his company. There weren't many people. There are only about 100 people. After all, recruiting people has to be professional, and you have to select the best among the best. Tang Qing didn't like to end up laying off employees due to ability issues, so he always set Tianyin's threshold relatively high. High academic qualifications. There are too many people who are not very capable. IQ, emotional intelligence, learning ability, problem-solving skills, teamwork, loyalty. The butt determines the head. When Tang Qing was an employee before, his ideal was to have more money, less things to do, and be close to home. a high position but little responsibility. Now, making his company competitive is his ideal. To this end, high threshold. The treatment given by Tang Qing is also matching. In the industry, it is definitely the first echelon, far above the average level. Because of the strict selection, the layoff rate of his employees has always been very low. There is a final elimination system, but the desire to survive usually breaks out. Grow up quickly, being surrounded. Many seniors asked about their curiosity. Mr. Tang, what do you think your company will be like in 10 years? I don't know. Maybe it will be more glorious. Maybe it will decline and be replaced by new economic forces. In this era full of opportunities, the only constant is change itself. Wow! Applause broke out. Listen, how humble though. It has no guiding significance, but it sounds comfortable. It is not proud or arrogant, but has a sense of crisis. They feel that Tang Qing will not decline. He is still young. What are your plans for wealth? Someone asked again. Take it from the people. Use it for the people. Have you got a plan? Keep it secret for the time being. Can you give us a word about how we will gain a foothold in society in the future? Be neither arrogant nor impetuous. Be modest and prudent. We may not be able to change the world, but we can start by changing ourselves. At any time, never give up progress and become a better version of yourself. Chicken soup. Tang Qing just said it casually. Mr. Tang, that's nonsense. It's noon. Tang Qing seemed to have become a copy, and many seniors came to copy it. To this, he wasn't disgusted. Let's talk. Nothing happened anyway. Comic Group. Headquarters. 9 buildings. Reflecting soft light in the sun. The exterior wall looks like a glass curtain wall of an ordinary office building. But the difference is that the color is darker and its ability to reflect light is quite weak. Not dazzling. No light pollution. Environmental friendly. This is a new technology that emerged at the beginning of this year. There is no need to replace the curtain wall. Instead, a layer of polymer paint is sprayed directly on the outside. It dries quickly and leaves no traces. Many office buildings have replaced it, and it looks much more comfortable. Under the sun, looking directly at the office building from any angle, you will no longer feel dazzled. Is gradually becoming popular. No, Comic Group was the first group to replace them. The effect is very good. Main entrance. Under 2 guard booths. The 4 security guards stood straight. At this time, tap for security guards came out in unison, separated to both sides, and came to the guard box. Changing of guard. They work 1 shift every hour, which is not too tiring. They are all retired soldiers. It's not a big deal. They work 3 shifts for 8 hours a day. It couldn't be better. Being able to work here is better than going to Africa. After all, not everyone in the Central Guards is willing to go abroad. Bip! After a sound. Passed. The gate opened. I swiped my employee card. Xiaoru pulled the suitcase and walked into the place where she had been an intern for half a year. After entering the door, go through the security check, just like the subway. Xiaoru now feels normal. In terms of security, Comic Group spares no effort. Not to mention anything else, there are more than 200 security guards here. Military management. Patrol day and night. It's reassuring to look at. Except security. The access control is also strict. Non-company personnel are not allowed to enter, even if they have a card. The company's facial recognition technology seems to be very good, and it can identify whether you are the person yourself, preventing outsiders from entering. Walk through the door. Welcome to Comic Group. The holographic projection fonts on both sides are very clear and dynamic, appearing and disappearing in various ways. It was installed at the beginning of the month. At this time, the headquarters looks normal, but at night, just like Xi'an City, some advertisements will be projected around the entire building and on the roof, of course, only for the Comic Group companies. That scene, not as good as Xi'an City, but still in the second tier. Very conspicuous. It even became a scenery nearby. It's sad to think about it. When Comic Group was first listed, it became the private enterprise with the highest market value in China. I thought that no company could surpass it in a few years, but within a month, microcrystal technology went public. By time, finally, The market capitalization on the first day closed at nearly 100 billion US dollars. How scary. Same month, Qing Technology has been listed in Myanmar again, and its current market value exceeds 70 billion US dollars, which is a little higher than Comet Group. Not only that, Alibaba's market value once exceeded the group's. As a group employee, she didn't know what kind of mood she should be in. Because 3 of the companies are controlled by Tang Qing, Tang Qing is the largest shareholder. Fighting each other? Really? The only one who can defeat Tang Qing in the country is himself. This is a saying that is widely circulated on the internet, has gradually become a reality. Xiaoru, he was walking. There was a shout from behind. Look back. It is her colleague who interns with her, Lu Fu, who is also a graduate of Fudan this year, but not in the same major. Now, she is divided into different departments. She is in Comet Video, and the other person is in Comet Video. Relatively speaking, Comet Film and Television is relatively difficult to get into. No way. Civilization is too profitable. Most of the group's profits are provided by Comet Video, which naturally has a strong backbone. In the past 2 years, the copyright purchase of Comet Video has been too expensive, so most of them were transferred from film and television. Although she had excellent internship results. However, she is just an undergraduate. The person in front of me is a graduate student. Sister Lu, have you eaten? About to go, Xiaoru said with a smile. When she talked about eating, she thinks of countless delicacies. The group cafeteria is much more delicious than the school cafeteria, with rich dishes and good taste. Although there is a fee, but the company provides meal subsidies. After a month, even if we eat it openly, it won't cost much. The white-collar life you see on TV. Today I finally got through it. I haven't eaten either. Let's go back and put our luggage first. Okay. Then, the 2 came to the dormitory building. Swipe your card. Go up to the 15th floor. Another reason why the 2 are so familiar is that they are allocated accommodation together. The group's dormitories are usually 2-person or 3-person rooms, but they are not crowded into a small house. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It's this kind of layout like a shared house with the same level of decoration as a hotel. This standard. A single room in the neighborhood would definitely cost more than $1,000 a month, but the group room is free. I thought I would rent a house after graduation. I'm so happy. Lu Fu lay on the big sofa in the living room and rolled around a few times. In addition to the 3 years of high school, she had slept on a bunk bed for 10 years. Only at home is this comfortable. Air conditioner, sofa, television, refrigerator, washing machine, a loan guard. I heard from her classmates who graduated 3 years ago that many people rent a house, just a single room. Such a standard, at least more than 1,000 yuan a month, may not be as good as here, and they are shouting envy. Yes, Xiaoru nodded in agreement. Her house was a village house, not so luxurious. Xiaoru, let's work hard together. Lu Fu clenched her fists. Yeah. By the way, what are your career plans? Lu Fu asked curiously. First get familiar with the job, and then recharge your studies. You have a graduate degree, which gives you an advantage. Your basic salary is much higher than mine. There are too many elites in the company. I want to study on the job. Xiaoru's eyes were firm. Undergraduate degree? I used to think that undergraduates from Fudan University were very good. Can join the group. I found that this was only the entry-level position. Except for some positions that did not require academic qualifications, such as security, chefs, cleaning, etc., the rest of the positions in the group basically had undergraduates and graduate students everywhere. Doctors gather together. There is no advantage at all with a bachelor's degree for studying while working. The group is also very supportive. What about you? Xiaoru asked. Me. After thinking about it, Lu Fu said, I want to enter the Sky Eye. Sky Eye. Yes. Then why not apply directly? The major is not suitable unless I have relevant work experience. I also understand that in addition to professional matching, only those who have actually worked in the enterprise and have experience can better serve customers. In this regard, Lu Fu was very open-minded. Tianyin is not an ordinary company. It is a company that serves companies and must be rigorous and demanding. If you have experience working in a company owned by Tang Qing, it may be much easier to transfer there. Come on. Okay. With a snap, the two high-fived. To stay. The two of them put in a lot of effort, sometimes not because of the good treatment here, but because they wanted to compete for a breath. In the end, they won, but they also knew that this was just the beginning. High wages. High welfare. All this requires harder work than the average person. Clean up a bit. The two went downstairs. Along the way, you can see group employees coming out of various buildings in groups and rushing to the canteen. They didn't walk fast enough to queue up. In a 24-hour canteen, there won't be any leftovers if you arrive late. And they're on vacation today. No rush. And many of the meals in the cafeteria are made into standard fast food. In front of the automatic dispensing machine. You can get it by swiping your card. Almost one every 2 seconds, extremely fast. This is mainly for those who are casual about what they eat and are too lazy to wait in long lines. If you just want to eat what you like, there is a special window. Very humane. What to eat? Xiaoru asked. Let's order on the 3rd floor. It's rare that we have time. Lu Fu said. Okay. I don't have to go to work today, so I want to have some luxury. Just join the job. However, the internship salary will be paid, as usual, and after a few months of accumulation, I still have a small savings. Come to the 3rd floor. There are a lot of people at the moment. If you take a half-hour break at noon, those who are not too busy may choose to come here for a small meal. The huge dining area allows them to find a seat quickly. There are no waiters. After sitting down, Xiaoru was the first to put the meal card on the lower left corner of the table. After joining the job, the group issued her 3 cards. Salary card, employee card, meal card. She heard that the employee card and meal card were originally one and were separated later. I'll do it this time, and you'll do it next time. Xiaoru said. Okay. Lu Fu was not pretentious. They live in the same dormitory, see each other every day, and they are not in the same branch. There is no conflict of interest. They should be very close friends in the future. I think this is why the group arranges accommodation in this way. Live crosswise. Peaceful. A beep. The flat panel inlaid on the table lights up, and there are no waiters, which is also a feature here. It started to feel strange. Gradually, I got used to it. Finished ordering. Submit. Confirm. The order is sent to the kitchen. At the same time, the meal card money was also deducted. 3 dishes and 1 soup, 69 yuan. This is the price after the company's subsidy. It is already cheaper than the outside world. After deducting the meal subsidy, the real cost is only about 50 yuan. At the beginning of the month, the meal supplement is all included in the card. Not enough. It doesn't matter. You use it first and pay later, and the account will be settled from the salary of the current month. While waiting, the two of them took out their mobile phones. They were both era phones from Qingyuan Technology. They didn't buy them, but they were standard equipment for the group. 1 for each person, and 1 for cleaning, which was said to be convenient for work. Free to use while employed. It belongs to me after 2 years of official employment. Then, no matter if you use it or not. Returned. Lu Fu bought 1 as a graduate student. Xiaoru only played with her roommates during her school days, and now she is still playing with it. She plans to buy an Epic tablet when her salary is paid again. You are here too. The two of them turned their heads. Everyone felt nervous when they saw the person coming. Hello, director phone. Hello, director phone. The two greeted each other. Phone Min, a woman in her 30s, one of the assessors who joined the company. Everyone in the company knew that Tianyin was mainly responsible for the group's personnel issues, and theoretically, she held the company's personnel rights. Therefore, anyone who has an eye in the group dares to look down upon them. See, a few days ago, this man also had a serious expression. Today he is much kinder. What? Are you afraid of me? Phone Min smiled at the two of them. The 2 little girls couldn't hide their feelings. They understood that the Sky Eye is like a regulatory agency. It is difficult to be normal towards such people. No. We all work for the group. Don't be too rigid. Phone Min sat down and ordered food. As a regulator, we have relatively few friends within group. Certainly, just because they're not involved with the group does not mean that the people in the group reject them, because Tianyin is usually responsible for recruiting people, and promotions are mostly based on recommendations from department leaders. They decide. The Sky Eye is only for reference. If there are any violations, their existence will be revealed. Therefore, the main purpose is to avoid suspicion, not to exclude. Subsequently, Feng Min took out a book of information and read it. It was Tianyin's training material. As an employee of Tianyin, what should you ask the most? It is estimated that everyone has the same answer. Training. Train others. Being trained by others. These are the two daily routines of people with celestial eyes. There are many corporate services. Finance. Personnel. Manage. Marketing. Law. State laws have been updated. Training. The Supreme Court has a new judicial interpretation of certain types of business cases. Training. Local regulations have been promulgated in a certain province and city. Training. Various new relevant cases emerge. Training. This is just domestic. Skies covers more than 100 countries around the world. What happens in other countries will cause chain economic reactions, tax changes, and new reasonable tax avoidance methods. So, the growth rate of people with clairvoyance. It is unimaginable for other companies. Other companies consider 1/3 of an acre of their own land. Whereas the Eye of Heaven, it is the 3/3 place in the world and the entire industry. Every profession, every industry, Tianyin has to study it thoroughly, which is really tiring. This is also the reason why many people with lofty ideals want to join Tianyin, just to gain experience. Tianyin has a global corporate database. There are countless cases. This has also resulted in training courses selling better and better. Now, people who have worked at Tianyin headquarters for more than 2 years. The outside world can regard it as more than 5 years of work experience, because the headquarters brings together global businesses, and someone like her who supervises the company has 2 years of growth that is unmatched by ordinary companies. Therefore, if a person with Tianyin enters another company under Tang Qing's banner, in terms of ability, started in management position, and this is the biggest reason why Lu Fu wants to enter the Sky Eye. Who doesn't want to run faster? Although Tian's salary is not much higher than it is now, the experience gained is something that cannot be measured by money. Feng Min is here. The two of them finished eating quickly. Walk. Digestion. Soon, we arrived at the building of Comet Film and Television. With the development of the group in film and television entertainment, this is the favorite place for many male employees of the company to pass by after get off work because there are many beauties. Artists from the comic group can often be seen, but follow company rules. It looks okay. You can't block people and ask for signatures. Pay attention to image. The two of them have been fans of these artists before. The comic group spent a lot of money to cultivate outstanding artists with first-class acting skills and good styles. They have never become famous through scandals. Another comparison. They instantly lost interest in other company artists, especially after understanding some of the twists and turns in the entertainment industry. The company's artists are more pure and just want to keep it that way. I really want to go in and have a look. Xiaoru raised her head. Lu Fu spread her hands. I can't help it. Inside the group, only people from the headquarters can go to each building at will. Employees and branches generally cannot enter other branches unless their superiors give them temporary work permission. Xiaoru is from Comet Video, not from headquarters. He looked around for a while. I didn't see any company artists, but still, company artists usually film outside, and they don't have to come in like them to check in every day. Some scenes are usually filmed for a month or two. Normal. Don't talk about it here. Even if you go to Hawaii and Tangren and block the entrance, it is difficult to see celebrities. Let's go, we can't see anything. Lu Fu said. Okay. He was about to leave. Suddenly, the two of them paused and saw a few people not far away approaching in a crowd. They were not wearing work clothes, and there were people who looked like bodyguards following them. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Look at the face shape again. Can't recognize it. Big sunglasses cover her face, so no one can recognize her. Do you know him? Xiaoru asked. Think about it. Lu Fu analyzed and said, I don't know. He must not be a company artist. Look at the bodyguard. The artists in our company are all equipped with bodyguards from the special guards, and female artists are mainly equipped with female bodyguards. This is obviously not the case. After several months of internship, she still understands this. That's it, Xiaoru said. This analysis is tantamount to saying nothing and knowing nothing. Then, when several people walked into the building, Lu Fu suddenly remembered a document she had seen during her internship a few days ago, saying that a Hawaii star was coming today to sign a contract for a TV series invested by the group. Since the year before last, after Tang Qing appeared on CCTV's dialogue programmed together with Hawaii and Tangren Film and Television, the group began to cooperate with other Chinese entertainment companies to share star resources. Although Comic Group has relatively few artists, other companies took advantage. Very simple. Money. The investment in civilization often starts at 1 billion yuan. The threshold is high. It is unbearable for other entertainment companies. I want to learn, but I don't dare to take such a big risk. One failure can bring the company to the verge of bankruptcy. Therefore, to this day, major entertainment companies in China are still doing the old thing of using small to gain big. 3 million makes 30 million. 30 million to earn 100 million. Awesome. But this was before. Now, the entire society's recognition of the success of a movie and the director is no longer limited to the primary stage of making a lot of profits with very little money. Big investment, big production, big scene. After civilization, there has been a new definition. Therefore, film and television projects invested by the group. Artists from other companies rush to get in. The group has already had a transcendent status in the Chinese entertainment industry. What makes Lu Fu admire the most is made money. Tang Qing didn't waste a cent, but invested and kept investing. It didn't matter if she invested in a business that made money. She also invested in many and profitable projects, especially documentaries, which impressed her the most. Chinese Skills and Heaven and Earth are the two major documentary series of the group. One promotes traditional Chinese culture. One is a large-scale nature exploration documentary shot by Chinese people. The shots were really good. That star looked familiar to her. Let's compare the body shape and face shape again. Open his mouth. I was about to say I know, but finally chose to keep my mouth shut. There are rules within the company to keep your mouth shut, especially when it comes to artist schedules. If you don't keep your mouth shut, it's very serious. Never mind. No more gossip. Be careful to be marked down by the eye of the sky. It would be an injustice if this brought an end to his goal of entering the heavenly eye. Go back and go swimming in the afternoon. Lu Fu said, I don't know how. Xiaoru blushed. When she was a child, she went down to the river and tried to crawl. This time she went to see her. I'll teach you. Okay. They were very nervous during the internship period and had never been to the group's swimming pool. 10 minutes later, 5 people came out of the building. Finally done. The agent shook the contract in his hand and smiled happily. Winning the Comic Group's acting contract is great news for the star because it is a kind of recognition. At least, the acting is passable. In this regard, the Comic Group has implemented the words of the chairman. If the director is suitable first, if the acting skills are not good or inappropriate, no matter what he says, it will not work. Almost no one deviates from this, because the decision-making power does not entirely lie with the director. Director, especially famous directors. In other companies, he has considerable say and a very strong backbone. Available at Comic Group, the director is just a part-time worker, and he should get a lot of money, but he must also do what he is supposed to do well. In addition to the director, the screenwriter and relevant departments of the company decide together on the selection of actors. In general, they won't interfere, but messy, or it is obvious that another one is more suitable than this one, and they have to exercise their power. If they don't exercise it, they will review the casting, and there will be people to supervise them. If they are reported, the company will intervene and review. Therefore, in fairness, Comic Group has gone to the extreme. It's hard to fix a relationship, even if you're running. But this is definitely good news for some people who have passed the acting skills and are really suitable. Relatively speaking, people are not afraid of strict rules, but they are afraid that someone will quietly take advantage of the loopholes. Treat everyone equally. Everyone thinks it's okay. They rely on their strength and are convinced. Do you want to treat the director to a meal? No. The agent shook his head. Even if I were invited, he wouldn't dare to go. So strict. The female star was puzzled. This was her first time taking a role with a comic group. Yes, although there is no explicit rule, in order to avoid suspicion, their directors will almost never agree to an invitation from a single actor, especially during the period from the planning of a drama to the completion of filming. The agent said helplessly. The female star said, "Then let's celebrate by ourselves tonight." Okay. Comic group is strict in casting. Nature. The pay's not bad either. One film after another is equal to 2 films elsewhere. At this point, comic group does not seem to care too much about the cost. However, despite the high average salary, there has never been a sky-high salary. Fire again. Reheat. A new man comes as a new man. Wait until the popularity increases. Naturally, a rising tide lifts all boats. This popularity does not come from a sudden rise in appearance, scandals, gossip, etc., but from an artist's status in the public eye and in the film and television industry. No acting skills. No works. That's the newbie price. No negotiation. Comic group uses its strong strength to ensure that this set of rules can be implemented. Even if other companies get traffic stars, comic group will not envy them because they make so much money. A civilization. It can account for half of China's total movie box office in a year. There are countless fans abroad. Profit? Domestic entertainment companies have worked hard for a year, but no one company has made money. Recently, I heard that they are planning to create a civilized universe based on Civilization. In order to expand the boundaries of the Civilization series. Depend on, if this is done, how much money do you have to make? Other than envy and jealousy, other entertainment companies can't do anything and dare not take a gamble. Creating a world-class IP is just a distant dream for them for the time being. Afternoon. 2:30. Took a nap. Xiaoru and Lu Fu came to the second underground floor of the cafeteria. On this entire floor, all facilities are open for free. There are 2 standard swimming pools of 50 times 21 and 2 short swimming pools, both of which are constant temperature. Such an area, or the result of occupying an underground parking space. 2 standard swimming pools are public. Both men and women can go. The 2 short swimming pools, one for men and one for women, are mainly to take care of some people with mental misophobia. Although they're used separately, they're only separated by glass so that everyone can see each other. Front desk. Registry. This is your first time here. You can pick out a set of swimming gear. It's free. Company benefits. A free set of swimsuit, swimming goggles, and swimming cap are provided. Thank you. Holding hands. The 2 happily walked into the room opposite the front desk. So many styles. It's so beautiful. This is nice. The 2 of them were a little dazzled. Unlike the expected single style, this place is exactly the size of a swimming gear store, even bigger. The styles are novel and the quality is not cheap. Take a closer look. They're all produced by the Tang group, and they believe in its quality. As the smallest and weakest group under Tang Qing, the Tang group is also the least technical, but the quality has always been poor. At last, it took more than 10 minutes. It took the 2 of them to try on a suitable one. After signing, this belongs to them. Even if they resign tomorrow, the company will not deduct money. Put on a swimsuit. Xiaoru was still a little embarrassed. It was the first time she wore something so revealing, not to show off her skin, but to show off her figure. Although Lu Fu was prettier than her, in terms of figure, she was still better. Come to the swimming area. The return rate is quite high. There are a lot of people here now. In such a big company, there are always people who take turns to take time off. It is impossible for them to be empty as soon as they come to work. There are more people at the standard swimming pool. Both men and women are available. Then, they came to the women's short pool. Listen to the front desk. There are free swimming instructors here, so definitely give it a try. When she came to the rightmost lane, Xiaoru saw a woman in a swimsuit with the word coach written on it, which was very easy to recognize. She was walking by the pool and staring at the person in the second lane. "Excuse me, is this where you learn to swim?" Yes. Seeing the newcomers arriving, the woman smiled. You too? No, just her. Lu Fu pointed at Xiaoru. Did you know how to swim before? The woman was a little disappointed. Although she was a resident coach, there were assessment standards. If she taught an employee, the group would be rewarded. It wasn't much, but it could add up to a lot. General Gym. Teaching tours are not cheap, but the group's high salary is much better than working at other swimming pools. Even if there are no students for a month, the basic salary plus benefits will be upwards of 7,000. But this situation is almost impossible. The group has people coming in every month. Free teaching. As long as she has time, no one would object to learning more survival skills. Therefore, she has not only received a basic salary. Looking back, it was still bustling when the group headquarters first opened. There are many people who come to learn swimming. 6 months in a row, her salary exceeded 20,000 yuan, and the highest she took in 1 month was more than 30,000 yuan after tax. Later, the group went public and distributed shares to employees. Now, as a shareholder of the group, she has a stronger sense of belonging. Easy. Weekend. 8 hours. It is a job that is envied by colleagues. Recent. She also got good news. After the Smart Park is completed by the end of the year, they will be assigned to work as coaches in the swimming pool there. Thinking of the area of more than 800 acres there may be tens of thousands of employees in the future. The coaches here are all excited. Money. It is less than 5 kilometers away from here, and they have also visited it. The design of the swimming pool is really big, covering an area of more than 500,000 square meters, and every building has the words, "Not bad for money." I know a little bit. I played in the river. Xiaoru said. Understood. The woman nodded. Such students are very common. They can swim and can survive drowning, but their posture may not be elegant. Come here and register. Okay. 2 minutes later, the woman explained. The group's standard swimming lessons include breaststroke, freestyle, and backstroke. In theory, it takes 3 lessons to learn, and the remaining time is spent on swimming. Being able to swim can provide you with a life-saving skill, as well as fitness and body shaping. In addition, if you learn all 3 types and pass the assessment, the company will also reward you with a one-time reward of 500 yuan. This reward, of course it's for Xiaoru. 500. Xiaoru's eyes lit up. Not much, but there is still money to be paid for learning how to swim. It is probably only Tang Qing's company. In terms of swimming pool facilities and staff salary expenses, the group's estimated cost for an employee to learn how to swim is about the same as applying for a class outside. Pool construction and maintenance. Coach. 500 rewards. Free swimsuit. After all, it's really possible that there are so many and all of them are free. It makes me happy just thinking about it. At this moment, she couldn't help but remember that a few days ago, the student handbook of Yintang University stipulated that students who knew how to swim could also get rewards. But she couldn't remember clearly whether it was 300 or 200. Let's get started. Okay. Lu Fu left. Went to other lanes. Because there are signs on the first and second lanes. Only for students. Lu Fu dove into the water and swam more than 10 meters. When she looked back, she saw that Xiaoru was still doing warm-up exercises before swimming by the pool. Bend down. Envious. 2 hours later. With one-on-one guidance. Xiaoru has mastered the essentials of 3 swimming styles. Without it, being supported in the water by a female coach, it is easy to learn how to correct every movement as long as you're not stupid. However, it is one thing to learn the movements and another to be able to swim freely and freely. Take a dip. Many people cannot remember any actions when they panic. Disorganized. But the main reason for the panic was choking on water. Xiaoru held the breathing tube in her mouth and remained calm. But now he is not considered to be able to swim. He still needs to be tested. Only by learning the 3 swimming styles freely can he get the reward. Tired of traveling. After washing up, I returned to the dormitory. Would you like to go to the gym? Lu Fu suddenly looked up. I have no energy left. There is a yoga class at 6 o'clock. It's free. Lu Fu just read it on her phone. I'll go. Yoga. Not much exercise. After cleaning up, we came to the canteen building again. This time it was on the upper floor. The entire building was built for employees' food and leisure. In addition to swimming and fitness, there are supermarkets, cinemas, and KTVs. On the way, is there a reward for learning? That's a nice thought. Swimming is a survival skill, but yoga is not. That's right. It was dark. The two dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory and went to bed early. The next day, early morning, boom, boom, a burst of bells woke them up. Not an alarm clock, but the bell in the dormitory building only rang once a day, and that was when it was time to wake them up. At this time, they would get up, tidy up, and still have free time to take care of themselves and have breakfast. Take another walk. No rush. All of a sudden, the whole building became lively. However, there are also many people who continue to sleep. There is still 1 hour and 20 minutes before work. They don't like walking. There are also food stores in the dormitory, so they can sleep for another 40 or 50 minutes. My hands are so sore. Me too. You still have to exercise regularly. Yeah. When I woke up, the two of them had only one feeling, sourness, a little regretful that they experienced so many projects at once yesterday. At this rate, it would take a day or two to feel better. Let's go. Have breakfast first. Okay. Simply tidy up. Go downstairs. Didn't take the elevator. Their floors are not low, and at this time, they're almost always on the first floor. It is different from the dark and narrow stairs. 6 meters wide, bright and bright. The decoration is luxurious and very nice. Downstairs, there are already groups of people heading towards the canteen. There is no kitchen in the dormitory, so even if there is food in stock, there is no way to eat well in the canteen. Almost all the breakfasts in China are available here. Bread, fried eggs, milk, buffet breakfast for two, mainly because it's not oily. This bread is so delicious, both delicious and sweet. Xiaoru ate happily. She said it was bread, but it wasn't in the flaky shape. It was similar to the ones in pastry shops outside. Almost no one took the flaky bread. Also, there's also a smiley face on the yolk of the omelet. Just looking at it makes me feel good. In the industry, it is probably only comparable to Ali's Penguin Canteen. Xiaoru said, definitely. Lu Fu nodded. At first, I thought I would live a life of renting a house and running subways and buses. I didn't expect that my first job would be so good. Looking around, Xiaoru couldn't help but sigh. Much better than expected. On conditions. This is definitely the top of China. Then work hard. The competition in the group is not small. Lu Fu said with a smile. Yes. Xiaoru nodded firmly. After breakfast, returned to the dormitory. The two began to put on makeup. The company requires light makeup. Their skin is good and does not require too much modification. No makeup is acceptable. But who doesn't want to look better? Knowing how to take care of yourself is also a basic quality for people in the workplace. Put on business attire. Look at the time. There's still half an hour until work. Go out. Yeah. If you really step on it, the impression is really not good. Go downstairs. Come on. Come on. The two of them walked towards their respective company buildings. Swipe your card. Face authentication. Xiaoru came to the 11th floor of Comet Video. After her internship, she was assigned to the third-party video review section. Her daily job was to check whether the third-party video provider violated regulations and whether it was valuable. At first, Comet Video has introduced multiple video channels. Team, company, personal. They can all be called the content providers of Comet Video. The content uploaded by these people may be good or bad, repetitive, low quality, and even some violations. The first two are okay, as long as they do not infringe. In case of violation, it has to be taken off the shelves. At the same time, also responsible for discovering outstanding original works. After cross-checking, if it works, they will contact the provider to sign a contract, become the group's original content provider, and enjoy the group's channel recommendations, a higher advertising share than ordinary videos, and other benefits. In this way, this has greatly stimulated content providers, allowing Comet Video to produce more and more outstanding works. One goes off the other, attracting more and more users, and suppressing the second place in the industry. Money, welfare, platform. Comet Group has gone to the extreme. Unless big capital comes in and burns billions, there is no way it can compete with the current Comet video. These billions are not for third-party content. Half of them are copyrights, and half are for filming movies and TV series. Comet literature. We have been deliberately building small IPs. Limited content. Feel free to play with it. History. Military. Ciencia. Science fiction. Suspenseful. The group is investing in almost all categories. It is accumulating more and larger libraries of its own copyrighted dramas. Now, watching dramas is still a hot topic. Members watch 6 more episodes, which has stimulated a surge in paying members. Now, there was no one in the office. Xiaoru felt a little confused. Was it really early? Never mind. Work first. As for cleaning, the cleaning has been done, and the floor is generally not dirty. Employees of the company consciously maintain the office environment. What each employee has to do is to make his or her office quiet. Speaking of office space, Xiaoru couldn't help but be happy. So big. Reaching out left and right, I just touched the solid wood baffles on both sides. The office space is huge. Sitting here, it feels like there is a boss's desk in front of you, with a high-end computer, charging plugs, file racks, small cabinets for personal belongings at your feet, and drawers on both sides. It's not crowded either front or rear. This configuration, even Ollie and Penguin can't compare. Now, Xiaoru felt at the peak of her life and felt comfortable everywhere. Due to the distance, it was almost impossible to whisper from side to side, but she was here to work, not here to whisper. Xiaoru morning. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Turn around and look. It was her boss, the leader of the audit team, a woman under 30. Morning, team leader Lu. Xiaoru stood up. Next time, just come 10 minutes early. Make sure you get enough sleep. The team leader said with a smile. In addition to work, their second task as leaders is the health of their employees. They are content services. I sometimes work overtime at night, so I just don't have to be late in the morning. Okay. Xiaoru nodded quickly. It's the same here as in other departments. All have performance. The number of reviews is linked to salary, and there's also a bonus for discovering an excellent original video content author. Therefore, overtime pay plus performance incentives and living close by, many people voluntarily work overtime. It's okay to go back anyway. Skip the traffic. Work 10 hours a day. Eat for 2 hours. 2 hours of sports and leisure. Study for 2 hours. There are still 8 hours of sleep. How nice. Xiaoru saw her boss entering her office, sat down, turned on the computer, logged into the work backend, and started reviewing. She knew that the advertising share had led to many people uploading other people's videos. To this, the group is not supported. Imitation is okay. Plagiarism is not allowed. The same video is processed into different content. This is called imitation. In theory, you can get a slightly higher advertising share, but if you completely copy someone else's, then I'm sorry. Uploading is okay. There is no gain. Opening the first video, it was about cute pets making fun with background music and funny narration. It was very good. Unfortunately, Xiaoru shook her head. This thing was directly copied. She hasn't seen it. However, the group has a matching software. Using a powerful data center, video clips can be compared frame by frame. If there is overlap, a prompt will be given. However, currently only video images can be compared, and secondary process videos cannot be screened. Therefore, they need to manually review it. I watched the comparison video of the data center before and after, and it was accurate word for word. Click on the notification. I sent a short message to the uploader's background. The meaning was very simple. The video did not pass the original review, and there was no advertising revenue. Finally, I gave some encouragement and keep up the good work. Certainly, Xiaoru is not just typing stupidly. There are buttons. Just click and it will be sent automatically. 10 minutes later, everyone is here. The office with more than 40 seats is not full at the moment, and there are still more than a dozen vacant seats, which are reserved for future business expansion. It is better to have a shortage than to overfill. Besides, there is not too much shortage of people now. On the contrary, based on existing business volume, there's still more manpower. Xiaoru heard that it was to prepare for other projects of the Lee Group. In addition to Comet Video, the group has important projects in preparation, but they have not been announced, so everyone can only guess in private. Don't know when it will be online. All looking forward to it. The group takes action. It has always been extraordinary to keep it secret like this. Good morning, Xiaoru. Good morning, senior sister. As a company registered in Shanghai, naturally, the proportion of people from Fudan University is high. With her included, there are 4 people from Fudan University in the group, and the others are from 211 and above. There are also people from Tsinghua and Peking University, because the group also has a branch in Beijing. Facing expansion. Bought land. The branch is being built. After it is built, there is a high probability that it can be transferred back. Hi. Welcome to the movie viewing group. Colleagues are very enthusiastic, and some are even very cheerful. Xiaoru knows. This is really kind. General company. We are each other's colleagues and competitors. Who doesn't want to go further, get more money, and have more power? In the group, of course, this situation also exists, but the difference is that there is an I here. There is a complete promotion and assessment system. Have the ability. The group will not be buried. No ability. The group will not allow it to rise. Therefore, compete. It has become a competition based on ability, so there is nothing to be hostile to. If you lose based on connections, you will definitely not be willing to accept it. But if you lose based on ability, Tianyin will give everyone an irrefutable reason for promotion. Therefore, take it heartily. If you want to compete, you also need to study in private and work hard. There is no need to flatter others. It is yours, and the group will not be short of it. This is the corporate culture of Tang Qing's various companies. And, even if you can't get promoted, been doing it for a long time, the treatment is not bad either. Be yourself. That's enough. Meeting. The team leader's voice came from the loudspeaker in front of the workstation. Regular meeting. Every morning, more than 20 people came to the team's conference room and talked about the superior's instructions, problems at work, and today's work tasks without much nonsense. The whole process did not take more than 5 minutes. It's so fast. Xiaoru sighed. Efficiency. The group controls things very strictly, especially working hours. Return to the office. They each put on headphones and watch the video. Considering that they might have to be worn for a day, the group specially designed a small and lightweight Bluetooth headset that would not cause ear discomfort if worn for a day. The sound quality is super good. On the workstation, Xiaoru had one more task today, which was to contact a newly established original video team to discuss signing matters. After the morning meeting, the team leader had already distributed work orders in a small way. Pick up the landline, follow the number, and dial it. Hello. A very polite voice came from the other side. Hello. This is Comet Video Content Department. We have reviewed your original video certification application and 6 videos, and they meet the standards. Are you willing to sign a contract with our group? Content Department. The name of the group's parent department. Although the other party submitted the application, they still have to ask some questions. Hello. I thought I had to wait until next Monday. Yes, very willing. Listen to this tone. Apparently, they are happier there. How can you be unhappy? Having just graduated from a second-rate film and television media school, it was not easy to find a good job. In the end, several dormitories were combined, so they decided to work together to make original videos. Their direction was to make popular science animation short videos within 3 minutes. It took a month. Made these 6 high-quality ones. After going online, although the number of clicks is not high, the response is good, so I'm waiting to sign a contract so that I can get a recommendation position. Now everyone knows that becoming an original contracted author of Comet Video is also a good way. They have a mature discovery and recommendation mechanism. Just make a good video. No need to worry about being buried. There is one more choice in life. Can you guarantee high-quality updates at least once every 2 weeks? To sign a contract, it doesn't just mean originality, but also a volume of updates. Otherwise, who can bear it once a year? But there's a lot of room for this provision. Even if it can't be done after signing the contract, the group will not do anything. Good recommendation resources will definitely not be given priority. There will be preferential treatment for those who work hard to be original. No problem. The other side vowed. Have you registered this program name with the Industrial and Commercial Administration? Xiaoru asked again. Not yet. Hearing this, there was a lot of tension there. Malicious registration. There had been trouble for a while before, and it started with the anchor. When the anchor became famous, someone maliciously registered someone else's stage name and came to them to ask for their stage name to be deactivated. To put it bluntly, it just wants money. Very hateful. Like a robber. They haven't had time to register yet. But the comic group did not cause such a thing. He heard that the group would take the initiative to help the signing team register a legal trademark. Therefore, the comic group had been watching the excitement during that time. We have checked here and found that the name has not been registered. After signing the contract, we will help you register for free. Xiaoru added that the main reason for this problem is that people are often registering. Go through the process. It is not displayed on the industrial and commercial side. Can't check. Thank you. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. He asked a few more questions. After confirmation, Xiaoru sent an electronic version of the contract. There is no need for the other party to come to the company. It is made in 2 copies. Just sign it and send it back. The key content is included in the application materials and can be generated with 1 click. Make 2 copies. Prepare them as required in the attachment and send them to the address. After we verify that they are correct, we will change your account weight and start arranging recommended resources, registering trademarks, etc. Thank you. You're welcome. If you have any questions, you can call this number during work. Okay. With excitement, start downloading the contract on the opposite side and sign as required in the attached PDF. As for the content of the contract, they just glanced at it. The contracts of Comic Group are available online, and there are no traps in the terms. First, in the industry, there is no need to squeeze their interests to make a profit. Think Civilization. One Piece can make such terrifying profits. Comic Group is famous for its generosity. As for being registered during the delivery of the contract, please, they haven't become famous yet, and no one is watching them now, and they don't have deep feelings. But a matter of minutes, under the influence of the Comic Group, other live broadcast and video platforms have begun to pay attention to trademarks. Everything, all are developing in a good direction. Other side, Xiaoru is also happy. This is the first contract she has signed. Although she did not discover the team, it is of great significance. Since it is a cross-examination vote, this performance does not belong to anyone alone. Shared by the group. They are a team. The work content is also cross-examined. No one has a unique contribution. However, there are still differences. Otherwise, if everyone in a department has the same salary, what motivation would there be? The differences mainly lie in 4 items. First, academic qualifications. Second, length of service. Third, certificate. Fourth, work overtime. Overall, the group's salary distribution is still very reasonable. Obviously, what Xiaoru likes the most is that she can check her accumulated salary for this month every day, and every day she works, she will get a raise. China's only one. I feel very motivated just by looking at it, and I feel refreshed when I look at it every day. Finished signing the contract, Xiaoru began to review other videos. Because she was number 1, tens of thousands of videos were uploaded every day. The upload time of what they're watching now can be traced back to the Chinese New Year. This is only for active viewing. If there are videos that have been reported, they must be processed today. Good thing. The company's frame-by-frame comparison technology can actively block most visually stimulating videos. Once detected, it will be sent to them for review as soon as possible to prevent anyone from uploading action movies. There is such a weird thing. Boring. Make a video or process a video and insert a minute or a few seconds of exciting scenes in the middle. However, this cannot escape the group's recognition software and is immediately discovered. Don't show it yet. Waiting for review. If they think it is indeed illegal after reading it, delete. Warn. All numbers under the ID card bound to the account within 1 year can no longer upload videos. Quite strict. Moving. Plagiarism, with some changes, but not original enough. Worthless. Selfies. Poor quality. The review work is quite boring. Xiaoru has a good attitude. What kind of work is not boring? Isn't it repeated over and over again? Make repeated reports, make repeated phone calls, and repeatedly contact different customers. All the same, the key is to find fun and value in it. Relatively speaking, the people who review the videos are a bit better. All they see are dynamic images, and they don't need to use their brains much, so their eyes are not tired. Think about it. The review at Comet Literature is tiring. It's all words. Just looking at it gives me a headache. Not far. Comet Film and Television Building. Lu Fu also started today's work. She studied business administration and had considerable internship experience during college. Therefore, she had a higher starting point than Xiaoru and became an assistant manager. Certainly, it can't be the assistant to the general manager, but the manager of the TV drama division. There are two types of assistants within the group. One is the assistant second only to the deputy manager, and the other is the secretary-type assistant. The former may be promoted to deputy department manager in the next step. The latter, it will take some time. Lu Fu is the latter, mainly doing some uploading and delegating work. It doesn't look very high level, but just like the leader's secretary, due to the wide contact, not limited to a single type of work, the growth is very fast. It may be reused in the next step. Same as Xiaoru. Lu Fu also has a large desk. Now, she is checking the film and television shooting progress of the business department. With Xiao Xiao, every day, the progress of each project in the business department will be summarized, and Xiao Xiao will automatically generate a form. She does not need to do it. One of her work contents is just to pick out some important events. For example, the filming is blocked, the budget is exceeded, the actors are injured, someone is trying to be a big name, etc. In addition, the marketing, logistics, props, artist management, etc. of the business department must be followed up one by one. Very complicated, but trains people. Xiao Lu, let's go. Okay. The manager suddenly walked out and called Lu Fu, who quickly got up, walked up 4 flights of stairs. As for why she didn't take the elevator, Lu Fu looked at the manager's figure in front of her and nodded secretly. It's not that the manager is fat. On the contrary, he is quite slim. The manager is a woman, nearly 40 years old. I heard that the industry background is very deep. At this time, they came to another business department, the brokerage division. The group used to have a special brokerage company, but later merged and the brokerage company became the brokerage division of Comet Film and Television. Family. Naturally, I work in the same building. Each business unit has 4 floors. Not much to say. The manager took her to the large conference room of the brokerage department. Now, the large conference room was already full of people, not many of whom were in their 40s. Lu Fu suddenly remembered that today was her first official day of employment, and it was also the official day of employment for a group of intern artists in the company. 20 or so young people. There are also some older ones who are artist assistants and managers. She was somewhat impressed. Just sit in this time, the manager said. Okay. Lu Fu nodded. They were in the TV drama division, not the brokerage division, so it was naturally not her turn to take minutes of the meeting. After entering, the manager greeted several other division managers who had already arrived. Even a vice president of the company also came. However, but he didn't take the main seat. Could it be? Just as Lu Fu was thinking about it, a person walked in from outside. Seeing that face, everyone in the conference room stood up. Lu Fu was also excited and stood up. Shun Yi, Group Vice President, also serves as the General Manager of Comet Film and Television. The boss of the immediate boss. My boss is said to be only 29 years old, not yet 30. He is the youngest among the vice presidents of the group. He has a successful career. It is said that he is not married yet. During the internship, Lu Fu still did some homework. Mr. Shun. Hello, Mr. Shun. Sit down. Shunyi walked in and said to everyone with a smile. Seeing the group getting stronger and stronger, with more and more people, he felt indescribably happy. This sense of accomplishment made him very satisfied. New artist today. As per usual, I have to say a few words. Look at the artist below. Unlike other entertainment companies who look at money trees, What Shun Yi is thinking about at this moment is not how much money these people can make for the group, but what kind of future they can bring to the group. It is the purpose of the company to cultivate students who can be recognized by society. This recognition is not the kind of artist who suddenly becomes popular and gets popular in a short period of time, but the kind of artist who has accumulated excellent works over a long period of time and gained social respect for his character, behavior, and acting skills. And he is the executor. These artists come from a wide range of backgrounds. Beiying, play, Chinese drama. There are also wild monks who are very talented. Through special efforts, they are later recognized by the company. Many famous actors with some connection background are looking for connections and want to join the group. But I was intimidated by the contract. It's not about giving less money, but something else. There are even requirements for personal style. The group adheres to the principle that public figures should set a good example. Originally, the personal issue had nothing to do with the group, but it was just like what Tang Qing said at the group's board of directors when it was first established. At least there must be a group of people who stick to the values. Group artists, when they go outside, I hope everyone will give a thumbs up and say he or she is an actor instead of calling him or her an actor. Sit down. Look into the eyes. Shun Yi smiled and said, "Hello. Being able to sit here means that you have passed the company's screening and stood out from the fierce competition. It also means that your acting skills and potential have been recognized by the company. Entertainment circle. This is the public's impression of film and television companies. However, we don't like this broad classification. Entertainment? Who to entertain? To entertain yourself or to entertain others? What our company hopes is to change this inherent perception. Actors, actresses, I think everyone wants to be called the former, and all of this requires your efforts. The group is just a support, providing a platform to let the value that is truly worth delivering shine in all directions as much as possible. No manuscript. Shun Yi can talk a lot casually. These words, the new artists present were excited. They initially wanted to be actors and stars. Apart from being glamorous and earning a high income, their biggest original intention was to be remembered. No matter what unspoken rules, I think I can avoid them. However, the reality is disappointing. Entertainment industry. They have seen it too clearly now, and they started to understand it on the first day of school. And the result is a mess. Even if you don't want to follow the crowd, such people will be ostracized and become losers. Later, just started school for 1 year. Comic Group was born, a civilization. It shocked the whole world and also shocked China's entertainment industry. Its box office was more than 3 times the total box office of other Chinese movies that year. With the peripherals included, the movie made crazy money. Then, Comet Film and Television has officially entered the entertainment industry. Rich. There's a background. Be willing to invest. It has become the largest entertainment company in China very quickly. They don't even care whether the artists make money or not. They just want to change the industry and change people's understanding of the entertainment industry. Now, it did. All those in China who study acting. The best way out is to sign with Comet Film and Television, because this means that there is no need to worry about the so-called unspoken rules, no need to speculate on scandals. As long as you work hard, everything will not be a problem. This is for those who want to go off the beaten track. It was a blow, but for those who want to take the right path, it is lucky. The group's market value is hundreds of billions. Hawaii and Tang people combined are estimated to be less than 1/10. The difference in strength is huge. If it weren't for the support of the older generation of directors and no independent directors were signed here, Liang would probably not be far away. A few minutes later, Shun Yi finished his speech. Okay, not much to say. I hope you can live up to everyone's expectations. I only have one final message for you. Be a good person before doing anything. To be a good person, you must be a respected person. Wow, there was a round of applause from below. Respect. It is exactly what the entertainment industry is lacking. Actor. It's not a nice word. Shun Yi pressed his hands. Stand up. Welcome again to Comet Pictures. I'll leave first and leave it to Vice President Qin. After that, Shun Yi left. While he was here, the others were probably nervous about the meeting, so there was no need to stay longer. After seeing Shun E off, the deputy general manager of Comet Film and Television continued the meeting and took over Shen Yi's words. Everyone should bear in mind Mr. Shun's words just now. Next, the company will officially announce the contract with you on the official website. In the short term, you will mainly follow the team. If there is a suitable role, the company will arrange it. The people below kept nodding. Follow the group. It is the group's training method. Take it step by step. There's a special training process for newcomers, and it is impossible to be given a large role as soon as they come up. The starting point is relatively low, but this kind of stable and continuous career trajectory is what they care about very much. Why do celebrities speculate on scandals? Of course it's fame. Once you are famous, you will have fans, you will have appeal, and you will have dramas to take on. But there's a lot of group drama. There is no need to rely on this popular approach. Step by step, excellent strength. You will eventually reach the other side of your ideal. Following a group is not an errand. Instead, I will play some guest roles. The group has many projects and even more cooperation projects. With this kind of people, I can arrange them casually. Now that I have no name, it is quite easy. Even if you become famous, the group will not squeeze them, but make reasonable arrangements. Actors can choose on their own. According to the conditions given to artists by the group, they can choose to take a complete rest for 1 month every year and do nothing. Be an artist here. Quite relaxing. Don't break the rules. It won't be hidden. The reason is still. Civilization is so damn profitable. Squeeze them. How much can you earn from working so hard? 100 million? 300 million? Please. This little money contributes little to the company's financial statements. Moreover, the group's business has expanded abroad, and various movies and TV series are also very popular in Southeast Asian countries. The company's artists often go abroad, and there is no shortage of commercial performance and advertising opportunities. Top layer, General Manager's office. Shun Yi was not idle. He thought that the company was on the right track, and he would feel more relaxed. However, with the rapid expansion of the company's business and even business and cooperation in various countries in Southeast Asia, he found that he was really busy. But the busier he gets, the more energetic he becomes. By allowing Chinese culture to go abroad, he is doing a meaningful thing, not just to make money. Now, to be the first in China, the pressure and expectations he endures are far greater than before. Domestically, it's okay. They dominate the entertainment industry. However, foreign capital that wants to subvert is not quiet. Civilization. How could anyone be willing to seize the global market for European and American commercial films? In the past 2 years, various blockbusters have been intensively shot and released in order to resist the impact of civilization. Other countries are not afraid, but Shun Yi had to pay attention to those film companies in the United States. Mainly because they have too many series. Marvel, DC, there are so many heroes that it's dizzying. After beating the master to death with random punches, Avatar, which was released in advance last month, surpassed the first Civilization at the box office, temporarily ranking behind Titans and Civilization 2. It can be said that it is coming fiercely. It's also that the special effects technology of Civilization is too powerful. Raised expectations. Otherwise, this video, Shun Yi believed that without the appearance of Civilization, there might be the potential to pull down Titans. Unfortunately, it came out a few years late, and the audience's appetite was whetted. On the other hand, look at China. Truth. There's really no comic series with world-class influence. Although the group also has a comics department, the finished products are very disappointing. They are either too silly or have a serious Japanese comic style. The content is increasingly biased towards otaku culture, and the plot is very boring. Alright, there are also cultural reasons. Some plots and contents of Marvel and DC comics cannot pass the review in China. Finally, Tang Qing said that the direction should be turned to civilized universe. This ended the period of confusion. Now, under Comet Literature's call for essays, many excellent works have emerged, but they are not well known at present. The group is still cultivating the market. Some high-quality works will be packaged by the group, and sold around the world. This is a good start. Before the formation of civilized universe, they still have to rest on their laurels. Good thing. This capital is strong enough and very durable. Take one bite. Mouth full of oil. Think of this. Shani couldn't help but be happy. But for a while, he immediately put away his pride when he saw the logos of world-class entertainment companies hanging on the wall opposite his desk. These pictures were found in the offices of senior executives above the vice president of the group. Purpose. Just remind them. There are many people chasing behind. These industry giants who have created countless brilliance should not be underestimated. Even if they achieve good results, it means that the past efforts have paid off, and the future will be full of uncertainty again. Call. Take a deep breath. Shin-E calmed down. Seeing a logo marked in red in the middle, his face became more solemn. ERV Entertainment. It was established not long ago. But, with the 3 letters ERV, it cannot be ignored. Because almost all industries that ERV is involved in are industry leaders. Even if they are not now, they still have strong competitiveness. Do what? Into what? Last month, when Avatar was released, ERV Entertainment's first film was also released. Unlike other films, ERV's first film turned out to be a CG animated film, which has always been an unpopular thing. However, unpopular movie, but it created a little myth. Generally speaking, the picture quality of CG movies may be good, but various problems such as stiff movements, unnatural expressions, mismatched mouth shapes, etc., make this type of movie only acceptable to a niche audience. Big investment. Returns are low. However, ERV's movie gave this small category immense confidence. Environment. Figure. There is no sense of violation. Most people who don't pay attention will think that this is a real movie. The picture quality, fighting, and plot shock the entire industry. Everyone knows that ERV is still the same ERV. Just don't take action. One shot. It's just shocking. Shuni looked at it and was stunned for a second. Every frame. All are picture level. It makes people a little worried. It's really awesome. When making game scenes, it's very real ERV. Then I started making CG animated movies and then switched to CG special effects. It's very stressful. Whoever is afraid of whom? Come on. Shun-E clenched his fists. Dry. Afraid of you. Talk about it. There's also a coincidence that makes him funny. Just last month, this movie collided with Avatar, and Avatar, which had almost monopolized popularity, was sucked away a wave of fans. It also squeezed in the film schedule. Otherwise, Avatar may have to add another $100 million or so at the box office. It can be seen from here that when a strong opponent appears, they are not the only ones who feel pressured. There are other entertainment companies in the United States. Although the box office this time is only 1/3 of Avatar, no one will forget ERV's most rogue skill speed. The update of Force of War has caused a collective psychological shadow in the gaming community. If all this can be produced, not much to say. One piece every 2 months. It can make your heart beat faster. 1 movie per month. No one can have a good night's sleep. 2. In January. Everyone must be dumbfounded. 3 parts in January. Everyone, go to sleep. This company has gone crazy. Shaking his head vigorously, Shuni did not want to believe that ERV would launch such a large indiscriminate attack. That would be terrible. This is also true. Shun-E felt the pressure. In the United States, all the major film companies felt that there was a dark cloud in the sky that could not be dispersed, and every one of them wanted to cry. When ERV Entertainment was established, they didn't think much about it. After all, they were the established landlords in the film industry. What's more, ERV did not acquire movie companies. Rather, it is self-built. However, such a self-built company suddenly rose to a level that shocked them. In one fell swoop, the technology of CG animated films was improved by several levels, and the first show was very effective. Star? No, they're virtual. Characters used by others. CG cost? This is a fucking mystery. Not much anyway. As for the script, it is a simple routine of a hero saving the world, but this routine was subverted by ERV Entertainment. Anyway, they succeeded. Eat meat. Will people stop? Of course not. From now on, They have to deal with China's comic group, and they have to be wary of this ERV, which is known for its speed. If they go crazy one day, it will be like updating the Fire of War map. That day, no, it won't. Night. 9 o'clock. Xiaoru had finished her day's work. It was already starry outside, and she had walked most of the office. Not all people lived in the company dormitories. Some people whose homes were far away left as soon as they arrived. Yawned. After clocking in from get off work. Lower your head. The salary displayed on the phone increased by 276. I feel happy. After punching in every day, the day's wages are automatically settled in the background. In addition to the daily fixed increase in basic wages, overtime wages are also included. As for performance and bonuses, they are calculated uniformly at the end of the month. Otherwise, an ongoing project, success or failure is unknown. Statistics can only be put into a longer period of time. That's great. Xiaoru smiled happily. Get out of the building. Many people also get off work at this time. It's not that they don't want to add more. Many people who live close by can't wait to go back 11 o'clock. But there must be so much workload that the company's machines cannot be idle. This is just a preliminary calculation. Next, based on the work content and estimated workload, the superior supervisor will check it the next day and confirm it with the finance department. Only then can it be considered successful. Otherwise, the 1.5-hour work would have to be delayed to 3 hours. If only this all worked. That's no longer a mess. The group is generous and rich, but that doesn't mean it doesn't care about this trend. Sister Lu, where are you? To your right. Looking to the right. Lu Fu was waving to her not far away. It was their first day at work today, and neither of them left early. Instead, they waited until the end. At least most of the people left before getting off work. Therefore, haven't eaten yet. Come on, let's have hot pot. Lu Fu came from the capital of Shu and hadn't eaten for many days, so she was a little concerned. Okay, even though it was late. Before 12 o'clock, big meals such as hot pot are provided. On the way, what have you been busy with today? Lu Fu asked. Xiaoru said, watching videos for a day. It was easier than me. I sorted out documents and forms for a day. I envy you. Why do you envy me? You started at a high level and became an assistant manager as soon as you got there. So, studying for 3 more years is still useful. Lu Fu said with a smile. That's right. Will you work overtime tomorrow? The audit team usually doesn't work overtime on weekends, but I have to be on duty. Xiaoru said, since it is not a technical department, let alone a research and development department, it is difficult to have a reason to work overtime collectively on weekends. Do you still need a review on weekends? Yes, many third-party video providers choose to upload on weekends. The recommendation effect of this arrangement is good, so someone needs to be on duty to review these videos. Tomorrow, another colleague and I will change people the day after tomorrow, so we can have a double day off next week. Xiaoru said, except for the team leader, everyone has to take a turn. According to the number of people in the review team, one turn takes more than 1 month. What about you? I have 2 days off, but I just joined the job and I have to learn a lot of things. I have to read the information. Lu Fu said. He was the assistant manager, so he had half a foot in the management, so she was not required to be on duty. If anything happens to each crew, they have relevant contacts. Little things don't matter to her. For important matters, please contact the department manager directly. Looking at the cafeteria building in the distance with all its floors lit up, their first day officially left a good memory. 2 days later, June 23rd, 10:15 in the morning. Brother, guess what score I got in the exam? Qin Shiqi called specifically with joy in her tone. Tang Qing, who had sharp ears, could still hear the voices around him. It was his second uncle and the others. Now, Tang Qing was sunbathing by the swimming pool. Got a call. 666. Tang Qing said a number casually. It's not completely nonsense. At the beginning, Qin Shiqi's score was estimated to be around 680. From the looks of it, it should be higher than this. Let's say it's a little lower, leaving some room. Besides, isn't 666 pretty good? Qin Shiqi was speechless. 666. The numbers are good, but why don't you take some snacks? Guess again, Qin Shiqi said. Tang Qing thought for a while. Never mind. No more cheating. It's better to maintain this sense of mystery for a few more seconds. 668. 673. That's it. It was like squeezing out toothpaste. After guessing more than 10 times, I finally guessed Qin Shiqi's score correctly. It was more like counting than guessing. Only in the end did Qin Shiqi feel that she was amused. 696. Qin Shiqi's college entrance examination score was about 10 points higher than expected. Well, not bad. You almost caught up with my score. Tang Qing chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiqi raised her eyebrows. You? Please. You were a perfect scorer at that time. You were a monster, but I couldn't catch up with you. Brother, you have to tell me, my summer vacation plan depends entirely on you. This was the purpose of Qin Shiqi's call. Tang Qing supported her summer vacation plan after she had agreed to do it after passing the exam. Okay, Tang Qing agreed. Isn't it just a trip out? Where's Sister Joshua? Reviewing in the room. Tang Qing said, it's the end of June now, exam week, and Fudan will be on summer vacation in a week. Then I'll call her bye. Beep. Qin Shiqi hung up the phone quickly. This cousin, still so turbulent. Noon. Villa restaurant. A large family was projected on a table again, celebrating Qin Shiqi's high score in the exam. Although it was useless, because in the end he was not going to Yintang University, the meaning was different. This score, universities in China, are almost optional, rather than relying on connections for low scores. Dad, Mom, you have nothing to say this time. Qin Shiqi said proudly. Pay attention to safety. Don't go to remote places. Be careful. Qin Yugong and his wife did not object to their daughter's travel plan again. Reading thousands of books is worse than traveling thousands of miles. Qin Shiqi has traveled a lot, including island countries, Thailand, and Myanmar. Count out of the country. But they all brought this with them. This time the girl wants to follow her own wishes, so she needs to support her. After all, she's going to college, and I guess it won't be long before she brings a boyfriend back. Didn't grow up. Worried about growing crookedly. Grow up. Worry about meeting someone unkindly. Got married. Worry about whether your marriage will be happy. A cycle. I got it. Qin Shiqi said happily. Her sister Qin Shiyu is now a sophomore in high school and will soon be a senior in high school. She can't leave. Otherwise, she will definitely drag Qin Shiyu and Tang Yin'er together. And now she can only be with another best friend. If it were a person, Qin Yugong would not agree. Aside, Tang Qing was not worried about Qin Shiqi's safety. It was a joke. What did his subordinates do? As long as someone had malicious intentions, he would teach him how to behave in a minute. Of course, the main thing was to pretend it was an accident. On the bright side, there is only one female bodyguard from the Imperial Guard. Qin Shiqi didn't know how many people were secretly protecting her. Tang Kai asked, how was the thank you banquet arranged? Centralize it. Teachers can't bear the invitations. After all, there's so many. Students. Last time Tang Dang had a meal together as a class. It's time to thank everyone. No one is left behind, Qin Yugong said. Tang Kai nodded. Indeed, it's good to have a lively meal together, and it's easy to create comparisons. Chatted for a while. The topic turned to Tang Qing. No way. There is too much news about him now. Tang Dang, you have to be careful about ERV now. Tang Kai said. Tang Qing hasn't spoken yet. What's wrong? Tang's father said nervously. ERV has now entered the film industry. It is a competitor in film and television, smartphones, and cloud computing. In this regard, Tang, we can't help you much. Just be careful. He couldn't help but not worry. Film and television. Smartphone. Cloud computing. Not entirely in hand. Film and television. Comic Group sourced its special effects from another company. Smartphone. Almost no parts are produced in-house, and the operating system is owned by others. Cloud computing. It's just getting started, but this is an application, and ERV is starting to delve into low-level hardware technology. It can be said that even the Internet of Everything that Tang Qing wants to build is based on other people's equipment. Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Besides, without competition, there will be no progress. Tang Qing looked relaxed. Our fish in the pond plan does not compete. So how can we beat those who are onlookers? This pattern, Tang Qing thought he couldn't do it. It's okay, second uncle and dad, take a step back and say, even if I go bankrupt, our store can still support us. After Tang Qing said this, he couldn't help but want to laugh if he went bankrupt. Then he is still the richest man in the world. Of Myanmar Bank Group. Even if the money from these two companies is not included, the assets held by other fighters are still an extremely huge number, and the number is getting bigger and bigger. Making money is no slower than printing money. Wealth to his name, not 1/10 of what it truly masters, or even less. Ahem, don't think about it anymore. Otherwise, it is easy to hit people. Haha, yes, our store can earn more than $1 million a year. Father Tang couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, it's not really possible for my family to make a living from a jewelry store, which is worth $2 trillion. This is not $200 million. Want to go bankrupt? Joke. My son's success today is not entirely due to luck. After dinner, Tang Qing came to the study. Review with Lin Jiaxue. However, using glasses is dealing with various matters related to soldiers, huge assets, huge power, and plans with huge investment. How can you not pay attention to it? Some mission details and emergencies, if they involve a large scale or will trigger the rules set by him, he still has to make decisions. Even if there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the command room watching, he cannot completely relax. Suddenly, Tang Qing had a smile on his face. He thought, it's done. Turned out to be. Just now, ERV has agreed to technical cooperation with South Korea's Samsung and other consortiums. It is said to be technical cooperation, but in fact it means that it agrees to continue to use some of its products in the future and will not use strategic R&D and investment to replace them. Cost. It is part of the equity of these chaebol. Certainly, ERV did not spend any money. If it had spent money, it would not have been delayed for a full month after the Korean High Court ruled to break up the chaebol last month, and those chaebol came to the United States to seek support. This month, without seriously touching the interests of European and American consortiums, ERV has obtained the greatest benefits. USA, New York, Long Island. A huge ocean view villa is priced at $70 million, which is beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy people. But for ERV, which has a market capitalization of over $1 trillion, it is just a drop in the bucket. With the advancement of consortium, the market value of ERV has also increased steadily. Trillions of dollars. It expresses the optimism of numerous capitals on ERV. In addition to investment institutions, there are also the American people. Emerging capital breaks through the siege and counterattacks the established consortium. This is a typical American dream. Of course, we have to support it. Also give strong support and make a fortune by the way. Now, it was late at night. The door slowly opened. Jean Changmin's motorcade drove towards the New York City in the distance. The prosperity in the distance was looming, but he could not feel the slightest atmosphere of civilization. This land was full of bandits. Under the brilliance. All despicable. They seem to be allies of South Korea. But what have they done in recent years? Asian financial crisis. Adding insult to injury. South Korea tried its best to rescue the market, but was unable to save the situation. In the end, it could only agree to the conditions of these vampires, opening up finance and currency, and then opening up the equity of these chaebols. No, not open. It's a robbery. Jean Changmin was so angry that his teeth itched with hatred. However, he also knew that it would be useless even if he chewed his teeth into pieces. Not even a hair would fall off because he could hold them tightly. 10 years have passed. It happened again. Taking advantage of the breakup of the chaebol, this ERV that appeared out of nowhere took advantage of the situation and took another severe bite. Just like last time, they had no power to resist and could only bear it. Few in the car. Kim Tae-min took a deep breath. Take out the medicine. I quickly ate a few pills. It's frustrating. This month. For this matter, he traveled back and forth between the two countries. The country had to deal with the split of the chaebols, and other families had some stumbling blocks in the process because some assets were cooperated with other families. This time, almost broke up with various families. Then, things keep happening. He was very worried. Yarvi was dissatisfied with the plans he proposed time and time again and said he would consider it. Even if several American consortiums came to mediate, Yarvi was still stubborn and would not let go. Later, somehow, the island nations consortium also came in. Seeing their misfortune, they gloated over their misfortune and wanted to find Yarvi to cooperate. Although it was not a core project of Samsung, this was not a good sign. In the end, it took a month of hard work. Just finally let go. Look back. Jin Chongmin sighed. Yarvi is worthy of being able to counterattack and become an emerging consortium in the United States, which has been in power for a century. In addition to its strong strength, its methods are also cunning, and it has become the biggest winner. Who loses? Of course it is them. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the Korean chaebols being split up, the old chaebols also made some pocket money. Not much, only 18 billion US dollars. It's like the favor fee given by Yarvi for this purpose. Maid, Jin Chongmin punched the front seat. These vampires. His tone was full of resentment. Front seat. Jin Chongmin's eldest son said nothing. These words. Jin Chongmin has said it countless times. He used to say it twice a month, but this month he said it every day. Jin Chongmin has such deep resentment, but he doesn't feel much about it. Born in peaceful times, he felt that the family was already rich. There is no end to the squandering. Everything. Since he can't defeat the United States, isn't he just adding to his troubles by having such a big resentment? For a while, Jin Chongmin calmed down. Looking at the eldest son, I sighed in my heart. I have never experienced something from scratch, nor have I experienced ups and downs, so I cannot understand the hardships of starting a business. I am naturally superior, and I cannot fully understand that spirit. Well, a few more years. Do the younger generations of South Korea have nothing but praise for the United States? Very likely. As long as other people's aircraft carriers are cruising on the west coast of the Pacific, whatever they say will be whatever they say. Humph, if there were no United States, they would definitely learn from India and study the technology of growing mushrooms. Let's see who dares. Why for a while? Jin Chongmin's mind returned to reality. Apparently, this is impossible. Who can subvert American hegemony? No one. It's not about can, but whether it is necessary. Yes, without the United States, they could develop mushroom cultivation technology, but their neighboring island countries are definitely ahead of them. Next, those who have a little bit of pursuit will start investing in mushroom projects like crazy. South Korea, island country, probably the first batch. Iran, Saudi Arabia, probably the second batch. Under the leadership of these two enemies. Jin Chongmin shuddered. The entire Middle East countries will invest one after another, and no one will be left behind, because the grievances there are almost irreconcilable. Once one party goes too far, TSK, it will become everyone grows mushrooms together. The island country has mastered mushroom technology, and its back is strong. South Korea is the first to be nervous. China has to face up to this opponent, because the distance between the two countries is too close, and there is almost no strategic buffer space. I have to say, judging from the results, such tyranny, maintaining relative peace in the world to some extent. How ironic. Jin Chongmin wanted to laugh. It was ridiculous, but brought tears to my eyes, because unfortunately, they were the direct victims. Not only did they lose the right to research mushroom cultivation technology, they also lost their wealth. Although this wealth has benefited from U.S. support. But, money that goes into your pocket. Why should you vomit it out? 20 minutes later, the convoy returned to his villa, a place no smaller than the one in Yarvi. Samsung had made a lot of money over the years and was not shy about buying properties overseas. Of course, the house he lived in was the best. Have a good rest. Tomorrow, let's go and witness the coronation of Yarvi. Jin Chongmin said. Yes. Crowned. It's not an award, but it's almost the same as being awarded a medal. Tomorrow, Morgan and other consortiums jointly invited hundreds of heavyweight guests to a manor not far away to formally celebrate and recognize the status of the Yarvi consortium and to show their friendly attitude. Introduce friends, by the way, to avoid accidental injury in the future. In private, Jin Chongmin knows, and they will probably talk about something. But it has nothing to do with him. He was not qualified to attend meetings with his superiors, so he just went to make up the numbers. After all, Samsung was considered a scrappy company, so being invited to this banquet was considered an honor. Except him. I heard that major financial groups in Europe and the United States will also come. South Korea, island country, representatives of plutocrats from other countries in the European and American camps will also come. Very solemn. It can be said, it gave ERV enough face. Although they are envious, they also know that this is earned by their strength, and with a market value of $1 trillion, everyone believes that this will not be the end, but the beginning. Also, ERV has united a large number of emerging economic forces and families in recent years. It does not fight alone, but has many allies. The support of its lobbying companies and election donations gives it the power to speak out in the American political arena, no less than other consortiums. So much effort. Only then did I gain the respect of everyone today. Rely on money? No. It has become a trend, and it is still a general trend. 6 hours later, daybreak. Private planes landed one after another at the 3 major airports in New York. Starting yesterday, the airports have increased security. Everyone knows that this means the arrival of distinguished guests. But I don't know who they are. Outside the airport, as soon as a live broadcast vehicle stopped, I received a call from my boss. Come back. I just got a clue, a lot of foreign money. This matter cannot be reported. The boss said, yes. The major consortiums give ERV a lot of face, but that doesn't mean they want to publicize it. Although the consortia have been secretly controlling the country's economic and political trends, they have been deliberately keeping a low profile. In the media, except for the companies it says it controls, it will almost never involve member activities, let alone this kind of gathering. The main purpose is not to stimulate the public psychology too much. Otherwise, the thought of this gang of capitalists getting together. It is easy to become mentally unbalanced. Therefore, everyone reached a consensus. Not reported. Under the intervention of these big guys, the media in Europe and the United States collectively booed. Grand yet low-key. Geiji Yazwang. Early morning. By the creek. Gufeng was pushing a stroller. In the stroller was a son and daughter who were born at the end of last month and were about to be 1 month old. After being a father for a month, I feel very different. From then on, no matter how far I go, I have 2 more worries in the distance. Next, just raise the 2 children well. Still have to take good care of it. You shouldn't have to worry too much about this. The family has a pretty good education method. Over the years, more than a dozen of their generation have grown up vigorously, and no one has grown into a crooked-necked tree. Beside, it is his wife Lingya who has recovered and is still beautiful. At this time, across the creek, more than a dozen luxury cars drove towards the outside of the village. Such a formation. This is rare in Shonai, because they usually fly. Grandpa's car. Lingya recognized it immediately. Yes. Where are they going? New York. Why not take a plane? It's a bit crowded there today. There was a solemn look on Gufeng's face. With Yarvi's coronation, the Gu family, as the largest Chinese family in the United States, naturally received an invitation. Just 2 places. One is my grandfather, the other is my father. The former is the head of the Gu family. The latter is a member of Congress. But, invitation received. It does not mean that these financial groups regard them as their own people. After all, the Chinese are also outsiders in the United States, while the Europeans and Americans are their own people. This time, they're just used as foils to increase the number of people. South Korea. Island country. Saudi Arabia. Anyone who is not a Westerner is an outsider. Squeezed, Lingya asked curiously. Taking care of 2 children a day, she rarely pays attention to external affairs, let alone things that are not reported by the media. The ERV consortium has been officially recognized. A banquet will be held in New York tonight as a celebration. The 3 major airports are busy and can't be arranged, and they're not far away, so I drove there. Gufeng explained simply. I see. Lingya clicked her tongue. Finally, ERV completed the final preparations and jumped over the Dragon Gate. How does the current ERV rank among American consortiums? Ling Yayo asked curiously. Hear the words. Gufeng thought for a while. Shake his head. It's hard to judge. Strength is not only wealth, but also foundation. After all, ERV is an emerging consortium. Compared with the established consortia that have penetrated all walks of life in the United States for decades, it still has many shortcomings. Although it can have a voice at the decision-making level to a certain extent, this is only in general things. If it confronts the established consortium head-on, there is almost no possibility of winning. Gufeng analyzed. ERV has been established for too short time. Not enough precipitation. Even if money can be used to pave the way in the short term, its biggest shortcoming is its foundation. To put it bluntly, there are not many loyal people. Don't forget, the established financial groups have always been involved in U.S. decision-making. Step by step. How many people have been trained? How many people were given money? How many circles of interest have been formed? And many things are not entirely about money. The established financial groups control the financial power and military direction of the United States and are almost invincible. Therefore, he is bullish on ERV. But I don't think ERV can compete with established consortiums. So, if ranked, ERV can only be ranked at the bottom. Gufeng concluded. Only the last one. The last one is already good. This is a level improvement. From an ordinary businessman to a consortium with the ability to influence the decision-making of the United States, this is a big leap in itself. The weakest consortium. That is also a consortium. I don't know how many times better than the Gu family. Furthermore, this is only now. As the strength of the ERV consortium increases, its shortcomings in various aspects are slowly made up, and its social influence keeps up. There is a high probability of catching up with the consortia at the bottom. At the end, doesn't mean it's always been this way. Is ERV standing still? No. From its founding, it has been subverting and making progress. Game, live streaming, video, instant messaging, cybersecurity, face recognition, big data, cloud computing, microprocessor, smartphone, Internet of Things, entertainment, security, trust, bank. After mentally counting the industries that ERV is involved in, Gufeng's head hurts. ERV has grown into a behemoth. This is still its core business, and it controls and holds shares in a wide range of companies. Generally speaking, when a company asks someone to leave, this is completely a sign of running away. No, it's flying. It is this rate of expansion that has supported its current position. Come on, settle your foundation. Among consortiums, ERV may be ranked higher. Some time ago, ERV once offered an olive branch and wanted to cooperate with the Gu family. To put it bluntly, it was a strategic alliance. However, the Gu family did not agree immediately and was prepared to wait and see for a while. Logically speaking, the Gu family would hardly consider it before. But, in the camp of the ERV consortium, core strength, it's not just Westerners. Unlike other European and American consortiums that are exclusive, ERV is an economic alliance model. As long as it is an emerging economic power, it is willing to cooperate with it, no matter which country it is. The conditions are much better than other European and American consortiums. Therefore, a large number of partners have gathered in a short period of time, and the Gu family is still waiting to see. Look at this. Tang Qing will never be the richest man in the world. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. Before, $100 billion. He can definitely be the richest man in the world. But now, having been increased 6 to 7 times at once, Tang Qing is now worth more than $200 billion, but he can only rank second. With ERV's strength, it is almost impossible for its chairman's assets to be surpassed by an individual. There is no way. Who told the United States to come up with an ERV? Gufeng said, why don't you go to China when you come back? After the child was 1 month old, Ling Yu was planning to go back to the island country. The family members gathered together to meet her father and grandfather, but they couldn't leave. Original plan, and go to Xiamen City, urban waterfall, underwater world. It is now the most popular tourist attraction in the world. Cousin Jiao Han posted countless videos there, which made people itchy to watch. It just so happened that several of Jiao Han's Tourism projects in Delin province were opened one after another, and I heard that Tang Qing had visited them all. They were also ready to take a look. Okay, I really miss Tang Qing's food. Gufeng slapped his lips. That smell, it's really addictive. In the car, Guzhong looked out the window. Suddenly, I feel a little unfamiliar with this world. Just a few years. The world seems to be developing at an accelerating pace, and new technologies are emerging one after another. They seem to appear explosively in front of people's eyes, changing people's lifestyles and many people's lives time and time again. 4G, big data, cloud computing, AI, transcription, stock solution, Oasis, hologram, smartphone. He can still understand some of them because they have been foreshadowed in the past few years and are the comprehensive results of related technological breakthroughs. However, some technologies appeared without any warning. Such a trend. It seems like the Guff family didn't catch it at all. No, in Grabatail, that is microcrystal technology. They have some shares. However, this is not Gujia Holdings after all. It's equivalent to saying, the Guff family has perfectly avoided this wave of general trends. Phenomenon. I can't even calm down. Times make heroes. In an era when heroes emerge in large numbers means that there are major opportunities and changes in society. If you seize the opportunity, you may skyrocket. ERV is a good example. The Guff family actually became spectators again. As the head of the family, it's strange that he can accept it calmly. In the wave of chasing the opportunities of the times, the Guff family is standing still and has even stepped into a pit that is higher than their own height. Want to crawl out? It's difficult. It's time for a change. Guzhong's mind became clearer and clearer. No more motion. It's about to rust. 2 p.m. Guzhong's motorcade arrived in New York. Manhattan Borough. Instead of going to his own villa, he went directly to his old friend's place. Door. An old man and several juniors personally greeted him. See Guzhong. Just go up and get a hug. Brother Zhong. Old you. We haven't seen each other for 5 years. Guzhong sighed. Yes. The old man sighed. As we get older, we become more and more nostalgic, and some people may not be able to see each other very often. When Gufeng got married last year, he only sent his son because he was in poor health and almost died. Fortunately, last August, transcription stock appears. The critically ill man was brought back from the dead, and after half a year of treatment and recuperation, he was able to fly. It was also because he cured his disease that the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation was later established. He also donated 50 million euros. Not much. It's not as good as the billions of euros donated by the O Foundation, but it's a novel idea. Grandpa Gu. Beside, cried a young man politely. Guzhong took a look. He smiled and said, Xiaosheng, you're here too. Swiss Yu's family. The largest Chinese family in Switzerland. When Tang Qing went to Davos and passed by Zurich, he was greeted by Yu Sheng, the eldest grandson of the Yu family. He did not expect that he would follow him today. This time, only the head of the Yu family received the invitation. As a local family that is stronger than the Yu family, the Gu family only has 2 places, and it is good to have one in the Yu family. Basically, for a family like the Yu family, gatherings at this level are just a matter of making up the numbers. Come with Grandpa to see the world and see some friend by the way. Yu Sheng said. Guzhong nodded. This is their party and also the party of the younger generation. Let's go in and chat. Yu Jiang, the head of the Yu family, stepped aside. Okay. Living room. The two sat down. Yu Sheng poured the tea himself. How are you? Are you fully recovered? Guzhong asked with concern. Not. Yu Jiang waved his arm and said with a smile, I'm completely healed. The medical technology over there is really unparalleled. Not only did it cure my cancer, but also other minor illnesses. The doctor said that it's no problem to live for another 10 or 20 years. Speaking of this, Yu Jiang was excited. No one wants to die. At first, there was a glimmer of hope. The first batch of numbers were arranged, and a special plane flew over. Because his condition was critical, he received treatment immediately. In just 1 month, he was given a new lease of life. That would be great. If the problem of cancer is overcome, the average lifespan of human beings can be increased by at least 10 years. Guzhong said with emotion. Millions of people were cured without a single medical incident, and the cows went to heaven. That's right. Yu Jiangshan agreed. This is a great kindness. However, it has also touched the interests of many people, and medical workers in Europe are still protesting frequently. They strongly resist the entry of the transcription solution into Europe, and some ridiculous reasons have been listed. Speaking of this, Yu Jiang still wanted to laugh. Please, isn't this just provoking trouble? If you continue to cause trouble, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death on the street? Guzhong asked. Oh, what's wrong? I don't know where these people found the maritime army. It was originally a matter of work and interests of medical workers, but it was dragged to the level of pension insurance and human resources. To say that cancer can be cured will greatly increase the pension expenditures of various countries and cause burdens. It is recommended to extend the retirement age. Some people even say that Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group is evil. If cancer and blood diseases are cured, millions of people, or even more, may die less every year. These people will consume a lot of resources, putting increasing pressure on human resources, and the earth will be overwhelmed. Hearing this, Guzhong also smiled. Core death. Just fight for your own interests, but you still stand in the wrong position in front of the righteousness. If you don't die, who will die? These medical workers who cannot accept reality, cannot accept technological progress, and have no benevolence. He is despised. This is not something they should consider. Guzhong said, yes, I heard from some experts that the Earth can support 10 billion people. No matter how many more people live, there will be no problem, but the average living standard must reach a comfortable level. This is a reasonable limit. The main reason is limited by food. Now, with oases, the desert can be transformed. At least one piece of food can provide about 30% of the comfortable carrying capacity. I think 15 billion will be no problem. Then at least 50 years later, when society has developed to a certain level, the fertility rate will decrease. Aside, Yu Sheng could only listen with his ears open to listen to the elders talking about such a macro issue, which was seriously inconsistent with the homely style of painting. By the way, you haven't seen each other for so long. Is it appropriate to talk about this issue? Ahem. He chatted for a while. Realizing that it didn't seem to be of much use and that he couldn't interfere, Guzhong decisively ended the topic. I heard that you seem to have donated money to the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation. 50 million euros. Research and development, or aid? The former is for the foundation. The latter is spent on medical aid to poor countries. Research and development. Yu Jiang said. It was the Myanmar Medical Group that saved itself. Of course, it wanted the former. Those who chose the latter were mostly philanthropists who embraced the great love of mankind, or relied on this foundation to fool many wealthy people into investing money. He is Chinese. Want assistance. It is also to assist China. However, Huaxia has a medical loan, and it seems that it doesn't need his money. It can be regarded as a thank you fee, which can be regarded as supporting public welfare. If the Myanmar Medical Group has other treatments for terminal diseases in the future, he can be considered as having done his part. Soon, several more Chinese friends came, and the atmosphere became lively. They all spoke Chinese. This was the basic requirement for entering their small circle. They must be able to speak Chinese and write Chinese characters. One cannot forget one's roots. Even if it comes out, its roots are still in the East. Yu Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a few people of the same age arrived, and they knew each other, so they formed another group and talked about topics that young people should talk about. I know a good place. I'll take you there tonight. Are there any girls? No. That's good. You can't. Go. I'm a married man, and I'm ashore. Have you ever gone to Xian City to see their projection? It's great. No, I plan to go next month. Together. Okay. Time. It passed so quickly. Around 5 o'clock, there was still an hour and a half before the dinner started. Guzhong and others started to prepare to go out. It would not be fun to block the door if they all went there. Order in advance. 40 kilometers away. Stop. What's wrong? At the top of a downhill road, The husband who was traveling by car was startled by his wife's sound of stopping and hurriedly pulled over. "Look, those luxury cars." The wife pointed ahead. "Husband, I'm not blind. Saw it. What's so good about this?" On the way here, they drove slowly and saw more than a dozen waves, still in the form of a convoy. When they thought of Long Island, it was the largest gathering place for villas in the United States. I didn't think it was strange at first. Now this point, it's time to go home. Suddenly, another fleet of luxury cars passed them. 3 off-road vehicles took the lead. Behind is the Mercedes-Benz. There's a Rolls-Royce in the middle, followed by several off-road vehicles, with a posture of guarding important people. Even Bill Gates does not have this posture when going out, right? What happened today? I just thought it was normal. But look, there's not only a convoy in the direction we came from, but also a convoy in front of us, and they all turned at that intersection. They must be going to the same place. The wife analyzed. "Husband, then what? You still want to follow?" "Please." The row of bodyguards standing at the intersection ahead was not fake. There were also 2 police cars and a group of off-road vehicles. No, if you looked carefully, the off-road vehicles seemed to be a Chevrolet Suburban with small police lights on it. Apparently, most likely someone from the FIB or CIA. Don't want to cause trouble. "Let's go." The husband was about to start the car. "Don't worry." His wife stopped him without thinking too much. The husband was speechless. "Please, this is the security level. Many times, if you look too much, you might get into trouble." Just as he was about to explain, the siren of Ula, Ula, Ula sounded, and a police car over there speeded up with lights on. "Look, something happened. If you leave now, you'll be chased. Turn off the heat. Prepare documents." "What's wrong?" My wife seemed to realize something was wrong. "It's okay. It's not that he really has any ulterior motives, but he's not too afraid." "Really?" The police car was coming for them. "Please show your ID." One person stepped forward to ask, and the other 3 were behind, with their hands on their waists in case of accidents. At this point in time, when the guests entered the venue, they were most nervous. As soon as there is any abnormal movement, strike first to gain the upper hand. Accidental injury? Cut. In today's situation, it was the other party's misfortune to be injured accidentally. They were quite kind and did not let the 2 of them get out of the car and lie on the hood. The main reason was that they were afraid that the convoy of VIPs would pass by and it would have a negative impact. At this moment, several kilometers around are under martial law. Today's visitors are all heavyweights, so we don't dare to be careless in terms of security. "Okay." The husband quickly handed over the ID. After taking it, report number, take photos, check identity. This identity check is not a general identity database that can be accessed, but a higher-level identity database, which even includes killers from major killer organizations. This is open to the agreement. The power of capital, far beyond ordinary people's imagination. "What are you doing here?" "Self-driving trip." "Why are you parked here?" "I just saw a lot of luxury cars, and I'm curious." "Did you take pictures?" "No." Questions were thrown out, and the 2 of them answered nervously, asking and checking at the same time. After 2 minutes, the identity was confirmed, no problem, and the certificate was returned to him. "You can go." "Thank you. Don't send messages on social software." "Understood." They drove for several kilometers. The speed of the car slowed down, and I saw that the fleet of luxury cars on the road was increasing. I shook my head. This matter was probably not simple. I had just been warned, and I gave up the idea of posting a post to get clicks. Manner. After layers of inspections, Guzhong and others finally entered the banquet hall. "We're not too early," Guzhong said, looking at the group of 3 to 5 dignitaries inside who were drinking and chatting. At this time, the waiter came up with a wine tray, and each of them took a glass. Wine." Guzhong pouted. "I am used to drinking fruit wine, and you serve me red wine, but when I see everyone around me drinking red wine, I feel relieved. It is a bureau organized by an old consortium. They have been influenced by the red wine culture for hundreds of years. Tradition. Understandable." Taking a sip, Guzhong smiled. "Before, this wine can bear the reputation of being top-notch. For such a big banquet, even if there is a lot of stock, they may not be willing to use it to entertain. Not money, but not much. Guzhong seriously suspected that this group of consortiums had the idea of destocking, because compared to fruit wine, the taste of red wine is indeed slightly inferior, and it is no longer the best wine to have so much at home. Just take it out and drink it. I have both interface and face. Quite a thief. This is also true. I couldn't get enough of it before, but later I found that I didn't want to drink it except to keep it. It would be a pity to throw it away. It was probably sold at a low price, and no one wanted it, so I just took it out for everyone to consume. Brother Zhong, this wine used to cost more than 100,000 euros a bottle. It has a price, but no market. Yu Jiang said with a smile. The red wine culture has been completely wiped out by the fruit wine culture. What now? It's priceless and has no market. Yu Jiang said. Priceless. Of course it's not expensive, but I don't know how to make it cheap. Let's go and meet our old friends. After that, dispersed. I was just with a few Chinese friends. They also have extensive connections in various countries. Unlike managers who show up all the time. The people here today are all talkative people, some of whom have been retired for many years and have not been to the United States for many years. This time I took the opportunity to meet this newbie Yarvi and also meet some old friends to maintain our relationship. This is the coronation ceremony of Yarvi. It is also their social venue. Hi, Zhong. Here he is. Long time no see. I heard that your grandson gave birth to twins. Congratulations. Walking into a small circle of 6 or 7 people. Everyone knows Guzhong. Guzhong also remembered the names of all of them. The top circle was so big. It had been at so many large and small banquets for decades, and he could almost recognize them. But the relationship was just shallow. To Guzhong, they were still very impressed. Others don't know it, but when you get to the top, the world is actually not that mysterious. The Gu family's assets of more than 100 billion US dollars are known to those present. Of course, most people present are no worse than this. Personal wealth may not be that much, but they are not fighting alone, they have families. Gradually, there are more and more guests. The atmosphere is getting more and more lively. There are so many people who have not seen each other for many years. Now that we are gathering together, many old things need to be relived. In addition, the band deliberately plays nostalgic music, and it almost turns into a large-scale nostalgic venue. Think about those days. Industries that compete together. Rivals we have pitted together. A romantic past together. I haven't tasted anything like this in a long time. For the wine reception, many people's faces are full of nostalgia, and they haven't drank it for a long time. Compared with fruit wine, they are full of hurt. This bite today evokes memories from long ago and is evocative. Seen, it actually has a little more warmth. This is to let us not forget the tradition in the crowd. Hearing this, some family members of the American consortium couldn't help but blush slightly. They don't forget the tradition. There's too much inventory. I can't finish it even if I step on the box to drink. I'm looking for you to consume it. No more waste. One listen. Someone is being generous. My family has 3 wine cellars. If you want to drink, just take care of it. I used to think that good things should be kept so that future generations can enjoy them. This is also the case now, but this good thing has been replaced by something else. I have quite a few. I have some home too. I'll give you some later. Thank you. The person who was given the gift looked helpless. Painting style, it changes so quickly. Many of the people present are from families that have been around for a century or even longer. Which one of them doesn't have a wine cellar? And some have more than one. In the past, I thought there wasn't enough, but now I feel like it takes up space. I'm a little curious. I wonder what fruit wine that has been stored in the cellar for 10 years will taste like. It must be delicious. Fruit wine has only been around for 3 years, and there are still 7 years left. Wait slowly. One day, I really don't know how to make it. As a wine lover, how can I not be curious about the brewing method? But no one has figured out the production process there yet. Don't talk about craftsmanship. Even the exact location of the winery is unclear. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Most of it is uninhabited, mountainous area. Don't take it easy to hide a factory. If it's from another country, you can pay to buy it. At least you know where the factory is, but there is no oil and salt there, and you can't even take satellite photos to find any clues. As for the winery on the surface, snort. How could it be possible to produce so much fruit wine? It's fake at first glance. Unfortunately, the people behind it are the ones who can make laws locally, and no one will investigate whether the place of production is reasonable. Secretly, the recipe for the fruit wine was priced at $500 million. However, so far to no avail. There are many people who want to make this money, but no one is successful. It's depressing to say the least. Years ago, a few years later, a country with almost no surveillance became the country with the highest density of surveillance cameras in the world, with every street, every highway, and even along the railway line. There are no dead ends in the whole process. Forget it. Even in mountainous areas, there seems to be surveillance. Some hikers will be detained and driven away before they go very far. If they are foreigners, they will most likely be sent back to their country. There was no negotiation at all. Within a few years, too many battles of wits and courage happened. It could be described as lively. Until later. There's really no progress at all, so calm down a bit. Thinking of cider. Drinking red wine. It feels like chewing gum, and most of them just take a sip, which leads to a very helpless fact. That is, from a beginning to now, it is almost the first cup, and many people are stunned and haven't done much. When the time comes, when the band stopped playing, they know it's time to start. Everyone turned their attention to the high platform not far away, and without letting them wait, they saw today's protagonist, the chairman of ERV, wearing a suit, slowly walking up to the high platform, with a slight smile on his face. No excitement, smiling lightly. It is a calmness that everyone can feel. Who is the scariest person? People who are calm and hard to anger are the most terrifying. All the time, this chairman has this image. At any time, he has an indifferent expression, speaks impeccably, and is humble. However, once he starts doing something, he can make people on the sidelines dumbfounded. Just don't move. A move. It has to be shocking. Relatively speaking, everyone actually welcomes ERV, because most of the people present are not in the United States. There's a counterattack in the hinterland, and the ones who are not comfortable should be the American consortium. Although they are allies, they don't want their allies to fall, but they take it for fun when they encounter a little trouble. Life is long. This class really doesn't have much fun, and this is one of them, and ERV doesn't have much conflict of interest with most people present. ERV invests in new technologies and new markets, and most of them are resource-oriented. Energy, mineral, food, daily consumables, manufacture, finance, medicine, architecture, military industry. These are their core areas, and their profits are relatively stable, and ERV has not touched them. Therefore, the ERV consortium has been officially recognized for this coronation of ERV, and most of them support it. At this time, the chairman said, "Good evening, distinguished guests. It's an honor to invite you all to this dinner." Mr. Morgan was supposed to be the first to take the stage, but he gave this opportunity to me. Thank you very much. Having said that, he also nodded to an old man in the audience. "Show your respects." The old man smiled and nodded to him. In the bureau they formed, he should naturally be the first to speak, but he has been the big boss for half his life, and he no longer cares about this order. With the help and support of many people, ERV has come to where it is today. In the days to come, ERV will live up to expectations, continue to move forward, and assume its mission of the times. No nutrition, grateful, welcome, cooperate. Around these themes, he spoke for a full 5 minutes, and everyone present was calm and listened quietly to the end, because the chairman's identity was different, and every word might contain something hidden. At last, wow, to a round of applause, ERV Consortium officially entered the circle of consortium. Consortium. There is no need to register with the industry and commerce, but rather to rely on strength. Strictly speaking, when ERV wanted to become a consortium at the end of last year, it had the strength of a general consortium, but it was not recognized. Now, finally took this step. ERV officially becomes a recognized consortium force. Finished. Representative of the American consortium. The contemporary talker of the Morgan family came up, patted the chairman on the shoulder, and smiled below. Today is a special day. We welcome another friend. The new consortium represents another step in our strength. Today, the world is changing faster and faster. New technologies, new opportunities, and new challenges have caught some people off guard. But no matter what, we will still be at the forefront of the changes of the times. In the past, present, and future, we all have a common goal: to lead the world forward. His words were a little arrogant, but they were true to his thoughts and capable. Consortium, isn't it always like this? For hundreds of years, they have participated in almost all major historical events in the world. Not only have they participated, they have also been an important driving force. They have overcome obstacles along the way and continue to exert their efforts overtly and covertly. That's why the United States is where it is today. It can be said, without them, there would be no American glory. Economy, military, science, and technology. They all stand at the top of the world and look down upon the world. But to these achievements, most of the people below had their mouths twitching. This glory was achieved by stepping on them, their opponents, and their allies. For example, the chaebols of the island country were thrown to mushrooms. Later, even more wool was sheared. He established his position by cheating his teammates again and again. There are also European consortiums. Although the Hume consortium is a brother, looking back, they are all relatives, but these relatives are not authentic. They trick them secretly and then surpass them in a leap, and some establish their own businesses. Until now, the big brother has almost become the little brother. I regret thinking about it, but there is no way to save it. Who could say that others have big fists? The EU together cannot defeat them, especially in the military field. Now the United States can look at them and say, "You are all scum." On stage, the speaker felt good. Winner should not be blamed. If you lose, you lose. This world doesn't believe in tears. What's more, although it has surpassed, it has not killed everyone. In other words, do you need food or clothing? The family wealth is also quite large. Don't say how many lifetimes. You can't spend it all on more than 10 lifetimes, which is already very good. Even if every economic crisis or financial crisis robs the wealth of various countries, most of your interests are guaranteed. Most of what we take is money from the country and its citizens. You have nothing to lose. Many times, you can also benefit from it. Be content. We have done our utmost to be benevolent and righteous to you. Shanghai Stock Exchange. It was already dawn. Just got up. Tang Qing was watching the situation in New York in the study. Talking heads with huge energy gathered together. It had not been seen for many years. The last time was the year of the millennium. We got together at that time. Later, there has never been such a grand banquet. Now, the ERV consortium officially debuts, which means that the emerging consortium plan has entered a new stage. In addition to the ERV consortium, consortiums from island countries in South Korea are also progressing smoothly. Next, its development. Accumulate foundation. This will be a long-term plan. Not 3 years, not 5 years. It will take 10 or even 20 years of execution to push these consortiums to the heights Tang Qing hopes for. For example, ERV naturally targets the strongest consortium in the United States. Maximum, the strongest. Don't be one. This will be quite a time-consuming project. Tang Qing is not in a hurry. Just hold a deck of cards that are sure to win, and just play slowly. There is still a long time to come. If you fight too fast, you will easily reveal flaws. If you fight slowly and steadily, the final victory will definitely belong to him. Wait until the banquet is over. It's probably time for a meat scene. Tang Tang, it's time to eat. He looked at it for a while. Lin Jiashue's voice came from outside. Here we come. Let there be strong wind and waves outside. His little life was still lived comfortably. Such a grand gathering. Most people don't know about it, and the media dare not report it, but that doesn't mean that there are few people who know about it. On the contrary, there are still a lot of people. The pattern has not changed in decades. There is an emerging consortium, and many countries attach great importance to it. Consortium, a word the world economy cannot escape. Over several decades, it has penetrated into various human activities and economic activities, and will also affect the future international economic and political trends. One more consortium represents another powerful potential opponent, even though ERV has poor background. But the potential is huge. China, Beijing. Is there any latest news? No. Only members of the major families can enter the banquet, and the signal is blocked, so we can't know what's going on inside. But it should be just like that. The major consortiums welcome new members. ERV, it is a complete counterattack. Yes, at present, although ERV has a large market value, its foundation is unstable. Unlike other consortiums, which have huge resource industries, ERV's asset value is mostly fictitious. It cannot be underestimated. Definitely, it is growing too fast and cannot be viewed from a general perspective. The future is becoming more and more complicated. Over the years, China is desperately trying to catch up with Europe and the United States and constantly making up for its shortcomings. However, it is still a big step behind others in cutting-edge technology. It is working hard and feels that the future is promising. Step by step, it will catch up. This, they always believed. But, chasing. Suddenly, a few more fierce steps jumped out from the side. In some technologies, he found a new way and reached another level. Suddenly, China felt the pressure. Research, research, research. The word. The importance is turned up several notches. Look at people. Any deviation can create a new branch of science and technology. China's emphasis on scientific research in recent years needs to be strengthened. If nothing else, let's talk about Oasis. If China does not break through it, it will have to fill in trillions of dollars within 10 years. Trillions. Cash. Give to others. That hurts. Although the money may eventually flow back, because almost all Myanmar's infrastructure, including roads, railways, airports, and hydropower stations, are contracted by Chinese companies. There is no money needed to set up the project. The same goes for African projects. But, after all, the money is spent. Regarding the cracking of the filter solution and the original transcription solution, I think we need to increase our efforts. If we want to turn 1/10 of the desert and Gobi in the country into fertile forest, we will have to spend at least 4 trillion yuan. Too much. That is, if it is only 1 trillion, it is still acceptable. 4 trillion? What can't be researched? Yes. Continue to invest more. Agree. What was originally about ERV has become a transcription solution. There is no way. One is far away, and the other is at home, making money in China's pocket every day. Saving money is the top priority. Certainly, even if it can't be developed. It's no big deal. Money. As long as people are willing to accept RMB, anything can be said, because RMB can only be returned to Huaxiaohua. No matter what you buy, domestic companies will benefit, which is a bit of a disguised currency issuance. I just feel it psychologically. Technology in hand. Be practical. Save money. It's still a lot of money. They sell everything except technology, and you can research it at will. This is much better than the technology blockade of those European and American companies, which won't sell you anything good. Buy something else. No RMB is accepted. Relatively speaking, this little neighbor, although he made money from China, he still stood up and took the initiative to accept RMB. In the end, he spent the money back to China. The most important thing is that he is not cold to the United States, but he is quite close to China. It's hard to be annoying. It's the end of the month. Please count your votes. 9 o'clock. The party is coming to an end. But this was only the first show. It was only 9 o'clock, not too late. We just met in public, so some things are inconvenient to be discussed in detail. After all the guests left, the security presence nearby did not decrease at all. Behind a banquet hall, a luxuriously decorated restaurant. Now, a circle full of people. In addition to the domestic consortiums in the United States, the 4 largest consortiums in Europe are also included. Although the two parties are in a competitive relationship, the American consortia also developed on the basis of the European consortiums. Later, due to conflict of interest, the families were divided, but the relationship is still there. A large number of marriages are really being cut. Therefore, on some matters, everyone can sit down and talk. For many years, they were the only ones, and the chairman of ERV was the only outsider to enter this kind of meeting in these decades. Decisions on this table. It can even influence the future of the world. Certainly, that's what they thought. Welcome aboard. This time, it was the Morgan family who spoke up. It's an honor. In the future, you will gradually know that we are not a group that purely pursues profits. We also have an unknown side. In addition to money, there are other things we pursue. Not much to say. Today's meeting, the main thing is to welcome you, Cecil. And also, we want to hear whether the future long-term planning of the ERV consortium is conducive to the order we maintain. He finished. Everyone looked over in unison. Order. Economic order. Political order. International order. There are many explanations, but this question is obviously the first one. ERV's long-term planning still revolves around information technology, games, CG entertainment, banking, network security, cloud computing, big data, chips, smart devices, and other consumer products for private and public use. In one sentence. In fact, that's it. Call it order. It's turf division. Strictly speaking, ERV has conflicts of interest with everyone present, but they are big or small. The application of new technologies will inevitably affect some old products. But as long as it is not a core interest, they don't care too much. Cooperation amid competition is the current situation among consortiums. After the biggest cakes such as military industry, energy, and finance are circled by them, ERV and others are just small money. My subordinates are not strong enough. Being defeated by others is not a bad thing, because ERV is a world-class company and has defeated many companies from other countries. Judging from the result, their consortium wins. Consortium present. It has reached the level of having the right to distribute benefits. In the eyes, it's no longer just a place, let alone the numbers on the books. Therefore, listen to this. They felt very peaceful. ERV Commercial Bank. How far are you prepared to go? Relatively speaking, they don't care much about emerging industries such as games and big data, but banks are different. This is their advantageous industry. Stronger. These words, it made everyone present prick up their ears. Stronger? How strong? Try your best. Take the path of acquiring other banks. Morgan asked, a little unsure of what the person in front of him meant. Their consortium also has personality researchers, but this is for people with sufficient data. This one in front of me. There is insufficient data, and decisions are often made on the fly. There's almost no character weakness to be found. No, the cost of acquiring banks in the United States is getting higher and higher. It is unnecessary. For ERV, banking is just an industry, not its main business. However, we cannot let it stand still. So, my goal is Africa. Africa, that place flashed through the minds of everyone present. Rich, poverty, two extremes. What follows? He frowned slightly, because he felt that there were all uncivilized barbarians there. Why? Blank. Yes, the banking industry over there is relatively low density, and there is not much competition with everyone sitting here. Moreover, the penetration of Asian banking power there has been accelerating recently. It seems that there is no movement from you, so I will explore the way first. According to Tang Qing's intention, you can go, but I can't do it, so I have to give him some benefits. Really, upon hearing this reason, everyone present nodded secretly. Indeed, if we want to expand in the United States, especially in the banking industry, ERV is almost at an end now. If we want to expand, we can only go out. Europe is impossible. Asia, there seems to be no chance. At last, Africa is the only relatively blank place left. When the Myanmar Bank Group entered Africa in a big way, they also thought about competing in it, but in the end, they lost money no matter what. So I kept hesitating. Now, someone is willing to take the lead, which is pretty good when you think about it. What is the main business? Someone asked. Learn from Myanmar Bank Group to make project loans? It's definitely impossible. ERV doesn't have the financial resources at all, and its repayment ability is very problematic. Final. It is estimated that the Myanmar Bank Group over there is all mines. It depends on how strong your support is. Yes. The question is thrown back again. How much money can be used to do a great job? There is nothing wrong with it. What about general support? What about strong support? Morgan's family asked. General support, then do what commercial banks should do: storage, personal credit, corporate loans. If the support is strong enough, you can learn from Myanmar Bank's projects in India. City loans? Is it too big? No. I'm talking about learning, not copying. What he does is city loans. We only do business park loans. The cost will be much smaller, less than 1/10 of city loans. With the business park, they can attract investment to repay the loan. Now, both China and Myanmar are making plans in Africa. What we don't like may not be liked by others. So, even if we lose some money, I think it can be done. After listening to the explanation, everyone is thinking about it. Good plan. Without city loans, the investment is huge and the returns are unpredictable. Business park projects are much more reliable. As long as the location is good and the risks are well controlled, this is a project that won't suffer much loss. Maybe it's still profitable. Is a good idea. It's a good idea. We will find someone to demonstrate it. If it is feasible, we will support it. Seeing the others nodding slightly, the Morgan family said that theoretically they can do this. But, now as proposed by others, the U.S. market is full, and people are forced to go to Africa. If they are all robbed, they are still human beings. After all, it is the first important project after entering the door, so this face must be given. It is impossible to send money, but through some financial manipulation. But they can lend YRV Commercial Bank a large amount of interest-free U.S. dollars at will, and this is no big deal. Good. This young man has a high level of awareness. He knows that he can't compete, so he deliberately takes a detour, and it is in line with their order. Asian forces are causing trouble in Africa, and it is time to stop them. Do it yourself. Trouble. Someone comes out as a thug. Why not? This support, I hope, is not just financial support. YRV has almost no power in Africa, so we need help in terms of bank licenses, mergers and acquisitions, and other aspects. Since I want it. Of course, it's not just money. No problem. They nodded. Originally, YRV has been developing in the United States. In Africa, apart from selling mobile phones, it is almost no business and no relationships. This time it is a bit bleak to go to Africa and work alone. If you want a new license, it may be slower. If you want to acquire shares in a local commercial bank, you can do it earlier, but not too much. Several larger countries will be fine. Africa, close to Europe. It's also close to the United States. They talk. The weight is not light. Although YRV is taking the lead, it is obviously not possible to open branches in all African countries. Support is okay, but there must be a level of support. We are here to help, not to run errands. But YRV Commercial Bank had no intention of spreading across Africa. No need. Just like the Myanmar Bank Group, it mainly deals in loans to the country and does not necessarily need to set up a bank there. For the time being, there is no big situation for consumer loans in Africa. Let's talk about it. Really do it. That will happen in the future too. These 3 to 5 years. Just do big projects. It will be enough to wait until the African market reaches a certain level of activity and ensure that the first batch enters the market. For a small country, just do projects. That's fine. Thank you. By helping you, we are also helping ourselves. What do you think about Myanmar? The first topic was over, and the Morgan family quickly moved on to the second item, this newly rising country. It's very lucky, ambitious, and even more strange. How do I put it? It is not impossible for an agricultural country to develop into an industrial country in a short period of time. China is an example. However, there is no Chinese foundation there, and there are insufficient talents and technical reserves. However, it just happened. Not only did it become it, but it also made in-depth breakthroughs in certain single technical fields. No one has analyzed the ingredients of the original transcription solution, and the Asian dollar is still expanding its territory. The ambition is not small. If there is no intervention from external forces, no one will believe it. If there is the ability to intervene, there are many. A quarter of the people at the banquet today have the ability. In addition, other our opponents are also possible. But, he said it. He looked at the people present, smiled. If we say the biggest possibility, it is all of you here. In terms of motivation and strength, you are the biggest. Such advanced technology. Still next to China. Sudden rise again. I have to suspect that you are playing a big game. Morgan Group, Rockefeller Group, DuPont Group. As soon as these words came out, they all looked at each other and looked at each other. This reasoning seemed to be correct. Who told them to stand at the top of the world? Yarvy's concept was not new. Many other people in his own camp also thought so. Have the ability. There is a motive. Still next to their most worried opponent. How to reason. They were the biggest suspects. At first, they thought it was someone present who did it. Later, after some investigation, nothing was found and no one admitted it. So they became confused. Or it really isn't them. Either someone is lying. Until now, everyone is still doubting each other. And now, there's one more person who openly doubts them. It's not us. For a long time, Morgan shook his head. Finished. The chairman smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. Whether it's you or not. I just need to know what attitude you want us to have towards Myanmar, and I will do it." This attitude. The people present were very satisfied. Pretty good. This time I'm talking about it. Not because I want the people in front of me to take sides, but because Yarvi specializes in information technology. In the internet industry, it has technical strength that is no less than Microsoft, which specializes in systems. So capable. It is possible to get some information from the internet that they may not even know. Hence this question. It seems now, the chairman didn't know much either. For the time being, we are still focusing on investigation and trying to be friends as much as possible. Once we find out the driving force behind it, we will make plans. Myanmar is too close to China, and the thieves are rich recently. Food. People are self-sufficient. Resource. There is no shortage of people, and Huaxia is right next to it. Internal conflict? Now, being managed by Zero is as tough as an iron bucket, and even steel teeth can't bite it. Economic sanctions are almost useless. Political sanctions have no opponents, and they have no influence on Myanmar's media. Network? Also under control. Now, the new envoys they sent over all began to live a semi-retired life. If it wasn't too strange and its geographical location was special, it would be a huge benefit to geostrategy as an ally. Otherwise, how can I bear it till now? Okay, what are Yarvi's plans for the Chinese market? The third question. Use Yarvi's advantageous business to seize share. Game. No, all. You should be very clear about the potential of the Chinese market. In the next 10 years, there will never be such a huge single consumer country market. This is an opportunity. Today, ERV is almost saturated in the international market, but it has not even started in China. Next, ERV's second focus will be on the expansion of the Chinese market. In this regard, I may need your help. What help? When ERV enters China, it must borrow money. If it goes directly, it will be treated as an outsider, which is not conducive to integration. Therefore, ERV is preparing to join forces with local Chinese companies by investing in shares. My first goal is Penguin. Now, under the impact of software, such as Alipay, Xiaoxiao, and WeChat, this company is facing a life-or-death crisis. However, the Penguin account it owns still has a huge number of users. Therefore, ERV wants to acquire all the Penguin shares in MIH's hands. You want to control Penguin? No, just hold shares. ERV only needs to ensure the distribution rights of profits and other related investments of ERV, and can enjoy Penguin's channels. That's all. So, I need all the Penguin shares in MIH's hands, so that I have enough motivation to let ERV help Penguin gain a foothold in China again. This shouldn't be difficult. Not difficult. I thought you wanted to hold a controlling stake. That's trouble. People may not sell it. But if it is only in the hands of MIH, it will be much easier to handle. Today, Penguin's market capitalization does not even reach $10 billion US, and due to Tang Qing's WeChat and small impact, the market is not very optimistic, causing the stock price to have been depressed since the beginning of this year. A small company. It was not difficult to sell MIH. Start with Penguins. They also believe is the best path. Otherwise, just go in. It may be destroyed by other people's alliance. Xiaoxiao, Alipay, WeChat, Penguin, Feishan, and other large and small companies that want to counterattack. If they're besieged by so many people, ERV may have to kneel down. People have local advantages, strong sense of identity. You are an ERV cow, but you are an outsider after all. As for why they didn't approach Alibaba, nonsense. Alibaba's largest shareholder is Tang Qing. Strictly speaking, he is their opponent, not a member of the group. Xiao and WeChat are under his absolute control. Impossible to sell. What do you think of Tang Qing? Smart. Only smart. I think this adjective is enough, isn't it? Indeed. They each have a stack of analysis reports on Tang Qing, mainly focusing on his vision, behavior, personality, and abilities. Overall, he is a very far-sighted learning leader. Have vision, good grades, understand that the interests are shared equally. It comes down to it. Still smart. In the Chinese business world, the person you should be most careful about is this person. The spokesperson of the DuPont family said, despite the fact that Tang Qing's companies collectively made almost no money, and some even continued to lose money. Also, a lot of technology is not your own. The parts are almost all made in foreign countries, and the systems are all made of ERVs serious. The core components of time came from Burma, and Tang Qing only earn a processing and assembly fee. Comet Film and Television's civilization is about to usher in a new and strong opponent, ERV Entertainment. Let's look at other industries. Or small profit. Or keep losing money. The huge business empire seems unstable and may be pushed down at any time. However, he won't forget. There is China behind Tang Qing. If these foreign consortiums deal with Tang Qing, or even use national power, it will obviously not be against Tang Qing, but to provoke China. Therefore, regardless of what the outside world says about cutting off the supply of ERA parts, Qingyuan technology has to kneel down. That's the ideal situation. Really done. Even if Qingyuan technology kneels down, China will not ignore it. If it wants to go bankrupt, the Chinese authorities will try their best to support it. Therefore, this seemingly unstable situation has actually become a problem. Not a breakup. Such competitive measures will not be used. Of course, who dares to underestimate the richest man in China now? This discussion, it lasted until 12 o'clock. Business, politics, military, they were all in the middle of the discussion, and they also wanted to let Yarvi know how powerful their consortium was. I expected to see some surprised expressions, but to my surprise, all they did was twitch their brows a few times. Calm throughout. China, food on. Just finish an exam. Get out of the classroom. Looking at the sunny sky outside, Tang Qing recalled the just concluded consortium meeting. It was funny. These people really had a lot to worry about. They thought about issues farther away than the President of the United States. It was also interesting. There were not many major issues discussed at this meeting. Just make your position clear. Non-aggression. And identify common opponents. Those outside the camp, and those within the camp, among which the island countries are highlighted. Other countries in their own camp do not feel that they are much of a threat, but the island countries are an exception. There are many people, strong technology. If it weren't for decades of forceful suppression, this guy would probably fly into the sky. To this, Tang Qing agreed, judging from the intelligence collected by the soldiers. The island country has a lot of hidden technologies, and they have more reserves than Europe and the United States. If it hadn't been stared at like a thief by the United States for decades, and often robbed of its things, it would have learned to hide its clumsiness, and it would probably make the world stunned. People, once you become proficient, is terrible. A country, it's also scary to become so specialized. If it hadn't been for cheating, Tang Qing wouldn't have known that this guy was hiding so deep. However, it was useless no matter how deep he was now. Tang Qing would not allow this guy to continue to be awesome. At least, it has to be within controllable range. Acquire Penguin. Tang Qing had an idea a few years ago. But, as his strength increased and various new technologies were in hand, his interest in penguins was no longer so great. Therefore, the plan was shelved, and now it is restarted. Let ERV come in via backdoor. It's not good to be early. There is no pressure on Penguin, and MIH may not necessarily sell it. Now, the field of instant messaging is constantly being eroded, and game profits have dropped sharply. Penguin's stock price has been sluggish, and the market is becoming increasingly unfavorable. This time, ERV has completed its consortium again, just taking this opportunity to invest in Penguin. Although MIH didn't have too many shares to hold a controlling stake, Tang Qing was not in a hurry. Strategy was never something that could be accomplished overnight, and he had to eat his meal one bite at a time. Fight with yourself. The fun is endless. 4 days later, Penguin, headquarters. What? Are you going to sell all the shares you hold to ERV? Mr. Ma looked at the MIH president, who came in person in shock. He thought he had heard wrong. Sell and give back everything. Is there any mistake? Are you crazy? Or the way he got up today was wrong? Yes, after discussion by the board of directors and instructions from the parent company, ERV will acquire 37.5% of our shares at a premium of $4 billion to ERV. Selling Penguin shares. They don't want to either. But the operating power behind this time is too strong. God knows what ERV and those consortiums said. They collectively spoke for ERV. Facing this level of power, how could they resist? What's more, I don't want to resist either. Before, they are bullish on penguins. But now he is worried. The appearance of Tang Qing, the appearance of Xiao, and the appearance of WeChat have made Penguin status shaky. There are tigers in front of him and soldiers chasing after him. The risk is very high. Penguins now. The market value has not yet reached $10 billion, but the upward momentum has been suppressed by such forces. They have changed from being optimistic to not being optimistic. Therefore, after the quotation came out, they agreed after a while. Otherwise, ERV doesn't buy it. If it were to support other platforms, Penguin would probably be beaten even worse in the end, and they would simply take the money and leave. They originally wanted to sell half of it and take advantage of it, but the attitude there was very firm. The boss is timid. Why don't I know? Also, you should understand that other shareholders have the right of first refusal. Mr. Ma was very angry. He didn't know anything about such a big matter. We also have this intention. Let's talk to you. This is the representative of ERV. He said. The president introduced the man next to him. Lama looked over. I thought it was an assistant, but I didn't expect it to be someone from ERV. Hello, Mr. Ma. The man stepped forward and smiled. Isn't this against the rules? Lama frowned. It's a bit rushed, but it shows our sincerity and determination. We like to get things done. Besides, we don't like to waste it on boring nonsense. I believe Ma can always understand. Can understand the string. It's too strong. But when I think about it, it is also in line with ERV style. Penguin is really weak now. Its market value is less than 1% of ERV's. It is crumbling. Capital is not optimistic about it. I can't be brave. No strength. Everything is empty. Looking at the man in front of him, Mr. Ma took a deep breath and thought about the pros and cons of this matter. MI stocks have no voting rights, only dividend rights, but this may not be the case when ERV comes in. ERV is not an investment institution. People are just doing things. Just watching? Unlikely. If so, this would be a big obstacle for him to control the penguins. But to be honest, he wanted ERV to come in, a powerful ally, which would save him a lot of troubles. Compete with Tang Qing. Penguin has fallen behind. If we don't find a way to counterattack, we will be slowly marginalized. The red envelopes and bank cards that were launched on WeChat on the 18th were bound to each other. Hurry up and take your time. They also launched today, but the effect is mediocre. There is no contrast. There is no harm. Be the first to eat meat. The second one drinks soup. Penguin is the third one, and the ending is predictable. Tangled. What does ERV want? He looked up and asked. Penguin's channel. Why don't you build it yourself? Too slow. Can you be like MIH and not interfere with the company's operations? Yes, you are still the chairman of Penguin, and you can also get equity support, technical support, and even financial support from ERV to help you gain a foothold in the industry. Then, he added, at least it won't be easy to lose. I heard that I don't interfere with management rights. Mr. Ma breathed a sigh of relief. This way is not negotiable. Compared with MIH, which has less energy, the support of this emerging technology consortium is obviously more powerful. Maybe it can turn defeat into victory and regain the glory of the PC era. Ahem. Although it doesn't seem to have been a glorious few years, it won't be as miserable as it is now. Technical support. What's the main thing? Mr. Ma asked. Games, network security, cloud computing, etc. You should also know that our technical strength, especially in games, should be able to bring considerable profits to Penguin in the future. Yeah, Mr. Ma nodded. How profitable is the game? Just look at ERV. Force of War and World have made a lot of money from these two games. Last year's financial report showed that the revenue from these two games and peripherals for the whole year of 2007 was $13.57 billion US. Of course, this is pre-tax revenue, but this is already terrible. Same as printing money. Certainly, this is also related to the fact that the updates of the game are too unreasonable and seem to be endless. The props are charged for to play sneakily. Coupled with various advertising services, it has no rivals in the global gaming industry. And this, it is just one of ERV's current financial resources. Too rich to have any friends. Consortium. It really wasn't blown out of proportion. Then, Mr. Ma asked about some detailed questions for half an hour, and the personnel sent by ERV answered them one by one. Although the answers were not completely satisfactory, they were much better than expected. I agree with ERV's acquisition of MIH's shares, but I don't know if other shareholders have any opinions. Mr. Ma said, but he knew that the overall situation had been decided. The two largest shareholders agreed. It was useless for other shareholders to even vote against it. They should agree. The ERV representative smiled. This is also true. After learning about ERV's entry, another small shareholder didn't say a word. After, he informed the rest of the founding team. Isn't it too hasty? That's right. Why didn't you think about it for a few more days? There is no preparation at all. ERV is not a good person. There are many different opinions. It's not that I object. I just think it's too sudden. This is not an ordinary shareholder, but a change of Penguin's largest shareholder. With 37.5% of the shares, even if it only has the right to dividends, it is still a big deal. For a while, Mr. Ma pressed his hand. The scene fell silent. I don't know, this matter involved a lot. But do we have a choice? ERV chooses Penguin. This is not a single event, but a signal to enter the Chinese market. If you don't invest in us, you will invest in others. By then, we will have another unfathomable opponent. Not to mention that we Penguin have an advantage. In the past, I believed this more. However, if you look at ERV's other investments, including live streaming, video, social networking, instant messaging, movies, and games, which one was not a giant in the industry before, it seemed undefeated, but what about now? Since you have no choice, don't bother. After so many years of entrepreneurship, Mr. Ma also has authority. As soon as these words came out, no one answered. It was not a matter of cowardice, but a logic problem. Yes, this was a matter of no choice. If you missed it, the Penguin might really become a case in the textbook. Failure cases. Can we break through the encirclement? Not necessarily. In the instant messaging market, we lose not in technology, but in vision. This is an extremely broad proposition, and we have to rely on ourselves for the time being. However, we still have a breakthrough point, gaming, which is what ERV is best at and is also our main source of profit. Now, our best way is to stabilize our advantageous position. Tang Qing's company is not good at games, and we have ERV support. Other Chinese game companies can no longer become our opponents. Speaking of this, Mr. Ma was a little excited. ERV's promise. It's so tempting. Okay. It seems good. That's all. That's it. Agree. It has become an acceptable choice for everyone. The next day, on the board, MIH's complete withdrawal is warmly welcomed. After all, it is MIH selling its own stocks, and it has little to do with them. As for grabbing some shares from ERV, don't joke. The wolf grabs food from its mouth. Don't you think life is exciting enough? That's fine too. The departure of MIH, who has been playing soy sauce, and the arrival of the ridiculously strong ERV may be able to save the current decline. This is very good news for everyone present. There is a resolution. The equity transfers of ERV and MIH were completed at an extremely fast speed. Money arrives. MIH exits the market with profit. Your decision is wise. MIH left. The new board of directors reconvened, and the chairman of ERV personally attended. Projection over. Mr. Ma is already very happy to be able to do this. The opposite person is the helmsman of a consortium, and the thief is rich. Penguin. In other people's eyes, it's just a small company. It's conceivable that after this news is announced, Penguin's stock price will rise. There will be no company that ERV invests in that will not rise. Today, Alibaba's market capitalization has exceeded $60 billion US. What about Penguin's? Less than $10 billion. Truth. Congested. I hope that with this trend, Penguins can try to go to the sky. It was also because of the huge gap that he so quickly agreed to accept the entry of the Wolf ERV. Otherwise, he would definitely have to think about it for a while. June 30th, afternoon. Hong Kong stocks are nearing the close. Penguin announced its new shareholder list, and all of a sudden, Penguin's stock exploded. 15 minutes. The last 15 minutes. 68. 71. 77. After Penguin closed, it rose directly to 85 Hong Kong dollars. Compared with the opening price of 61 Hong Kong dollars this morning, it increased by 40%. Many people who ended the day's trading were shocked. What's going on? Why is there no news at all? Logically speaking, this kind of shareholder change should be done by Penguin. No, MI should release the news first, raise the stock price, increase the bargaining chips, and then negotiate for a few days. What a waste. It was done in one go, without any precautions. What about the process? What? I just sold all the Penguin stocks in my hand. Me too. I suffered a big loss. It's all because I was cheap today. I couldn't eat dinner. You deserve it. How can you say it? Originally, the stock market, what you buy is trust in the company. You no longer trust it, and you still expect it to make money for you. All this kind of trouble is not worth the slightest sympathy. Indeed, I agree. +1. Who would have thought that ERV would come in? Okay. I only reduced my holdings by half. Haha, ERV came in. I don't know if Penguin has been saved, but my assets have definitely been saved. How much do you think it can go up to? 100, 150, 106. I think it is at least 200 or more. This is not an ordinary investment, but becoming the largest shareholder of Penguin. Not to mention our retail investors. Foreign investors will definitely flock in. Yes, some of them haven't received the news yet. After tonight, it's time to witness the miracle. 200 TSK. I made a profit. I made a lot of money. Oh, I missed another opportunity perfectly. I will enter the market tomorrow, and it is probably difficult to buy. What do you think Tang Qing thinks now? They must take it very seriously. Penguin was suppressed by several companies of Tang Qing before and was languishing. Now with the support of ERV, it is like a dose of stimulant, and it can't run fast. It makes sense. Tang Qing is in trouble. I still have confidence in Tang Qing. He did not rely on luck to get to where he is today. Besides, even in terms of wealth, he and ERV are far beyond the previous number 1 and number 2. They are both super players. The only difference is nationality. Yes, ERV is an American company and has a natural advantage. Tang Qing cannot be underestimated. Who dares to underestimate him? Now, his wealth is estimated to have exceeded 2 trillion yuan. Even the currently Chow family's wealth is only about 1/10 of others. Terrible. ERV holds the lifeblood of Qing Yuan technology, including chips and operating systems. They are still controlled by others. We are afraid that ERV will use unfair competition. In that case, Qing Yuan technology will be the first to fall. Impossible. Why? If ERV wants the Chinese market, it must abide by the rules. If they act like this, will they really think that this land is deserted? As long as their decision-makers are not stupid, they will not use any method of not selling chips. Bullying people like this is a way to avoid the Chinese market. Online. About this matter. It made China lively in the evening. Most people don't have much feeling about ERV. They just think that it is an American company that started off games and is very big. Say it again. This time it's a matter of MIH and ERV. It is not the acquisition of Mr. Ma's shares. which means that the proportion of foreign holders has not changed. However, some people are still worried about whether Penguin will be eaten by ERV in the future. It seems like nothing. If it were before, Penguin is China's first-tier internet company. If its dominance is controlled by a foreign country, it will be difficult for ordinary people to accept it. However, the situation is different now. Ali, Comic Group, WeChat, Tiny, they have been dominated by these companies during this period, and hearing about Penguin is just a trivial matter. Therefore, it is not difficult to accept a company whose ranking in the industry is constantly declining, even if it is acquired. Penguin finally hugged his thighs. Forced by Tang Qing, if it hadn't been for Xiao Xiao and WeChat, Penguin would still be the overlord of instant messaging. But in the turning point of new technological changes, it did lose the opportunity. Sad. This is business. Penguin has such a strong desire to survive. You are wrong. I heard that this time it was ERV who suddenly attacked, found MIH, bought its shares forcefully, and then found Mr. Ma. It was not Penguin who asked ERV to come in. Really or not? I heard what insiders said, and it's not wrong. No wonder it's so fast. In this case, there is no logical problem. Otherwise, in order to raise the price, MIH would definitely have to publicize it. This time, there was really no news at all, so they sold all the shares. It's logical. MIH is too coward. I think so too. Coward? You don't look at ERV's current status. I think ERV should have approached MIH and said that if you don't sell it to me, I will invest in other companies. Don't blame me for the shrinkage of your shares. It's very impressive. ERV does have this strength. Domineering. This is the first time I know that most of Penguin's equity is in the hands of foreigners. Brother, I just got through the internet cafe. I've been through it for a while. Don't talk about Penguin. Alibaba was not the same before. Most of the shares were in the hands of foreigners, SoftBank and Yahoo. Later, Tang Qing took action, cash plus replacement, and became Alibaba's largest shareholder. Were Chinese investors blind at the time? They didn't invest in these companies. That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't choose Chinese investors. Why? It's not like you don't know how much success can be achieved by doing business in partnership. First of all, it's a matter of money. What they want is large investments, and it's hard to see cash returns in the short term. Foreigners have money and can bring advanced management methods and channels, technology, and talents to the company, attracting more outstanding people. Domestic investors have almost no such ability. In the end, it's a question of all-out efforts. People invest, but don't interfere in the company's affairs. The founder team firmly controls the company. It's where to find Chinese investors and not point fingers. The thoughtful people began to wash the floor. Anyway, that is to say, if Chinese investors come in, it is impossible for the company to get to where it is today. Although it sounds unsatisfactory, when you think about it, it makes sense. Domestic relations are too complicated. Find foreign investors. Maybe it can also prevent some unclean hands from reaching in. I think the company is good. Many people will be jealous. With foreign capital, at least there is a thick layer of protection. Then Tang Qing is also a domestic capital. It's different. Tang Qing is a domestic capital. But if you look at their management model, it is already at the forefront of the world, not inferior to foreign capital. In addition to helping Ali's development, it does not interfere with Ali's management. Fortunately, we still have Tang Qing to support the facade. I was a little depressed just after seeing it. That's right. Anyway, this time, Penguin is going to take off. At the beginning of the month, please vote. Penguin. Headquarters. Look at the closing price. Mr. Ma has mixed feelings. For more than a year, Penguin stock price has been struggling and even dropped slightly because people are more optimistic about Comic Group and Alibaba, which is also listed in Shenzhen. Listed twice. A lot of money was sucked away. Now, ERV news released. Turnover once. A 40% increase in just 15 minutes. What does this mean? He knows very well that the current market value of over $10 billion is just the beginning, and it may be even more unstable in the next few days. 20 billion? Or 30 billion? He couldn't predict it, but he was certain that the gap with Alibaba and Comic Group would become smaller and smaller, and when ERV could represent them with the games they promised, it would increase even further. I take a deep breath. Now, with the escape route, I felt much more at ease. At least, games can ensure the company's survival and development, and instant messaging must not be given up. Next, he plans to continue his previous plan to build the Penguin's ecosystem. The market value is there. Money is much simpler. In short, Penguin is confident. Different from Penguin's mood, other domestic game companies suddenly feel Alexander. With the support of ERV, Penguin's games may be able to reach a higher level. This is like a bolt from the blue for them. These few years, step by step, they witnessed ERV ascending to the world gaming altar. Confident in the world. Make money every day. They are well aware of how terrible this company is, its unparalleled update speed, and its innovative gameplay that makes their brains collapse and they can't even think of it. They want to catch up, but they can only scratch the surface. Still too tired. War and World are two games. There are restrictions on how to play in the country, but this is beyond their reach. In addition, the various small games launched later let them know how talented the game designers of ERV are. Now, Penguin has such help. There will definitely be a localization strategy. Depend on. In the past, they were worried that Penguin would launch a game every month, but now they are worried that it will be launched directly tomorrow, because the quality of ERV's new version is no less than a new game every time. Inside? Not needed. There is no new version of ERV. Go online directly. Never had a problem. It's scary to think about. Hopefully, reality shouldn't be so cruel. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Fudan. Tang Qing, who is still taking the exam, smiled. The power of the consortium is also powerful, and the matter was settled in a few days. MIH completely withdrew. Counting the acquisition of tradable shares, he held more than 43% of Penguin's shares. Although they are all shares without voting rights. But it doesn't matter. Just have the right to dividends. Can't get dividends on tradable shares? How could it be possible? His purchase price was only a little, and today it has increased by 40%. Next, it will not increase more than double. How can it be worthy of the name of ERV? It was also sudden. The news broke near the close. Otherwise, maybe it can double in one day. While watching a play, while doing the questions. Check it out. Tang Qing stood up and put the paper on the podium. The invigilator smiled at him. After Tang Qing left, he picked up the paper and couldn't help but take a few photos. He didn't distribute it and kept it for himself. Tang Qing studies well. The handwriting is also good. No, it is extremely good. Every stroke and stroke is completely art. I heard that Tang Qing can also draw, and his attainments are not low. Unfortunately, I have never seen it, and those who have seen it have not shown it off, only legends. Walk out of the examination room. Tang Qing walked outside the school. Exam week. While others would take one test a day, he had to take 3 or 4, but it was fast. This Thursday, he was able to pass all the freshman, second, and third-year subjects in the 5 courses. After taking the test for a month and a half, Tang Qing was not tired at all, just boring. Such a simple question makes people sleepy. Well, it's hard to be a top student. Now, Lin Jiaxue is already at home. She has completed 1 exam this morning and will be able to complete all the subjects of the journalism major on Wednesday, officially having a holiday. Think about it. Time is like running water, and before you know it, you'll be a senior. Another blink. Postgraduate. Blink again. PhD? What should I do after finishing my PhD? An average person's life is almost half over at this point, but for Tang Qing, this is just the beginning. The system has said that if he continues to practice, his lifespan will no longer be a problem. 100 years later, he could still be alive and still so young. Tang Qing still wasn't used to this kind of lifestyle, because in this case, his current life would be the same as that of a newborn child. Toddler. The next upgrade of the system will be in the next few days, no more than a week at the latest. He doesn't know what surprises will be waiting for him. He just hopes it is not a shock, and what the so-called rewards will be. Expect. Back home, I saw a circle around the table in the living room. They are reviewing. Tang Qing. Penguin has found a backer. Seeing Tang Qing, Zheng Ro raised her head and said Tang Qing had just returned from the exam, and the incident happened suddenly. She felt that Tang Qing might not know, and they were still discussing it just now. Oh, who? Tang Qing asked knowingly. ERV, they acquired all of MIH's Penguin shares. The internet is abuzz now. People are talking about it everywhere. Just now, Penguin stock price rose by 40%. Lin Jiaxue said. News about Tang Qing. She was always paying attention. A few days ago, Uncle Tang had just talked about ERV. Unexpectedly, ERV had directly invested in Tang Qing's opponent. It looked so menacing that many people thought that the next step would be a battle between dragons and tigers. Tang Qing has local advantages. ERV is a technical advantage. Win or lose. It's still hard to predict now. Both sides are men who have created miracles. It's okay. Tang Qing smiled easily. This expression, several people immediately understood that Tang Qing knew. I thought you didn't know. Zheng Ro said. Tang Qing smiled and said, You didn't say it was ERV. I thought it was something else. That's right. There was indeed a loophole in what she said just now. At this time, Tang Qing's phone rang. Old Tang. This name is exclusive to only one person. Li Kai. How's it going? It's your first day of work. Tang Qing asked with a smile. When he was a sophomore, Li Kai said he was going to his company for an internship. Li Kai's school had an early holiday, and he has now returned to Qingyan City. Intern at Tianyin headquarters. Give it a try. The people here are so awesome. Li Kai lamented that the Tianyin headquarters is surrounded by top students. If you don't have a high degree of education, it means you are extremely capable and there are many talented people. Isn't it great? Of course, I'm just calling to ask when you will come back, so I can have some food. After hearing this, Tang Qing smiled. Okay, I'll go back around the 10th. Tang Qing is not afraid of being cheated on by others, but is afraid of being unfamiliar. Li Kai is his best friend in high school, and because of his identity, he doesn't want to become a lonely person. Okay, I'll wait for you. Okay. He's almost a senior. Many people are facing internships, and Tang Qing should logically go, but the school exempted him, but Lin Jiaxue's was not exempted. This time, they contacted Qingyan City TV station, and the internship will last until the end of August. At the beginning of the month, please vote. Qingyan City. Sky Eye Group. Headquarters. Hang up the phone. As a sometimes intern, Li Kai can now get off work, and no one will care about him. However, seeing that no one around him was moving and was still busy, he had the nerve to leave and return to his workstation to sit down. Everyone is busy. Work overtime. I heard that this is the normal state of the heavenly eye. A company that serves more than 100 countries around the world needs people on staff 24 hours a day. First day here, he was not assigned any work, so he was asked to read the company's articles of association, management structure and development history, help print some documents, collect office supplies, and get to know the office members. To him, no one despises it. Junior year internship. Being able to come to Tianyin headquarters is incredible in itself. Some people were making insinuations and wanted to inquire, but Li Kai was not stupid. In Tang Qing's company, he clamored to get to know Tang Qing. He was not so bored and just said that his family owned a restaurant. Low profile. Low profile. This is not a lie either. Xiao Kai, are you ready to work overtime? He looked at it for a while. A familiar voice came from behind. Manager Zhang. Li Kai turned around and said happily. He was used to being called Sister Jing, but not used to being called manager. This time, in addition to arranging to enter Tianyin headquarters, Tang Qing also directly threw him under Zhang Jing's hands, starting with financial management. Let's go. Zhang Jing had a smile on her face. Okay. After saying that, Li Kai quickly tidied up. In fact, there's nothing to tidy up, just tidy up the table. In this regard, the company has strict requirements, and the workstation must be tidied up before leaving get off work. Half an hour later, Li's seafood restaurant. When his son was assigned to work under Zhang Jing, Li Jiangguo naturally wanted to express his kindness. Since he had nothing to work overtime today, Zhang Jing agreed and drove Li Kai over. This is a new restaurant. It has only been open for 3 months. You don't have to worry about tight parking spaces. Get off. The car is really nice. Li Kai kept praising it. Xinyue electric version. The presentation is top-notch. Especially when the car is locked, other people's lights are on, but the entire car is on. Absolutely. The chairman personally designed it. Zhang Jing smiled. She admired Tang Qing's talent immensely. Nothing could trouble him. This model was the first choice for everyone in the company when buying cars. I heard that the gasoline version of Xinu is coming out, but she wasn't looking forward to it. Now, half of the country's high-speed service areas are building charging stations. She doesn't care about other cities, but in Xinyan City, the Tang family has spared no effort in building charging facilities. There are pain points, but they are not obvious. Extreme failure rate. Charging is fast. Stable operation. Environmental friendly. It is much better than other domestic electric car brands. Tianyin does data analysis. Once analyzed, all I could do is shake my head. Are those electric car companies kidding? The fraud is too obvious. One by one. If we don't develop cars properly, we just want to take advantage of them. But there is no contrast. How can the excellence of Xinu be reflected? According to analysis, Xinu will have no rivals in the domestic electric car field for at least 5 years, and many core technologies come from Myanmar. Recent. She also heard news. It is possible that subsidies for the purchase of new energy vehicles will be canceled. The reason is that after the exhaust of gasoline, diesel, and other vehicles can be controlled by filters, the air quality across the country will improve by several levels. Excellent. It has become a number that has not changed in many cities for a long time. This way, it will definitely force many car companies to slow down the progress of new energy vehicle projects. This is good news for Xinyue. Some competitors producing entry-level electric vehicles will have to be reduced a lot. Although Xinu no longer has subsidies, but its quality is excellent. The future development will definitely get better and better. Enter the restaurant. Welcome. The two greeters, a man and a woman, bowed slightly. This new restaurant specializes in high-end seafood and has a dedicated reception hall. The sight of it would make most people shy away just thinking about their wallets. However, Zhang Jing knew the prices here are quite affordable. High-end seafood is expensive everywhere, but ordinary seafood is not that high here. In order to attract customers, the price of ordinary seafood is almost unprofitable. The same is true. As a result, business here is very good. After Qingyuan City became a tourist city, many tour groups arranged group meals here. When tourists saw it, they found that this tour group was quite conscientious and even arranged such rich seafood for the group meal. Sister Jing, Mr. Li. Only a few steps away. The head waitress at the cashier came up and shouted sweetly, "Hey, I'm now the foreman." Zhang Jing joked. When she used to work here, the woman in front of her was still a waiter, a very motivated girl, and a child from a poor family. It happened last month. The female foreman laughed. She envied Zhang Jing. She had at least gone to high school and worked hard enough to go to Tianyin. She heard that the monthly salary was easily over 10,000 yuan, but she graduated from junior high school, and it was almost impossible to get in. But it's okay now. The Li family's business is good, so her salary is high. She can't reach 10,000, but if she works hard, she can still get 5 or 6,000. In Xinyan City in 2008, she was considered a very high-end group of people. Much better than going to the factory. By the way, Mr. Li has made arrangements. I'll take you to the Mingyue Hall on the 3rd floor. Okay. Follow the foreman. Come to the 3rd floor. There are people inside already. Her mother. Mom. Hello, Aunt. Li Jiangguo arranged for her mother to work in the company, and she came earlier than her. After a while, Li Jiangguo also came. Soon, the table was filled with all kinds of delicacies, which was very rich. This table, 30,000 can't stop it. But Li Jiangguo was willing to give up. It's just a little money. There's nothing to worry about eating with Zhang Jing, a veteran entrepreneur. Think about the days when a few people ran a small restaurant and Tang Qing came every weekend. It seems like it happened yesterday. They were at the beginning. They all have different situations, and all of this is thanks to Tang Qing. 4 years ago, that young man with a green face has now become the most dazzling entrepreneur in China, worth 1 trillion yuan. Past. Really can only reminisce. This first glass. Time is like water. Li Kai. Dad. Since when did you become so artistic? I'm a bit out of pace. Okay. Zhang Jing was stunned for a moment, immediately understanding Li Jiangwo's mood at this moment. She was also touched and raised her glass gently to the handsome young man who walked into the mobile phone store 4 years ago, wearing a school uniform and a little dirty shoes. That day, her fate changed, and the fate of many people was also changed by that boy. The next day, July 1st, early morning, with immediate effect, the new supplementary environmental protection regulations are officially implemented. Rubber walking, runways, and ground spray materials in all public places in China must add solid locking solution to reduce the harm of human inhalation. Watch this news. Tang Qing was very happy. One lives for one life. He has to create something beautiful for the world. Now he has done it. The world is much different than when he first came. Although there are still some shortcomings, it is developing in a good direction. Please vote. Morning. Hong Kong. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange is already busy. 95. Penguin. Buy as much as you can. No problem. I transferred another 3 million in and bought all of them for Penguin. Just under 100. Okay. Chasing the increase. Capital nature. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such good news. Some people raise funds overnight just to catch up with today's hot news. Ahem, the adjective is a bit spicy, but that's what it means. Hong Kong, one of the top 10 international financial centers. There is no shortage of capital. As soon as the market opens, the share price of Penguin suddenly jumped from 85 Hong Kong dollars to 101 Hong Kong dollars. Many people who were trading at more than 90 Hong Kong dollars suddenly became anxious. How can this be fun? Hurry up and cancel the order and place it again. Are you crazy? The market has just opened. If I had known it, I would have put up 100. Damn it. It's not surprising. I didn't know it yesterday. After one night, the big capital had already been prepared. It's not your turn to take advantage. Next time you speculate, take this into account. Don't tell the truth. It's so hurtful. For a moment, Penguin stock price has started a continuous rise mode. This situation is impossible to happen under China's 10% daily limit rule. But there is no limit on the rise or fall in Xinjiang, and capital can do whatever it wants. 105, 110, 115. As of the close of trading on July 1st, coupled with the departure of some short-term speculative funds, Penguin stock price still rose by more than 40%, reaching 121 Hong Kong dollars. With a market value of nearly 20 billion US dollars. Crossover. Probably only tomorrow. Shenzhen Market. Penguin headquarters. There was great joy. Everyone felt that the Penguins were about to turn over and regain their glory. The long-suppressed haze was now dissipated, and they could finally see the blue sky and enjoy the sunshine again. However, some people calmed down immediately. Mr. Ma, I was very excited yesterday. You have to calm down today. The two great tragedies in life are, one is complacency and the other is despair. Now, the Penguins are at the previous critical point. Excessive expectations may lead to tragedy, which would be a slap in the face. Can't be complacent. Can't be complacent. Take a deep breath. He thought again about the Penguins' future. What Yarvi promised most was game-related support. Other aspects, such as cloud computing, CG special effects, etc., were not mentioned too much. Obviously, they did not want Penguin to get involved in these. This way, if Penguin wants to rely on movies to compete with the comic group, it will not work. You have to do the ERV yourself. Cloud computing. One of ERV's core businesses, Penguin is not very interested in it because the investment is too large. The construction of so many data centers is a number that Penguin cannot accept. How can any game make money? Live streaming. Video. These are two good directions. Comet Video is so strong. It is all based on copyright. There are also many homemade dramas. Penguin Video can also learn from it. The special effects are not up to the level of civilization, so we will focus on the category. Unbelief has no place. At least, let existing Penguin users. It will not be used completely just because there is no content. Once the game field has established a foothold, It will represent a huge user base. Then, step by step, other shortcomings will be made up and the territory will be strengthened. Just do it. Counterattack. Just around the corner. Now, South Africa. It has been dawned for a while. Presidential Palace. A wave of guests were welcomed, and their identities required the Presidential Palace to receive them with caution. Industrial and Commercial Park. Looking at the plan on the table, they were a little confused. They didn't understand what Yarvi meant. It wasn't that they couldn't understand the plan, but they were thinking about the logic in it and what Yarvi could get from this kind of project. It's very clear there. Loan, design, construction, operations management, one-stop service. Very tempting. Recall that in the past few days, Yarvi first used its European and American consortium relationships to let MIH sell all its Penguin shares in order to enter the Chinese market. Today, brought another project. Could it be, after hitting a stick, give a candy? Yes, South Africa is the largest economy in Africa and the country with the most complete industrial system in Africa. Our plan can help your country develop its economy more effectively. Serving industry and commerce. This is just a pilot project. In addition to South Africa, we will give priority to some African countries with potential. Our Yarvi Commercial Bank is happy to grow with all African countries. It lasted 5 minutes. It was said that the South African senior management present was in a very good mood. South Africa has money. First in Africa. But there is also a desire to strengthen the country. 20 years ago, countries in the European and American camps were doing well. 20 years later, Asian countries have risen, and Africa is still lying on the ground. This big brother has an unbalanced mentality. However, want to change. Powerless. My teammates are not good enough. Although Yarvi's plan may not change anything, at least it will not be worse than it is now. Gradually, they began to speculate that they might have just become a consortium and needed to do some good deeds. Expand your influence. Right? That's how it should be. Park? It sounded a little familiar, and suddenly they remembered that in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tang Qing had invested in a steel industrial park, and now it was running very well and couldn't stop at all. Besides, a campus in Algeria is also under construction. Central Africa and North Africa are both deployed. What about South Africa? Will Tang Qing get one too? Never mind. Never mind. Now there are people coming forward who are willing to do similar things, no matter how far they are. Behind Tang Qing is China. Behind Yarvi are Europe and the United States. No matter which one comes, it will be beneficial to South Africa. Just a little depressed. Tang Qing invests in Central and North Africa. Ignore South Africa for now. More than a dozen countries in Africa have received projects and commercial loans from the Myanmar Bank Group, and South Africa has not been ignored. In fact, they also want it, but their status as Africa's big brother makes it difficult for them to face it. Do you think the South African government is not short of money? How could there be no shortage? We are short of it. Talk. Don't ask me. What if we need it? In the first batch, Kanshin spent 120 billion Asian dollars in Africa last year, which nearly doubled this year. The total of all countries exceeds 200 billion, which is nearly 30 billion US dollars when converted into US dollars. Be good. Such a big cake. South Africa can't even eat it. Looking at the plan in front of them, they already had a plan in mind. Okay, if they can't eat the big cake, they'll eat something small to satisfy their hunger, but they can't just agree so readily. Your proposal is very good. We need to discuss it. Of course. He didn't say much. The ERV people left. After people leave, the secretary received a message and reported it quickly. In half an hour, their plane will fly to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The consortium is still very generous, and they go out as a group and bring their own plane. Everyone, no, there are 2 left, in a hotel not far away. Yes, I still respected them and didn't finish it all at once. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking down on their efficiency. I thought they would have to discuss it for a long time. No, I can't be looked down upon. Immediately, they began to discuss the plan. Good. The interest rate is low, the prospects are good, and no financial subsidy is needed to pay it off. One thing is that ERV will not hand over the operation rights of the entire park to them at once, but will manage it for them for 5 years. During these 5 years, they will only have the right to make suggestions for the operation of the park. Subsequently, it'll be handed over to the South African government within 2 years. It's equivalent to saying 7 years. The operations here are all handled by ERV, of course, only in terms of commercial operations. Taxation, security, and other functional departments are all the business of the South African government, and it is impossible to leave them all to ERV. This is about territorial sovereignty. How is it possible? Also, there are also a series of supporting facilities to provide services to the park, requiring them to ensure water, electricity, gas, land, policies, taxes, etc. Only in this way can it be attractive to investors from various countries. The South African authorities also have to ensure the continuity of policies and so on. What do you think? The president asked. Not bad. It's good, but the operating rights are a bit long, 7 years. I think so too. A vice president shook his head and said, I don't think it's long. First of all, we have to make it clear that we lack experience in commercial operations, especially in this kind of park operation. After a pause, then he continued, if we take over hastily without mature management experience, we may end up in a mess. In addition to adding a useless business park out of thin air, we also have an additional dollar debt. The risk is very high. Therefore, I think it is a good direction to let ERV operate first, and our people will learn from it. From ERV's plan, we can see that the purpose of ERV is to ensure repayment. When the time comes, the park will not be ours yet. This will be a rare opportunity for the development of South Africa's industry and commerce. If we miss it, we will have to ask for help next time. After listening, the conference room fell silent. Say this. 7 years doesn't seem like a long time. If the results in the plan are really achieved, they will make a profit. The South African government is facing a change, and a new president will take office next year. At this last moment, they also want to leave something behind. Can we do it ourselves? Asked a vice president. Hear the words. Everyone else glanced at him. Roll your eyes. Please. Do you have money? Do you have experience? Nothing. We were in a meeting just now, and you were deserting, weren't you? However, some people still took up the topic. This park is not just about setting aside a place and developing industry and commerce. It also needs to attract investment. Lack of experience and money is one thing, and more importantly, it is attractiveness. If anyone could do this plan, someone in Africa would have already done it, but it is not done well now. It is not without reason. ERV is a new American consortium. Its reputation can attract a lot of capital. Without this name, it will be difficult to implement this plan in Africa. This is where we fall short. Fix it yourself. Joke. If possible, would the ERV people be able to cast their net everywhere without fear? Cut. ERV can do it. Others, even the country, may not be able to do it well. If it can do it, then it will be done well. There is no strong big brother to take the lead. I really don't think there are smart people in the world who have thought of doing this early. Like City Loan from Myanmar Bank Group. Been doing this for so long. Who learned it? What is the purpose of ERV? What else can it be? To make money. According to the plan, when investment reaches a certain amount, the South African government will provide incentives and high operating fees, which means that in addition to the income from loans and interest, it can also bring other income to ERV. Not necessarily. ERV can't earn this money. That's right. Are you optimistic about the African market and planning in advance? This is definitely one of them, but not all of them. Myanmar's actions in Africa are getting bigger and bigger, and there has been no movement in Europe and the United States. ERV should be the beginning of European and American forces penetrating into Africa. Intervention in Africa? Of course, Myanmar, an emerging country, has made a lot of money. Instead of using it to develop people's livelihood and invest domestically, it has instead poured money into Africa. This is unreasonable in itself. Subsequently, it also made a lot of money through commodity and project loans. Africa is to the north of Europe, and it is also quite close to the United States. In the past, they regarded Africa as a foreign home. Now, It is impossible for my own other courtyard to be invaded by outsiders. At this time, ERV came out of the blue, so it was sent to implement Europe and the United States African strategy. To fight against the intruders. The other courtyard is their code for U.S.-Africa relations. Don't wish them well. I don't want others to cause trouble either. The reason is simple. It is too close to Europe and the United States. Any country's strategy does not want to have a strong enemy not far from home. South America was bullied by the United States, and Europe did the same to Africa back then. Anyway, very realistic. ERV entered the market and sent a gratifying signal. This is South Africa's opportunity. Yeah, let's go through everything first. If there are any disputes, let's call ERV people to talk about it. The president agreed. Okay, we will do the demolition and compensation of the park. No problem. The South African authorities must ensure a stable supply of water and electricity. This is a bit difficult. It said the new power plant can be built in time, and the excess electricity can be connected to the power grid. It is polluting. There are filters, so don't be afraid. That's right. Enterprises is settled in the park will be tax-free for the first 3 years. This, as long as there is capital, there will still be preferential treatment. However, the tax exemption can only be for business activities that occur within the park. Otherwise, just registering and then developing real estate elsewhere is contrary to the original intention. This has to be restricted. We are attracting industry and commerce, not building a tax haven. Make a note of it and discuss it with ERV. Yes. It's approaching noon. They finally finished discussing the thick plan. Contact ERV in the afternoon. Yes. They turned around and went to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but they wanted to fight for it. This matter would be of no harm to them. If the Democratic Republic of the Congo signed the contract earlier than they did, probably going to be laughed at. To the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They're not too cold. The lucky guy was first invested by Tang Qing, and then took advantage of Mian Ao's ride. Coupled with Wait's iron fist, I heard that things have changed a lot now. Law and order. This is the most news over there during this period. The capital is Kinshasa. The situation is improving at extremely fast speed. I heard that most of the prisons are full. Thinking of this, they're also thinking about the security of South Africa, at least in the capital area, because it is mentioned in the ERV plan. Law and order is the basis of business order. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Presidential Palace. Wait can be said to be very proud during this period. Everything goes smoothly. Financial problems have been effectively alleviated, and the security of the capital, Kinshasa, with several times the police force, is unprecedentedly good. An iron fist. Many people were sent in. Many people wanted him dead. However, more people wanted him to live. At this time, he felt that most of the confusion came from the employment problem. There was no job, and the young laborers had nothing to do. How could they do something? Therefore, except for security, employment. It became a word that he couldn't get around in his mind when he woke up every morning. Although many people may not be honest even if they have a job, as long as people have choices, things will be much easier to handle. It's okay to be lazy. Low efficiency is not a big problem either. But disturbing the peace. No. After more than a year of hard work, the economic statistics of the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the second quarter of 2008 are very promising. Although the overall situation has not fundamentally changed, it is a good start. How can it be done in one go? Take your time. Take it slow and steady. He believes that during his term of office, he will be able to effectively change the current situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. If possible, of course he hopes to be reelected or even amend the Constitution and be reelected for a few more terms. That would be even better. If the merit is great enough. Not impossible. Industrial and business parks? Same as South Africa. Seeing the plan and the sudden visit of ERV, Waite was a little confused. When did you, the United States, become so considerate of African countries? It seems that he was still forced. As a country that has already tasted the benefits of such parks. Waite knew it all too well. It is almost impossible for locals to accomplish this kind of thing. Only the intervention of influential foreign capital can truly support it. African countries cannot do this with technology and capital. The success of Wanqing Industrial Park comes from Tang Qing and Huasha capital. Without Wanqing mining, the two major enterprises Huasha Petroleum and Huasha Petrochemical would not come here, let alone the subsequent power grid project. At first, they were excited and wanted to learn. However, the project ended up half dead. It became a joke. Therefore, except for the Wanqing Park, there is no other successful park in the Democratic Republic of the Congo so far. As the first person to eat crabs, Wait was very moved. This was accomplished, which was another achievement. They're not the only ones looking for us, right? Wait asked. Yes. The ERV man nodded. Wait thought as expected. Who else? South Africa. Just this morning, they said they would consider it. When I first entered your house, they expressed their willingness to sit down and talk. Next, we will also look for other African countries. Wait was speechless for a while. Ox, as expected of ERV. If you look for South Africa in the morning, you dare to go to him at noon. If it were other companies, to show respect, you would have to wait at least 2 days, but you not only put it on one day, but also put it on the morning of the same day. It's almost noon now. Didn't have lunch. Also consider it morning. This is the confidence of the consortium. Generally, companies and groups do not dare to do so, and countries generally follow procedures. However, consortiums are outside the rules and can have privileges. This is South Africa. Really spineless. He had been ready to agree all morning, and ERV probably wasn't lying either. Thinking of this, Wait suddenly understood South Africa's thoughts, and he probably didn't want to lag behind the Democratic Republic of the Congo, while showing sincerity. Otherwise, discussed for 10 days and a half. All the babies were born. ERV is not without temper. We have to study it too. Okay, let's say goodbye now. Yeah, the ERV people left, and Wait didn't get off work. He directly had the meals delivered to the office and carefully studied the terms inside. Compared to the inexperienced people in South Africa, there were many things to do. Wait felt that there was almost no need to discuss anything. At first, they have conducted long-term discussions and research on the operating model, taxation, policies, supporting facilities, etc. of Wanqing Industrial Park, and they are very clear that these supports are very necessary. No one is missing. There are no overlord clauses in ERV. Design, construction, operations, award, all within reason. There is nothing extraordinary. Their purpose is just this loan and the rewards and operating management fees that come with it. There are no accompanying unequal treaties or violations of sovereignty. At the same time, he also saw another purpose of ERV. Maintain reputation. Once the ERV project is done, it cannot be overstepped, so the 5+2 operating model is required. Wait doesn't think it's long. On the contrary, it still feels missing. 5 years. In a blink of an eye, it is a good idea to leave some things that you can't do well to others to do. This is the case in Wanqing Industrial Park. If you don't have steelmaking technology, others can do it. Taxes and benefits. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is the biggest beneficiary. Therefore, Wait didn't care whether it was 5 years or 10 years. The longer it was, the greater the ERV's support might be. Thinking of this, Wait made a decision in his mind to see if he could let ERV extend the time. In the short term, the Democratic Republic of the Congo does not have the industrial and commercial capital appeal of ERV. Useless power. What are you holding on to? Thinking about it, he was really lucky. As soon as he took office, he caught up with Tang Qing's Wanqing Mining to enter the market, which also led to the establishment of the United Power Grid Company, effectively solving the power coordination problem in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Let electric power development no longer have geographical constraints. Then, pie from heaven. Last year, Myanmar gave the Democratic Republic of the Congo a loan of 15 billion Asian dollars for goods and projects. This year, the amount is 30 billion Asian dollars. In 2008, the purchasing power of 30 billion Asian dollars is huge. Highway, railway, a stroke of the pen. Build. With the commodity loan, they became more generous. They could not buy military equipment, but civilian products were not restricted. They waived banknotes and vigorously updated the office equipment of all levels of government in in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Everyone has a phone. One computer for 5 people. 20 people per car. The little days are booming, and now ERV is here again. TSK, TSK. Wade smiled from ear to ear when he thought that next year's loan would not be less than this year's. He was not afraid of owing debts. There are so many resources in the ground, and it would be a big deal to pay back the mines without money. Myanmar has no shortage of them, but China needs them. China wants. Then they can have Huaxia pay the loan according to the contract, which is very convenient. It is estimated that this trade model completely bypasses the US dollar system, which is why the European and American consortium cannot sit still. One afternoon, regarding the industrial and commercial park project, under the chairmanship of Wade, the meeting was unanimously approved. With the experience of the Wanxin Park, they could easily understand the terms, and there were not many points to discuss with ERV. Some people send money and projects. Just take it. It will never be worse than now. Wanxin mining has attracted Chinese capital, and ERV has attracted European and American capital. No matter what, the final beneficiary will be the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And on the other side, South Africa, they were still talking about trivial matters, fearing which clause would make them suffer. In response, the ERV representative said calmly, "The Democratic Republic of the Congo has agreed to all the clauses." What? Agree? Inside the office, the senior officials in South Africa looked at each other and said, "I'm making a big cross. It's only been a day. By the way, you should be reserved for a while, have a good meeting, discuss the conditions and so on, and agree so quickly. Does your mother know? Depend on. This way, they are still behind. Depressed. Fight for efficiency. They still lost." Looking at the calm-looking ERV representative, what else could they say? Let's continue the discussion. However, on some terms, they had enlarged the previous standards. One last look. Have to. Not much different from the original terms. After working on it for a long time, they just had some fun this afternoon. Forget it. It's still far from South Africa's bottom line anyway. The people at ERV also said it, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo just changed a few things. No wonder. That's about right. The next day, morning, the two parties have signed a letter of intent. At this moment, it is not considered to be effective because it still needs to be voted on by the parliament. It may not be until the end of July when all the procedures are completed, but the problem will not be too big. Repair the park. It's not about spending money indiscriminately. Normally, they would fight over various issues of interest, and the Congress would be very lively. But when they reach a unanimous opinion, it is ironclad. Happy cooperation. The South African president looked at the man in front of him with a smile. The president of ERV Commercial Bank, Defoe Clark, once held an important position in the Federal Reserve and was later rehired by ERV with a high salary. He participated in the expansion and mergers and acquisitions of ERV Commercial Bank throughout the process. He also met several times. Considered acquaintance. This signing was of great significance, so I came here in person. It's a pleasure to work with you. I've hosted a banquet for noon. Thank you. Clark smiled and thanked. That's what I meant. Except for par projects. ERV also needs to expand basic banking services in Africa. Whether it is new construction or acquisition, it needs the support of the authorities of these countries and the help of major consortiums, but ERV also has to make an attitude. He is nearly 60 years old, approaching retirement. Jumping from the Federal Reserve to ERV was like moving from the central bank to a private bank. The gap was huge, but an hour-long conversation with the chairman of ERV made him suddenly feel ambitious. Been at the Fed my whole life. There are no big ups and downs, and I feel a little regretful when I get older. At this time, someone came to the door and said that they wanted to build a world-class bank together. For him, the temptation was huge. Been thinking about it for a week. I decided to make up for this regret. He served as the president of ERV Bank, which was just starting out at that time. At that time, ERV had just acquired Citibank and was very small. Then, with a huge capital injection, it expanded rapidly. Rely on capital. In addition to the contacts he has accumulated in the U.S. financial industry over the years, ERV Bank's expansion has been very smooth. He also knows that this is what ERV values, but he doesn't care because he is already old. Very clear. People. Not afraid of being taken advantage of. I'm afraid that you're useless and have no use value. Mutual utilization is the basic rule of human society. Employees should use their skills to create value for the company. Very normal. I have accumulated a lifetime of connections and abilities. Need not. Keep the worms? This time, he believes that the strategic shift of ERV Commercial Bank is inevitable. The banking industry in the United States is prosperous, but there is also a ceiling, especially for basic business banks, which would be almost impossible to acquire in the later stage. Stop. Just open up new markets. Yarvi chose the latter because he was aware of current affairs. Having worked at the Federal Reserve for so long, he was well aware of the banking landscape of those consortiums. There is no room for ERV to continue to expand in Europe and the United States. That's fine. In addition to the determination of the African strategy this time, it has also received support from major financial groups, which is very beneficial to ERV. Although it is still far from being a world-class bank, it is not without hope. Just hope. What scares me the most is that when I look up, I see nothing but iron walls. Now, Nigeria. All the senior officials who were reading the plan learned that South Africa had reached an agreement with ERV so quickly, and the same was true for the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which made them feel a sense of urgency. A country can only build one. The president raised his head. Yes, the ERV representative said. Gain experience. Build a reputation. Reduce risk. It is impossible to spread too much at once. What is the total amount of loans you have made in Africa this time? The president asked curiously. There is no upper limit for now. There is no upper limit. Really wealthy. Then, they looked at the terms carefully, and both South Africa and the Democratic Republic of the Congo agreed. It should be a good project, but the size of the loan is a question. If it is small, it will be useless, and if it is large, it will be difficult to implement. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country. At present, it is close to 1.5 billion. It is relatively crowded, and the urban construction is backward. If they want to acquire land, it is still a large area. With supporting construction, the pressure on them is still quite high. What is the main project? Our suggestion is that the first phase will focus on food processing. Yes, the president nodded. Can adapt measures to local conditions. A population of 1.5 billion. Food is a big problem. Although Nigeria is rich in products, it cannot resist so many mouths. It is obviously unrealistic to solve all problems in one park. It is good to take it step by step. ERV is quite authentic. Think about their meals. What about the second phase? Agricultural equipment, fertilizers, seeds, etc. This was not written in the plan, but it also showed the sincerity of ERV. Although it is relatively low-end, everyone present knew that high-end industries, in addition to technology, also need people who know how to do it. It would be nice to solve the problem of eating first. Fertilizer, seed, appliance, processing. If it meets expectations, this project will be worthwhile. Nigeria has always competed with South Africa for first place in Africa's economic ranking. Relying on oil and resource exports, it can be considered a bit of money and is not afraid of loans. Just 7 years. Not long. The next few days, the ERV delegation did not stop. Sell. Keep people. Next, Clark followed behind and signed a contract, providing one-stop service. Ethiopia, Egypt, Tanzania, Kenya, Sudan. ERV has visited almost all of Madagascar's top 10 countries in Africa in terms of population and economy. Some of them reached an agreement quickly, and some are still discussing it. Regardless of whether they have discussed it or not, ERV has not stopped. For a while, all African countries were shocked. ERV is crazy. So rich. The United States finally started to pay attention to Africa. Yes, don't be too happy. It is ERV that pays attention to the African market, not the United States. In addition to treating Africa as a source of raw materials, what else has the United States given us over the years? Just don't be deceived by appearances. But, in the end, ERV has done good things. Each industrial and commercial park can create at least tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of jobs, and the associated hidden benefits are also very large. Support ERV. For ERV projects, there are many supporters, although Africa does not have a very good impression of the United States. After all, they've been the target of bullying in history. That past is simply unbearable to look back on, but this does not prevent them from welcoming investment. Africa, been poor for too long. With tens of thousands of jobs, the appeal is staggering. There is an intention. Various countries have begun to discuss site selection hotly, and some people even dream of getting rich through demolition. However, most of the countries that supported ERV were from countries where ERV went, but most of them were not among ERV's first phase goals. They immediately became unhappy. They were worried not about scarcity, but about inequality. Why wouldn't they give it to us? Isn't it just that there are not many resources? Isn't it just that the population is not large? Isn't it just that the economy is not doing well? Even though our land area is not large, we are also motivated, right? No, you have to fight for it. But just one phone call away. I'm very sorry. The pilot quota has been filled. We will consider your country for the next batch. There is no cover-up. ERV directly told them that it was not possible. As for whether the next batch would definitely be available, how many there would be, and when, there was no accurate information. This made them depressed and said nothing. What? Damn it. What are you dragging? It's not fair to not announce the standards. That's right. Is there no other way? What else can we do? ERV has no business in our country, and there is nothing to control. As for the standards, there are probably only a few. Everyone, we should do something. What? At least straighten out the public security. Difficult. Nonsense. It's not difficult, and it will still be delayed until now. We should learn from wait in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Only by improving the economy can people feel safe and willing to come. But if it doesn't change, we will not be able to do it in the next batch. Not only the ERV, but also the Myanmar projects and commodity loans. Doesn't this explain the problem? But it doesn't benefit everyone. More than half of African countries are currently unable to obtain loans from Myanmar. I think we can ask other banks to try. Huh, what a good idea. ERV ignored them. Fine, let's look for other European and American banks. However, sorry, we don't have this business. Then we build the park and operate it ourselves. Can we get a loan? Sorry, your country's credit rating has reached C, and we cannot handle any loan business from our bank. Mater, suddenly I remembered. And this one, C, it is almost insolvent. To put it bluntly, no one wants the national debt issued by this country. We are B+. Sorry, we have no plans to carry out any park loan business in Africa for the time being. After asking a lot of questions, I'll have the same answer. And no, either there is no such business, or the country's rating is too low and no business can be conducted, or the rating is sufficient, but the risk is high. They don't know. This time, the consortiums in the European and American camps were preparing to take a look at ERV's debut and ask their banks not to get involved. Other small banks also got the news and were wise enough not to interfere. Everyone is watching. Now, they suddenly realized that ERV's entry into Africa was not for commercial purposes, but with the support of major consortiums. It was almost impossible to find support from banks and consortiums in Europe and the United States. Other countries may have understood this already, but they are a small country. The intelligence capability is not strong, and you can only know where the wall is when you hit a wall. How about trying Asia? Ooh, Myanmar. They have a city loan plan. It shouldn't be difficult to add a park loan project. Yeah, a dead horse is treated as a living horse. If you don't mess around a bit, it will really become a salted fish. Pity. The results were brutal. We don't have this business for the time being. Don't you have urban loans? The new city in India has a development zone, which is similar to an industrial park. How can you say that you don't have this business? Are you looking down on us? Of course not. The business park project is too small, and we have no interest. We have expertise in the industry. Moreover, the urban loan pilot has not been completed yet. We need to accumulate experience. These words, it pushed some countries back. The meaning of Miao is clear. Need to be straightened out. I'm going to organize a big, small-scale park. It doesn't fit with our current status. Just put away your little thoughts. Besides, we also need to be steady and steady, not to rush forward. Goodbye. Damn it. He was ignored again. Is there any other way? Look for Huaxia. This is the last hope. After asking around, it doesn't matter how much face you have. China. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing watched them struggling and shook his head slightly. It would be strange if he could get a loan. There must be a reason for being selected by Miao and ERV at the same time, and it is definitely not just poverty. Population, resource, economy, law and order all have extremely low standards. But it's still not even halfway there. In this case, I can only wait for you to stand up on the wall and then help you walk. You lie down all day long, and your credit is at the bottom. It's stupid to be a bank. China, Beijing. Is the news confirmed? Confirmed. The behavior of ERV this time is backed by European and American consortiums, including funds and connections. It is quite powerful. We guess that this is a vent for ERV by the European and American consortium. A vent. Yes, its banking business in the United States can hardly expand, and ERV is in a stage of vigorous development. Its abundant energy does not allow it to stand still, so it has been given a flood discharge area. Africa is the outlet for this energy. It effectively avoids internal conflicts and has an extra knife to counter the influence of Burma and other non-pro-European and American forces on Africa. I have to say, this is a very clever move. With just a little money, you have a powerful thug. Information from other channels can prove that ERV is preparing to enter the African financial industry in a big way. Loans, just a business practice. Financial industry. It means that it will open commercial banks in African countries, which is not a concept. It's a bit troublesome. Yeah, I think our bank should also go in. For now, Huaxia Bank has almost no branches in Africa. Even though there's so many loans to Africa, they are all in US dollars, and all trade is in US dollars. They use a US dollar clearing system, which is of little use. But ERV is not playing by common sense now. China cannot do nothing. The matter of Standard Bank of South Africa is in doubt. We need to find another way. Yes, ICBC originally planned to acquire part of the equity of Standard Bank of South Africa this year to open the door to African banking business. But an ERV commercial bank appeared halfway. Europe and the United States are too powerful in Africa. Still talking though, but they don't have much confidence anymore. Now, the situation in Africa is increasingly complex. Any step, I'll have to be careful. In addition to Europe, which has huge influence on African countries, the United States has also begun to intervene. Burma has continued to act there, and many economic forces have been born in Africa. Trouble. The situation was originally clear. Get hazy. As the largest bank in Africa, African Standard Bank is of great significance. We cannot give up easily. If we choose another bank, the effect will be greatly reduced if we don't know how long it will take. That is to say, but will ERV give up easily? The European and American consortium has forced ERV into Africa. It has no way out but to move forward. Otherwise, it will be half dead. Yes, it is very difficult. Yes. Actually, we are not completely without cards. Oh, what? At the end of last year, ERV Bank applied to set up an office in China. In April this year, it applied to set up a branch bank in China. It is currently going through the process. This may be a breakthrough. Hearing this, everyone's minds became active. It's good to have intersection. This is not a ready-made card, but it is a bit small. Then, someone immediately brought it up. This card may not be big enough. We all know that China has great restrictions on foreign banks. Even if it enters the Chinese market, the value is not equal to the equity of Standard Bank of South Africa. It is a bit. Can't increase the amount. Yes, you can open the door. It's not completely useful for us to discuss here. In this way, let someone contact ERV. Some things cannot be fully judged by what we think the value is. To others, they may be equivalent. Okay, and this. I guess it will be another time-consuming negotiation. Myanmar, Napiata. Whether we want to advance the city loan program in Africa In the past 2 days, at least 10 countries have expressed their opinions, 4 from Africa, 1 from Southeast Asia, and 2 from the Middle East. The office. Kanchi reported to Zero. In the past few days, the ERV Industrial Park project has been hotly hyped, and even city loans have once again entered the attention of various countries. They all want to see what they will do in order to take advantage of it. There's no rush. Ling shook his head and continued. There's a saying in China, haste makes waste. Will ERV get the lead? Kenshin worried. Our paths are different. So what if we are ahead of the curve? It is a park loan. We are a city, not of the same magnitude. It is okay to build a park and have the support of European and American consortiums. However, as for city loans, we are only a small Indian city, and the amount exceeds $2 billion. This level is no longer something that ERV commercial banks can handle, unless European and American countries join the battle. But by then, ERV will not be a threat. Zero explained. After listening, Kenshin nodded repeatedly. 2. Even with the support of European and American consortiums, such a large amount of money is impossible. With tens of billions of dollars, help is enough. However, only national-level forces can spread urban loans on a large scale. It has to be one of the top 30 economies in the world. Fortunately, Myanmar is now one of them, and its ranking this year will definitely be higher. The 50% GDP growth target set by Zero last year has been exceeded in the first 2 quarters at $500 billion, which is perfect. This time, breaking into the top 20 shouldn't be a big problem. As for the top 10, I don't have any confidence at all, because the top 10 countries are all countries with $1 trillion GDP. It's really not something you can rush into casually. Each of them is a mountain that is difficult to overcome. But he was also content. Within a few years, GDP has increased more than 50 times. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Think of this. Kenshin felt extremely happy. That is, what are you afraid of? It's not the same path. Understood. I will reply to them right away. Urban loans will be considered after the Indian pilot is on track. Kenshin said that national strategies have always been based on years. There could be no rush. Yeah. Say goodbye. Back to the office. Kenshin became busy. When he was in his position, as long as he wanted to do something, there would be endless things to do. It was almost impossible to have any personal time for inspections and surveys, reading materials, meetings, and thinking about the next step. But he enjoyed it. Before, I want to do something, but I have nothing to do. I stare at agricultural data every day, and no matter how I look at it, I can't see the flowers. If I want to develop other industries, I just think about it, but it is difficult to implement it. And now, Rich, there are so many things that can be done. Couldn't stop it all. It's better to work with Ling. You don't need money to do anything. You can do it with a stroke of a pen. And the people he appointed were very capable, so he didn't feel any constraints at all when he was asked to do things. Have a sip of tea. Kenshin looked at the documents on the table. The application for trial operation of the whole Delin province was typed by Delin province, which details the trial operation plan. It is already early July, and there are still 2 months before full operation, and the supporting facilities have basically been built there. Electricity, communication, transportation, emergency protection, health, safety, everything is in place, just the final adjustments are left. Many aspects need to be tested before we can be completely sure that it has the ability to receive tourists from around the world with high quality, which is just right to alleviate the reception pressure in places such as Xiamen City. Now, Xiamen City is already operating at full capacity. In addition, it was the summer vacation for students from all over the world, so it was a good time. I scan it roughly and sign my name. This belongs to the National Tourism Development Plan, and is the responsibility of Kenshin. Number 10. There is also an opening ceremony that I have to attend. Let them start preparing. Kenshin handed the document to the secretary. Yes. Dream Province. Instructions received. The final inspection was started immediately. Several major items, including electricity, communications, transportation, police force, etc., were fine. 10 power plants supplied power to it, which could fully guarantee round-the-clock power. Really check the point. On safety. Food safety. Facility is safe. First, there can be no problem with food. There can be no problems with playing. There are also tourism services, whether the fees are reasonable, whether there are many charging items, and service attitude is also the key point. In the information age, a waiter may ruin the reputation of a region. Training and induction. Service with a smile. Anyway, can't drop the chain. To this, all hotels and resorts strictly enforce the rules. Those who have no enforcement ability have been ordered to make corrections long ago. Even if they don't make corrections now, they won't last long. In this world, you can only listen to local snakes. Good thing. Preferential policies are also provided. Duty-free. It is enough to dispel all dissatisfaction. Although it is only for 1 year, Delhi Province has said that if it performs well and is a high-quality business, it may continue to be tax-free. This is a big incentive. It's summer vacation. Many people are gearing up to make a fortune. In addition to corporate income tax, personal income tax is also exempted for 1 year. As a result, the income they receive will be at least 35% more. 4th of July. Villa. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue's nominal roommates gathered together. Yesterday, the last exam of the junior year was over, and Tang Qing was not in a hurry to return to Qingyan City, so they came to have fun for the day. Starting from tomorrow, they would have to go their separate ways to their respective summer internship units. This little thing, they didn't find Tang Qing for help. Anyway, the school does not require you to enter relevant professional units. As long as you have been in college for 4 years and have not even done a corporate internship. If you want to be lazy, don't use too many methods. But few people have such small thoughts. Look at Tang Qing. Even though he is incredibly rich, he is still busy. Yard. The warm wind blew on his face, and Tang Qing lay on his back in the shade of the tree, listening to music. Hey, you also own a small loan company. Zhong Liang, who was sitting on the chair next to him, turned his head in surprise. He just checked the news and suddenly saw that it was doing quite well in Sichuan province. Tang Qing nodded. Yes, the scale is relatively small. Small loan company. It was established in 2006. At the end of 2005, China allowed small loan companies to register and started piloting small loan companies in 5 provinces. There were only 8 companies in the first batch to obtain licenses. He accounts for 1. Because it is a pilot, the policy is immature and the market is immature. As a result, the scale is not large. Compared with his other companies, it is pitifully small and has not been taken seriously by the media. In May this year, the Central Bank and the China Banking Regulatory Commission jointly issued a document to officially establish the status of a small loan company. Zhong Liang was speechless. Small scale? Please. A scale of more than 1 billion yuan is called small. Now the small loan company model has just started. Others have tens of millions of registered capital, but you can get hundreds of millions. You will be ranked first in the news, whether it is registered capital or loan size. They are all number 1 in the industry. However, this big news for others, but when it comes to Tang Qing, it seems that it is not as attractive as the chopsticks fell off today. Compared with other companies, this scale is simply simple. However, this crude, but countless people can't catch up despite their efforts. Why did you think of doing this? Zhong Liang asked curiously. It makes money. Tang Qing smiled. Make money? How much money can you make from this? The news has said that your overdue funds are over 100 million. You're kidding. No, but the boss said you lost money. Zhong Liang shook his phone. Just believe half of what the media says. My company is among the best in the industry in terms of risk control. Relying on the credit rating of a small company, there are almost no large malicious bad debts. As long as the other party doesn't run away directly, I have no loss. Tang Qing instilled the wrong theory into Zhong Liang seriously. People borrow money for profit, but he does not. Take your time. That's it. Zhong Liang nodded thoughtfully. It seems so. It's just a matter of paying it off sooner or later. It's not like a real bad debt, where the bad debt is really there. Zhong Liang had a vague feeling when he thought about the small loan company's business and its higher interest rates than banks. This company, the future will definitely not be simple. How big are you planning to make this company? Zhong Liang asked. Hear the words. Tang Qing looked at the sky and spoke quietly. As big as you can do it as big as you can. A small fight is not in line with his identity. Small loans. Supplement to the banking industry. Although the reputation of this industry in the previous life was getting worse and worse, there was nothing that could be done about it. In order to attract attention, the media always reported selectively and deliberately created public opinion, which made it even worse. Bad people do bad things. Good people do good things. Apparently, the former one is more eye-catching. This is reality. Therefore, Tang Qing never thought about clearing his name, as long as he had a clear conscience. Online lending will definitely rise, but it will not be as chaotic as in the previous life. As a pilot enterprise, there will be channels for making suggestions. In the short term, small loan companies will only develop domestically. Stand firm. Next year, he will rely on this company to launch online lending and other services. As for why he doesn't do it this year, it is mainly a matter of policy. There should be changes next year. Take it step by step. This is a long-term business, and we are not afraid of being upstaged. And these 7 words, it made Zhong Liang tremble. How big can he do? This means that Tang Qing is very optimistic about this industry. If risk control is done well, it is a good business, better than depositing money in a bank. I always feel that you're going to cause trouble again. Ow, absolutely. Maybe. This was considered acquiescence. Zhong Liang didn't ask any more questions and continued to look at his phone. However, this time was not to read the news, but to read the guidance issued by the superiors in May and take a look at the history of this industry. He wanted to know, what is Tang Qing's next step? Unfortunately, the limitations of history are difficult for those who have lived within them to escape from. For those who have experienced it, there may only be a few roads in front of them. However, for the game, there were more than a dozen or dozens of them, and there was still thick fog floating on the road. Evening. Study. Mr. Tang, we are almost ready. Ma Yin couldn't help but feel a little excited. After more than half a month of hard work and overtime work, she finally perfected Alibaba's QR code payment system. Actually, just do some processing. These are all ready-made technologies, just combine them. Thanks to Tang Qing, who had already solved the problem of the code scanning equipment, their work was reduced by a large part. The code is no problem. Payment security is no problem. There is no problem with the scanning device, and the result is naturally no problem. It is ready for the market. These days, the entire project team is also in a state of excitement. They're about to change the way people pay. Scan it. Quick payment. Just take your mobile phone with you when you go out. Think about it. Tang Qing nodded and said, that's good. In that case, on July 6th, which is the early morning of the day after tomorrow, WeChat scan code payment will be online. Is it okay for Ali? The reason for delaying for so long was to wait for Ali. WeChat is already ready. The rest. It's ground push. It is not difficult to get merchants to use QR codes, but promoting related equipment requires people. Restaurants, supermarkets, shopping malls. If you want to integrate it with existing code scanning equipment, there is too much work to be done. It's not as simple as launching a function. Can the number of equipment keep up? Ma Yin was a little worried in such a hurry. Of course. Tang Qing smiled. It was developed last year. Keep hoarding. Let's talk about nationwide promotion. It is definitely far behind, but there is no need to do this at the beginning. According to the plan, it will be rolled out in first and second-tier cities to capture the market, and QR codes will be promoted in other places first. The kind that are hung on the wall for people to scan. No cost. The biggest cost is supporting equipment. If you promote it, you will definitely not be able to give people the normal price, and you will not make much money. Instead, you'll have to subsidize it. Fortunately, the cost is not high and the two companies can share it. Then publicity. It will be broadcast online tomorrow. What? Webcast. Ma Yin felt that it was a bit hasty. The release of such an epic-making new feature was just a live broadcast on the internet. Isn't the usual routine to hold a grand press conference? The level of attention seems a bit low. No cash. Electronic payments. Revolution. However, how could he know? Tang Qing really didn't think this was a big deal. It was just electronic payment, and it wasn't something with high-tech content. It was used every day in his previous life, and it was not original. Psychologically, I don't think it's necessary to make a big deal. You think I don't pay enough attention? Tang Qing saw Ma Yun's thoughts and said with a smile. A bit. Ma Yun nodded awkwardly. It's normal. However, although it is a live broadcast on the internet, the scene should not be small. Don't forget, we have holographic images, and major media have also purchased some. Tang Qing said mysteriously. You mean? Ma Yun's eyes lit up. Yes, it is said to be an online live broadcast, but it will not be less deserted than the offline press conference. On the contrary, it may be more lively. This kind of half-truth and half-false excuse is the best to bluff people. Sure enough, Ma Yun was frightened. Good idea. Ma Yun nodded vigorously. Hologram. Nowadays, its application is becoming more and more widespread. After it first appeared at a banquet, major banquet halls placed large orders. Up to now, Ma Yun has participated in no less than 20 holographic banquets, available in all countries. There's also an increasing trend. That's seen. TSK. So interesting. No longer have to rush to catch a flight, save a lot of things, and can still whisper. As a manufacturer, it is understandable that Tang Qing promotes his products in this way. Fortunately, he just suspected that Tang Qing did not pay attention to it. This does not mean that he does not pay attention to it, but that he attaches great importance to it. But it is mixed with fresh elements. In a moment, I will ask people to contact the major media. Just show up on time tomorrow. I will make arrangements. By the way, don't forget to push an advertisement on Alibaba's app. Press conference. Still live broadcast. Of course, there has to be an audience. As for the content, I won't tell you yet. Just say that I will host it. Tang Qing said. Okay. Ma Yun nodded. Now, Tang Qing's name. It's traffic guarantee, which attracts much more attention than any celebrity. Plus, it's the weekend, so I think the effect will be very good. As for Ma Yun, he has no interest in stealing the limelight. Strictly speaking, Ollie was just a free ride this time and took advantage. The meeting is over. Go out. Tang, is the meeting over? Yes. Come and eat. I'll be waiting for you. Zhong Liang jumped up from the sofa. Tang Qing was the master of this house. He didn't come. As a guest, he didn't dare to move his chopsticks. He smelled the fragrance for a while. Okay. Tang Qing also calculated the time well. They were not kept waiting long. Who did you just have a meeting with? Zhong Liang asked curiously after taking a few bites of vegetables. Ma Yun, is there any big move? Maybe. When? Before Tang Qing could answer, Zheng Ro suddenly answered, tomorrow. How do you know? Zhong Liang asked doubtfully. Look at your phone. Zheng Rugang's phone vibrated, thinking it was a text message. Unexpectedly, it was a push message. Upon closer inspection, it was from WeChat, indicating that Tang Qing would host an online press conference tomorrow morning. Content unknown. Zhong Liang took a look and realized it was true. What are you going to announce? He looked up at Tang Qing curiously. WeChat's new function is related to payment. Tang Qing said casually. Pay. Zhong Liang's mind was spinning. When it came to payment, someone had actually thought about it before. Red envelopes and quick bindings had been enabled. Many people called for adding a transfer function to WeChat. Transfer and payment should have the same meaning. That's good. Zhong. Liang nodded. You know what? That's good. Zheng Ro asked back. Speaking of which, Zhong Liang smiled. Transfer. Didn't some people want WeChat to launch this function before? Transfer and payment don't both mean the same thing. He thought that he understood it thoroughly. Really? Zheng Ro looked at Tang Qing. Almost. Tang Qing nodded. This understanding is correct. How is it achieved? Zhong Liang asked. You don't understand even after I tell you. Leave it in suspense, and you'll find out tomorrow. Zheng Ro said. That's fine. Zhong Liang didn't ask again. Now, all major media outlets in China received an email inviting the press conference. The difference is that this time it is a holographic press conference, which is also a new thing for them, and they find it interesting. Then, the officer on duty immediately reported the incident to his superior. Holographic imaging conference? You want people to buy equipment again. Of course, they're selling this. However, this conference should not be selling holographic projection equipment. Otherwise, it would not be a WeChat email, but the American microcrystalline technology. That's right. What exactly is going to be released? God knows. It won't be announced tomorrow, so go to sleep. It's itchy. I don't know what big news Tang Qing will make again. I hope it won't be a trivial matter. Judging from past experience, there are no small things in the conference hosted by Tang Qing. Looking forward to it. By the way, how to connect in? They will definitely open a virtual room. Just like attending a banquet, you can enter with two-way authentication. Just wait. The access and debugging will usually start about 20 minutes before the event. Oh, by the way, should we reprint this news? Of course. That's all. It's just dark. WeChat, Taobao, Tiny, Comment Video. Thanks to the collective push of several high-traffic apps, the news spread almost explosively. Coupled with the media's reprint, the internet soon became lively and full of expectations for tomorrow. I just finished the exam yesterday. I heard that all scores were perfect. I thought that Tang Qing would take a break for a while during the summer vacation. However, I never expected that Tang Qing would come out again before the first day of the vacation. I thought he could take a break for a day. I thought so this morning. I thought so at noon this afternoon. This afternoon, now I realize that I was really too naive. Haha, I can't take a day off. A man who never gives up grabbing headlines. He is a fighter. To Tang Qing, netizens made a lot of ridicule, but most of them were well-intentioned. Compared with celebrity scandals, this love, that breakup, another divorce, etc., the news about Tang Qing is all positive energy. Multiple degrees, full marks, class every day, and running the company. What a hard work. The ultimate example of other people's children. As for what to publish, no one cares about it because it is useless to care because it is not mentioned in the news. Random guessing is not as interesting as teasing Tang Qing. Tang Qing. I also want to stop, but my strength doesn't allow it. The melon-eating crowd, watch the fun. Industry. Tonight is another sleepless night. Tang Qing took action. God knows whether it will subvert another industry or occupy a niche area, especially Penguin, which has just received the support of ERV and is ready to counterattack. But don't get punched in the face again. It hurts. It is really tiring to catch up with technology. When encountering an opponent of Tang Qing's level, the past copying and copying methods are of no use at all. In the past, the copycats were all from small families, but Tang Qing was different. Big house. Bring your own traffic. One shot. You have the ability to dominate the market. When you copy it well, others will have a firm foothold. Office. Mr. Ma was eating fast food, thinking, what exactly are you going to release? I hope it's not too scary. Oh, if this continues, Penguin will have to become a game company. Well, there seems to be nothing wrong with being a game company. No, we can't be so unrestrained. The next day, morning. The room number and verification code have been sent. Hurry up and get in. Okay. Seen at headquarters. 20 minutes before the press conference. They received the email from WeChat on time, including the number and verification of the live broadcast room. The technicians quickly connected in. After passing the verification, a stage was projected in front of them. It's almost the same as a regular press conference. The stage was empty. The audience is full of seats. Now, figures condensed into shapes and appeared on the seats. Truth. This kind of look is not very good. It is small, just like a shadow puppet show. It's a bit small. That's right. It's not that our place is too small and the projection can't be turned on. Some people still understand. It's not that the projection is not good, but that the room is so big. How can the projection be effective? Unless there are glasses like those in movies, which allow you to see virtual images. If you want to move, you must have a rotating platform to cooperate. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve the best effect. We need to get a special big room. Yeah. Look, there are people walking around. I'll go. There are indeed people. We're the only people on this round platform who can identify us. How pitiful. Manager, why don't you apply for it? It would be silly for us to just stand there. The editor-in-chief suggested to the superior next to him. Okay. The manager gritted his teeth, nodded. I bought a few sets of time at the beginning and wanted to try it out, so I put it in this small house. At first I thought it was enough, but compared to the increasing number of application scenarios in the future, this is obviously a bit petty. Just then, look, suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What?" Everyone turned around and saw the man turning his phone towards them. The scene of the press conference appeared on the screen. However, when they saw the content, their eyes widened. Depend on. What's this? I saw. A scene exactly like the one projected appeared on the screen. However, this scene was not projected. It seemed to be real. There were also various close-up shots aimed at the projected people. If not even a single staff member was seen. They all thought it was true. So real. Amazing. You can't see a single camera in the audience, but you can still have a perspective. Could this be a new scene of time? It's possible. It would be great if used for a press conference. Everyone was discussing heatedly. Interesting. If viewed from this perspective, the entire press conference is full of strong science fiction colors. It seems that Tang Qing still pays great attention to details and does not present what they see to the audience. Now, a huge countdown is projected on the stage. There are more and more people. After communicating, we found that in addition to media reporters, employees from WeChat and Alibaba, people from many internet companies were invited. These companies now have more or less a set of holographic equipment. Also, the live broadcast room also accepts onlookers. As long as you bought a time device at home and had a Huaxia IP, you could apply for access and sit in the auditorium. As a result, 5 minutes before the press conference, thousands of people gathered, viewed by more than 5 million people. You really know how to play. This is the unanimous comment of netizens. If it weren't for the ban on posting barges, the picture might no longer be visible. 3 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. When the countdown reaches 0, the whole screen lights up. Bang, bang, bang. The stage exploded like fireworks. When the smoke dissipated, Tang Qing stood on the stage. This was not a projection, but a special effect. The fireworks exploded beautifully. See Tang Qing. The venue suddenly erupted into noise. Well, this is sound enhancement, not real. After all, the people present are either at home or at work, and there is no yelling atmosphere. It doesn't matter. Technology completes the task for them. Haha, it even has dubbing. I really want to try it. On the stage, Tang Qing took 2 steps forward. Press with your hand. The cheering stopped. This effect is not bad. First of all, I have to thank the developer of this scene. It is a very good scene. If you're interested, you can download it from the Time Store. That's right. This is not what warriors do, but other companies. He has always encouraged other companies to develop new scenarios for Time. It has only been on the market for more than a month, and many excellent creative new applications have appeared. I discovered such a company when I was wandering around a few days ago. After asking, the other side immediately took out this scene with joy. Fireworks, applause, and so on are all small functions. The application of various special effects in this scene is the focus. It was originally designed for online performances. Now, just use it as a press conference. Almost. When they heard that it was not developed by Tang Qing's company, no one thought anything of it. Originally, Tang Qing was an equipment manufacturer, and in terms of applications, he said from the beginning that he would give more people opportunities. Good. This time, it can be regarded as carrying out his words. When the development company saw it, they almost jumped up with joy. Tang Qing's words could make their scene product sell like crazy. It was like pie in the sky. The effort paid off. While others were developing projections, they innovatively integrated simulated real scenes. It seems now, it's completely on the right track. Okay, let's get to the point. I believe today's press conference will not disappoint everyone. Just last month, WeChat and Alipay simultaneously launched quick binding of bank cards. And this is actually preparation for today's release. Tang Qing's voice spread throughout the scene. Hear this. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Like, about to hear something amazing. The next moment, Tang Qing said loudly, the content is very simple. After midnight tonight, WeChat will be updated to add a transfer function. In addition to friends, you can quickly transfer money to third parties. After listening, netizens seemed stunned. Nothing? Can't you just transfer red envelopes? It's safe and hassle-free. It's not that difficult to transfer it to a third party or at a friend. Very fast. However, some people looked horrified. A layman watching the fun. Expert. Then I saw a new way of life. If you can quickly transfer money to a third party, its application will be widespread with almost no boundaries. Many people pray in their hearts, hoping that they are wrong. However, the reality is cruel. Tang Qing said at this time. Actually, the term cashless society appeared many years ago, but due to technical and other reasons, it has not been launched or it has not reached a certain scale. After all, school meal cards can also be regarded as a kind of cashless consumption. However, except for meal cards, there is no medium that is universal in society and can quickly handle transactions. Some people say that there are bank cards, but most of the time, small and medium-sized restaurants, daily consumption, etc., do not support credit cards. It is different now. The medium has appeared, which is mobile phones. He said. An era suddenly appeared next to Tang Qing. Log into WeChat. The interface has not changed much. But when Tang Qing touched the upper right corner, there was an additional scan option in the pop-up option. Click on it and enter the photo perspective. The difference is that there's a box in the middle. A light green light. Movement from top to bottom. Scan it. It should be scanning something to identify it. What could it be? How do I know? I want to see how it is cashless. I think all merchants have POS machines, and you can enter a cashless society with a bank card. Although this idea is a bit nonsense. You really know how to think about it. They were discussing. Tang Qing continued. This is a function that will be updated in the early morning. It uses the camera to scan a special identification code. For example, when you go to a small restaurant to eat. At this time, the scene changes. Tang Qing disappeared. Everyone saw that the stage had instantly turned into a restaurant. It was not big, just a few tables, and it was full of people. One customer had just finished his meal and stroked his belly, his face looking very satisfied. Then, I took out my mobile phone, and of course it was epic. Open WeChat. Scan it. Aiming at the black and white code posted on the wall on the right, there was a beep sound, and the screen returned to a number input interface. The man clicked on the number 6 and pressed the OK key. It's the same as giving out red envelopes. Enter the payment password. Ding dong. Shows payment successful. At the same time, a piece of equipment turned on at the front desk was making a lot of noise. 6 yuan arrived via WeChat. Boss, here it is, the customer said. Okay, thank you. After saying that, got up and left. Didn't even go to the front desk. Now, others seemed to have finished eating too, and took out their phones to scan. Arrived by WeChat, 8 yuan. Arrived by WeChat, 10 yuan. Alipay received 5 yuan. Many people were stunned when they heard the name Alipay. There's also Alipay, and then they instantly understood that not only WeChat payment can be used, but Alipay can also be used. Obviously, the two companies are now cooperating. But they couldn't care less. It's all a thought. So fast. Too fast. The whole process only takes 5 or 6 seconds, and you can transfer directly without adding friends. However, the scene is not over yet. The next moment, the scene came to a roadside stall again. Again, the stall owner was so busy that he couldn't stop his hands. Every customer directly scanned the black and white code on the stall. Payment successful. The third scene. It started to become passive. This was a big restaurant. After the meal, the customer came to the front desk and counted 160 yuan. This time, the customer did not open the scanner, but opened the pay button. The phone screen turned into black and white code. No, there is also a barcode. Then, I saw the cashier entering a number on the POS machine, pointing the scanner gun at the phone, and with a beep, the transaction was completed. The entire payment process only took 1 second for the customer. See this? Only then did netizens understand the significance of today's press conference. Excited. Shock. That's awesome. It's so fast, especially the last one. The payment is completed in 1 second. That's it. I thought I could only pay actively, but I didn't expect there was passive payment. If all stores, supermarkets, vegetable markets, and roadside stalls across the country can do this, a cashless society is really coming. It will definitely come. It's so convenient. I wonder if I can swipe the bus and get on the subway, so I don't even have to carry change. Technically, it shouldn't be difficult. As long as the networking function is added and the system is modified, the automatic ticket vending machine will be able to recognize it. At the same time, there was a heated discussion. The scene display is not over yet. When the screen turns, the subway and bus mentioned earlier appear. The automatic ticket machines here have added the function of supporting scan code payment, so you can say goodbye to change when traveling. Netizens were very excited. Change. It bothers almost everyone. Now, this problem has been solved once and for all, but there is really a question mark as to when it will be released. This involves a lot of device updates, which is not as easy as in the picture. WeChat is a software company after all. The scene presentation ends. Wow, wow, wow. The audience actually burst into warm applause. Worth it. The cashless society is coming. It is Tang Qing who has once again set a first. Although the concept appeared very early, the real large-scale social application will start tomorrow. Tang Qing travels on the stage with a smile on your face. Thank you. This is the main content of today's press conference. Then, enter the media question session. One problem per family. Dr. Tang, please tell me, is such a fast payment safe? The first question was very pointed, and it also asked what many netizens were thinking, especially the passive payment method, which can pay large amounts of money without even requiring a payment password. Once the phone falls into the wrong hands, isn't it dangerous? The money in the bank card was stolen in minutes. Hear the words. Tang Qing nodded and smiled calmly. Thank you for your question. Online payment security has always been an unavoidable issue. Protecting your power-on password is the first line of defense. Even if outsiders get the phone, they cannot enter. In this regard, our era should be the best. So far, the security of its system has a record of 0 cracks. Protecting your phone is one of them. Era. On security, Tang Qing had put in some effort. It was almost impossible to unlock the hardware lock plus software lock. Therefore, the Era became the phone that thieves were least willing to steal because it would be useless if stolen. Can't open without password. Inline positioning. After the lost person appeals, he will be found soon. With the only hardware network authentication, Tang Qing has used black technology to ensure the legitimate rights and interests of Anno users. So far, sales have not declined much. Safety. This is the reason why many customers choose. Hear this. Countless people nodded. Indeed, the security of Anno is obvious to all. It has been more than a year since its release. The thieves who were excited at the beginning have gradually lost interest. They can't crack it even if they steal it. Moreover, there's a nasty hardware authentication. Every mobile phone, the main hardware inside has a unique identification code, like arms and legs. Combined, it is just a mobile phone ID card, which cannot be changed at all. If the mobile phone is lost, even if the password is tried, Qingyuan technology can retrieve it as long as the loser appeals. Once powered on, the user sees only one screen, black and white. There's also a line of text. This mobile phone has illegally accessed the network and has been listed as lost property by the XX Industrial Safety Bureau. My phone number has been locked. Please hand it over to the nearest industrial safety agency as soon as possible and cooperate with the investigation. Thank you. That's right. This matter is not handled by Qingyuan Technology alone. The owner must report the case and be authorized by the Industrial Safety Agency. Otherwise, Qingyuan Technology cannot lock the mobile phone casually. The main purpose is to increase deterrence. People take a look. Qingyuan Technology? Maybe they won't return it, but most people will probably panic when they see lost property or work safety agencies, especially those who have inserted a card and used their own ID card to get a mobile phone number. So, they can't escape even if they want to. Therefore, so long. Everyone trusts Era. The second is your payment password. For active payment, you need to enter the password. The probability of the password being cracked is extremely low. What everyone is mainly worried about is the scenario of passive payment. Don't worry about this. First, for all passive payment scenarios, we have a single-day launch plan. Each account is 1,000 yuan per day. It is mainly used for daily consumption, and for large purchases, password payment is still the main method. This stipulates. It is a little different from WeChat in the previous life. However, it doesn't mean that Tang Qing has to follow it. Now is the promotion stage, so it's better to be cautious. Anyway, the difference in payment time and speed between the two can satisfy the current users. Second, we will strictly review merchants who pay passively. The maximum collection limit is different according to different business scales. Together with the appeal mechanism, we can ensure the safety of your payment to the maximum extent. Of course, if you're still worried, it doesn't matter. You can put less money in the bound bank card, such as 1 or 2,000, and put large deposits in other bank cards. Finally, Tang Qing also made a small suggestion. This answer, the audience was still satisfied. Good, just have a limit. As long as the payment password is not leaked, it is still very safe. Needless to say, Tang Qing said that they also had this idea. If they put small money on one card and big money on another card, the loss would not be too big. Good idea. I've already done this. I thought of it on the 18th of last month, the day the quick binding was launched. It's indeed safe. But even if the chance is small, there is still a possibility of loss. So what should I do? I don't hesitate to tell you that if you go out with cash, there's a chance it will be stolen or dropped. It is impossible to say that there is no risk at all. You may stagger your feet when going down the stairs. What is foolproof? That is, if you think about it to the extreme, if you lie down at home, even if there's no natural disaster, the chandelier will not fall down, but you may also be beaten by your wife, rejected by your children, and eventually divorced. What a metaphor. At this time, a second reporter asked, Dr. Tang, when did we see the scene that we just responded to instantly? Generally, merchants have a QR code hanging on the wall, but the passive payment devices are different. Scan the code. A piece of paper. Scanned. That's a piece of equipment. Soon, in fact, we started to accumulate technology in this area last year. All the scanning equipment you just saw, we already have mature production technology. In the first batch, we will mainly promote these equipment in first and second-tier cities, mainly because the output cannot keep up. Next, we will increase production and cover more cities. Before this, each merchant can register a merchant WeChat ID, and after certification, obtain its unique payment QR code, find any printing shop, and then print it and stick it on the wall. At the same time, for merchants who pass the WeChat ID certification within 1 month, we will give away a vertical code board and customized QR code card for free. A plastic board plus sticker is very cheap. No need for Tang Qing to pay. Advertisements can be placed anywhere people can see them. Therefore, this money, there must be many advertisers willing to pay, and maybe they can make some small money. As expected of Tang Qing, you can see 10 steps at a time. Excellent. This is called discernment. The confidentiality is so good that there is no news at all. Yes. Then, a third reporter asked hurriedly, Dr. Tang, you said that the equipment is already made? So are the subway ticket vending machines. This is a bit curious. You have no problem studying code scanning equipment, but so do the subway equipment. It's crossed the line. No. Tang Qing shook his head. We mainly research scanning and identification equipment so that it can be compatible with existing equipment. For example, scanning is mainly connected to POS machines, and then recognition of payment information is realized. The same goes for automatic ticket vending machines. We do not produce finished machines. We leave professional matters to professional companies. We only provide a set of solutions and the technology we want to solve. Build that thing. Tang Qing is not interested. If one unit is built, if it is subsidized, it will be equivalent to losing dozens of other sets of equipment. Moreover, these units are purchased by specific companies and belong to specific interest groups. It is not good to take away people's jobs. He only does the upgrade part. This way, it's a win-win. If all the existing ticket vending machines are replaced it will cost a lot of money, allowing the other party to make an extra profit. The same is true for various POS machine equipment manufacturers, which can earn upgrade fee. Tang Qing is quite good at life. I guess it's because the profits are not high, the market is not big enough, and there are only so many subways in the country. That's right. There are few subways, but that doesn't mean there are few buses. There are hundreds of thousands of them across the country, which is a lot. And this kind of ticket vending machine can also be used for train stations, bus stations, movie tickets, etc. So, there must be millions of them. Definitely. But since Tang Qing specializes in the art, he has no intention of making this kind of money. Even if a machine earns 10,000 yuan, 1 million machines are only 10 billion, which is 1/200 of Tang Qing's net worth. If you think about it, it's really a small amount of money. 10 billions or small money? What do you think? You don't need to buy movie tickets, you can buy them on your mobile phone. How about getting tickets? What I'm most looking forward to is when train tickets can be purchased online. Tang Qing is really good at it. By providing office software to companies such as electricity, communications, and energy, you can pay on your mobile phone. There are also banks and credit cards. We are also looking forward to train tickets. A friend of mine who works at the railway said that Tang Qing launched an online ticketing software for the railway last year. I heard that it did very well, but the railway did not adopt it, saying it was the wrong time. What time? The transportation. Capacity is not enough, and everything is sold out online. What will happen to the people who have worked hard to queue up? At this time, a fourth reporter stood up. Excuse me, Mr. Tang, can it be used abroad? This question, many people are also curious. It's not possible for the time being. Just like quick binding, it currently only supports cards from major Chinese banks. Banks from other countries do not support it for the time being. However, we are working hard to expand its scope of use. Tang Qing explained. Electronic payments. What is involved is by no means simple data. There are also banking and policy issues behind them. This is also the direct reason why electronic payments in Europe and the United States have always remained on paper. It is not that the technology is not good, but that the law does not allow it. Who does it? The law will teach him how to behave in minutes. China can consider private enterprises and industrial innovation. Once the people have this demand, as long as it is legal, the state can allow it to exist and advance and optimize through exploration. But it's different abroad. Banking interests will not sit still. Therefore, until now, WeChat Pay is only available in China. Other countries don't even let you bind bank cards. They say they've been researching it, but a year has passed, and there's been no news at all from more than a dozen countries that we've contacted. But it doesn't matter. Tang Qing is not in a hurry. Take your time. First, establish a foothold in China and use the market to promote it. In the previous life, WeChat and Alipay still had limited success. Although their scale was pitiful and there were many restrictions in various countries, they were not hopeless. Fortunately, he can also truly influence the decision-making of Myanmar. Next month, this function will be implemented in Myanmar. Of course, it is only limited to Chinese users. Since its launch, there are really not many foreign users. It is impossible to occupy the Myanmar market. On the one hand, they also have their own instant messaging software, similar to WeChat. On the other hand, this company is also controlled by soldiers. That being the case, as long as mutual payment is established, there is no need for all Myanmar to use WeChat Pay. Next, the main target is banks in other countries. At least, turn on the binding function first. Shenzhen Market. Penguin Headquarters. Office. Mr. Ma's face was extremely serious. Staring at Tang Qing, who was smiling calmly in the picture, he didn't know what to say. What he was most worried about happened, and, as expected, Tang Qing brought another landmark product. Electronic payments. Cashless era. Coming soon. This has a huge impact on Penguin. It is not just them, but also has extraordinary significance for all internet companies and traditional industries. User stickiness will definitely increase dramatically. There may also be a blowout in terms of quantity. Just say merchants. To use WeChat Pay, you must have a smartphone, and it may lead to further growth in smartphone sales. In this wave, Penguin has once again been left behind. QR code. How simple. Why was I so stunned that I didn't think of it? On the other hand, look at Tang Qing. I thought it last year before WeChat was launched. We even started a research project on payment equipment. Until now, everything did not appear suddenly, but came naturally. Take one step and see 10 steps. Such an opponent. It's terrible. Even with ERV support, he didn't have the confidence to confront Tang Qing head-on. Mr. Ma, a vice president, knocked on the door and came in. His face was solemn. Got it. Yeah. What suggestions do you have? Mr. Ma rubbed his aching head. Follow up. Mr. Ma sighed. We have not prepared anything, including QR codes, camera recognition, and payment equipment. We are too far behind. WeChat and Alipay's local promotion can be said to have already begun, including registration and certification and downloading QR codes. Hang on the wall. Simple and convenient. Tang Qing doesn't even need to send a shell code. Countless merchants can complete it spontaneously. Fight? No time. This time, Tang Qing has conquered most of the market with one hand. No, there's also Alipay competing with it. But obviously, this time Tang Qing is playing with Alipay and is its largest shareholder, which is not the same. The vice president suddenly suggested, we can ask ERV to see if there's a mature solution. Okay. 10 minutes later. Hang up the phone. Mr. Ma was in a daze. What's wrong? The vice president asked hurriedly. Well, Mr. Ma sighed. No. Why? Isn't this a step forward? The vice president asked doubtfully. They are not prepared to do this. The reason is that U.S. law does not allow it, and other countries will also restrict it, involving citizen payment information. It is difficult for other countries to allow foreign companies to promote electronic payments. Therefore, compared to information communications, ERV is not ready to carry out electronic payment business for the time being. Mr. Ma briefly explained what it meant. In short, you are asking for it. The ERV can't even operate. The vice president was also a little surprised. Of the world's #1 internet. But they had no plans to do electronic payment, which they thought was very promising, which was quite different from their psychological expectations. Yes. Mr. Ma nodded seriously. This involves the core interests of major banking groups. Europe and the United States have long had a series of relevant legislation to restrict this behavior, and it is so strong that ERV cannot change it. Other countries that have learned from the European and American systems are similar. Even if they open their mouths, they will probably only give priority to their own payment companies. It can be said that this is a niche game. Vice President. Yes, I've hit a hard nut. ERV can't even chew it. Then, Mr. Ma smiled bitterly and said, however, in a country the size of China, niche games can also create a huge world. In a country with a population of more than 1 billion, the advantage of scale is too obvious. Does our central bank not care? As long as society has this demand, how can we control it? At most, it can include it, such as sharing payment information with the central bank, but I don't know whether Tang Qing has reached such an agreement with the central bank. There is no way. Who else can stop Tang Qing? We can't just watch. If we need to follow up, we will follow up. If we need to learn, we will learn. We will add this function to Fission as soon as possible. Doing is only one thing, but if you don't do it, you will die immediately. There's no doubt about it. At this time, the press conference is coming to an end. Dr. Tang, we have to wait until the early morning. We are all a little impatient. Can you update it at noon today? Finally, there were really no more questions to ask, and a reporter said loudly, yeah, we can't wait. The trial version is fine. To this, Tang Qing just smiled. Our software is still undergoing final testing to ensure the updated software operation and payment security, so I can only say sorry for this request. Tang Qing's official answer. Since it is a plan, executed. They say hunger marketing. How can it be done if everything is delivered to your mouth in one bite? At this time, the number of people watching the live broadcast has soared to 7 million. Only Tang Qing now has such appeal. When the scene ends, they're still a little unfinished, even. Make complaints. Do you believe it? Don't believe it. It's already being launched. How can it be still being tested? That's right. Strongly requested to go online in advance. Routine. Regarding doubts. On stage, Tang Qing was extremely calm. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. In fact, it is not a complete deception. The testing on Alibaba's side has not stopped, and we strive to ensure that there are no problems with this update. It's very tense over there now. Worrying most, it's still about the accuracy of scanning. Frontal scanning is not a big problem, but side scanning is more difficult. This involves the field of image recognition that you're not good at. One mistake is 100% wrong. The number of times you can test yourself is limited. Once online, the daily usage frequency, which is measured in hundreds of millions, can make the extremely small error rate be wildly magnified. Tang Qing didn't help because he knew Alipay's recognition algorithm. On accuracy. In fact, enough is enough. Now, just akin to the prenatal blues, wariness of the unknown. Subsequently, amid boos, the press conference is over. An influence, but it just started to spread. People spread the news by word of mouth, and colleagues were crazy about launching this new feature. Although they might not be able to compete with Tang Qing, it was still good to have a small piece. A person transfers money to WeChat, and the money keeps changing hands in WeChat. But as long as it is not transferred to the bank card, the money will always lie in the platform's bank account, untouched. Although it is not WeChat's money, it cannot be used casually. What is the bank interest rate available? TSK. It's really heartwarming. The benefit lies. What people want. Return to the living room. Are you really still testing? Zheng Ro came closer. The others left after breakfast, but she was the only one who stayed. She wanted to have fun for one more day. Her internship unit was at the Shanghai TV station, and she was found by her uncle who was the head of the Shanghai Finance Bureau. Is there any difference? Tang Qing smiled. Of course there's a difference. I really want to try it. Zheng Ro nodded. But if no one else has it, how can you use it? Zheng Ro was speechless for a moment. Yes. If no one else can use it, who will she use? Scan yourself? Haha, this is boring enough. Forget it. Let's wait for the update with everyone. At this moment, the phone in Tang Qing's pocket rang. You're busy. He finished. Zheng Ro ran away and went upstairs to paint with Lin Jiaxue. Tang. Second uncle. I just watched your press conference. It's really amazing. How about it? Is there any problem with promotion? Tang Kai has just arrived in Xianan City. As an island developer, he was invited to participate in the trial operations ceremony of Delin Province. It's all arranged. That's good. By the way, second uncle, if your company wants to advertise, the QR code can be printed on the tag. Tang Qing said casually. Not surprisingly, this is tens of millions of exposures. Prioritize taking care of your own family. How big is it? Nationwide. No problem, but the advertising fee must not be less. Tang Kai emphasized. Tang Qing. Yes. Don't talk about money with rich people. Okay. He said it was the whole country. But it does not mean that the whole country uses the same model, but a mixture. For example, a store may not necessarily post just one, but maybe a dozen with the same QR code but different backgrounds. By the way, when your WeChat payment is circulated, it can't be like Alipay, which can accumulate a large amount of capital flow. Tang Kai also thought of this matter. That would be a large amount of money. He didn't have much idea. Just ask. Having such a sum of money would be a great help to Tang Qing's career. Yes, but it can't be used. What? The central bank will soon issue management regulations to conduct unified management of this customer reserve fund to avoid being unable to pay it to users due to misappropriation by companies. Tang Qing explained. In fact, this rule was only made clear before he was reborn. Before this, the central bank actually had restrictions, but they were not that strict. Many third-party payment companies were misappropriating customer funds to provide corporate credit with higher returns. This way, it is difficult to guarantee the safety of users' funds. Then, early 2017, the central bank officially issued regulations to impose stricter restrictions on the use of this part of the funds. To this, Tang Qing is quite supportive. The money theoretically belongs to the user, not the payment platform. Do you still want to use it at no cost? Moreover, he really doesn't value the little interest deposited in the bank. Simply, this suggestion was made when we were talking about quick binding, but it didn't really hit anyone. Although there was a large redundancy of third-party payment funds, interest income really did not account for a high proportion of profits. A third-party payment company with an annual transaction volume of over 100 billion. The interest income lasted for 20 to 30 million. Now, Taobao, the largest e-commerce platform, only had a transaction volume of over 200 billion in 2007. This year, it will be at least 300 billion. This is also due to the emergence of smartphones. Otherwise, it would only be 180 billion. Certainly, after 2 years, sales may reach 1 trillion yuan. Back then, Ali was doubling his growth rate every year. That's true. If it is misappropriated or if the company's donation escapes, the problem will be big. By the way, Delin Province will have a trial operation ceremony in a few days. I heard it is very lively. Do you want to come? Tang Qing asked. I'd better watch it at home. It would be great if WeChat's electronic payment could be supported here. At this time, Tang Qing was sitting in the car, passing by Xiamen City. The passenger flow inside is the envy of countless cities. It's a shame not to have to. It should be possible next month. Really? Tang Qing said in surprise. So fast. Well, we are going through the process. This matter not only requires the approval of the Bank of Myanmar, but also requires 0 votes at the meeting, which is relatively slow. Tang Qing said with a smile. If you wanted to hurry up, it would be passed tomorrow. But there's no need to be so messy. What's the rush? They're all in the pot and cannot escape. That would be great. They chatted for a while. End communication. The car has already arrived at Wei Jun's house. Uncle Tang. Xiao Jun, I'm going to be busy next time. Haha, it's not bad. Delin Province has a soft opening. Wei Jun, who runs a travel company, also bought land and islands in Delin Province before and built several resort hotels, which almost wiped out his wealth at the time. He was quite tolerant. Anyway, I hugged Zero's lap. As long as the right to sell fruit wine is still there, the money will continue to flow. Not investing. Leave it to get moldy. Because they are optimistic about China's tourism market, the company has grown bigger and bigger through continuous mergers and acquisitions in the past 2 years. In the eyes of the Tang family, it may be a small business, but in the eyes of the industry, it is already a giant multinational tourism group. Delin Province starts trial operation. He received instructions from the Myanmar National Tourism Administration to vigorously promote it. Then, this morning, in branches in China and various Southeast Asian countries, nearly 600 stores have all displayed tourism promotion posters of Delin Province. With online app promotion, tickets have been sold like crazy. It's not just Southeast Asian countries. Within Myanmar, it is also the focus of publicity. Xiamen City, Center Street. As soon as the travel agency's advertisement opened, it attracted a lot of attention and stopped in their tracks. Tourist area in Delin Province? Where is it? A person asked curiously. Are you new here? Asked the person next to him. Yeah, it just arrived last week. The man nodded. Cancer. Even the most severe cases can be cured within a month and a half at the latest. Staff turnover is very fast. Delin Province is a province in southern Myanmar, bordering Thailand. It has a long coastline. It was listed as a key tourism construction province last year. I visited it a month ago. How was it? It's very beautiful. You will definitely not be disappointed. At this point, there was a flash of excitement in the man's eyes. Only a week. He was completely conquered there. Whether it was the environment or the culture, it was impeccable, with tens of kilometers of high-quality beaches, seawater, and densely packed hotels and resorts along the coast. TSK. Perfect. He's also well-informed. I have been to famous scenic spots in various countries, but when it comes to coastal tourism construction, it is really at the forefront, leaving the second place far behind because there is no such large scale anywhere else. Driving a car. Go all the way. It's all beautiful resorts and tropical greenery, especially the water quality. Due to the lack of development for so many years, there is almost no industry in Myanmar, which made the water quality there very good and the scenery picturesque. It makes people linger. I've been there too. It's so beautiful. Someone else echoed. Really, you'll know when you go there. There are photos online. Take a look at it yourself. No, I have to sign up again. With that said, the European-American couple took out their mobile phones and logged into an app. Found this travel agency. Book quickly. They are already in the last course of treatment and can return home after one more injection. Go have some fun before you leave. After, I walked into the travel agency store with my mobile phone and made payment. The advertisement at the door said that on-site reservations were not accepted for the time being, only payment. Everyone understood because this place was too busy. Minutes. Hundreds of people would block the door, causing congestion. Why not allow on-site booking? Some people still don't know that app can be used for booking. Look behind you. Look back. All people. More and more people gathered to watch the excitement. Understood. Understood. Go back to the hotel, and you can make a reservation there. Okay. What if you can get medical treatment during the 7-day tour? Isn't it written in small print above? There's also a supporting hospital there, and you can transfer there at any time. I heard that many rich people have rented villas there and can receive treatment nearby. Really? Of course. Then book one quickly. Knowing that there is a hospital there, many patients and their families are moved. Xi'an City is fun, but you can't visit it every day, and it's a bit crowded. It's good to go to another place for treatment. In the past, there was no suitable good place, but now it is different. Close to the sea, villa, hotel. It's a good idea to travel for medical treatment. Those who can come here must have some financial resources. Even if they don't have much money, they can travel between life and death. Many people take money lightly. All came out. Just have some fun. See and learn. Being crowded in Xi'an City is not as fun as walking on the beach every day. Went. As for the medical level there, they're not worried at all. After so long, everyone has also understood the treatment methods, which mainly involve injecting the original transcription solution and assisting in surgery, and most of the surgeries are machines. Transcription stock solution is a standardized thing, and so is the surgical cabin. The level of medical care is equal. Therefore, treatment in Xi'an City is no different from treatment in other counties and cities. Go back to the hotel quickly and make a reservation. Okay, it's good to change the environment. I heard that the island development is very good. Try it. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Then it was occupied by a new group of people. In just half a day, more than 30,000 people signed up in Xi'an City alone, and most of them were for medium to long routes, 7 days or even 10 days. Many people found that hotel reservations that were also online. Nothing to say. Those who just wanted to go there and wander around on their own also started to take action. During the trial operation, the number of officially launched hotels and resort rooms exceeded 50,000, and most of them were lost in one fell swoop. Few major travel companies breathed a sigh of relief. Fine, these are all spare rooms. Before this, they had reached agreements with major hotels, resorts, and islands to acquire many high-quality rooms for the exclusive use of travel agencies. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Prepare with all your strength to ensure the tourist wave starts on the 10th. Yes, there are so many people. Sending it over is a big problem. Gather. Get in the car. Food on the go. Hotel arrangements. It's all a matter, and their reception capacity is also limited. It's only been half a day, and the tickets for the 10th to 13th have been sold out. Looking at the popularity, they will have to be sold out until the end of the month before the trial opening starts. Because the propaganda in Southeast Asia and China has just begun to ferment. Unlike those in Burma, they're more or less familiar with Delhi province and have a more radical view of consumption, but it will not take long before it starts to explode. China, Penguin, WeChat, Sina. Promotional advertisements for Delhi province have been launched on all major channels, especially Comet Video. Depend on up to 2 minutes. Is Comet Video crazy? 2 minutes of advertising. I feel full of malice towards non-member users. I wonder why members are exempt from advertising. Logically speaking, when you sell something, don't you choose advertising that has the purchasing power? Huh? So beautiful. Really? I know. I saw it in the news when I went to Xi'an City last time. I didn't expect it to be built so quickly. It's so fast. I have to book tickets quickly. USA. Delin Province is opening up. When? Just in the next few days. Reserve that area, otherwise there will definitely be no villas. Okay. It's finally built. Let's go and have fun. Okay. Mom, the Delin Province tourist area has been built. Last time you came, you said you wanted to go and see it. Go. It's been so long. The people who come to Xiamen City to be cured of cancer have already spread to all over the world. After these people go back, they have special feelings for Xiamen City, which has given them new life. When they see the advertisement, excited. If you don't have the spending power, forget it. But those with the ability to spend could no longer sit still. When I want to get treatment, I heard about Delin Province. At that time, it was a wasteland and construction site. Until the disease was cured, it was not done yet. Can't help but be a little disappointed. Almost forgot. Suddenly, the news appeared before my eyes, bringing back many memories. Go. Must visit. No. You have to promote it to the people around you. That's all. Word of mouth spreads. The reputation of Delin Province has been established. Thailand. Bangkok. Suvarnabhumi International Airport. When the advertisements for Delin Province appeared inside and outside the airport, many tourists who had just got off the plane stopped and were attracted by the beautiful scenery in the broadcast, including beaches, islands, and sea view villas. Too long. The picture is raised to 1,000 meters in the sky, and there are endless beautiful buildings on the left and right. But the scene was a bit embarrassing. What's going on? Is Thailand going to give up on treatment? Putting your opponent's advertisement so conspicuously. Some people were surprised. They were enemies. Many people had teased before, saying that Thailand's tourism industry was about to usher in winter. Xiamen City, stealing all the limelight this year. The project was initially established. Everyone thinks that Delin Province will have a big impact on Thailand's tourism industry. As an inner bay, Thailand cannot compare with that side in terms of scale, planning, or geographical conditions. They fight as a group. Just whole province. Hundreds of kilometers of coastline are intensively developed. Now, at the doorstep, directly putting up a promotional advertisement for Delin Province, which is really a bit inconsistent. I don't know if I have given up the treatment, but it is true that there is another interesting place. I have decided to go to Delin Province as my next stop. I believe it will be a beautiful experience. A Chinese tourist said excitedly after getting off the plane. Maybe it's not that good. No, the man said firmly. Why? I believe zero. Look at Xiamen City and other tourism projects in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Which one is bad now? They are really engaged in the tourism industry and building a reputation. When did you go there? 3 months ago. Go. Treatment. Getting sick. Even if it is cancer, there is nothing to be embarrassed about now. It has been cured. Unlike before, these were all unspeakable secrets. A healthy body can give people confidence. It's not just airports. Advertisements are hung up in many places in Thailand. This is a normal business practice. Although it is not pleasant, no one will interfere. If it is hidden, it may end up making an international joke. Be timid before fighting. Others must laugh. The gain outweighs the loss. And their advertisements are spread all over China and the Southeast Asian countries. So don't deceive yourself and others. Might as well be more atmospheric. In fact, although Thailand's tourism industry is depressed, it is not too worried. After all, the positioning of the two sides is different. Delin Province mainly promotes leisure vacations, while Thailand mainly promotes various entertainment programs and unique cultural history. The tourism industry in Myanmar is too strictly controlled. Color. It's legal over there. Bet. Although prohibited, there are many marginal projects. Myanmar has nothing to do with these projects. Relatively speaking, Thailand is more attractive to tourists who like a little more excitement. You can watch monster performances and scatter money. Anyway, the selling points of both parties have overlaps and differences. Thailand's advantages are quite obvious. Besides, Delin Province is very close to Bangkok, with a straight-line distance of less than 150 kilometers. This means, if the road is built, The tourism routes between the two sides can be strengthened, and it will be convenient for tourists to travel back and forth. Therefore, the Thai authorities have also figured out that instead of being exclusive and depressed, they should find ways to cooperate and develop together. At present, we are actively in contact with Myanmar. Myanmar plans to build a highway there, and Myanmar has also expressed interest, but the project is still under negotiation and has not been implemented. Cooperation between countries requires a lot of procedures and preparations for both sides. Anyway, a good start. Win-win. It's better than everyone being hostile. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Data kept flashing in front of Tang Qing's eyes. All the circumstances of this trial operation were displayed in front of him in real time. Before it got dark, all the guest rooms there had been booked for the 19th day. If you don't have much money, join a group tour. Those with more money can book directly for half a month or even a month. If we were in Exinen City, we couldn't book a hotel for that long without treatment arrangements, but there was no such restriction in Delhi province. Then, the rich can no longer sit still. Rather than squeeze into a hotel in Baylaping in Exinen City, it's better to go to Delhi province and live in a villa with a few hundred square meters. $10,000 a month? What a bargain. Is there a bigger one? What? $100,000? Only 100 sets left? Then make a reservation for me quickly. At first, considering that the hotel in Exinen City was tight, I didn't even have any bodyguards or servants at home. Then, with the support of a lot of rich people who are not short of money, the big villas were rented out first. TSK. Tang Qing also clicked his tongue. There's so much money in the world. In order to meet this demand, major sea view hotels and resorts build a large number of villas, some close to the sea, some across the road, and you can reach the seaside in a few steps. Now, finally you can start collecting money. Thousands of large and small villas are just gone. Tang Qing said with a smile. Most of them were not rented out today. Some wealthy people knew about it before and contacted them in advance. In addition, there are some short-term rentals and self-retention by travel companies. This can be done in one day. Don't be too happy. This is renting, not selling. Tourists have to leave. How to continue to attract tourists is the top priority there. Tourism is a long-term business. The second phase of development is planned. There are actually a large number of commercial houses and villas in Delhi province. It is suppressed and not listed on the market. After the trial operation is over, sell it at a good price. Now, workers who had previously built hotels and resorts were repairing it. If it's quick, a villa can be built in a month. This still adds decoration. Modular. The efficiency has been greatly improved, and the locking solution has made it possible to move in on the same day as the decoration. There will be no formaldehyde and other hazards. In the second half of the year, there will be clusters of villas there. Delhi province is positioned as a tourism and leisure province. Long-term stay can bring stable consumption power. After so much effort, it is better to build yourself a holiday destination that is close to you and is fun. To be at home, it is impossible to be so casual and build whatever you want. Just then, a message notification flashed in the upper right corner. That's a form. Volkswagen, 400W. Gree, 380W. Waha, 390W. A long list. There are nearly 30 brands, all followed by 10,000, which represents the cost of purchasing QR code sticker advertisements. In total, it is nearly 100 million yuan. A small profit. Tang Qing smiled. In the early hours of tonight, scan code payment will be online, and merchant certification will begin. Then, we will work overtime to print it out. The gifts must be sent to merchants one after another early tomorrow morning, so we must be quick. After the morning press conference, make phone calls one by one. I learned that scanning QR code stickers can also advertise, and many companies are interested. A negotiation. I decided on these brands that day. As for the advertising content, the space was limited. I sent them a template and edited it myself. All I had to do was send it to the WeChat advertising department before 11 p.m. It is also taken into consideration that this advertising space may be posted for a long time. Otherwise, they won't pay such a high price for this palm-sized advertisement. More than 100 million yuan in advertising fees. Apparently, the business was profitable, just not much. At this time, brother, a video call came from WeChat. Open at one point. Qin Shiqi showed a mournful face. What's wrong? Seeing Qin Shiqi, Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. With the consent of her family, Qin Shiqi quickly got ready and went out with her best friends. Since they had less time, they chose to take the train. Shake until noon. Get off the bus. Qin Shiqi found that her wallet was missing, and the bank card and ID card inside were naturally unable to escape bad luck. She was stupid then. This is only the first day, and I haven't even paid out of the province yet. She quickly called the police, but she didn't know whether it was lost on the train or at the train station. In the end, she had no choice but to call her father. The South Railway Station happens to be in the new district of the provincial capital. Qin Yugong is in charge. Listen, I'm also helpless. It was a bad start. Lost important equipment on the first day. But he still had to do it. But just when he was about to call the work security, the station duty station received a bag picked up by a kind person. Except for the money, everything else was there. This mattered, but it made them laugh in the group for a long time. Brother, I was detoured by the taxi driver. Then, what happened? The hotel was just a block away. They detoured us for half an hour and charged me more than 60 yuan. At this point, Qin Shiqi was so angry that she lost her wallet on the first day and was blackmailed for thousands of yuan the next day. On the third day, I met a liar and lost another 800. This just stopped for 2 days. Come again. To travel. She almost had a psychological shadow. Okay, you can encounter anything when you go out. In short, don't trust others, protect your personal belongings, and don't be so curious. Tang Qing comforted. That's what I said, but my travel expenses are going to be overrun. Qin Shiqi looked pitiful. Although the family is no longer short of money, most of the money is taken care of by the mother, and her pocket money is limited. Do what you can. Aren't you going to support me? Qin Shiqi pouted. Okay, come on. Tang Qing clenched his fists in a cheering gesture. Why one is not support? Never mind. Then save some money. Qin Shiqi thought. In fact, she didn't have much hope. Her mother told Tang Qing at the table not to give her money, lest she spend too much money. Hang up the phone. Qin Shiqi said helplessly to her best friend on the side. I can only save some money. Hearing this, my best friend smiled slightly. Do you want me to lend you some? The two of them were at the same table in junior high school and in the same class in high school. They had a good relationship. She didn't expect that this trip would be so troublesome and so exciting. No, Qin Shiqi is really short of money. How is it possible? The jewelry he carried with him was worth hundreds of thousands. But on the first day he got on the train, he saw the news about someone snatching earrings at a speeding car and tearing his ears off, so he was too scared to wear earrings. Together, all other jewelry is stuffed into the bag. Certainly, it is impossible for Qin Shiqi to sell these for money. Okay, what are we going to eat tonight? Instant noodles. Just think of it as punishment for being so stupid. Qin Shiqi snorted. She had only been out for a few days, and, thinking about it, she almost cried because of her stupidity. She had never been so wrong before. In society, there are bad people. Next, you must be more vigilant, and don't be so careless anymore. In the past, when traveling at home and abroad, you basically followed Tang Qing, surrounded by tons of bodyguards. How could you encounter such troublesome things? Being alone for the first time, I was taught a few hard lessons by society. If this continues, he didn't even know he was being sold. She promised, never let this happen again. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Watch the screen disappear. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh again, not at Qin Shiqi's experience, but at Qin Shiqi's experience. What happened to her next? Obviously, there's a very dark hand behind these bad things. That's right. That's him. Otherwise, how could Qin Shiqi be so unlucky? In this world, people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. This trip should be a good social lesson for her, so that she can experience some strange things before going to college. It's not Tang Qing's bad taste. It's not boring. I just want Qin Shiqi to gain some social experience. Just oral teaching has almost no effect. Now it is just a small fight. Next, The real feeding has just begun. Under the premise of ensuring that the process is stimulating without causing any harm to her body and mind, Tang Qing asked the soldiers to arrange a lot of training projects, which should be enough for her to be busy during the summer vacation. Well, this brother of ours, it is also really difficult. Such feeding is actually not something special for him. When some big families are testing and training the next generation, they will more or less feed them in real situations like this. The methods vary, but different paths lead to the same destination. Just to let the other person know more about the world. Or wonderful. Or ugly. It's so slow. My kidneys. Why does it have to be updated in the early morning? It's not good to be a few hours in advance. I woke up several times. This is called hunger marketing. Nonsense, it's almost 12 o'clock. Are you not hungry? What you ate in the evening has been digested long ago. I'm not talking about this hunger. Early morning. To wait for updates. Many people stayed up late just to give it a try and scan the QR code to pay. Although Tang Qing has demonstrated it, it is not as interesting as using it for yourself. At this point, it is difficult to go out to scan merchants, but it is easier to scan friends. Tang Qing said it. Everyone has a payment code. However, it can only be scanned 10 times a day. Only registered merchant users have no restrictions. Therefore, they can scan each other with their friends, and the scan already has the image recognition function. Instantly when the standard time becomes midnight, WeChat pops up an update dialog box. It's out. It's really on time. Is Tang Qing suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder? He has to wait until 6 zeros. I like it. I don't know if he has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but if it exceeds even 2 seconds, I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Fortunately, I finally got a 6 zeros. Severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient. It's really comfortable to be so punctual. Click Update Now. The next moment, brush it. The progress bar of the update package came to an end. At first glance, it was only 100K. This made many users stunned. It was only an update of 100K? Is it so small? Then, I retreated to the login interface. Under the earth, a black figure stood. TSK. Once you get used to it, it's really pleasing to the eye. Only, they will not know that in the original WeChat program, mobile payment is a basic function. This update package is actually an activation command plus the color, button, and other data of the scan code payment interface. 100K, the smallest update package in history. At least, they are rarely seen. Enter your password. Log in. The main interface did not change. I immediately clicked the plus sign in the upper right corner. From the pop-up options, I saw scan and collect and pay, 2 functions that were not available before. Wow, Kaka. Try it. Click on scan. It's a familiar interface. I've seen it this morning, but I didn't scan anything. I exited it and clicked on payment. I saw a usage prompt pop up on it. This feature must be connected to the internet to use. Just finished reading. Brush it. 2 codes appear. A barcode, a QR code. They know that this is time-sensitive and will be updated automatically every minute to ensure account security. It is mainly used in daily passive payment scenarios. The following is their unique payment code. Click in. Very interesting. In the middle is their WeChat avatar, surrounded by QR codes. Then, many people follow the agreement and send their personal payment codes to the WeChat accounts of friends or family members and use the QR code scanning in picture editing to try the novelty of electronic payment. I received $1, $2 for me, 60 cents for me. I suddenly had an idea. Hang the payment code on the street and post the words $1 to support poor mountainous areas. No one needs to go to the scene, and you can make a fortune at home. Yes, the police came as soon as I woke up. I don't have any sense of humor. You no longer have to carry money with you when you go out. It's a good idea. It's still early for subways and buses to become popular, and most stores will definitely not be so easy to accept QR code payment. It will take time to promote it. I think we should do our part. What do you mean? Help promote it? How silly. From now on, when you go out to eat, no matter where you are, you should first ask if you can scan the QR code when paying. With everyone working together, merchants will definitely take it seriously. It is convenient for them, and it is convenient for us. That makes sense. It can be done. No problem. As long as they don't deliberately contribute effort and money. It's all easy to say. Such remarks. Soon, it spread to places where major netizens gathered. Gradually, some people realized that this was a marketing by WeChat, but they were not disgusted because they also wanted to popularize it quickly. An era where a mobile phone is popular everywhere. Very tempting. 10 past 10, I overslept. Shanghai Stock Exchange. A village in the city. On the second floor of a breakfast shop, Bai Yuan jumped up, sat up, and quickly downloaded the update package. It's so small. 100K. Under 4G network speed, it updates in seconds. Log in. According to the demonstration at the press conference, he found a merchant registration entrance in the collection and payment process, clicked in, and filled in the information, mainly the address, store name, owner's identity information, etc. Not much. Just 6 items. It took only a few minutes to fill it out and submit the registration. This breakfast shop was opened by his parents. When it got busy, it was really too late to collect money and find money. He had just returned from college and had been helping in the shop these 2 days. I hope this thing can improve the efficiency of collecting money. Also reduce your own work. Merchant registration is successful and is being verified. Verification. Bai Yuan thought that he should check it in the industrial and commercial system, which might take some time. Just thinking about it. Authentication successful. Bai Yuan. I'll go. Do you want it to be so fast? I haven't even finished thinking about it, and you've already finished it. How did he know that in the small system, there is information about almost most stores in the country, including store information in the village? Business consulting. The foundation is data. To this end, the work behind it can be said to be huge, but the rewards are also amazing. At least, this kind of authentication can satisfy users in terms of authentication speed, and the accuracy will be extremely high. Every month, this information will be updated. We will deliver your merchant registration gift to the registered address within a week. If you need it urgently during this period, you can print it with a printer. Thank you for supporting WeChat. See this? Bai Yuan nodded. He knows the giveaways. A plastic cardboard, a film with a QR code printed on it, and some stickers just when he pressed exit and wanted to close this long sentence prompt. Do you want to enable Alipay payment? A prompt popped up. Alipay. Bai Yuan was stunned. On the WeChat interface, an Alipay advertisement pops up. Is this appropriate? A little weird. Nowadays, there are many Alipay users and the online shopping group is getting bigger and bigger, and he is one of them. But this phone belongs to my father. My father uses WeChat and not Alipay, but it doesn't hurt to get one. Immediately, he downloaded the Alipay app for his father's mobile phone and registered it. Because of Tang Qing's relationship, he could register directly using WeChat ID. He clicked on it and followed the registration process. Same. Also remind him that he will send the same gifts as those on WeChat. Have to. Bai Yuan finally understood. It was like 2 people playing guessing games. One person could only use one hand, while the other could use 2 hands. Therefore, he only needed to use 2 hands to make different gestures. He will definitely win. Tang Qing used his left and right hands to dominate consumers' vision. He studied marketing and knew how scary this method was. It's like 2 feet. Once you stand firm, it's difficult to push down. They just don't fit the code. No one could say anything. Clever. Also very gangster. This kind of exclusive competition really makes other people who want to enter despair. But this is business. Does Tang Qing have to leave a loophole for his opponent to take advantage of? Isn't this a fool's errand? Whoever it is, with the ability to occupy most of the world with both left and right hands, it would be strange not to use it. What's more, Tang Qing is only Alibaba's major shareholder, not the owner. No one can find fault in joining forces to capture land. If the 2 companies fall in a competition, no matter who loses or wins, there will only be one winner in the end, Tang Qing. Alas, Bai Yuan's side, Tang Qing's business empire is really hopelessly powerful, and big, and strong, and fine, worth 2 trillion. It's so scary. Even if you lose 100 million every day, you will lose more than 50 years. Of course, this is an ideal situation, because this is not Tang Qing's cash, but brought about by the increase in stocks. But Bai Yuan believes it. As long as Tang Qing doesn't mess up and maintains his current wisdom and vision, he might actually have so much money in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Yuan felt a little sympathetic to other Chinese private entrepreneurs. Struggled for a lifetime, less than 4 years. With a net worth of tens of billions, he is not as good as his enemy Bai. Think about it. He felt it was offensive. Qingyan City. Tianfu Hotel. Front desk. After 12 o'clock, a QR code scanning board was placed on the stage. What is this? A customer happened to come. Our hotel supports scan code payment. Oh, the man looked at his phone and thought, forget it, it's not like buying a drink. Let's swipe a card to book a room. The receptionist took it with a smile and scanned the QR code to pay. Of course, it would not be accepted by everyone immediately. It had been expected. Scan code payment is online. As an ally of the Tang family, Lu Qian's companies had their codes prepared in advance, and when the time came, they were all laid out. Shenzhen Market. Penguin Headquarters. The payment project team that was just established in the afternoon worked overtime collectively. Impossible. He was experiencing it. One of the engineers exclaimed, "What?" The other people's eyes focused on him. With 100K, there is no way to install the basic program that supports QR code payment. At most, the interface data can be installed. If I guess correctly, the core program for QR code scanning is already in it. At this point, he looked incredulous. If so, Tang Qing is such a thief. He put the function in advance, and now it is equivalent to sending a command to activate it, and then giving some face engineering to have the new function go online in seconds. This operation is amazing. Say this. Others also reacted. They were just anxious to experience the payment function and didn't think about it. There's a problem. 100K really can't hold that many things. We're too far behind. Yes, people have hidden the update content in it for a long time, but they don't know when it was added. Every previous update on WeChat was suspicious. As he said that, the man was extremely emotional. Crack WeChat. It's always been their job. However, it can only be reversed through application use, and the requirements for cracking the source code are not so strict. After all, they also have engineers who know the functions and can write it themselves very quickly. However, no one expected it. In the past, Tang Qing hid the scan code payment. Are you sure? A novice adjusted his glasses. Not so awesome, right? Then take a look at Alipay's update package. Without further explanation, someone turned the phone around. The man took a look, believed immediately. WeChat 100K. Alipay is 2.1 M. In the 4G era, if the internet speed is strong, the difference in download time between the two is very small, but the difference is a gap of about 20 times. Obviously, Alipay is updating normally, and WeChat is just going through the motions. Awesome. Yes. He sees too far. What should I do? Learn to do it. Alibaba was recruiting QR code talents half a month ago. I never quite understood it. Now it seems that they received a temporary notice from Tang Qing and came up with it in half a month. We could do it too. Yes. Come on. Cheer each other up. On the road to catching up with Tang Qing, they're making further progress. The less confident you are, a person who stands on the top of a tower and looks at the world can only try to get closer. If he dares to give up, the world will give up on him. Now, the Chinese internet community is not sleeping at all. Baidu, Sina, Sohu, NetEase, JD.com. They all began to organize their efforts to develop scan code payment. It may not be launched, but the technology cannot be eliminated. If the time is right, it may be possible. If there is no chance, it may be reserved for other uses. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Gotta have it. Same. Related hardware equipment manufacturers can't sit still. At the press conference, Tang Qing demonstrated many scenarios, including subways, buses, train stations, airports, and unmanned vending machines in shopping malls. Everyone, after solving mobile payment, there are new expansion directions. This means that they can work hard in this area. In the future, these needs must be met by someone. What they have to do is to become a service provider in this market. New era. New opportunities. A big market was opened by Tang Qing. Tang Qing eats meat. They would be satisfied with some soup. Other side, Beijing, Jingdong headquarters. As the helmsman, Lu Dong has been living in the company for almost a month. Compared with last year, although JD.com has obtained financing, it has not made his life much easier. On the contrary, the high costs are still overwhelming. Warehousing, logistics, delivery, product. Each one is a problem. The biggest problem is money. Penguin also invested in JD.com before, hoping to compete with Alibaba. However, Alibaba was listed on the market. Under Tang Qing's name, the market value has reached hundreds of billions of yuan. What about JD.com? Now, even a valuation of 1 billion is enough. The bad thing is, the money raised last time has almost bottomed out. Without capital coming in, JD.com is not far away from bankruptcy. It will either have no money to pay wages and go bankrupt, or will be forced to death by high bridge loans. These two paths may really become JD.com's destiny. Well, how did things develop to this point? So powerless. Cause. Still at Tang Qing's place. If it hadn't been for the emergence of Hummingbird Commercial Store, JD.com's core advantages would still be obvious. Relying on logistics and services, it could at least gain a foothold in the e-commerce field and live a comfortable life. Pity. This can only be ideal. Although the Hummingbird commercial and storage parks in various places have not yet been built, it is no joke that Tang Qing spent tens of billions of yuan on them. When they are completed, JD.com's position will be extremely embarrassing. Do the math. It will be the end of this year. Warehousing is not a building, and construction is not difficult. Once the land is confirmed, smooth, piling, pillars, lifting trusses, welding, just a one-story building. The speed can be so fast that it can fly. According to the progress learned from various places, many factories of Hummingbird commercial storage have been capped. Although there is not much work done inside, there are still some problems with shelves and transmission equipment. Truck, delivery person. These are all minor problems. Hummingbird Commercial Storage has signed contracts with major car manufacturers and plans to purchase more than 15,000 large and small trucks, which will be delivered by the end of the year, plus personnel recruitment and training. Early next year at the latest. As early as the end of this year, Hummingbird Commercial Store will officially appear. Until then, the situation faced by JD.com will be even more severe. Lu Dong also thought about cooperating with Tang Qing, but he was worried that others would not look down on JD.com. If JD.com can do what Tang Qing can do, it will probably be better than the current JD.com. To this point, he agrees. And, if you invest in JD.com, you will create a rival for Alibaba. As Alibaba's largest shareholder, Tang Qing is obviously not good at doing this. If he were to invest in JD.com, he would have no reason to invest in JD.com. Tangled. Just then, a ding-dong sound. His computer remembered the sound of receiving an email. It was so late. Who had sent the email? Lu Dong opened it and jumped up when he saw all the content clearly. Lu Dong said these 3 letters in shock. Said inside, ERV intends to invest in JD.com. We will talk about it tomorrow, which makes Lu Dong very excited. If it is not a prank, it is great news for the struggling JD.com. Look at Penguin, the stock is rising like crazy. This is the so-called life-saving straw. Could there be a trap? Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Tang Qing shook his wine glass. Smiling. Trap? Not really. I just feel that JD.com's fate should not be cut off. JD.com learned from Amazon's model, and ERV is now Amazon's largest shareholder, but Amazon is not doing well in China. Therefore, it needs a brand with local genes to support it. Apparently, Jingdong is quite suitable. Amazon, JD.com, compare the two. Apparently, Chinese people are relatively close to JD.com, and Suning and Gome, which are similar and have done well, are both on the market. Therefore, JD.com has become ERV's first choice for e-commerce deployment in China. Cheap. Same concept. Lack of money. Tang Qing is Ali's largest shareholder and is not suitable to intervene. In a complete show, ERV invested in Penguin and then JD.com. In this way, Everyone felt that this was normal operation. Amazon is in trouble in China. ERV just buys its rivals. If Alibaba can't afford it, then buy JD.com. The logic is smooth. Future. According to Tang Qing's meaning. E-commerce field. At home. The competition between Alibaba and JD.com is still the main one. Suning, Gome, and other platforms are on the side as supplements. They can defeat them all, as long as they maintain the largest market share. Words from abroad. Amazon. Hummingbird plus Ali. The competition between these two camps is dominated. When facing international expansion, in addition to both parties, there are also a large number of internal competitors within each country, so there must be a strong opponent. I don't have so many worries when I take action. Otherwise, when doing business in other countries, if you go up to bully their companies, it is easy to create pressure from public opinion. When the time comes, people share the same hatred and want to attack you. That is unreasonable. If there is an opponent, just do it. As for your business being hurt, sorry about that. I'm not targeting you. It's just an accidental injury. How about you stay away? Yes, further away. Yes. Well done. That's it. Speed up the pace to where I can't see you. That's it. Keep it up. Never look back. This way I won't accidentally hurt you again. Early morning. It's still dark. Shanghai Stock Exchange. A village in the city. Bai Yuan got up early to help his parents. At this time, many customers came to the door. They were all office workers far away from the company, catching the earliest bus, which reflected the hardships of Hu Piao. Parents greet guests. He collects the money. Why is no one using it? Yes. The QR code was displayed for more than half an hour. No one scanned. Bai Yuan's parents curled their lips. Bai Yuan was helpless about this and said, "Dad, the function was only launched last night. It has to take time for people to accept it. You still want everyone to use it in one night. Moreover, this QR code looks a bit chilling. It was washed out from a Polaroid and can be scanned, but it's not very clear. I'll have to get a clearer one when the print shop across the street opens." That's right. Wait a minute. 10 minutes later, there are more customers, and at this time every day, we will be busy for more than an hour. Is this a payment code? Finally, someone saw these two black and white photos. Yes. Then you should write down that you can pay by mobile phone. Otherwise, who would know? The customer said. The photo was small and black and white. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought it was a piece of paper thrown there. Bai Yuan was stunned, cursing silently for being stupid. Indeed, you put up a QR code. If I don't specify it, who knows what I do? No wonder. I'm still studying marketing. When I wake up early in the morning, my IQ is not online, so I quickly take a bite of steamed buns to replenish my energy. Thanks for the reminder. Then, he really took a bite of the buns. Go upstairs and get a red pen, and then a big paper box, write the words support WeChat and Alipay payment, and stand in front of the stall. The photo is too small, and the writing is not obvious. Really, the effect was immediate. Do you support mobile payment? Yes. It's very fashionable, uncle. Ah, my son did it. I'll try it. I'm here too. It's my first time to pay for something with a mobile phone. There's the first one. More and more people are trying to scan the QR code. Bai Yuan and his father are laughing as they listen to the payment notifications coming from the Bluetooth headsets. The workload is less, and counting money is quite tiring, and they are still looking for it. Is this enough? Next to him, an old man rushing to get up early asked in surprise. No money. It's strange to just scan and then leave. Yeah, not everyone uses a smartphone. Now, most people still use bang phones. The Epic is too expensive. Even after a year, the price is still around 4,000 yuan. And low-end phones are not cheap either. In the era of 1,000 yuan phones, they're not priced below 1,000 yuan. Can I use this phone? The uncle took out a Nokia. This is not a smartphone, so you can't use it. It's a pity. Just buy one. It's too expensive. You can buy cheap ones. Huawei's is only over 1,000 yuan. I thought it was a few thousand. Uncle, that was last year, and now all major mobile phone manufacturers have launched mid to low-end models. Although the performance of over 1,000 smartphones is not great, they are enough for daily use. I'll go to the store later to have a look. The sky gradually gets brighter. Business continues. Although most people still use cash, this is a good start. Together, many people see this payment method and then look at the bang-bang machine in their hands. Perhaps it's time to replace it. This kind of psychology. This was also reflected on the official sales website of Era. Starting from the early morning, orders began to surge. By dawn, more than 10,000 mobile phones were sold, with sales in the tens of millions. More than a year of struggle for countless companies. At the same time, other smartphone manufacturers noticed the smell and began to increase their promotion efforts. In July, after filling out the applications, admission notices were issued one after another, and it was time for parents to equip their children with two-piece sets. Qingyan City, Yintang Amusement Park. Early in the morning, hundreds of merchants have received the QR code issued by the management committee. As an industry under the Tang family, they are naturally the first to respond. As long as cash is used, they have all added scanning QR codes to pay. There are even performance stages. Print it big. Tourists don't need to squeeze to the front. They can scan the code to tip. Although these entertainers are highly mobile, the management committee will separate their daily income, and whoever owns it belongs to them. Don't take it, don't take it. You all should try it yourself and get familiar with it. It's not mandatory. It's just one more payment method. Although it is a Tang family property, it is not so overbearing that it must force merchants to use it. Some people like to receive cash and watch red tickets. You can't deprive others of their hobby at will. To this, merchants were happy to accept it. At least, no more fear of receiving counterfeit money. Except here, in the streets and alleys of Qingyan City, couriers delivered gifts printed in the early morning to every street. They did not need to be delivered to the end users, but to express delivery pickup points. They are all merchant-operated. Say a week. There is redundancy. In fact, after registration opened last night, these data have been transmitted to printing plants across the country. Some of them worked overtime to print and were transported by Hummingbird Logistics early in the morning. Although Hummingbird Store is not in operation, but Hummingbird Logistics is different. Shengtang Group's clothes, Qingyuan Technologies' mobile phones, Microcrystal Technologies' time, as long as it is the Tang family's industry, Hummingbird Logistics is used for logistics. Otherwise, it would be very expensive to find express delivery. But it's not like we don't need express delivery at all. Hummingbird mainly focuses on transportation and currently has almost no distribution. Therefore, the last mile still needs to use the channels of other logistics companies, but relatively speaking, the cost has been reduced a lot. Beijing, Hating District, Jinghua Plaza. This weekend, the place started to get lively early in the morning. Customers who walked in noticed the difference one after another. There were QR code scanning signs at the checkout areas of each store. Waiting to finish shopping, they were all amazed. Tang Qing moves so fast. It's so fast. The efficiency is really amazing. In less than a morning, the entire Jinghua Plaza can use mobile payment. I find that it can't keep up with the speed of the world's changes. Me too. It's normal, and it doesn't matter who Tang Qing is. Jinghua Real Estate, currently the largest real estate group in China, Tang Qing has 1/5 of the shares, will definitely support it as soon as possible. Next month, I heard that this company will be listed. Really, it's absolutely true. Finally, there's a company that Tang Qing can buy shares in A shares. I'm looking forward to it. Qingyuan Technology can also do it, and the same goes for buying it in Myanmar. After all, it's not domestic. That's right. I don't know what the prospects of Jinghua Real Estate are. It will definitely rise sharply. Firstly, Jinghua Real Estate owns Tang Qing as a shareholder. Secondly, its own assets are also strong. If you do business with rich people, you will never lose money. Tang Qing's worth will rise again. That's true. How much can it go up? Tens of billions. So little. In the past, the scale of the richest man in mainland China, but now it seems to have lost its shock. Not even 180 billion. They all feel pretty much the same. 10,000 yuan household. Million. 10 million. Billionaire. It used to be a number that countless people envied. But he never thought that within a few years of the emergence of billionaires and tens of billions in the mainland, Tang Qing would suddenly use the word billionaire upside down. Trillionaire rich man. To know, in 2000, when the Hurun Rich List was launched, among the mainland's richest people, there was only one family with a net worth of over 10 billion, and none of the others had reached the 10 billion level. The following years, from 2001 to 2003, not a single one exceeded tens of billions. For years, only one person broke the tens of billions. The same was true in 2005. Then, 6 years, Tang Qing suddenly appeared on the list. With a net worth of more than 430 billion yuan, he instantly reached the top and became the richest man in the mainland. The next year, he once again reached 390 billion yuan at a rapid speed. Now, Mom, 9 months have passed, 2 trillion. I'm scared to death. Even if you subtract 1 zero, it's an astronomical figure, tens of billions. Tang Qing probably won't even speed up his heartbeat. It's very convenient. Yeah, you don't have to worry about receiving counterfeit money, and you don't have to worry about losing it. After using it, feedback from merchants is generally good. This day, provinces across the country, the distribution of gifts started together, and now, Tang Dynasty clothing stores are open in all administrative regions above county-level cities in China, as well as in most counties. Logistics within the province is very fast, and the original free delivery management system also worked. Supermarket, hotel, cinema, KTV, Grand Hotel, travel agency. More than a dozen major industry categories did not resist the temptation of free services and used small business management systems. Yesterday afternoon, a push message was received by hundreds of thousands of related merchants across the country. The difference is, generally merchants only register and scan the QR code. These larger merchants also provide code scanning equipment. Certainly, there's a fee, just not expensive. It's only a few hundred yuan, which is hard for small shops to part with. But for these larger businesses, it's still acceptable. Fortunately, most of them are still hesitant, otherwise there won't be enough installers. Dad, there's a QR code posted in the store next door. What code? QR code. Are you cheating? It's just for payment. Others can give money via mobile phone. Should we get one too? No. For cheating, no one knows whether the money in the mobile phone is safe or not. There's so many scammers nowadays. Tang Qing is definitely not a scammer. It's okay, kid, but it's better to be cautious. It's better to have cash in your hand. As he said that, his father stubbornly walked to the kitchen. The money in his hand was the real money. I don't like virtual ones. Oh, right. Sister, what are you doing? I don't want to buy anything. No, I want to ask. Do you have a smartphone? No. Walk out of the supermarket. The young man sighed. The offline promotion of QR codes now faces not entirely the problem of QR code payment, but the problem of whether people have smartphones. More than half of the merchants do not yet have smartphones. You can't just change your face and sell mobile phones first. But before leaving, he still left a leaflet. Brother, our QR code. No, this is free. No, there is no handling fee for cash withdrawals. No, UI. I think it's good to accept cash. No matter what, you can always swipe a card, which is guaranteed. As for the so-called convenience, I am not a customer who queues up to pay every day, so I don't need this high-end technology for the time being. There is no way. It doesn't make sense. The local promoter had to leave and wait until next time. Although more and more people are using it, there are even more people who are not using it. Most merchants are not even aware of the emergence of mobile payment. Big weekend. Most of those who have time to watch Tang Qing's live broadcast are office workers and students, and the businesses are very busy. Such a situation. It's happening all over the country. There are few successes and many failures. Young people accept new technologies quickly, but in this society, those who hold economic power are a little older. For electronic payments, they exercised considerable caution. To this, Tang Qing was not in a hurry. Previous life. The promotion of QR codes also took a long time, not overnight, nor a month or two. This payment habit and payment range will take at least a year to achieve the desired results. Online, offline, publicity is indispensable. There is no picture that everyone will readily accept as soon as it comes out. When a strong trend is formed, countless businesses will automatically join in without pushing it. The power of habit is powerful. USA. The big move of China's richest man. On the morning of the 5th, Beijing time, Tang Qing held an online press conference and announced the launch of electronic payment on WeChat, using the scanning function of the mobile phone camera to realize electronic transfers. The cashless era is coming, Tang Qing said. From now on, a mobile phone will be enough when you go out. The cashless era is coming to us. Can QR codes change the world? QR code is not a new concept, but it is used as a means of payment. Whether it has major flaws has yet to be verified by the market. Whether Tang Qing is a genius can only be proven by time. Is it plagiarism or innovation? Explore the development history of QR codes. The emergence of QR codes has attracted great attention from the media. Whether it is the technology itself, Tang Qing, the initiator of this application, and Huaxia, all three of them have strong topicality. It's him again. He's here. He's taking it with him. How dare you imagine that your mobile phone can travel all over the world and lose it? Haha. So, I still have to bring the bank card. That's right. It's not unreasonable that bank card payment has existed for so long. Credit card payment is good. Useless function. In this regard, most American netizens are sour. This technology often appears in science fiction works, but the payment methods are different. Some use ID cards, some simply scan faces, or even fingerprints. Various. However, this is the first time I heard about scanning the QR code. But there are also many people who are optimistic about it. For example, on a live TV broadcast, relevant experts were contacted. Mobile payment has appeared in science fiction novels 100 years ago. I didn't expect that the first person to implement it was not the United States or Europe, but that magical land. First of all, we must understand a concept. The difference between arrival and advancement is that QR code payment is not as powerful as in science fiction works. You must have a smartphone, and you cannot scan your face, iris, fingerprint, etc. However, Tang Qing is making progress. A company that is constantly improving, let alone whether others can achieve the above technical means in the future, is not worthy of praise for this kind of behavior. Some people stay where they are, and some people are groping as they move forward. We could give a lot of such examples. Never stand still and laugh at others as they move forward. Otherwise, when they arrive on the other side, you will only be able to watch. A few words. It was so shocking that it silenced many people. Indeed, it is a stupid thing to belittle a person who is making progress. Now that QR codes are relatively low-end, it does not mean that it will always be like this in the future. If you're not safe, you may be slapped in the face by Tang Qing next time. Be humble. Think about it. Electronic payments are also a useful addition. But why Tang Qing again? Yes. Why wasn't ERV made first? Strange. Not surprising. Our banking system does not allow this method for the time being. It does not allow scanning QR codes to pay, but it does not allow third-party payment platforms like WeChat. I don't understand. There is PayPal in the United States, which can actually implement electronic payments. However, it can only be used as a channel. Any form of user funds cannot be retained in its account. Therefore, WeChat's red envelopes, change, and other functions are not allowed to be implemented. Naturally, without these functions, it is just a payment channel tool, which is of less significance. If ERV wants to do it, it is not difficult. The difficult thing is whether the major banks will allow it. It's a consortium again. Obviously, this is an iron wall that is difficult to break. Soon, around innovation, American netizens had another heated discussion. They all said that they are good at innovation. However, in recent years, this does not seem to be the case. Revolutionary technologies and applications have been produced in non-Western countries one after another. Smartphone, 4G, transcription stock solution, holographic projection. It is also the first one to have something to do with Western countries. China, Myanmar, These two neighboring countries have exploded with innovative capabilities that have attracted worldwide attention. These two countries that they once looked down upon have already risen, making it difficult for them to accept this change. But what do they think? Neither will change the reality that Eastern countries are rising. But no matter how noisy the internet is, the part involving the consortium will not appear in the mainstream media, except for reporting on QR code payment. Those who say that the consortium hinders innovation are selectively ignored. Joke. How can you draw fire to the big boss? Island country. Nagoya. Ling family. Having afternoon tea. Tang Qing is causing trouble again. Gufeng couldn't help laughing when he saw the TV news. It's only been less than a day. It actually spread to the island country's media. Mobile payment. Interesting. What a pity. It has nothing to do with the Gu family. After their children were 1 month old, Gufeng and his wife Ling came back to see his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Naturally, the entire Ling family was very happy. Although they were married, they were still more afraid of one thing, which was having no offspring. Their descendants. There is an inseparable bond. Although the Gu family cannot help the Ling family much in the island country's almost impeccable political arena, for the sake of the Gu family's face, even if someone wants to touch them, they will be wary of some influence. Bullied. There's also one more way to mediate. No way. It is really not easy to survive in a foreign country. Tang Qing aside, Gufeng's father-in-law asked. Yeah. Gufeng nodded. This man is so extraordinary. Lingya's father sighed. The last time Tang Qing's family came to Nagoya for a trip, Tang Qing was worth more than 100 billion at that time. Tang Qing left a deep impression on him at that time. Young, steady, confidence. I thought it would develop steadily in the future, but I didn't expect that it would achieve a leap in a short period of time. At an incomprehensible speed, it would become a certain status among the world's economic forces. Worth 2 trillion. This is Tang Qing's. The commercial aircraft carrier he oversees is worth at least 400 billion US dollars. Yeah. Gufeng nodded vigorously. The more mature. Gufeng found that the less he knew Tang Qing, his wisdom, strength, abilities, background, and future, the more he understood this person, the more he felt like a mist. See much more clearly. The more you can't see clearly. Like knowledge. Know more. Discover that you don't know more. Only when you are a beginner is when you think you are the most knowledgeable. This is the case now. He feels that the time when they know each other most clearly is when they meet for the first time. Sunlight. Atmosphere. I bought his photovoltaic company in one fell swoop. Then, it was reorganized into today's microcrystalline technology, but what he originally sold was close to 100 million US dollars. Now, microcrystalline technology's market value exceeds 210 billion US dollars. Who can reason with it? No way. That's the thing. Does the island country have this opportunity? Gufeng suddenly asked. Hear the words. Watch the news. Lingya's father shook his head in disappointment. Even if there is a chance, it belongs to the major consortiums. It's not like China here, where the top can suppress the behavior of various banks. In the island country, the chaebols are the makers of the rules. Does that mean they don't have a head start? Gufeng curled his lips. That's right. Lingya's father sighed. Island country. Society has entered a period of solidification. Politics. Economy. Technology. It's all like this. The horse racing is over, the strong get stronger. Unless it breaks once. Otherwise, the chances of an innovative enterprise rising are slim. In the past, he might have thought it was not slim, but impossible, but a small chaebol that has emerged recently is quite energetic. He was forced to make an exception to this view. It's different than fighting alone. At first, this small chaebol went everywhere to seek cooperation and bring people in. Not to mention, after a lot of hard work, although it started from a low level, it grew at an alarming rate. After a year or two of hard work, it really created a world. Not big, but it is a breath of fresh air. So conspicuous, expanding so fast. Lingya's father was also surprised. Later, he gradually understood and found that this small chaebel's philosophy was a bit rebellious. Although he did not publicize it in a big way, his behavior could be seen. Oppose class solidification. Break through the shackles of class. Dissatisfied with the existing system. Lots and lots. Quite popular. This idea is very inflammatory in the island country. Because of this, Lingya's father thinks it is very dangerous, because it represents a challenge to the existing order and the plutocrats will not agree, nor will existing interest groups support it. But then I thought about it. Even if I kneel down, will those plutocrats and big shots support me? Apparently, this is impossible. If you give out a little soup or water at most, you have to kneel over and take it with both hands. Therefore, this small Chable probably has no choice before he is ready to find another way. How about the end? He is not sure, but from the bottom of his heart, he hopes to succeed. After staying in the island country for a long time, he can better understand the feeling of bending down to touch the ceiling. If he wants to straighten up, his knees have to touch the ground. If only I could smash a hole in this ceiling. Maybe. He could also go upstairs and have a look. Now, Jingdong headquarters. The conference room welcomed several special guests, negotiators from ERV. Lu Dong was so excited that he stayed up all night last night, fearing that this was a dream or a prank, but he was relieved now that he saw them. After the pleasantries, get to the point. Mr. Lu Dong, these are the conditions of our ERV. The ERV representative handed over a folder. Lu Dong took it. Wait a moment. He finished. He looked carefully. Not much, just 2 pages, and they are all in Chinese characters. The more he looked, the more he felt. Atmosphere. That's right, it's very atmospheric without the stringent requirements and stringent demands of ordinary investors. On the contrary, still very loose. Give money. To technology. Give resources. Don't care yet. Especially the valuation of JD.com meets Lu Dong's psychological expectations. It provides several financing plans corresponding to different equity shares, but does not compete for equity voting rights. At this point, Lu Dong is very fond of it. Ollie, Penguin. Although most of the shares are no longer in the hands of the founders, control has remained the same. Therefore, he never thought about handing over control of JD.com to others. If one day he would rather sell JD.com, a JD.com that he didn't care about, then why would he stay? This moment, he thought about ERV's investment in Penguin. After taking over the equity of MIH, I heard that there were no unreasonable terms added at all. Instead, ERV added a few terms to itself. For example, the Chinese agent for the game will only be the Penguin family in the future. That's why he said it was grand. I finished reading it. Thank you, ERV, for respecting JD.com, Lu Dong said sincerely. Hear the words. A smile appeared on the representative's face. Of course he knew why. You're welcome. JD.com's model is very similar to Amazon. Strictly speaking, we are people with the same philosophy. There's a Chinese saying that heroes cherish heroes, and we are optimistic about JD.com. At the same time, we are also optimistic about Mr. Lu's vision. Lu Dong smiled bitterly in his heart. Really good at boasting. Especially the last sentence. To be optimistic about his vision is not to directly praise Amazon and ERV itself. I see. People are not optimistic about JD.com, but they are optimistic about this model. They feel that it is on the same side as Amazon, but it still sounds good to the ears. Heroes cherish heroes, which is somewhat related. Thank you. These terms are based on your interests and normal business rules. ERV advocates fair cooperation and does not like to change the prepared terms. What do you think? Lu Dongshuan's desire to raise prices was suppressed. Listen, how domineering. I don't like to change the terms, of course, because their terms are really fair. At this moment, the content of the terms has also been passed to other major shareholders of JD.com. After reading it, they can't find fault with it. If it were somewhere else, for the same equity, the capital plus technology plus other valuable conditions obtained may not be half of what they are now. This is the reality. A strong investor has a brand bonus. Even if the financing amount is cut in half, others remain unchanged. Lu Dong might grit his teeth and agree. We shareholders need to discuss it. Lu Dong said. Okay. The representative stood up. And Lu Dong. He shook hands with JD.com's senior executives and major shareholder representatives and left with his men. As for when JD.com will agree, there is no time limit. JD.com's funds are about to bottom out, and what is urgent is not ERV. Delivered downstairs. Lu Dong waved his hand and turned back when he saw the car disappearing around the corner. Go upstairs. Conference room. What do you think? Is the question. But it is a bit tricky. In general financing, investors have stringent conditions one after another, all of which are negotiation points. Without several rounds of negotiations, there is no way to get a satisfactory result. But this time, almost the best outcome lies ahead. Suddenly, it actually makes people feel a bit at a loss. It's so unconventional and a bit unaccustomed to it. I think these conditions are very good. There is no doubt that both the valuation and the support have exceeded all our previous estimates and are almost the negotiation goals. Now, there is no need to talk. The goal is right in front of us. A vice president with equity said, "What do you mean? Do you agree completely?" Lu Dong said these words. The vice president who spoke was helpless to say yes. Will anyone be suspected of taking money? The only question, I think, is still on the valuation, whether it can be higher. There was no way. He could only raise a question that was not a problem, but also related to the interests of everyone present. I also think that the valuation can be higher. Since ERV is optimistic, this valuation is a bit low. Yes. Listening to the conversation between the shareholder representatives, Lu Dong felt that they had forgotten something at home when they went out. What's the logic? The prerequisite for rising valuations is the entry of the behemoth ERV. Let's take a look. Yo-ho. Awesome. The companies that ERV invests in are definitely good. However, you want to overdraw this part of the dividend before others come in, but you are overthinking it. In the past, Amazon was defeated by JD.com and was half dead in the Chinese market. This does not mean that it will be the same in the future. No way. Look at them YY. Lu Dong had no choice but to say something to stop it. Really? Money. It can cause people to lose consciousness in minutes. Everyone, you know the current situation of JD.com. The funding problem is imminent. If you want to persist, you need a lot of funds. No, a huge amount of funds. Don't forget Hummingbird commercial storage. Once completed, the impact on JD.com will be like a flood. If we cannot quickly form a certain competitiveness and expand our warehousing and logistics, JD.com's future will be very dangerous. At this moment, JD.com must race against time. Before, he was still a little desperate, but now he had hope. Mr. Lu, do you agree with everything? Yes. Lu Dong did not deny it. How much financing? The highest one comes. Lu Dong gritted his teeth. The highest one means that after this financing, ERV will become JD.com's largest shareholder. Of course, it only has equity and not so many voting rights. He still has a firm grip on JD.com. No way. Being stimulated by Hummingbird Commercial Reserve, he needs a huge amount of funds, and the stepped equity purchase price given by ERV means that selling the most equity is the most beneficial to JD.com in solving its short-term capital needs. Time is really running out. What? Are you sure? It's inappropriate. Such crazy behavior. The other shareholder representatives were shocked. However, they just questioned, but no one raised firm objections. It was simple. Lu Dong had more than 80% of the voting rights and was the chairman. One sentence. Any corporate resolution can be passed. But it's probably too much. This time, JD.com is fighting against the odds. Lu Dong said solemnly, "We don't have much time to waste. After this financing, I think JD.com will enter a period of expansion. With money, life will be much easier. Everyone's interests will also grow steadily. And with the participation of ERV, I think the valuation will satisfy everyone in the next financing." 20 minutes later, the general meeting of shareholders is over. Lu Dong directly called the ERV representative just now. "Mr. Lu, we agree to your terms." Lu Dong said. "How much?" Others agreed. "That's the only variable. 40%. Lu Dong was trembling when he spoke. 40, this ratio is really astonishing. The minimum requirement for ERV is 20% of the equity, giving it 120 million US dollars. But 40% equity. ERV is willing to pay a premium of 25% to 300 million US dollars. Very tempting. Okay, we will officially sign the contract tomorrow morning, the representative said. His authority. You can make a decision directly. Do you want to hold a press conference? Lu Dong asked. Any brand must not just work hard, but also look up to the sky and let the world pay attention to itself. As an entrepreneur, it is also a public figure. Okay, you can arrange it. Okay. End the communication. Lu Dong paced back and forth in the office, neither sitting nor standing. 300 million US dollars, the largest financing JD.com had ever received, amounted to more than 2 billion yuan. It was unimaginable before. The surprise came too quickly. Like a dream. Right now. The phone rang. Mr. Ma. Lu Dong suppressed his excitement and picked up the phone. Mr. Ma, of course, is from Penguin. In order to fight against Alibaba and Tang Qing, Penguin made 2 rounds of investment in JD.com and is also a shareholder. Because of this, JD.com's valuation has grown several steps faster. Later, because Tang Qing made a fierce move and got a hummingbird merchant, Penguin was a little less optimistic about JD.com. However, ERV suddenly took action against JD.com, which Mr. Ma didn't expect at all. This is about turning over 40%, $300 million. ERV will never let this investment go to waste. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Now, ERV is Penguin's largest shareholder. It will be the largest shareholder of JD.com again. Do the math. Everyone is in the same boat in the future, so naturally we have to call to congratulate. Haha, there's no way. I'm all forced by reality. Lu Dong's tone was filled with helplessness. Yes. Mr. Ma also sighed. Speaking of financing, as the founders of the same company, we can't help but have the same feeling. If you have money, who is willing to sell the company's shares? Every financing is like cutting your own flesh. It hurts. It's okay to make money. Losing money. Have to keep cutting again. The sadness and mental journey involved are unimaginable to others, and there is always deep bitterness hidden in the happiness. However, it's good to get used to it, as long as the child is not taken away by others. They're all busy people. After chatting for a few words, they hung up the phone. Then, the news also spread in the industry, and friends called me one after another. Many investment institutions have even expressed interest. In response, Lu Dong curled his lips. You guys go wherever there is meat. Why didn't you come when JD.com was in trouble before? I became interested when I saw ERV entering the market. Snort. Think beautifully. In the short term, JD.com's capital flow should not dry up. With ERV as a major shareholder, bank loans will be much easier. After tomorrow, everything will be different. He is looking forward to it. With money, there's so many things you can do. Warehousing, logistics, delivery, serve. These are JD.com's current advantages. Although Tang Qing has hummingbird commercial storage and JD.com's warehouse building is a bit lackluster, if you think about it more deeply, there are still many differences between the two parties. Warehousing is the same as logistics. Let's focus on the latter too. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to create a piece of the sky. The next day, morning, the media who got the news arrived one after another. When they learned the exact content, everyone was dumbfounded. Holy shit, in just a few days, ERV has made 2 major investments in China. Penguin, JD.com, throw in billions of dollars. Who will be the lucky one next? You have money. People who are poor have money left over. That is, the park loans they have in Africa are worth billions of dollars. Including the current investment in China, tens of billions of dollars have gone out in just half a month. Crazy. You can't say that. It should be called visionary, at least when it comes to investing in Chinese companies. That's right. Journalists don't have any bad feelings towards foreign investment. Domestic capital is too weak, and it's also very troublesome, and some have complicated backgrounds. Relatively speaking, there are many benefits to investing in foreign countries. 10:30 in the morning. The two parties formally signed a financing agreement. When signing is complete, Lu Dong breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. We have money. This news. It was also spread immediately. JD.com is going to rise. Another Chinese company that is favored by ERV. This is trying to provoke domestic industry competition. Isn't it good? What's good? We have more power to choose. That's right. Netizens accepted it calmly. Yes, domestic production should be supported. But many times they also want to have choices and competition. Otherwise, it would be unfair to consumers if one company dominates the market and they don't even have a choice. If this side is unhappy, I can still support the other side. Same. This has also stimulated many other companies. ERV voted for the penguins. I invested in JD.com again. Will your own home be the next one? Apparently. It's possible. Since ERV wants to expand into the Chinese market, it will definitely not do it in a small way. It only invests in Penguin and JD.com. Its business scope is so wide that it can make people dizzy. I wonder who the next lucky winner will be. Baidu, Ren, Soho. There are different opinions. Mostly said casually. To this, someone did the analysis. Not all the established internet giants have caught up with this wave of internet. Let's talk about Soho. This salty fish, let alone Sina, Penguin News has almost defeated it. How many people still use Ren? Even though the number of registered users is so high, it is only a number for investors. In a few years, WeChat Moments will be able to use it casually. Post-2000s, people may not even know that it exists. As for Baidu, except for the search business, it has no core competitiveness at all. Google is also watching covetously. The most important thing is that it is listed. As for some people saying that HC.com, don't be kidding, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Looking at people's guesses about ERV's next move, Tang Qing shook his head. If y'all guessed this, how good would it be? After investing in Penguin and JD.com, ERV will stop for a while. It's not that I don't have money. On the contrary, there is plenty of money. ERV's loans are backed by major consortiums in Europe and the United States. The main reason is that there is no good goal. Invest in Baidu? Cut. Why invest it? Now I am still making money every day by relying on PPC. Investing in it no longer has much strategic significance, so just don't waste the money. ERV money doesn't fall from the sky. Recently, there are still 3 holes to fill. Shared. Take a taxi. Takeout. Each one costs a lot of money, but it can increase user stickiness. There are already companies doing it, but they're still developing and testing it. Tang Qing has already thought about this. He will only vote and not do it himself. Investment purpose. Just to ensure that this flow is open to myself. In addition to copying the mature models of his previous life, his industry also hopes to take a different path. After all, he still has troubles. Qingyang sound effects. Microcrystalline technology. There are products that have never appeared before. After, each company will also aim at disruptive innovation. It's an old road that makes people sleepy and gives little sense of achievement. Waiting for our smart space park to be built. I want to make history. The next day, July 7th. In one day, QR code payment has appeared in major cities, counties, and towns across the country. Although it is sparse, Tang Qing believes that a single spark can start a prairie fire. This is the general trend. When users get used to it, merchants have to get used to it. Morning. Tang Qing came to the Smart Space Park construction site. Now, he looked nervous. Luo Chong was earlier than Tang Qing. According to the plan, he was going to come today to check on the progress. Tang Qing's secretary suddenly called yesterday to say that Tang Qing was coming this morning, so he naturally had to be earlier. Same. The construction unit that got the news stood in a row. That's right, just one row. For such a large project, with a construction site of 800 acres and more than 500,000 square meters, there are many contractors. There are as many as 6 general contractors. At this moment, the gate has been cleaned. Here we come. The huge march was very dazzling. Chairman, Luo Chong stepped forward. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. Everyone looked at the face of almost Tian. No way. Tang Qing has made many headlines. Hello. Tang Qing smiled at them and said, he will return to Qingyan City the day after tomorrow. Let's take a look before leaving. In Luo Chang's opinion, this project may be an electronic product and related technology research center. It's not as important as the new generation mobile phone of Eno. However, in Tang Qing's heart, the weight here is much more important than the era. Honestly, he is not very interested in mobile phones, tablets, and computers. The path taken by his predecessors is not very exciting. The final project of Qingyuan technology is the technology incubator in front of him. Want to play? Just play something exciting. Go in and have a look. Okay. Putting on his safety helmet, Tang Qing walked ahead. Looking around, he saw machines and big pits. The earthworks had been completed, and the foundation was nearing completion. It's equivalent to saying, there are no buildings popping up yet. But, as the park's general planner and designer, Tang Qing doesn't see it this way. This work has long been in his mind, and he knows exactly where it is and what it is. The world in his eyes. It is different from outsiders. Second servant, please render. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The voice fell. Machinery disappears. The foundation pit disappears. Workers disappear. Instead, there are completed buildings. Beautiful. Science fiction. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Others only thought they were satisfied with the progress. Only Tang Qing knew that he was satisfied with his design. From now on, this will be the place where he often stays. Postgraduate level. Tang Qing will spend a considerable part of his time here. In early October, the main building of the entire park will be completed. If it goes quickly, with the addition of decoration, experimental equipment, and greening, it is expected to be put into use by mid-December. Luo Chang finally said, such a fast speed is really amazing. In theory, the entire construction is less than a year old, thanks to the extensive use of steel structures. Of course, there is still money to be paid. Luo Chang can't help but be happy when he thinks about leaving his previous small yard at the end of the year. Who doesn't want to work in a big place? Have a look. It's so atmospheric here. But the most angry person was Tang Qing. Tens of billions. It was done as promised without any hesitation. The Shanghai market was very generous. 800 acres were given out as promised. The entire park was surrounded by rivers like an island. It was a really good location. Tang Qing also wants to build a lake in the middle of the park. This can be done in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. That's to a certain level. His own chairman is such a person. If you have money, you're willing to spend it, and you're willing to spend it on employees. Although you don't give cash, the guarantee is top-notch in the industry. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Impeccable. Come to check again? Definitely, they're all white hats. Looks familiar. Really, it seems, Tang Qing. What? The boss of this project is unmistakable. It's the first time I've seen a real person. He's so charming. I saw Tang Qing. The workers were talking a lot. If they were normal, they might not know who Tang Qing is until now. After all, not so many people pay attention to who is the richest, but when working on this project, they heard a lot. Once understood, I got some impression. Mr. Luo. I won't go to the company. Something suddenly happened, so I'll leave first. Okay, Luo Chang said quickly. Last night, he saw Tang Qing saying hello to the others and walking outside with a smile on his face, as if he was happy about something. Although he was confused about what it was, as long as it was not a bad thing, it would be fine. March on. Tang Qing suppressed his excitement. Today, it's finally time to upgrade. Level 10. It took him nearly 4 years. This process was really long, starting with small loans, and then playing it big, starting to adjust the Asian dollar, deposits and loans, and the indicators of primary assets. Pit, Mongolian, turn, cheat, rob. The soldiers made money everywhere. Step by step, it can be considered that the phased indicators have been achieved. Name, Tang Qing. Level 9 experience. 25600/25600 extractable assets. 6.66 million spirit. 26.99. Physique, 2186. Source gas value. 0 convertible foreign currencies. US dollars, euros, Japanese yen, rubles, Thai baht, chat, rupees, pounds. Now, all tasks were completed. Obviously, The system was calculated well and just reached the level of upgrade experience. Tang Qing was also very familiar with the other numbers. He preferred 6, so he kept more than 6.6 billion. It looks pleasing to the eye. As for other data, Tang Qing looked at it almost every day. He had no choice but to spend the whole night with nothing to do. If he didn't go to the training center to practice, how could he pass the long night? It was so hard work, but the rewards were huge. After breaking through the 10th level gene lock, the growth rate is much faster. Pity. This is not an abnormal human world. There are not that many big bosses for him to fight. He has no weapons, so he can only practice fists with soldiers and compete with machines in the training center. He quite liked it, unless you're crazy. Otherwise, who wants to have difficult bosses everywhere? Upgrade. Yes. Tang Qing curled his lips. 4 years later, the system is still so taciturn that it can only type out a word with a stick. The next moment, his personal information interface changed and became slightly different from before. I wipe. Finished reading. Tang Qing only uttered these 2 words. Name, Tang Qing. Level, 3rd level authority. Withdrawable assets, 6.439 million at this moment. Tang Qing was a little panicked. The experience is gone. The status is gone. Currency exchange is gone. The authority has become the so-called 3rd level authority, and the extractable assets have decreased by more than 200 million. He knows that at level 10, all previous arrears in the system must be returned. Not much, just over 200 million. But what happened if the others disappeared? Besides, what is the 3rd level authority for? Don't you want to give me an explanation? Also, what about the rewards? Didn't you say there are rewards for level 10? Why don't I see anything? You can at least update the special products. Tang Qing muttered silently. The system debt has been settled and the rewards have been distributed. Based on the monetary achievements you have made during this period, you've been given 3rd level permissions. This is the only reward for level 10. The system answered. A permission. I've been looking forward to it for almost 4 years. Talk. Is this appropriate? What's my status? Tang Qing asked again. From now on, your strength growth will only be achieved through hard work. I believe you can accurately calculate your status indicators without using those numbers. The system said. One listen. Tang Qing nodded. Indeed, it's been almost 4 years, and it's such a failure to still look at numbers to know how much you weigh. Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. Anyway, in the later stages, most of his indicators came from hard training. Relying on tasks is too slow. He has long been no longer regarded as the main method of improvement. What about currency exchange? Are you cutting it off for me? 3rd level authority. You can exchange all currencies on this planet. No need to show it. Not displayed. It's okay if you give me a hint. I have to ask. Now, Tang Qing only had one last question left. Permission. What kind of turtle is it? It is your control authority over a different space with a lowest level. If you complete the loan task step by step and finally pay all the arrears and do not exploit system vulnerabilities, there is no level of authority. Tang Qing was speechless for a while. So strict, it seems. It's really not possible to follow the steps. It's thanks to my second uncle that I accidentally bumped into Mian Yao and found another path. Otherwise, the final result will definitely be haha. The next step is first-class authority. If you exceed the task limit, make a significant breakthrough in the original loan scale, and start to enter the field of large-scale self-funded credit, you can obtain it. Level authority, outsiders and objects, can be allowed to enter the different space. There is no time limit, no weight limit, and the volume is smaller than the free space in the different space. No fees are charged. Yes. Tang Qing took a big breath. I'll go. Good function. In the past, except for what he carried with him, anything that was brought in from the outside had to be charged. It was extremely expensive. In terms of volume, 1 cubic meter per day cost 1 million yuan. Grab the same. It would be very useful if he could just stuff things inside without paying for it. In the past, he had thought about building a factory inside because the laboratory could not manufacture industrial products on a large scale. He has the equipment, but the raw materials must come from outside. There's a fee. Very expensive. In other words, the raw materials for fruit wine come from the training area. If you grow them yourself, you can build a factory there. At this time, the system begins to interpret second-level permissions. Second-level authority, you must obtain control over the issuance of a valuable currency. The issuance scale of the currency must be more than 10,000 value points, which means that the purchasing power is equivalent to 300 billion renminbi. Level authority. Increase the number of transmission nodes to 100. Hear this. Tang Qing's eyes lit up. What good thing. As of now, he only has 8 teleportation nodes, which is really troublesome to use on a daily basis. 1 for each continent. It is often used here, and soldiers will immediately rush to the next place. It can be said, transfer node. Most of the time, I was either flying in the sky or running on the ground, which made me feel tired. 100. Cent. 10 for each continent is more than enough. But after solving a big problem, he really wants to go anywhere in the future, including the North and South Poles. This kind of luxury is what Tang Qing has thought about for a long time. Third level authority. You must obtain the right to issue a country's sovereign currency with an issuance scale of more than 30,000 value points and become a foreign exchange reserve currency recognized by more than 20 countries. Level authority, barrier. I wiped. Tang Qing almost jumped up in fright. Kill with a stick? After asking for more information, I found out that it was a protective measure, a bit like absolute defense. Any fatal attack on him could be transferred to a different space, which was a supplement to the small protective shield. He looked at his watch. At first, this was added to the special category of products, which could resist kinetic energy weapons. It was later installed on an aircraft and destroyed one of Kovalo's experimental bases on the Mexican island. The effect was not very good. A few times, the energy is exhausted. Now, having this thing can completely solve your own safety problems. There is a difference of 3 levels between second class, first class, second class, and third class. The rewards are really getting better and better. Okay, Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. The path is right. The reward is really generous. No. At this time, Tang Qing remembered the currency exchange mentioned by the system. Didn't it say that all currencies can be exchanged? Why is it not mentioned in several levels of authority? Did you miss something? What about exchanging foreign currency? Tang Qing asked. The system cannot be forgetful. Anyone with non-secondary authority can freely exchange currencies of various countries. This is the explanation. Tang Qing accepted. After all, relatively speaking, this small function does not have as many benefits as the level authority. He can exchange all major mainstream currencies, and it does not matter whether he has other currencies. Good. Try it. He just finished speaking. Tang Qing disappeared into the march. In the past, the march would have to stop and wait for him, but now that there are so many teleportation nodes, he just threw one on the car. The soldiers were ordered to circle the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Open at will. Now, his body appeared in the command room. Today's command room is already full. Tens of thousands of analysts are busy in the almost endless command hall, providing support to soldiers around the world. Very busy. Commander. Tang, he said respectfully. Yeah. Tang Qing waiver. 64 black metal balls the size of glass beads were suspended in his hand. These are the 64 teleportation nodes, added to the mission material list. Tang Qing said there were 8 before, 1 was carried with him, and the other was placed in Qingyan City, both of which were immovable. Only 6 are in circulation around the world. Therefore, 7 continents. There's little use in plowing Antarctica, and 70 should be enough. He planned to keep the remaining 30 for his own use, and use them to support other situations if necessary. Yes, Commander. Tang, he took it. One more thing. Yes. Servant, bring up the training area map. The next second, a map of the entire training area appeared in front of him. Tang Qing drew a line in the air with his bare hands and drew an area of 20 square kilometers, 10 kilometers away from the city where the original training area was used as a street fighting training venue. Here, build a manufacturing center and activate the ZH-023 backup plan. Learn from the warrior. Fine. Tang Qing likes to make plans, but most of them are whimsical and some cannot be accomplished at all. but he takes it seriously. If he needs it one day, he will just use it, buy from the system. After all, it is not a long-term solution. He has always hoped that Jian can manufacture all the technological products in his hands. However, so far, it has not been fully realized. He can only build some factories in Myanmar, but he dare not come up with something too advanced. For this reason, he has listed the ZH series plan at 45, and 23 is just one of them. At first, he thought about it. It would be great if he could do it inside. No, crucial moment. Just call it up and use it. It's very convenient. But the investment is a bit large, and the construction period is long, which may take several months. So let's build a large industrial chain here. Mainly for my own use. Not short of money. Yes, Commander. 2 things have been resolved. The next moment, Tang Qing tried other upgrade benefits one after another and was very satisfied. He said that the attribute of absorbing damage was a bit unbelievable. No matter it was directly attacked or affected, as long as it exceeded a certain attack power. Intelligent resistance. Certainly, the attack doesn't really go away. Instead, he was transferred elsewhere. The most important thing is the strength of his mental power, which can determine the protection range. Now it is only more than 2 meters in radius, which corresponds to a state of more than 2,000. The task is heavy, and it's a long way to go. From the beginning, I heard the system say there were 98 gene locks, at least. What the hell? He has only now unlocked the 12th level. 98. Is that God? Tang Qing shook his head. God knows. Take your time. His lifespan is about the same as that of a tortoise, and 98 does not seem to be a distant number. In a few hundred years, he may be able to touch it. Ahem. Tang Qing shook his head. Get rid of this distant goal. Test completed. Tang Qing asked the question he was most concerned about. How to increase the permission level. 3rd level. Obviously not the end. The increase in level authority depends entirely on the currency you control and its share in the global payment market. Every time you advance one position, you can increase the level of authority. It is currently 8. Tang Qing opened his mouth. Surprise. I'm not surprised that this ranking is not high, because this is calculated international trade, excluding the total domestic currency transactions of the country. In total, it is not unusual to rank 8th. Loans to Africa, cancer treatment, filter the solution. These 3 items have supported the size of the Asian dollar's international payment market and made everyone believe that this currency can buy good things. That is why later countries have successively included it as a reserve currency. Use on a small scale. Neighboring India has a large currency, but the rupee is too unstable and few countries are willing to ask for it in the international market. Therefore, its internal payment volume is large, but its international payment ratio is very low. For the first 7, Tang Qing asked, brush it. The ranking appeared before his eyes. Dollar, Euro, GBP, JPY, Chinese currency, Canadian dollar, Australian dollar. In other words, the Asian dollar ranks second to the Australian dollar. Tang Qing also agreed. There was a lot of noise about the Asian dollars tossing, so he talked about loans to Africa. Last year, about 100 billion Asian dollars were spent. The Asian dollar payment market has not really opened up yet. A low ranking is normal. If it weren't for the loans to Africa, it might be even lower because solutions and medicines are inputs, and you earn money from other countries. They don't have many Asian dollars, so they usually pay with other means. Fine. 8th. Not driven beyond 10. Huh. Tang Qing noticed a word. Chinese currency? A sovereign country, merged into one type of currency. RMB, Hong Kong dollar, Taiwan dollar, etc. are collectively called Chinese currency. The system explained. That's right. Tang Qing nodded. At first, when you want to exchange Hong Kong dollars, there are such restrictions. The system can only enter but not exit. It only recognizes the RMB as the sovereign currency, and the others are subsidiary currencies. As a result, the ranking is really high. Otherwise, if separated, the RMB may still lag behind the Australian dollar. It is now 2008, and the internationalization of the RMB is not going smoothly. It has a huge scale of internal use, but is not well recognized by the international payment market. Is it equivalent to saying that if you flip the dollar, it will be 10 times better? Yes, the system admitted. Tang Qing was speechless. This is a matter of choice. It seems. We really have to find a way to challenge the US dollar and the euro. This is another big question. Why can the Asian dollar surpass them? If we follow the plan step by step, it is a bit uncertain as it is now. It is still conceivable to chase the yen and the pound. Available in USD and euro. Look at the proportions. The US dollar is 40%, the euro is 39%, the third pound is only about 6%, and the rest are all in single digits. Not to mention the Asian dollar, which is now barely able to break through 1. The gap is too big. 0.82. Not even round numbers. Have no choice. But think about it. The annual global trade volume is so huge. Over $10 trillion, an astronomical figure. And this is the total import and export volume. Otherwise, 1% is more than 100 billion US dollars. And the Asian dollar will burn incense if it can have about 0.5%. 0.8. It took a lot of effort to do this. The task is heavy. It's a long way to go. Tang Qing quickly adjusted his mentality. This was not a big surprise. The US dollar's status as the world's currency was not just a boast, but was supported by real trade payments. What he wants to do is not question, but admit it, then catch up. It seems that many strategies need to be adjusted to serve this overall goal. Although there are no complicated achievement tasks, this goal is much more difficult than those achievement tasks. Does it have to be a UN? Yes. The 10th level of authority is the highest. Insufficient authority. Can I sing a song for you? Whatever. We chatted for a while. Tang Qing stopped. In this case, it is necessary to push the Asian dollar up instead of trying to control the European and American central banks. If that is the case, the difficulty will be much easier, but there is no loophole to exploit. Tang Qing teleported back to the car, thinking, it is extremely difficult for yuan to turn over. If the original development ideas are followed, the possibility of surpassing other currencies and becoming the third one is very high. But the first two are like a big mountain. Dollar. Euro. The two brothers jointly carved up the international payment market, just as they fought against each other. 10 minutes. Tang Qing's overclocked brain was a little confused. Suddenly, ha ha ha, he laughed. I really know how to find trouble. In the past 4 years, I have gone from nothing to today. There is still a long way to go. Do we have to defeat Europe and the United States within 3 to 5 years? What is he in a hurry for? Say it again. Defeat Europe and America. That is what you need to consider when applying for the 9th or 10th grade. Before that, there are still 5 authority levels waiting for him to unlock, and each one should be able to gain huge benefits. As long as he does his best, why should he think about how to defeat the full-level boss as soon as he leaves the house? Silly. Waited for 3rd. If we think about the 2nd thing, we are not even 7th. According to the scale, if we want to catch up with the 7th, the international trade scale of the Asian dollar must more than double the current basis. Double. This is already a big problem. A lot of effort and price have to be paid. Take it step by step. Let's first surpass the previous one. What the Asian dollar needs now is to stabilize its advantage, seek development, and accumulate currency credit. Otherwise, even if the euro and the US dollar are defeated, the Asian dollar will not become the number one. To strike iron, you have to be tough yourself. Go home. Yes. Afternoon. Tang Qing did not go out and was floating in the swimming pool of the villa. Although he was not in a hurry, he still needed to make preparations. In the past, there was no international trade payment for achievement tasks, and many things were casual. It's different now. To gain power, he has to start swiping orders. Of course, this order is not a fake order, so it is meaningless and will not play any role in the total proportion. It is a real order and only changes the payment method. The next day, July 8th, Myanmar. Naypyidaw. Khanshin has been excited these days because of the 2-day trial operation. This is a project he has taken charge of. He will go to the trial operation. Zero will not attend until the official operation. He will check it first, looking at the thick documents on the table, almost piled up into a mountain. Busy work is so kind in Tang Qing's eyes. In the past, he didn't even have to do anything he wanted to do. Sometimes, when a bridge more than 20 meters long was built, he would cut it and treat it as a major event. Yes, there is nothing trivial about people's livelihood, but this also reflects a fact: true leisure. What now? High speed, railway, airport, new town, bridge. Various large-scale projects were launched like crazy, and he finally felt like a deputy chief. Less than half an hour into his work, the black phone rang, and he quickly picked it up. It is the opposite of China's black and red landline settings. Here it is. The black number is the inside line. It has a high level of confidentiality and is only available to people at or above the deputy chief executive level of each state. It is different from ordinary numbers. It only has 5 digits. Every time it rings, it cannot be ignored. Deputy Chief Tang Qing, come here. Zero's voice came. Yes. Tang Qing stood up immediately. Even though they had worked together for so long, he still had a sense of awe for Zero, awe of his power, awe of his ability, and even more awe of the earth-shaking changes he had brought to this land in the past few years. Close the file. Holding a notebook, he walked quickly to Zero's office. Sit down. Okay. Tang Qing sat down. I don't know what Ling wanted to do with him. He probably wanted to communicate with him in advance about something. Now he is considered Ling's diehard supporter and second in command. Of course, only within the power it possesses. The other deputy chiefs are all Zero people now. It's just that he is responsible for many aspects. In doubt, Zero spoke. Next, I want to launch some trade promotion policies to improve the international credibility and influence of the Asian dollar. This is a preliminary plan. You can see if there are any problems first. Tang Qing smiled bitterly in his heart. Zero is still so quick. He is confident in everything he does, and he makes plans well in advance. Take the file. Tang Qing took a quick look at it, mainly some policy changes. After reading the regulations and provisions for so long, he had no difficulty in understanding them. After reading it roughly, Tang Qing had a lot of doubts in his heart. Trade promotion policies. Apparently, based on trade, but a bit radical. For example, in government procurement, even for foreign tenders, the Asian dollar must be used. It used to be a priority, but now it has been changed from zero to a must. The change is huge. But this is understandable. As the initiator, the government must of course take the lead. Not a big problem. And the largest project contractor in Myanmar is a Chinese company. China recognizes the status of the Asian dollar. There is not much difference between giving RMB and giving Asian dollars. Maybe they're still willing to take Asian dollars. Transcription, stock solution. Filter the solution. Gold. There are also oases. China's import scale is huge and it is not difficult to accept. But it also stipulates that all companies that import raw materials and goods from foreign countries, if they pay in Asian dollars, can enjoy a tax reduction of 2 to 5 percentage points depending on the industry. This is a big problem. Less taxes. The total amount of imports and exports available has not changed. So, their finances must be reduced. This will definitely affect fiscal revenue. Tang Qing directly proposed. I know, but we need to take a long-term view. As the influence of the Asian dollar increases, our benefits will be huge. As for the fiscal shrinkage of each state, how does it compare with before? It has doubled several times, or even more than 10 times. However, I don't want to let them bear it. This part of the tax exemption will be fully subsidized by Zhongyang Finance to each state after the revenue is turned over. Financial. The local government must pay attention to it, because this involves how much money they have to spend. Unlike the Zhongyang government, Zhongyang can print money, but local states cannot. This is the root of how much emphasis they place on money. The former focuses on specifics. The latter takes macroeconomics into account. Therefore, subsidies are indeed necessary. In that case, that's okay. Tang Qing nodded. In this way, the local problem was solved. It was just that their finances were a little short. On this point, Tang Qing did not argue with Ling anymore. Ling held the biggest money bag, so he said it would be fine. These are missing. It will not affect next year's budget, because taxes have been increasing. The Oasis solution alone will be able to pay more than 100 billion Asian dollars in taxes to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone this year. This is no exaggeration. The contract price for the treatment of 100,000 square kilometers is 1.5 trillion. Although they only paid a down payment, the treatment period is 3 years, and the balance is paid in installments. On average, there will still be money. 100 billion. At least 30 billion will be handed over. Coupled with the increase in taxes from other industries, the finances are still very comfortable. You can take this document back. We will discuss it at a meeting tomorrow and strive to implement it as soon as possible. What I mean is that on the first day of next month, these policies will be officially implemented. Zero said. So fast. Tang Qing couldn't help but be surprised. New policy. After completing the process, it took half a year to complete the process very quickly. As usual, do it in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone first. Zero added. Understood. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. It is not directly implemented nationwide. Otherwise, it would be too hasty. In the past, the market was small, there were few enterprises, and the commodity economy was not active. This kind of policy would be quick if it was fast, and the impact would not be too big. It's different now. The growing scale of the economy requires that any action, especially tax policy, should be done with caution. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has always been a testing ground for new policies. How could I forget it? But the total economic output of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, especially in terms of import and export trade, it covers 80% of the companies in the country, which shows the imbalance of regional development. But I understand. The Myanmar Bank Group was founded there, and the main export goods are also produced there. For medical treatment, most people will choose to go to the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, which cannot be compared with other states combined. Have to. This trade promotion policy. It is not much different from full implementation. After Tang Qing left, 10 minutes, another person came to Zero's office. Miao Yi, head of the Myanmar Economic Development and Reform Commission. You take a look at this first. Ling took out an identical document and handed it over. Something happened suddenly. Logically speaking, he should have communicated with Miao Yi first, but Ken was close to him and there was a meeting tomorrow, so he went according to distance. Yes, Miao Yi answered. Looked at it carefully. What do you mean? After reading this, Miao Yi raised his head. He still didn't know how far Ling would go. The department he was in charge of was extremely powerful, but its purpose was to implement Ling's instructions. Think back to the beginning. Lang Kai is in office. Let Zero be in charge of this department with the same layout. Now, among all ministries, it ranks first. There will be a meeting tomorrow. I hope to start implementation in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone on the first day of next month. What do you think? Ling asked. Although he is the executive department, he still deserves respect. Hear the words. Miao Yi was also surprised. Too fast. But Ling wanted to do it, and he supported it because as a Chinese descendant, he was not very popular in Myanmar before, but Ling didn't care about this. He was first promoted to the mayor of Naypyidaw, and then took charge of a committee. High position and authority. Follow Zero. It was his only choice in a foreign country. Your purpose is to enhance the international credibility and influence of the Asian dollar. This method is very good. Tax subsidies can also protect states from losses. There is not much problem in implementing it in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Miao Yi concluded. A subsidy. It's nothing more than a matter of money. It's trivial. I'm coming to you this time for another thing related to it. I plan to increase the countries covered by commodity and project loans. Your task is to find the appropriate countries and limits, including but not limited to the countries that have been enjoyed. Projects can also be classified as general and special. For example, Oasis can be used for special loans, and only the purchase of this commodity and service is allowed. After listening, Miao Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. Others have money. It's all constant accumulation. As the saying goes, you have food in your pocket and don't panic. But when you have money, you like to spread it out and act completely against common sense. In other words, the international status of the Asian dollar should be enough now. So many countries recognize it as a reserve currency. The regional influence is not weak either. We already have enough loans to Africa, but we are still not satisfied. I really don't know what Zero's positioning is against the Asian dollar. Is it to challenge the euro and the US dollar? How could this be possible? Miao, you didn't believe it at all. It's crazy. Understood. Although confused. Miao Yi nodded without hesitation. Zero goal. This is the meaning of the existence of the department he is in charge of. Zero has implemented many radical policies in the past, and no one understands them. However, in the end, it turned out that their vision was not far-sighted enough. Since Zero came to power, there have been no policy mistakes. Understand and execute. You have to implement it even if you don't understand it. Before leaving, Ling said something to Miao Yi. The Asian dollar, as an emerging sovereign currency, has a too shallow foundation. If it just rests on its past glory, it will soon lose its vitality. Therefore, it must be moved. For the future of all of us. The last 10 words. Miao Yi was filled with strength. All of us. Apparently, Ling is not whimsical, nor does he really like to throw away money, but he is tossing for everyone's future. Even though Miao Yi still doesn't understand everything, he knows that this is also doing something for himself. After returning, Miao Yi read the documents carefully again and found that many of the policies were a bit inexplicable. For example, it was stipulated that government tenders must use Asian dollars, but there was no restriction on the other party's use of them to exchange for other countries' currencies. For example, in the past, the billion-dollar airport project was won by the Huaxia company. Well, if you have enough RMB in your pocket, you will pay the company for the project directly in RMB, and no Asian dollars will be used during the process. However, under new regulations, there is one more intermediate link. That is, the winning contract only gives Asian dollars. As for the company that gets the Asian dollars, it does not impose any restrictions on whether it should go to the Central Bank of Myanmar to exchange for RMB or go directly to the Central Bank of China to exchange for RMB. In theory, except for the increase in the proportion of Asian dollars in Myanmar's international trade payment orders, it has no practical effect. Miao Yi was speechless. Why bother? It's almost meaningless, just like in the past, Zhang San traded to Li Si, but now there is an additional Wang Wu, but Wang Wu does not charge a handling fee, and it is just a left hand. Handing over to the right hand. No, counting subsidies. Still at a loss. Miao Yi couldn't understand. Never mind. Whatever. There won't be any substantial negative impact anyway. Then, Miao Yi began to summon his experts. Not a consultation, but perfection. The policies in Lingai's documents are very comprehensive, and there are different tax exemptions and exemptions for various industries. However, an industry is also divided into many large and small categories. Lingai's documents are guidance documents that need to be completed by them. For example, car imports, complete vehicle, component, American, European, new car, second-hand, Burmese Asian, broken down. There's a long list of tables. Some products may have their own tax refund policies and must be separately issued. Some products that have previously been taxed must also have their tax rates recalculated. Therefore, this is a systematic project, not a single policy. You also have to use your brain to find ways to avoid being exploited by policy loopholes, which is very complicated. Therefore, it would be good if this work can be completed this week, and then it will be submitted for review and modification. Plus go through the formal process. Time is very tight. Wanting to implement it on the first day of next month is a bit hasty for the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. But since the order was given from above, they have no right to complain and have to work overtime to complete it. I don't think luxury car imports should enjoy the tax reduction policy. That's right. That's not acceptable. Don't forget the purpose. This is an inclusive policy. It is clearly stated above that it will benefit all import and export companies. Someone shook the guiding document in his hand. Then let's go with the lowest, 1%. You can't kill it with a stick. If it's more than 1 million, it's only reduced by 1%. But for 50 to 1 million, I think it can be reduced by 1.5%, 20 to 500,000, 2%. Reasonable. Okay, that's it. What about Oasis exports? I think 5% is good, and the same is true for other products of Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company. 5% is the tax reduction cap specified in the document. Apparently, they are particularly open-minded towards Myanmar Asian companies, who can tell this company to live up to expectations. This year alone, the turnover of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company may exceed 2 trillion Asian dollars. Excellent cowhide. Their pride, their long faces. Even if the offer is high, no one will stand up to oppose it, except Zero. But Zero felt that the offer was too high and asking for modifications was not a wrong thing for them. Okay, agree. The products of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group are also subject to this tax reduction rate. Okay. It should be. There was a lively discussion in the small conference room. At this time, Miao Yi came to another conference room again. He did not forget the second thing Ling said, which was to increase the coverage of commodity and project loans. In fact, he had done research on it before, and now he was going to dig it out again. Loosen conditions. Choose again. Director, what is the upper limit of new loans? There is no standard for the time being. It means we need to calculate the limit loan amount of the Asian dollar ourselves. Miao Yi explained that Zero did not say the upper limit and asked them to determine the limit, which was a bit like the rhythm of something big. If it is calculated, 1 trillion Asian dollars can be loaned. Won't. Miao Yi shook his head. That's crazy. Trillions. If you think about it, this is an angel. Zero shouldn't be that crazy. However, he remembered this special loan that Zero said. If so, it seems that even 1 trillion can be eaten. Don't forget, just an oasis. 100,000 square kilometers per year is equivalent to sales of 1.5 trillion Asian dollars. Ahem. It's better to do his own thing first. He can't decide on this matter. What are the number of countries? Someone asked again. There is no limit, so unlike the last time it was limited to Africa, this time we need to restudy all countries above the global scale to ensure our interests. In addition to new countries, existing lending countries also need to conduct more in-depth evaluations. Otherwise, if we give too much money and we cannot get it back in the end, it will be our dereliction of duty. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Very quickly. This office is also busy. It's a good experience. They are close to our country. They know the basics. Although their strength is a bit lacking, they're still rich in natural resources and have a good relationship with us. We can consider lending to them, then put them on the full candidate list. Thailand is not short of money and has an industrial base. If you want to borrow, it is better to focus on special loans. Considering the current delicate relationship, it is not suitable to lend on a large scale. Then put it on the special candidate list. Pakistan can do it. It has a good reputation and has many deserts. It can be used as a special loan for Oasis. Considering its relationship with China, we should not get involved too deeply. That makes sense. Madagascar has the ability to pay its debts, and its own economy is extremely underdeveloped. I think it can be added to the candidate list for special grain loans first. Myanmar is a grain exporter and has had bumper harvests in recent years. Warehouses were built one after another. And they don't necessarily need to sell their own grain to give money to others. They can buy it in Southeast Asian countries. These countries with superior geographical locations have never been short of food. Asian dollar. It already has a trade settlement status in Southeast Asia. It's almost time to get off work. They just finished the rough classification. Next, there's also a series of evaluation work, and these issues will also be passed down to lower department for Division of Labor and Consultation. Fortunately, Zero has given enough time, and a report will be released by the end of this month. Call. Finish your own business. Look up. Miao Yi found that it was already dark outside the window. The nature of his work was special. If he wanted to do it, he had almost endless things to do. In addition to the work ordered by his superiors, he also had to work hard. For example, a policy. How is the following implemented? What are the problems in the process, and whether there is a better way? As a supervisory agency, it is necessary to collect and feedback in a timely manner and think about and put forward its own opinions. It's not just about putting your head down and working hard. You still have to look up at the sky. Enrichment. 10 minutes later, a march was driving on the street, and Miao Yi was sitting in it. This car was not bought by their family, but equipped with it. It was originally a Burmese Asian car. To advertise, almost every top leader in every state owned one. But only for top leaders. In their unit, he, the director, was assigned one, along with guards and drivers. They were all from Myanmar's top security agency. They were extremely silent, and Miao Yi was used to it. Another 10 minutes passed. The car arrived at the Miao family's manor. Still the director now. You can live in your own family, but if one day your luck breaks out and you reach the deputy head level, you will have to live in a special place, such as Suyu, and you cannot completely decide your own life and travel. There's gain. There's a loss. Entered the manor. Miao Yi found that there were a few more march cars in the public parking lot. It was parked here for guests. There were obviously distinguished guests. He looked at the license plate again. It was the name of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, and it was a civilian license plate. I just don't know who it is. As a place where small fortunes are made, there are really many businessmen who have been supported. During the first few investment promotions, all those who invested in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone have now made a fortune, resulting in this car being very popular. Only about 10 million. Safety. Solid leather. Comfortable. Have a face. It also represented a show of goodwill, so the Miao family bought 3 cars. Who is here? Miao Yi contacted the housekeeper. Mr. Tang and the others. The steward said immediately. Mr. Tang. Miao Yi realized that there was only one Mr. Tang in Myanmar who could be called by a collective name. Forget it. He wouldn't join in the fun. He had been busy all day, so he went back to rest early. Think about it. Delin province is about to open for trial operation, and they went to attend the ceremony. It just so happened that their father was also going because the Miao family had invested heavily in Delin province, and they were probably planning to set off together tomorrow. Tang family. Thinking of this family, Miao Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a blessing. Relying on the power of following the dragon, Tang Kai's business here is booming. Although he is a foreigner, no one dares to look down upon him. Tang Qing also struck out on both sides of the country and earned a net worth of 1 trillion yuan. Trillions. It's scary to think about. What a stroke of luck. For years. It should be said that it was less than 4 years because Tang Qing's first company had almost no sense of existence. Shengtang Group was just a clothes seller. In fact, it only took 3 years and 1,000 days to truly rise. 2 trillion. He robbed 20 banks a day, each with 100 million, for 3 consecutive years. It makes me tired just thinking about it. Not far from the living room. From time to time, there was hearty laughter. Mr. Tang, I must go to your island this time. People passing by said it is very beautiful. Miao Yin said with a smile. Tang Kai's desperate decision at the time was really wise looking back now. Reduce the number of bids. Offer high prices. Smash one. Tang Kai really succeeded in taking over the small island that everyone was interested in. Now that it is completed, it is even more beautiful, especially the bird's eye view. The photos sent back are simply speechless. Of course. When can it be rented out? Miao Yin asked. Except for the Tang family. There are many more villas on the island. Let's leave it empty for the time being. We'll wait until Delin province officially opens. Tang Kai shook his head slightly and said he hadn't even visited that island a few times. If he didn't need money, he would leave it empty for now and see again in 2 months. During the trial opening period, Delin province will not force businesses to open tourist properties that have already been built. But after the official opening, it depends on the policy. After all, this is an auction project of the National Tourism Development Plan, and it mainly serves tourism. It is not appropriate for you to occupy a good place and use it once a year. If possible, I will rent one on a long-term basis, Miao Yin said. I'll sign up too. You still have me, but you can't take less money. Wei Jun and Wang Sa also agreed. They have islands, but not as pretty. Okay, Tang Kai said with a smile. It's better to live with some friends than to live with some strangers who change batches in a few days. Counting, there are already about 10 people who plan to rent long-term. several people in front of me, Jiao Han, Lu Qian, and other friends in Thailand and Myanmar. Do the math. There probably aren't many sets left. That's it. I ordered a large yacht at the beginning of the year, and it is still under construction. When the trial operation in Delhi province is over, it will be almost delivered. I will have someone drive it directly. Wang Sa said. How old? Wei Jun asked curiously. It's big. Wang Sa looked mysterious. Rich. Of course he has to spend it. He doesn't have the habit of saving money hard. How much does it cost? This is the number. Wang Sa held out 2 fingers. 200 million. Wei Jun guessed. Yeah. It's not expensive. US dollars. When he heard about the unit, Wei Jun couldn't help it. Damn, $200 million, you really know how to enjoy it. No one here can afford $200 million, but buying a yacht is a bit too luxurious. Like several private jets. Aren't you afraid that your father will whip you? Tang Qing asked. Afraid. Wang Sa smiled awkwardly. So, I didn't tell him, and I didn't plan to drive it back to Thailand. I just left it here in Myanmar. With his father's temper, he really felt slapped when he learned that he spent $200 million to buy this thing. You, keep it secret from me. When it comes, I'll park it over there, and you can use it as you like. Wang Sa is a proud man, and no one present can afford that thing. So don't buckle down. Okay, no problem. I'll keep it a secret for you. Who is so boring? As for borrowing, never mind. If you don't have this hobby, a $20 million yacht or a $20 million yacht seems to be just like that. I'm not comfortable using other people's things. However, it's very interesting to go on it once with a group. After all, it's so expensive. It's more than 1 billion yuan. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Tang Qing was lying on the sofa in the living room, watching the evening news and thinking about the next goal in his mind. The trade promotion policy was a defensive strategy, while increasing lending countries was an offensive strategy. But this is not enough. A multi-pronged approach is necessary. Suddenly, he remembered an organization, Myanmar Chamber of Commerce. At first, the purpose of its establishment is to increase the cohesion of Myanmar Asian enterprises and provide mutual assistance and coordination in economy, technology, information, etc. The members of the Chamber of Commerce are mainly business owners with large investments in Myanmar. Myanmar Banking Group is the leader. What is the core of international trade? Commodity. Where does the product come from? Enterprise. The current international payment status of the Asian dollar is also supported by them, but these trades are too concentrated in Myanmar. This country is too small, which limits the overall scale of power. Is this economic force embarking on a massive international expansion? Think of this. Tang Qing suddenly understood what to do next. Myanmar Bank Group was too conservative in the past. Ye Yuen stepped out, but Myanmar Asia companies did not keep up. Instead, they dug trenches in place. Digging trenches is correct, but you have to look forward. Push the defense line forward step by step. Otherwise, no matter how deep you dig your trench, there will only be one. The method is very simple. For example, in international trade payment, I acquired an or company from another country, and the settlement was only in Asian dollars. No, it's done. A large number of related companies have been accumulated in the mining alliance plan. But Tang Qing had no intention of using it. The industrial alliance plan is a hidden card. He is not prepared to use it until the decisive stage. What fun is there in acquiring his own industry? The key is to get other people's property, and so on. All walks of life are acceptable. The behemoth that is Myanmar Banking Group. It's time to let them out to graze. Those businesses that are growing one after another are not considered meat. After all, they are not robbed, but bought, operated, and competed. The chances of winning are just high. Information advantage. Technical advantages. Integrated advantages. It is almost impossible for Myanmar Banking Group to lose. What's more, even if you lose in some areas. But in terms of overall strategy, Tang Qing still won. So what was the monetary loss? As long as the proportion of trade can be increased, whether or not you make money is a trivial matter. Where can you not make money back? Okay, just do it. The Myanmar Bank Group took the lead, with members of the Chamber of Commerce following behind, and Bhutan coordinated the operations. Moreover, The entire plan could not just involve existing members of the Chamber of Commerce, as more people had to be brought in. One sentence. Unite all forces that can be united. Dry. A decision was made. Tang Qing began to work on the details of the plan. Logically speaking, this matter can be left to the soldiers, but Tang Qing also needs to be a strong person. The soldiers did the details of the plan with hundreds of thousands or millions of words. And programmatic documents. 1,800 words. You have to do it yourself anyway, right? Soon, the document was passed to Tang. Evaluate. Yes. Tang Qing was very cautious. 5 minutes later, the evaluation was completed. The results were good, it could be executed, and the success rate was very high. Of course, the execution process was also very complicated. Fortunately, Tang Qing did not need to design the details. Complete it as soon as possible, prepare for execution, and authorize funds. On the basis of ensuring the stability of the Asian dollar currency value, there is no limit. Tang Qing ordered. Such a big plan. In the end, the money spent may be thousands or even trillions, but it doesn't matter. It is the money you printed anyway, so you don't feel bad about it no matter how much you spend. The most important thing is to ensure that the Asian dollar does not depreciate as a result. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, Tang immediately distributed the tasks. Do the math. If it goes quickly, he will be able to surpass the Australian dollar and be promoted to the 4th level of authority by the end of this year. I don't know what level of authority there will be. The system doesn't tell you at all. Tang Qing can only wait slowly. Anyway, it won't be bad. Late at night, Wenchuan, Yingxiu Town, the huge factory building stands at the foot of the mountain without a trace of light. The weeds in the yard have long been as tall as one person. It is quiet inside the factory building. The huge equipment has been running continuously for 2 months without making any sound. Control room. Tang Qing suddenly appeared in the middle. Distance 512. Nearly 2 months have passed, and the equipment has been installed here for almost 3 months. It has been running stably. It is indeed a thing he spent 300 billion to buy, and the quality is indeed good. These 2 months, it's pretty famous here. Ghost earthquake. This is the name that experts have given to a large number of strange earthquakes during this period. Although Tang Qing later had people replace parts of their earthquake monitoring equipment, it took a little longer to hide it. But people also have this thing called shock sensation. Out of range, seismic instruments cannot measure it, but humans can sense it. Now, if we put it here again, the risk is very high. Anyway, the main harmful aftershocks have been resolved, and the rest are minor earthquakes. Let the place be restored to its original state. Tang Qing is here to take it back today. Next time, Yushu seems to be useful. Turn off the device. Yes. The words fell. The soldier in the control room entered the command. According to the process, it took 3 minutes for the entire device to start shutting down. Since it had been enabled before, Tang Qing knew that it would take 10 minutes to shut down at a time. No way. The fusion reactor inside is not an electrical switch. Click once and it turns off. Impossible. 421 occurrence, rod cooling, is completed. The ground anchor is detached. The equipment has been shut down. Okay. Finished. Tang Qing's mental power covered it. Of course, his mental power couldn't move such a heavy thing. The heavy metal rod at the core of the tens of thousands of tons of things weighed more than 5,000 tons. It can't even be moved by cheating. But as long as the mental power is covered and the system is given an outline and position, this guy can be taken away. With Tang Qing's current mental power coverage, the aircraft carrier can be taken away. Pity. Too expensive. There was no use for it. He didn't buy the aircraft carrier that had been printed out in the mall. At the same time, there were drawings. Therefore, Tang Qing was more willing to design some styles he liked. Just the aircraft carrier, combined with some whimsical ideas on the internet. He designed 6. That's a lot. Not only the appearance, but also the inside. The workload was huge. These designs did not stay on paper, but models were produced. The aircraft carrier was several hundred meters long, and the model was only a dozen meters long. Not bad already. Larger than an average boat. You can also take a walk up there. Coverage complete. Moment. Huge equipment disappears. There are only 421 load-bearing columns on the ground. These columns contain heavy metal rods, which also need to be recycled. They are easier to install than before when he installed them one by one. When harvesting, just harvest one slice. A few minutes later, 421 metal rods. They disappeared together with other equipment and soldiers in the factory. The remaining holes were first sealed by Tang Qing, then covered with soil, and finally the prefabricated concrete floor was laid down. You're done. The ground was littered with dust and construction debris, as well as some broken building materials. In this way, the entire factory looked abandoned. When Tang Qing disappeared, the entire factory became dark, as if no one had been there, and this place would soon be opened by a company controlled by soldiers to build a grain processing plant. The next day, Napiata, the trade promotion policy proposed by Ling, was unanimously approved after a brief discussion. Ling was a professional in economics, so he said it would be fine. It was useless to disagree anyway. All the time, who can stop Zero from doing what he wants to do? No. In that case, let's start the process on this matter. Deputy Chief Su Yu, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, is the first batch of implementation areas. The time is tight and the tasks are heavy. Are there any problems? Ling looked at Su Yu. After all, Su Yu is the director of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. No problem. Su Yu nodded. This represents Zero's trust, so of course there will be no problem. Zero had communicated with him before coming. Although it involves a wide range of things, it is not a tax increase, but a tax reduction, and there will be no resistance to its implementation. That's good. Then, Zero looked at Kanchi. Deputy Chief Kanchi, as China is our country's largest trading partner, this policy is bound to have an impact on some cooperation. In order to avoid misunderstandings, you should communicate with the Chinese envoy as soon as possible. This kind of thing, it is impossible not to tell Huaxia. Okay, I'll make an appointment with Ambassador Sun in the afternoon. Kanchi promised. I think it won't be a big problem, it won't affect China's interests, and it will even be good for Chinese companies. Tax cuts, whether importing or exporting, all are on this list. Therefore, costs for both parties will be reduced and profits will increase, but it will not only benefit the Myanmar companies. As for other trading partners, please also send a message saying that if there is a problem, ask them to go to the Commerce and Trade Commission. This news can be released to the public in tonight's news. There are only about 20 days until the implementation of the new policy. The company needs to be informed in advance. Afternoon, 3 o'clock, Kanchi office. After learning about this new policy, Sun Jiang was a little confused and thought carefully about whether there was any trap in it. Otherwise, Ling will hold on until he is full and change some useless procedures and processes. Also dumping money. This is not a little bit, but a lot. A rough estimate. Every year, the Myanmar government's fiscal revenue will be reduced by more than 100 billion Asian dollars. This is still a conservative estimate. Subsidy. As long as they have some influence, there are too many companies trying to get into it. You are lucky this time. You have implemented a universal preferential policy, and almost all import and export-related industries are taken care of one by one. One tax cut. The local tax revenue is already less, and less is given to Zhongyang. On the premise of receiving less tax, Zhongyang also subsidizes the states in full, one after another. Just missing the double portion. Talk. Are you panicking because you have so much money? Fooling around? No. Sun Jiang didn't think so either. Zero is not a person who likes to do useless work and lose money. His decision-making has always been error-free, and Chinese researchers have given him high praise for his governance capabilities. Calm, wisdom, decisive. The qualities of a mature politician are almost full marks. Why do I say almost? The main reason is that he is too arbitrary, radical, and not stable enough. Do the right thing. Steady. The two are not absolutely related. After all, if on the battlefield, although the battle commander who charges at the front every time wins every battle, no one would think that this commander is qualified. Likewise, the 0 points deduction is also based on this. What? Sun Jiang couldn't help but ask. Can't figure it out. Ye Yuan, Kanchi said in Chinese. Ye Yuan? Sun Jiang murmured. I think you should understand. Qin said with a smile. After saying this, we can't say we want to increase the international influence of the Asian dollar. This is a word that can only appear in one's own meetings. I kind of understand. Sun Jiang nodded. Qin could only talk about this to the limit. Even if it was a conspiracy, it was impossible to tell him openly. They needed to go back and understand it themselves. Apparently, he understood it instantly. Asian dollar. Zero has always been vigorously promoting the Asian dollar. Relying on a variety of unique commodities, the Asian dollar has broken through national boundaries and has the status of a regional settlement currency. It has also reached out to Africa. It can be seen from this. This person has zero enthusiasm for the internationalization of the Asian dollar. To Zero, Sun Jiang was extremely impressed. In just a few years, Zero had opened up the situation to such an extent. He also admired his luck. His subordinates were able to develop a so far unsolvable technology like the original solution of transcription. Also, it's that mysterious big gold mine. Be good. Just don't move. A move. Thousands of tons of gold came out, and the country became the 5th largest gold reserve country in the world. Not only that, it also sold 50 tons to China every month, which means that the gold mine has a guaranteed output of 600 tons a year. Just a little more. Pity. The location of the big gold mine has not yet been revealed. Not only was he curious, but other countries were also extremely curious about what kind of gold mine Ling could dig out thousands of tons of gold in a few years. Look, you can still dig for quite some time. Deputy Chief Qin, can I understand it this way? In this way, if the import price of transcription liquid, oasis, gold, etc. is paid in Asian dollars, you can get a certain discount. Sun Jiang has a very active mind. It came to mind immediately. If import and export taxes are reduced, and the costs of these companies of the Myanmar Bank Group are reduced, then the product prices should also be reduced. This involves not a small amount of money. Just say Oasis, Huaxia, purchased 20,000 square kilometers of renovation area this year. The contract price is 300 billion renminbi. Not much. Just reduce it by 1.5%, and you can save 4.5 billion. Add in the purchase discounts for transcription liquid, medical equipment, solutions, and gold, and you will save more than 10 billion a year. Hear the words. Qin smiled and nodded. Yes, as long as you use Asian dollars to trade, you can get tax reductions, which will eventually be reflected in the purchase price. That's good. Sun Jiang nodded. Remembered something again. The currency value of the Asian dollar and the price. This is an issue that has to be considered. The price has dropped, but this is a figure with the Asian dollar as the unit of calculation. If you suddenly increase the price or increase the Asian dollar exchange rate, won't it be the same as before? Qin shook his head. Don't worry, we have strong confidence in maintaining the value of the Asian dollar and abide by business ethics. If you suffer financial losses due to the exchange rate, we will fully compensate you. To be honest, Qin felt that the promise was a bit big. But this is what Ling said personally. The reason is to put pressure on yourself to maintain the value of the Asian dollar. Otherwise, if people take your money, it will depreciate the next day, or you will increase the price of goods. Too immoral. Also discredited. That way, I can feel free to reply. Half an hour later, Sun Jiang has returned to the embassy and made a report to the country, focusing on the mentioned by Qin. The country immediately understood what Qin meant and discussed the impact of the matter. Asian dollar? Qin only said these 2 words about the purpose of the policy. Strange. What's strange? Zero has been establishing the status of the Asian dollar from the beginning. Otherwise, why would it lend money to Africa? The money earned by the Myanmar Bank Group is enough to feed this country. This is not an exaggeration. Myanmar Bank Group already has this strength. The word money means money. It's enough to describe this behemoth. No, what surprises me is not the zero determination and goal, but the method adopted. Such a large tax reduction can increase the frequency of international use of the Asian dollar, but the cost is too high. I don't believe they have not calculated the cost, but they finally decided to implement it. I judge that there are 2 possibilities. First, There are interests behind this matter that we are not aware of. What interests? I don't know. But it is certain that in Zero's calculation, this matter is profitable. What about the second possibility? The second possibility is that this policy is to serve other policies and serve as a pavement. That's why they are so eager to implement it regardless of the cost. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Zero seems to be causing trouble again. That's it. The possibility is really high. Lose first, earn later. Just like the manufacturing industry must first invest in building factories. Countries often do this, so it's not unusual for Zero to use this method. It just makes people curious. How will Zero use this combination of punches? Final. The result of a discussion is naturally to wait and see what happens. After all, this is the policy of another country. There is nothing to disagree with. As long as it does not harm the interests of China and Chinese enterprises, just pay close attention to it. And, if it is true, as Tang Qing said, they can save a lot of money. Tens of billions. It doesn't cost just a few dozen yuan, but high-speed rail can build hundreds of kilometers. At the same time, the agencies of various countries in Myanmar received an official letter, which was very short, because the subsidies were all Myanmar enterprises, and the only item related to other countries was the foreign exchange reserves, emphasized in the official letter. This behavior, mainly to promote economic development, reduce tax statistics costs, and other high-sounding words. This did not cause much uproar or suspicion, and countries quickly accepted it. Disagree? Joke. Where are the objections? There is no restriction on you exchanging Asian dollars for the currencies of other countries. It is just an extra hand, with almost no cost. As for what Zero was going to do, they didn't care. Not a big country. I don't have time to think so much. Naypyidaw, U.S. Embassy. What? Bloomer was very puzzled when he saw the official letter. Of course, he didn't believe what was said above. He also thought about Ling and wanted to push a yuan. This was not unusual. Ling had always done it, but this time it was different. Urgent. Too hasty. The cost is completely out of proportion to the gain. Come to think of it, it was Ling who went his own way and passed. As of now, there is no one in Mianyao who can subvert Zero's power. There is nothing Ling can't do if he wants to. Depressed. The same is true. The new envoy, has been here for a few months, and he has gradually learned how to do it. At this moment, he has deeply understood the helplessness of the previous envoy, Ainsley, but it is not Ainsley's incompetence. But the opponent is too strong. There are almost no weaknesses. Money. The family's wealth rivals that of the country, right? People's position and people's top. Now, you can't find an opponent even with a telescope in Myanmar. Generally, countries with this kind of election can mobilize their second and third leaders, and even the military, to compete with those who are not aligned with the United States. However, and he proved it with facts. This trick does not work well in Myanmar. No, it doesn't work at all. Every high-level Myanmar official who had had close contact with them quickly distanced themselves from them, as if seeing the god of plague, and would never meet in private. This made his job difficult. Now, thinking of another thing, Bloomer wanted to curse. Depend on, he is a professionally trained agent, especially your uncle. This morning he received a call from the Myanmar Ministry of Security, asking him to bring his ID to identify people, saying that he accidentally caught 5 CIA members. Acknowledge it. Those who are not serious can be taken away, but they will be banned from entering the country for life. Been here for a few months. After going to identify people no less than 8 times, Bloomer felt ashamed. Fortunately, it was not a big problem every time. After all, the purpose of the agent's mission was mainly intelligence, not sabotage. For tax cuts, Bloomer couldn't care less now. Bad mood. Recognized the person. In the evening, I went to have tea with Doyle from the British Embassy, who had also been there for a long time. Habit. What a great power. 4:30. William came to the Ministry of Security Detention Center in the outskirts of Naypyidaw. After checking at all levels, the car drove in. Bloomer wanted to laugh. This was the Burmese official institution he visited the most. How ironic. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Aside, he is the CIA representative of the embassy. Every embassy has one. He is looking out the window very calmly now. He is used to it. He was doing this work here during the Ansley era. Therefore, the number of visits exceeded 30. Same. I feel angry. Angry at yourself for not living up to expectations. The talents and elites who had worked so hard to cultivate were all snatched out like mice and put on the table for them to come and claim in person. I'm also angry that my opponent is too strong. Talk. Can you please give the CIA some dignity? It's not easy for us either. Hey, that mango tree is ripe. That's really it. I wonder how it tastes. It should be okay. This banana tree should be picked too. Yeah. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Paralysis. I've been here so many times that I can remember where the trees are and what the fruits look like. I don't know whether to cry or burst into tears. I've been here so many times that it actually looks a bit pleasing to the eye. No, we are rivals. Well, how many people are there this time? 5. What for? Software. How long have you been here? Arrived the night before yesterday. Bloomer took a deep breath. Can you hold on for one more day? You arrived the night before yesterday and had a good sleep. You were probably arrested yesterday. After the interrogation, you contacted him early this morning. It should be like this. Your uncle. One day. You haven't been able to stand it all day. What are you doing here? A day trip to Myanmar? And the travel route is very interesting. Airport, hotel, detention center, airport. Is it good to have some career pursuits? 2 minutes later. A huge concrete building. High walls. High voltage protection net. A large number of soldiers. From the outside, it looked very intimidating. Once inside, the layers of checkpoints told Bloomer that it was almost impossible to escape from prison because the current guard was more than 10 meters underground. More than a hammer. Movies are movies after all. Please. Okay. Without any more words, he took the elevator down 3 floors. When he came here for the first time, he thought it was dark and damp down here. But the reality was that it didn't look like an underground detention center at all. Clean. Warmth. The air is fresh. Soon. I saw 5 people. Is he one of your people? Yes. Representative said weakly. Okay, sign it. The person in charge of the detention center handed over an agreement. The content was very simple. He admitted that he was an American and had engaged in harmful internet behaviors without causing any harm. Provide amnesty. At the same time, these 5 people will be permanently restricted from entering the country. Okay. The representative signed his name. The entire document did not mention the term CIA, agents, intelligence, etc. It only said that these American citizens had committed acts that endangered network security while in Myanmar. No real quarrel. Otherwise, the representative did not dare to sign it. Even if it were announced, it can be said that the release guarantee made by the United States was to protect a few American citizens who were technology enthusiasts, and it was just only. The face is really dull. Signed. You decide when to leave, the person in charge said. Okay. The representative nodded. These people will be repatriated to the country, but they have to bear the repatriation fees. How they go back is also arranged by the United States. Myanmar will escort the people to the place of departure, such as the airport. Certainly, before leaving. A guarantee fee of $100,000 each. Not a penny less. Goodbye, Bloomer said. I hope we won't see you again. The person in charge curled his lips. Bloomer doesn't want to come here again, but he knows that the United States is not a country that gives up easily. The CIA has suffered a disservice here. It will never stop here. Goodbye is inevitable. Subsequently, the two left the detention center. By the way, is there no one left in your CIA? On the way, Bloomer couldn't help but complain. The representative didn't know how to answer the call. No one. How is it possible? The elites of the CIA have gathered together, and over the years, they have repeatedly made extraordinary achievements and have smoothed out so many things for the United States that it is difficult to count. As for the failure in Myanmar, he believes that it is not a problem of ability, but not enough attention. Very simple, such as polar bears. All the time, the United States treats it as a major enemy. It has trained professional intelligence personnel for an unknown period of time and used various means to win over many pro-American forces. This is true for the opponents of the United States. The same goes for U.S. allies. UK, France, Germany, island country, South Korea. For decades, the United States has put a lot of effort into these countries that are either of strategic significance or potential rivals. It took countless resources and decades of accumulation to achieve the current situation. But what about Mieo? I had never paid much attention to it before, so naturally I didn't have any plans. This is not surprising. An agricultural country. The GDP is less than $10 billion a year, which is very weak. Apart from routine exchanges, it has not cultivated and attracted so many pro-American forces. When it comes to taking it seriously, people have sealed their lips. Zero at breakneck speed. They have completed their political, military, and economic control and established a defense mechanism before the United States extended its tentacles. Therefore, strictly speaking, it is not that they are incompetent. It was a strategic mistake. God knows. Such an inconspicuous country. It will be up in just a few years. Just get up and forget it. It also has so many technologies that the United States is very curious about, which is completely contrary to common sense. It is precisely because the strategic mistakes come from that group of think tanks, so the CIA will not bear too much responsibility. After all, CIA is the executive agency. The command was wrong. No wonder the frontline soldiers. Next, the think tanks will definitely take this place seriously. It's just that the difficulty is very high. Whether it is training agents or stealing intelligence, they are now at a deadlock. The former seems almost impossible now, while the latter has made no progress. But the United States has many means and has no worries about finding opportunities. After all, the name of a superpower is not something that is just blown away. Evening. News broadcast on tax cuts. For a while, Myanmar's business community is bustling with activity. What? Tax reduction? Great. I don't know how much it can be reduced. Isn't it mentioned above? In principle, import and export companies will receive a reduction of 1 to 5%. As for the specific amount, it has not been announced yet. It will definitely come out before the first day of next month. 5%? The tax part? Or the payment part? Some people were confused. $100. 20% tax is 20. If it's 50% of 20, you can only save $1, but if it's 50% of 100, you can save $5. This gap is very big, and the news didn't explain in detail. But there are still people who are familiar with the policy. It's the taxation part. Really? That's right. That's great. Envy, my company only does domestic trade. Yeah, what should I do? You can let the goods go abroad and turn the domestic trade products into imported ones. However, it is best not to use this method of operation. If you're caught cheating, you will never want to do business in this country in the future. Of course. Definitely. Just kidding. Playing tricks with the Myanmar tax authorities and courting death. If you are caught, your personal credit will be ruined, which is enough to prevent business owners from making any money in this country in their lifetime, especially in the permitted industries. The threshold is already high. Get kicked out. You can't get in even if you have money. Good policy. Support. Hope to implement it as soon as possible. The boss is considering the strategy. Head down. Then only think about one thing: profit. Apparently, tax cuts are good for business. And there are no restrictions on import and export, which is exciting. As long as you're doing foreign trade business, there is no one to be unhappy. A few points of tax can sometimes determine the survival of a company. What? Tax cuts. Delin Province. Capital. In a large villa, Miao In, who was eating, saw the news and couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? Why was there no news at all? Suddenly, it was broadcast on the news, and his son did not reveal the news in advance. Imports and exports have been reduced, which is a bit big. Tang Qing said. Yes. Wei Ju nodded. The financial resources are much better, Wang Sa said. It's a good thing anyway. That's right. At the dinner table, Tang Qing and the others didn't take it seriously. As a businessman from the Burmese and Asian families, if it was related to harming their interests, Ling would definitely say it in advance. If he didn't say it, it meant that it was a good thing. I can make a lot more money in a year. Yeah. he was saying. Several people's cell phones rang at the same time. Short message. Tang Kai clicked on it. It was an encrypted text message. Each of them entered the password they set. Their mobile phones were unusual. The text message module could be encrypted, but they didn't know who sent it. Enter your password. Correct. Moment. A message is displayed. Hello, Mr. Tang Kai. The core members meeting of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce will be held at the Myanmar Asia Bank Group head office in Exinen City on July 15th. Please arrive on time. If you cannot arrive on time, please inform the Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce in advance. Very short, but the content is heavy. Core member meetings are held only twice a year. There is a meeting of all members. Obviously, this is an enlarged meeting, not a regular meeting. This means that the Chamber of Commerce has more urgent matters to communicate with them, which are related to their interests. Look up. Several people looked at each other and saw caution. On the 15th, it seemed, they all received the same text message. Before, Tang Kai and Miao Yin are considered core members. In this year's election, several people have become part of the core members due to their increased investment in Myanmar and their compliance with the rules and management of the Chamber of Commerce. But core members also have levels. Tang Kai and Miao Yin were the first batch to join and are senior core members. Wei Jun, Wang Sa, Tang Liang, etc. are ordinary core members. This is mainly reflected in the support of the Myanmar Bank Group and major events. This was the first thought of several people. What's going on? I don't know. Is it related to this tax reduction? Not necessarily. If it has an impact, it will definitely be held in advance. This time, it will be held after the fact. I guess there is a possibility that the Chamber of Commerce will make a big move, and tax reduction is the basis. Miao Yin analyzed. Combination punches. This was his most likely guess. It makes sense. It feels so urgent. Yeah, I used to do it half a month in advance. I hope it's a good thing. Mr. Miao, why don't you ask Director Miao? Wei Jun said. Among them, the one who understands Ling's policy the most is probably Miao Yi. Okay. Miao Yi nodded. No taboos. Called the number of his eldest son Miao Yi.